Tiannan City, Xingyu Machinery Factory. In the office on the second floor, a young man glared at the overweight man on the sofa, his eyes ablaze with fury. His name was Yi Xing, a recent university graduate employed at a foreign trade company. Simultaneously, he was the second generation of the factory. His father, Yi Zhiquan, established Xingyu Machinery Factory, which had garnered a stellar reputation in Tiannan City's manufacturing sector over the years. Through sheer credibility, Xingyu Machinery Factory expanded from a modest establishment with merely 5 or 6 manual lathes to a small factory equipped with dozens of CNC machines. However, the increase in equipment and space had not significantly altered the family's financial status, as most funds were invested in machinery and worker welfare. Consequently, Yi Xing was compelled to seek employment elsewhere after graduation, as the family business could not provide him with a satisfactory income. Moreover, he and his university sweetheart, Ding Xiaoling, had been in a relationship for several years and were on the brink of marriage. He wished to offer her a magnificent wedding to validate her choice. However, this morning, Yi Xing received an urgent call from his father, indicating a grave situation had arisen, prompting him to take a leave of absence and rush to the factory. The man seated on the sofa was Hu Kai, a long-standing client of Xingyu Machinery Factory, with whom they had collaborated for several years. Yi Xing had previously seen him at their home. Yet, at this moment, Hu Kai lounged in the director's chair, which was reserved for the factory manager, his demeanor frivolous as he propped one foot on the desk, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xing. Meanwhile, Yi Xing's father, Yi Zhiquan, stood hunched over the desk, wearing a humble expression. Atop the desk sat a slender, exquisitely featured woman, gazing down at Yi Zhiquan with an air of superiority. 4 imposing figures clad in black stood in the corners of the office, their expressions devoid of warmth. "Father, what has transpired?" Yi Xing approached his father, lifting him up, his heart brimming with confusion. He could not comprehend how the usually amiable Hu Kai had transformed into a loathsome figure, exuding contempt. "What's the matter? You can see for yourself." Hu Kai, who had been squinting, rose to his feet, revealing a cryptic smile as he slammed a stack of contracts onto the desk. "This is last month's contract, totaling 1 million, with a delivery date in 3 days. Yet, you haven't produced a single item. You owe me tenfold in damages," Hu Kai asserted, his tone sharp as he pointed at the contract. "What? Breaching a trade contract?" His father had always been meticulous. How could he possibly make such a blunder? Yi Xing's mind whirled as he picked up the contract. The stipulations were clear: a 1-month production period, with 100 process components due in 3 days. In the event of a breach, tenfold compensation was required. At the bottom of the contract lay the official seal of Xingyu Machinery Factory, alongside Yi Zhiquan's handwritten signature, unmistakably his father's. The office was eerily silent, save for the sound of the contract being flipped. Yi Xing scrutinized the document, his gaze ultimately fixating on the component diagram, his expression suddenly vacant. As a graduate in mechanical engineering, poised to inherit the family's machining business, Yi Xing was intimately familiar with component diagrams. He immediately recognized this as a non-standard part, one with considerable processing difficulty. A mere glance allowed him to ascertain it fell within the factory's production capabilities. However, the precision indicated on the blueprint far exceeded the accuracy of the factory's equipment, categorizing it as precision machining. How could his father have signed such a contract? An array of questions flooded Yi Xing's mind. "Father, what is this?" Yi Xing turned to Yi Zhiquan, utterly baffled by how he could commit such a grave error. With a hint of self-reproach, Yi Zhiquan glanced at Yi Xing, lowering his head to softly explain the circumstances. It turned out that Yi Zhiquan, eager to secure some dowry money for his son's impending marriage, had urgently sought orders. At that juncture, Hu Kai presented an enticing order, both in terms of amount and price, albeit with processing precision that was hard to meet. After much deliberation, Yi Zhiquan initially declined the order. However, Hu Kai sweetened the deal with a 20% price increase, and the factory's chief engineer, Song Ming, unexpectedly assured Yi Zhiquan that with a little flexibility on time and a new processing method, there would be no issues. Yi Zhiquan, already keen on securing the order, was swayed by the increased price and Song Ming's guarantee, and ultimately signed the contract. Little did he anticipate that, after the contract was signed, Song Ming would fall gravely ill and be hospitalized, while the workers struggled to produce anything but scrap. Upon hearing Yi Jiquan's account, Yi Xing felt a chill run through him. Wasn't this an obvious trap? Hu Kai, are you conspiring against my family? Yi Xing clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. How dare a child speak like that? The contract was signed by your father, his fingerprints are on it, and the deposit was transferred to his account. Did I force him to sign at knife point? Hu Kai retorted with a cold smirk, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Hu, let's not take the child's words to heart. We have a long-standing relationship. Could you not extend a few more days for me to find a solution? Yi Jiquan pleaded desperately. Yi Xing raised his head just in time to catch Hu Kai's cunning smile. Old Yi, if you want a few more days, who should I ask for an extension? We have a binding contract. Hu Kai's expression turned stern, yet internally, he reveled in the situation. This entire affair was a scheme he had orchestrated, aimed at acquiring the land of Xingyu Machinery Factory and the Yi family's properties. Through years of interaction, he understood the factory's processing capabilities well. He had bribed Song Ming, who was already in on the plan, to deceive Yi Jiquan into falling into the trap. Song Ming had long since been arranged to flee, while the order was legitimate and already assigned to the largest company in Tiannan City, the Huaxing Group. Today he was there to seize control of Xingyu Machinery Factory. Thus, Hu Kai remained unmoved by Yi Jiquan's desperate entreaties. According to the contract, if you fail to deliver within 3 days, you will owe me 10 million. Your dilapidated factory is worth nothing. Even if you hand over the land, it won't suffice. Hu Kai sneered with delight, his plans nearing fruition as he pulled the attractive female secretary closer, planting a kiss on her porcelain cheek. Yi Jiquan and Yi Xing turned ashen. Even the dullest of minds could discern the sinister undertones in Hu Kai's words. Given the capabilities of Xingyu Machinery Factory, it was utterly impossible to produce 100 high-precision components within 3 days. Even with exorbitant investments in high-precision machinery, the Yi family faced the prospect of decades of hard work evaporating, falling into Hu Kai's hands. Yi Jiquan, I've already drafted the compensation contract for you. All you need to do is sign. Hu Kai produced another stack of documents, tossing them in front of Yi Jiquan, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Yi Xing picked up the contract, which stipulated that the Yi family would have to transfer their factory land and properties to Hu Kai, after which their financial obligations would be settled. Old Yi, I've been more than generous. You're still coming out ahead. Of course, if you refuse to sign. Hu Kai's demeanor turned cold as he continued. You know my background, don't you? You cannot escape my grasp. Yi Jiquan visibly trembled. He knew that Hu Kai's connections were complex and influential in Tiannan City. Hu Kai's threats would not remain mere words. With a gesture, Hu Kai signaled a bodyguard to thrust a pen into Yi Jiquan's hand. Yi Jiquan felt the pen weigh a ton. He simply could not sign this contract. If he did, the Yi family would be utterly ruined. Yet, if he refrained, he would face exorbitant compensation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have become an interstellar trading agent. At that moment, a crisp electronic voice suddenly resonated in Yi Xing's mind. Chapter 2. The Trading System, a platform for trading across time and space, capable of engaging in transactions with the myriad civilizations of the universe? Upon hearing the electronic voice reverberating in his mind, Yi Xing's expression darkened with frustration, his eyes widening in disbelief as he instinctively scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign that someone might be jesting with him. Yet, apart from the few individuals present moments ago, silence enveloped the room. As the second electronic chime resonated, Yi Xing's excitement surged. He was convinced that he had indeed acquired the legendary system, one that facilitated commerce with the countless races of the cosmos. With so many civilizations in existence, would the high-precision machinery that had long troubled the Yi family now be effortlessly resolved? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, a smile gradually gracing his face. Xiaoxing, what is the matter? Lost in his reverie, the corners of Yi Xing's mouth curved into a subtle arc. At that moment, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Upon glancing up, he realized that the others in the office were regarding him with expressions akin to those one would reserve for the mentally unstable. Dad, I'm fine. Yi Xing snapped back to reality, responding in a low voice before turning to Hu Kai. We will deliver that order on time. A profound silence fell over the office, as everyone regarded Yi Xing with incredulity, akin to how one might look at a fool. Just moments ago, Yi Jiquan had been pleading with Hu Kai for an extension, and now Yi Xing asserted that they could meet the deadline. Was this not a jest? If they could indeed complete the task on time, why had Yi Jiquan needed to beg? Each individual grappled with the illogical turn of events. Their gazes towards Yixing tinged with a hint of absurdity, particularly Hu Kai, whose expression grew increasingly complex. He had come today fully aware that Yi Jiquan would be unable to deliver, intending instead to compel him to forfeit the mechanical factory and pay penalties as stipulated in the contract. The entire affair was meant to conclude flawlessly. However, Yixing's sudden proclamation of timely completion disrupted his carefully laid plans. Ha ha! Hu Kai's laughter echoed, yet soon his demeanor darkened like a stormy sky. Old Yi, it appears I have underestimated you. I thought to offer assistance, but it seems your family has been concealing its talents, turning the tables on me. Old Hu, no, President Hu. Do not heed the child's folly. Please, listen to me, Yi Jiquan implored, his words tumbling out in a desperate rush. Hands gesturing in a futile attempt to halt Hu Kai's further remarks. Regret washed over him. He should not have brought Yixing along. Perhaps if he had continued to plead, they might have gained a few more days. Now, with Yixing insisting on the ability to deliver, there was no room for negotiation. Huh? Hu Kai scoffed coldly, calculating whether this young man was earnest or merely posturing. Xiaoxing, tell President Hu that you were just joking. Seeing Hu Kai's silence, Yi Jiquan became increasingly anxious, with the fate of the Yi family hanging in the balance. He could no longer afford to care about appearances. Dad, I speak the truth. Yixing's countenance remained steady, showing no intention of retracting his statement. Yi Jiquan gaped, staring at Yixing, bewildered as to why his son seemed to be losing his mind at such a critical juncture. The delivery date specified in Hu Kai's contract is unequivocally set for the day after tomorrow. Your unwarranted threat to collect goods today constitutes a breach of contract. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Yixing, transformed as though by a spell, spoke with unwavering resolve, devoid of any inclination for negotiation. Hu Kai, taken aback, managed to respond after a prolonged silence. Very well, Yi Jiquan, you have heard your son's words. I shall arrive promptly to collect the goods the day after tomorrow. Should you fail to deliver on time and with the requisite quality, do not expect me to show leniency. Hu Kai, who had come with high hopes, found himself summarily dismissed, his dignity bruised, and with no justification to linger any longer. He could only utter a fierce retort, waving his hand dismissively as he departed the office with his subordinates. Yi Jiquan watched Hu Kai leave, standing at the doorway for a significant time before slowly turning back. Xing, you have stirred up considerable trouble. I ask you, how will you fulfill the delivery the day after tomorrow? Father, I have a plan for this matter. What is paramount now is to maintain morale. I will devise a solution at once. Yixing, eager to explore the use of the time-space trading platform, briefly instructed Yi Jiquan before hastily exiting the office. As he observed Yixing's departure, Yi Jiquan sighed deeply and sank into the sofa, his thoughts a tumultuous mess. The expansive factory was nearly barren, with only a few dilapidated machines occupying the space. Yixing closed the door and turned off the lights, plunging the entire factory into dimness. At his feet lay a box of mineral water and a packet of instant noodles, recently procured from outside. The initial transaction assigned to him by the system involved pure natural water, while the instant noodles were a spontaneous purchase on Yixing's part. Simultaneously, Yixing communicated his needs to the counterpart, receiving an affirmative response. He gently tapped his fingers in the ether, and suddenly, a blue panel materialized in the void. Does the host wish to enter the trading platform? The blue panel posed the question. Without hesitation, Yixing clicked yes. Instantly, the surroundings began to whirl and blur. Suddenly, clarity returned, and Yixing found himself within a transparent chamber. Outside, an abyss of darkness loomed, while a faint purple nebula shimmered in the eastern void, casting ethereal starlight. Occasionally, meteors with white tails streaked from the nebula, traversing the darkness. Was he truly in outer space? Yixing gazed into the dark expanse, his eyes filled with wonder. The celestial scene before him was unlike anything he had ever witnessed on Blue Star, a breathtaking, grand spectacle. Indeed, host, you now reside at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, a region where energy is most concentrated and resources abound, and it is also the hub of frequent transactions. Echoed a gentle electronic voice from an unseen source within the room. As Yixing absorbed this, a white panel appeared before him, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, uncertain of how to proceed with the transaction. While in the office, he had been able to view the material demands listed within the system, which prompted his purchases of mineral water and instant noodles. Before your first transaction, please review the trading rules. Noticing Yixing's confusion, a white light screen materialized before him. A quick glance was all it took for Yixing to grasp the trading rules. Interstellar trade is categorized into 3 stages: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, he is in the primary stage, where transactions are facilitated solely by the system that matches trading parties based on the items involved. If both parties have no objections to the items, they can meet for the exchange. Each transaction generates points, and upon accumulating a certain number, one ascends to the intermediate stage, gaining access to all demand information, allowing for the selection of trading partners based on specific needs. Upon reaching the advanced stage, the agent can enter the trading environment of others, obtaining more detailed demands. Simply put, in the primary stage, both parties are unaware of each other's backgrounds, with transactions orchestrated by the system. However, in the advanced stage, Yixing will acquire greater privileges, establishing his shop on the territory of others, transforming into a direct sales agent. Host, if you agree to the trading rules, please click yes. If you disagree, click no. Two floating buttons appeared on the panel. Without hesitation, Yixing selected yes, for being an agent of a planet could grant access to countless advanced technologies. Not choosing would surely be unwise. Congratulations, host. You are now initiating your first transaction. Accompanied by an electronic tone, the panel vanished, leaving the room in silence. Chapter 3. Captain Jerry Yixing sat in a chair, gazing at the starry sky, feeling both exhilarated and somewhat anxious. Suddenly, a white light pierced the darkness, and a figure emerged from the void, materializing before Yixing. This individual was also a Blue Star inhabitant, but appeared somewhat unusual. Yixing scrutinized the trader before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The person was tall, with brown hair that had a slight curl, and possessed a peculiar shade of brown skin. His features were strikingly chiseled, as if sculpted with precision, forming an attractive visage. Yet, Yixing could not discern his age. He wore a sleek, black, shimmering bodysuit that accentuated his muscular physique, though it bore traces of visible dirt, seeming incongruous with the high-tech attire. Are you a Zhuxing person? That's wonderful. The individual, noticing Yixing's weary eyes, immediately brightened with excitement and raised a hand as he seated himself in the chair opposite Yixing. His gaze then fell upon a bottle of mineral water, his eyes lighting up, and his hands trembled in eager anticipation, as if ready to pounce. Is this pure, natural water from Zhuxing? He exclaimed, pointing at the mineral water with palpable enthusiasm. Indeed, this is pure, natural spring water sourced from the mountains. It has a slightly sweet taste, Yixing affirmed, nodding. In this first transaction, he adhered to a principle of revealing as little as possible about himself while probing into the other party's background to maximize his own benefits. From the earlier mention of Zhuxing, Yixing deduced that this individual had evolved significantly more than he had, possessing the capability to leave Blue Star. Otherwise, he wouldn't refer to Blue Star as his ancestral home. Yixing observed that the individual had walked into the room from the void, while outside lay the vacuum of space, devoid of air and rife with cosmic rays potent enough to annihilate unprotected life forms. Could it be that the black suit he wore served as a spacesuit? How astonishingly advanced. How splendid, a Zhuxing inhabitant. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jerry, the captain of the Third Universe Fleet, tasked by the Celestial Alliance to explore the Fourth Universe. Our encounters with the ancients have only been documented in ancient records, and it appears that many natural products are exclusively retained by them. How fortunate I truly am. Oh, it brings me immense joy to meet you, an ancient. In our previous transactions, those inferior beings could not comprehend our needs until we encountered you. Jerry, brimming with excitement, spoke fervently, an abundance of information flowing effortlessly into Yixing's mind. Despite Yixing's calm demeanor, tumultuous waves surged within him. Although he did not grasp the full implications of the Fourth Universe, a fleet capable of traversing the cosmos must possess a technological level that, by Blue Star's classification, would at least equate to a level 3 civilization. Furthermore, judging by the soil on their vessels, it seemed they had encountered some difficulties, allowing him to seize the initiative in the negotiations. Of course, Jerry, wherever you may roam, we are but seeds of human civilization, scattered among the starry seas. Yet our roots remain firmly planted on the ancients' home world. Yixing maintained his enigmatic facade. How splendid. May I be so bold as to inquire your name? Captain Jerry exclaimed, waving his arm enthusiastically. I am Yixing, but you may call me Xing, Yixing replied, nodding as he leaned down to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from a box, allowing his gaze to survey his counterpart. The time-space trading platform necessitates that goods be prepared in advance. Discussing needs during the negotiation can greatly diminish trading efficiency. However, aside from that peculiar spacesuit, there seemed to be nothing on their person capable of accommodating a machine tool. Are you certain you wish to trade this water for that toy-like contraption? Jerry's eyes fixated on the bottle, a fervent gleam igniting within them. After a prolonged moment, he reluctantly lifted his gaze to Yixing. Indeed. And that is not all. I have brought instant noodles as well. Yixing nodded, presenting a packet of instant noodles onto the table. Instant noodles? Those delectable varieties with various flavors? I have only seen such a thing in the History Museum. I heard that instant noodles are made from processed flour. Is this true? Jerry's gaze shifted to the instant noodles, his eyes ablaze with desire, seemingly yearning to reach out and grasp them. According to trading regulations, neither party may touch the other's goods prior to the commencement of the transaction. Only upon verification of authenticity by the platform can the items be handled. Yixing paused. Instant noodles were merely a commonplace fast food on Blue Star, often derided as junk food. The intensity of Jerry's reaction struck him as akin to encountering a relic. Did they not consume rice or noodles regularly? What, then, did they eat? Indeed, these are instant noodles, specifically the most ordinary variety, braised beef flavor, Yixing replied nonchalantly, nudging the mineral water and instant noodles toward the center of the table. Verification system confirms the authenticity of the trading items. A soft electronic voice resonated through the room. Oh Xing, you are truly a benevolent soul. On behalf of our fleet, I express my gratitude. However, I find myself at a loss regarding what to trade for these instant noodles. Jerry's gaze oscillated between the bottled water and instant noodles, his face reflecting a struggle as though he were internally deliberating which item to trade. On the surface, Yixing appeared composed, yet inwardly he was brimming with delight. The notion of exchanging instant noodles and bottled water for a high-precision machine tool on Blue Star was tantamount to a criminal deception. However, the other party seemed to revel in the advantage, and observing Jerry's demeanor, Yixing felt an overwhelming urge to complete the set with a complimentary sausage, akin to a package for a reclusive bachelor. Jerry, wait a moment. What about the machine tool I requested? Noticing Jerry's continued internal conflict, Yixing couldn't help but interject. Oh, I got so excited that I momentarily forgot. Your items are simply too tempting, Jerry replied, rising to his feet and apologetically tapping his head before removing a silver ring from his finger. Could the machine tool be concealed within the ring? But that was implausible. Yixing's gaze fixated on the ring, his pupils contracting as his heart began to race. A treasure from a fantasy novel briefly flashing through his mind, a storage ring akin to those found in Xianxia tales. The ring in Jerry's hand, seemingly crafted from an unknown metal, appeared remarkably light, resting on the table as if it bore no weight at all. Placing the ring on the surface, a milky white glow emanated above it, forming a spatial grid. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yixing stood up, peering into the enigmatic space within. A row of neatly arranged red dots lay within, resembling pills quietly resting in the void. Is this the machine tool? Yixing reminded himself to maintain composure, ensuring not to reveal any hint of weakness. However, the spectacle before him was astonishing. Those red dots, although pill-sized, conveyed the reality of a formidable machine tool standing before him. With a flick of Jerry's hand, the red dots leapt from the white light, landing within the room. To Yixing's astonishment, the tiny red dots gradually expanded, ultimately transforming into a machine tool over 3 meters in length. This was undoubtedly a marvel of spatial technology, akin to a myth. Witnessing this sci-fi-like operation, Yixing couldn't help but lick his lips. Soon, the room was filled with 10 colossal machines encircling the office desk. After system verification, the traded items have been confirmed as genuine. A gentle electronic voice announced, allowing Yixing's heart to settle. Oh, my dear Star. You must be an enthusiast of ancient machinery, cherishing these antiquated toys. Fortunately, there are others in our fleet who share your passion. Otherwise, we could never comprehend the purpose of such trinkets, Jerry remarked, patting the high-precision machine tool, exuding a sense of technological allure. Yixing remained focused on the machines, opting not to respond. He was certain that the toys Jerry referred to were, in fact, the most advanced processing machines on Blue Star, potentially worth millions, and subject to embargo. Based on the information I gathered, the machine tool you desire is a 5-axis linkage tool with 32 processing directions, representing an antiquated yet sophisticated piece of machinery. According to my colleague, collectors of such toys tend to be particularly sensitive to specifications. Thus, I took the liberty of instructing the robot to modify the machine tool into a 6-axis configuration with 64 processing surfaces, enhancing the processing precision tenfold. This might afford you a slight sense of superiority in future discussions with your peers. I hope you won't hold my audacity against me. Jerry pointed towards the machine tool, his expression tinged with a hint of apology as he gazed at Yixing. However, Yixing was already taken aback by Jerry's revelation. Having immersed himself in the field of mechanical engineering from a young age, he possessed an intimate understanding of machine performance. If Jerry was not lying, the arrival of these machines on Blue Star would provoke a global outcry in the manufacturing sector, igniting a frenzy among scientists. Their capabilities had surpassed the highest processing precision available on Blue Star. Chapter 5. Successful transaction. Of course, we can proceed with the transaction now. Yixing replied with a faint smile, placing the box of mineral water on the table. Oh, Xing, I cannot thank you enough. It has been ages since we last enjoyed natural spring water. I eagerly anticipate our next transaction. Jerry's face illuminated with sheer joy, his eyes fixated on the box of mineral water. An electronic voice resonated softly in the air. Have both parties reached an agreement? Shall we proceed with the transaction? Jerry hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on the instant noodles resting on the table, then turned to Yixing. Would you consider selling me those instant noodles? I have heard they are quite delectable. Yi Xing felt a surge of delight. The instant noodles were merely a precautionary item he had brought along, and now they were proving to be surprisingly useful. He had just witnessed the formidable power of the silver ring, a space weapon capable of folding dimensions in the realm of science fiction. In comparison, the high-precision machine tools seemed trivial. Certainly, however, Captain Jerry. What do you intend to offer in exchange? Yi Xing nodded, his gaze lingering on the ring adorning Jerry's finger. Would my spacesuit suffice? Although it appears somewhat worn, its functionality remains robust, radiation-resistant, capable of withstanding energy impacts, and adept at automatically extracting substances to convert them into essential air for human survival. While its nuclear power source may be somewhat outdated, it can still maintain a speed surpassing that of a shark in the depths of the ocean. Jerry's expression shifted from delight to a slight embarrassment as he patted his head, his eyes falling on his spacesuit, feeling somewhat self-conscious about its age. After all, what if it did not meet Yi Xing's standards? Yi Xing wrestled internally, his eyes fixed intently on the black suit Jerry wore. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary spacesuit could possess such remarkable capabilities, rivaling even the silver ring. Yi Xing's fingers gently tapped the table as he pondered. Accepting the spacesuit would render him impervious to harm, seemingly allowing him to traverse heaven and earth without issue. Yet, the most pressing concern for the Yi family was fulfilling the contract to uphold the company's credibility without the silver ring. The transportation of these colossal machines to the workshop would be impossible. Jerry, I appreciate your offer, but I must decline the old attire, Yi Xing interjected, raising a finger to halt Jerry before he could continue. Apologies, Xing, it seems I was too eager to acquire that packet of instant noodles. A distinguished collector such as yourself would undoubtedly refrain from desiring anything old. Even a new spacesuit pales in comparison. Jerry wore an expression of embarrassment, casting an apologetic glance towards Yi Xing. He then looked at Yi Xing with a curious gaze, indicating that he had nothing of value to trade at the moment. Captain Jerry, I can gift you this packet of instant noodles, but might you part with the ring on your finger? Otherwise, I cannot retrieve these machines. Yi Xing's eyes were drawn to the silver ring on Jerry's hand, suppressing his inner excitement. Of course, that is not a problem. This trade is exceedingly advantageous for me. Next time, I shall surely compensate you handsomely. Jerry appeared momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting both joy and guilt. Yi Xing pushed the mineral water and instant noodles to the center of the table, while Jerry waved his hand, placing the machine into the ring. Also setting it on the table, a flash of white light signified the exchange of items. Yi Xing curiously picked up the silver ring and slipped it onto his finger. Instantly, he sensed a vast expanse within his mind, spacious enough to accommodate an entire factory. Yi Xing eagerly anticipated their next transaction. As Jerry's voice reached his ears, Yi Xing looked up to see him waving goodbye while clutching the mineral water and instant noodles, before vanishing into the shadows. With another flash of white light, Yi Xing found himself back in the factory. He took out the ring and immediately connected his consciousness to the space within, as if he were the master of that realm, capable of commanding any object therein. With a mere thought, 10 futuristic machines materialized upon the ground. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already evening, and the workers had finished their shifts. Yi Xing longed to have the workers install the machines immediately to witness their performance. However, considering the workers had endured a day filled with anxiety over the factory's uncertain future, an issue that directly impacted their livelihoods, he promptly dismissed the notion. Exiting the factory, he locked the door and bought a meal before heading straight to the office on the second floor. There, he found Yi Jiquan reclining on the sofa, deep in discussion with a middle-aged man, both wearing expressions of concern. Uncle Cheng, Yi Xing exclaimed upon recognizing the middle-aged man, who was Cheng Rui, a veteran of the factory. Cheng had been with Yi Jiquan since the inception of the business, serving as his right-hand man alongside Song Ming. Following the troubles at Xingyu Machinery, Cheng had not departed but rather assisted Yi Jiquan tirelessly. Yi Xing held immense gratitude and respect for Cheng Rui. Upon seeing Yi Xing, both men rose promptly, their gazes filled with inquisitiveness. They understood that hope was dim, as Yi Xing was merely a recent graduate. Expecting him to resolve such difficulties in a short span was indeed a tall order. Father, Uncle Cheng, the matter has been resolved. Yi Xing placed the meal before them, speaking calmly. Really? Yi Xing and Cheng Rui exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with surprise. Quickly, tell us, did Huang Qin agree to lend us the money? Yi Jiquan, anxious and eager, leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Yi Xing. During this period, he sought loans far and wide, exhausting the goodwill of friends and family. Yet the results were dishearteningly meager. Those who once surrounded him began to retreat at the mere mention of borrowing money. News of the impending collapse of the Yi family business had spread throughout the machinery sector in Tiannan City, causing everyone to avoid him. In stark contrast, Huang Qin, a classmate of Yi Xing, extended a generous hand, providing Yi Xing with 500,000 yuan. Therefore, when Yi Xing proclaimed that the issue had been resolved, The first thought that crossed his mind was that the Huang family was willing to invest. After all, even the Huang family could not procure high-precision machine tools without assistance. Yixing pondered for a moment and stated, "Uncle Huang has merely agreed to help make connections. We shall see the outcome tomorrow morning." Instantly, Yi Jiquan and Cheng Rui's faces brightened with hope, eager to accompany Yixing downstairs. "Cheng, I must trouble you once more to inform the workers to gather at the factory early tomorrow morning," Yixing said with a gentle smile toward Cheng Rui. "Certainly. I promise to fulfill this task. Little Xing, you may not realize, but the workers are also yearning for the factory to emerge from this crisis. They have devoted many years to this place and have formed a bond," Cheng Rui exclaimed, rising excitedly from his seat as he eagerly agreed. The three exchanged glances and shared a light laugh. Chapter 6. Is this a 5-axis machine? The next day, at Xingyu Processing Factory, when Yixing arrived, Yi Jiquan and Cheng Rui had already assembled over 40 workers awaiting him at the factory entrance. Yixing guided them to 10 machine tools, and their attention was immediately captivated by the machine's design. "What brand of machine is this? I have never seen anything like it before," Yi Jiquan remarked. Having immersed himself in the field of machining for a lifetime, he had encountered everything from basic arm drilling machines to precision tools from abroad. Yet, upon first laying eyes on these superb machines, he concluded that they were an entirely new breed of high-end equipment, evoking an almost sci-fi sensation. His hand traced the cold metallic surface, his gaze exploring every detail, and his expression became increasingly animated. He had a premonition that these machines were undoubtedly superior to any 5-axis equipment. "Old Cheng, what do you think?" he eagerly inquired of Cheng Rui. "I have seen the 5-axis machines from Huaxing Group, and in terms of appearance, these surpass them," Cheng Rui replied, squinting his eyes in appraisal. "They are truly stunning. I can hardly wait to operate one. Indeed, after all these years, it's the first time I've realized that operating a machine can be such a pleasure. Just look at this control panel. It is remarkably sophisticated. I hardly dare to touch it. Doesn't it resemble the control panel of a spaceship from a movie?" The workers gathered around the machines, chattering excitedly and expressing their admiration in awed tones. Yixing observed the astonished crowd with a smile playing on his lips. He directed the workers to secure the machines and connect them to power. As the dashboard illuminated, Cheng Rui approached the machine for a closer inspection. Although the machine's exterior appeared more advanced, the control panel bore a striking resemblance to previous models, allowing workers to engage without requiring extensive training. "Bring over the workpiece," Cheng Rui instructed, waving to a nearby worker while holding a blueprint. The workers deftly maneuvered the overhead crane to lift a 1-meter-long, 20-centimeter diameter solid steel cylinder. In the past, operating such machines required a painstaking descent of the workpiece until it was positioned above the machine for securing. However, this time, the situation was markedly different. Cheng Rui noticed a loading button on the control panel and, unable to resist, gently pressed it. With a soft sound, the machine's body suddenly opened, revealing a pair of mechanical arms that slowly emerged, resembling crab claws as they grasped the workpiece. With remarkable speed, they retracted, drawing the workpiece smoothly into the machine. Onlookers were astounded. They had never witnessed such an intelligent machine capable of autonomously loading and securing materials. "Goodness, does this machine even come with a robot?" one exclaimed. "Does this mean we only need to input parameters?" Indeed, this was a testament to cutting-edge technology. They felt antiquated in comparison. "Surely, such a machine must cost several million," someone remarked. "Forget it. You need a place to buy it." The small business owner was truly impressive for acquiring such a remarkable machine. It seemed their factory was finally saved. A group of workers gathered around the lathe, buzzing with excitement. Just from its exterior, they had sensed the machine's extraordinary capabilities. Now, witnessing the mechanical arms deftly handling the workpiece, their hearts were once again shaken. Cheng Rui stared at the closed machine body, his hand trembling slightly, his steady gaze betraying a hint of astonishment. Throughout his decades-long career, he had encountered advanced machines with robotic arms in various factories. However, those arms had not been particularly agile, often limited to handling small parts, with delicate operations requiring human assistance. The mechanical arm he had just seen could effortlessly lift hundreds of kilograms with a speed and precision comparable to that of a skilled human. Cheng, stop daydreaming and quickly input the parameters to assess its processing capabilities, Yi Jiquan urged as he noticed Cheng Rui's momentary distraction. Cheng nodded. While the mechanical arm had indeed been astonishing, the true measure of a machine lay not in its flamboyant auxiliary features, but in its processing accuracy, which remained the gold standard. Positioning himself at the control panel, Cheng diligently entered the commands according to the blueprint. The machine trembled slightly before settling into silence. Cheng, puzzled, glanced at the sealed machine body. The power was on, and he had pressed the start button, yet he felt no indication that the machine was operational. Some impatient workers crouched down, eager to inspect the motor, yet they hesitated, wary of recklessly damaging such an advanced machine. With a smile, Yixing approached and pressed a button on the control panel. The closed machine body suddenly revealed a transparent glass enclosure, allowing a crystal-clear view of the internal workings. The workers were awestruck as they observed the workpiece spinning at high speed, dozens of probe-like cutting heads seamlessly engaging with it from various angles. My goodness! This machine operates in complete silence. One exclaimed. If the owner hadn't opened the machine, I would have thought it was still off. They lamented the rapid pace of technological advancement, feeling increasingly out of touch with the times. No wonder those foreigners appear unburdened at work. It turns out the machine tools are silent, accompanied by robotic arms. What difference is there from an office setting? Believe it or not, with such machine tools, I could effortlessly scroll through my phone while working for a lifetime. The workers, captivated by the rotating workpieces, exchanged excited and astonished remarks. Yixing chuckled lightly, shaking his head. In truth, he had already mastered the machine's performance and operation methods the previous night. What the workers perceived was merely a fraction of the machine's capabilities. Yi Jiquan's gaze was intensely fixed on the various sensors, his astonishment growing ever more profound. Suddenly, he turned to Yixing. Little Xing. Could this machine possibly be the world's most advanced 5-axis machining center? The 5-axis linkage machine. The most cutting-edge machinery today not only processes more intricate parts, but also boasts a qualitative enhancement in precision, representing the pinnacle of mechanical processing. Previously, this high-precision technology had been monopolized by Western nations, with strict prohibitions on exports to the Dragon Country, causing sectors reliant on precision machining, such as military, shipping, and aviation, to lag behind. However, through the relentless efforts of scientific and technological talents in the Dragon Country, they gradually broke through the bottleneck. Yet, the most elite technologies remained shrouded in Western secrecy. Suddenly, the cacophony subsided, and dozens of gazes converged upon Yixing. They were all frontline personnel, well acquainted with the renowned 5-axis linkage machine, yet had never witnessed one in person. Now, they awaited Yixing to unveil the mystery. Indeed, this is a multi-axis linkage machine, but not a 5-axis, Yixing replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, though a hint of amusement sparkled in his eyes. This is no mere 5-axis linkage machine. It is a performance beast disguised as one. Chapter 7. Exceeding standards. The operational machine abruptly halted, its transparent glass cover lifting as a mechanical arm extended outward, grasping the finished component. The workers, having never witnessed such intelligent automation, momentarily forgot to retrieve the workpiece, their necks craned in astonishment. Cheng Rui maneuvered the overhead crane to place the component onto the workbench, bending down to retrieve a caliper from the toolbox to measure the part. His face revealed an overwhelming sense of suppressed excitement, yet his hands remained steady, eyes focused as he compared the measurements to the blueprint. A throng of workers gathered around Cheng Rui, their gazes fixated on the caliper. Suddenly, Cheng Rui halted, his eyes fixed on the tool, a look of shock spreading across his face. How is this possible? The precision exceeds the specifications in the blueprint. Cheng Rui stared, dumbfounded, at the caliper. The onlooking workers shared expressions of disbelief, casting skeptical glances at Cheng Rui. Every component has an ideal dimension, yet discrepancies inevitably arise during actual processing. The smaller the error, the greater the precision, and the closer one approaches the ideal size. The continuous improvement of machine tools aims to enhance precision, ultimately striving for an infinitesimal proximity to ideal dimensions. For a small machining factory primarily focused on fulfilling orders, each incremental improvement in precision signifies an elevation in technical capability, enabling acceptance of higher-priced and broader-range processing orders. Could it be that the caliper is faulty? Shall we try another? Yi Jiquan suggested, briefly pausing his gaze on the caliper, raising a question. Indeed, in the midst of astonishment, Cheng Rui awakened from his reverie and hastily retrieved a caliper from his toolbox to conduct another measurement. The results emerged swiftly, confirming that the processing precision had ascended an entire grade, remaining well within the dimensions stipulated on the blueprints. Yixing, standing at the periphery of the crowd, observed the reactions of Cheng Rui and the workers with quiet contemplation. He was not surprised by the outcome. Captain Jerry had indeed proclaimed that the machine's performance had been enhanced tenfold. At this moment, the component merely exhibited a fraction of that potential. Extraordinary. Indeed, the prowess of a 5-axis machine was truly remarkable. Cheng Rui set down the caliper, his gaze fixated on the machine as he murmured to himself. Xiaoxing, the Huang family has rendered us an invaluable service. Tomorrow, take your father to their home and express our gratitude. Yi Jiquan, with tears glistening in his eyes, rubbed his hands anxiously. Father, let us not rush. I believe we should first inform Hu Kai to prepare the funds. Yixing smiled and shook his head, choosing not to reveal the truth to Yi Jiquan. However, he eagerly anticipated Hu Kai's remorse when confronted with the reality. Within a luxurious private room of the Royal KTV in Tiannan City, the blue and white lights spun, casting a surreal glow throughout the space, accompanied by electrifying music. Several alluring young women clad in dynamic leather pants swayed their bodies rhythmically, showcasing their exuberant figures. Song Ming reclined on the sofa, one hand holding a wine glass while the other embraced a fair-skinned young woman adorned with smoky makeup. His gaze, however, was fixated upon the dancers, particularly the tantalizing glimpse of bare skin at their waists, causing him to swallow hard. Song Zong, have another drink, and later we can have a few beauties join you. Observing Song Ming's entranced expression, the woman beside him briefly flashed a look of disdain before lifting a glass to his lips. She nestled into his arms, her gaze languidly fixed on him, fully aware that this man would not withstand her allure. Since Song Ming's arrival at Tiannan City's largest KTV half a month prior, she had set her sights on this somewhat rustic man. Women of her profession excelled at discerning their targets, and men like Song Ming were their favored quarry. Over the past days, she and her accomplices had already extracted a considerable sum from his pockets, while Song Ming remained oblivious, believing his charm and prowess were the reasons for his frequent visits to the KTV. All right, Xiao Yu, if you insist, how could I refuse? Song Ming accepted the glass and downed it in one go, feeling a fire ignite in his belly as he glanced at the alluring woman in his embrace, who seemed to possess an enticing yet coy demeanor. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and Hu Kai burst in with several bodyguards. The woman named Xiao Yu, along with the dancers, quickly slipped away, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Song Ming, looks like you're having quite the time, Hu Kai declared, settling onto the sofa with an imposing glare directed at Song Ming. Thanks to you, Hu Zong, Song Ming replied, a hint of trepidation evident as he regarded Hu Kai and his guards. With a resounding crash, Hu Kai slammed a wine glass to the ground. Song Ming's heart trembled, and he looked at Hu Kai with alarm. Are you colluding with Yi Jiquan to deceive me? Hu Kai growled menacingly. President Hu, how could I dare to deceive you? The life I currently enjoy is entirely thanks to you. Did you not promise that once you secured the Xingyu Machinery Factory, I would be appointed as the deputy factory director? Song Ming's body flinched slightly, his gaze filled with confusion. He was well aware that Hu Kai was not merely a businessman. He had unbreakable ties with certain individuals in society. Hu Kai remained silent, his eyes fixed on Song Ming's face. After a while, seeing that Song Ming seemed truthful, his expression softened. Then tell me, does the Xingyu Machinery Factory possess multi-axis machine tools? Absolutely not. After working alongside Yi Jiquan for over a decade, how could I be unaware? He doesn't have the funds to acquire multi-axis machine tools. Even if he wanted to buy them, he wouldn't be able to. Upon hearing this question, Song Ming's demeanor relaxed. However, Hu Kai's brow furrowed even deeper. What on earth has happened, President Hu? Seeing Hu Kai's prolonged silence, Song Ming courageously inquired. Hu Kai briefly recounted his experiences from that day and pondered. So, who exactly is this Yi Xing? He's just a recent university graduate, lacking in capability, and seldom visits his family's factory, let alone understands any technology. He's merely a young man who, unable to bear pressure, speaks grandly in a moment of excitement. Song Ming responded, a look of realization dawning upon him. He continued, I've been with the Xingyu Machinery Factory for over a decade. I know exactly where every screw is located. Yi Jiquan cannot conjure multi-axis machine tools out of thin air, can he? Hu Kai was taken aback, reflecting on the situation and finding merit in Song Ming's words. Damn it, I've faced great waves and storms. Yet I was deceived by a mere boy who hasn't even grown up. Hu Kai raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, declaring fiercely, Brother Song. My earlier words were amiss. Let us have a drink to that. Hu Kai's expression shifted like the wind as he raised his glass, smiling at Song Ming. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Huaxing Group. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile appeared on Hu Kai's lips. Chapter 8. Qualification. Huaxing Group is a colossal enterprise in Tiannan City, spanning various industries such as electromechanical, energy, and real estate, with formidable strength. Its mechanical processing center boasts 2 imported 5-axis linkage machine tools, making it a leader in precision machinery manufacturing within Tiannan City, with orders far exceeding supply. The orders Hu Kai had were arranged through manager Li of the processing center, who provided substantial kickbacks to secure production dates. Otherwise, such small orders would hardly attract Huaxing Group's attention. Manager Li, are the products ready for processing? Should I come to collect them? Hu Kai inquired with a slightly ingratiating tone. Although he had some background in Tiannan City, it paled in comparison to Huaxing Group. They were significant tax contributors, commanding respect even from the mayor. The most critical issue was that since the orders were arranged through connections, Hu Kai had not signed a production contract with Huaxing Group. From his perspective, with Huaxing Group's strength, there should be no problems. Old Hu, you're overthinking this. It won't be that quick. Came a cough from the other end of the line, followed by a more hurried tone. You see, one of our 5-axis machines has broken down. You know these machines are not available domestically. Foreign engineers are already en route by plane. Hu Kai's face gradually stiffened. Old Li, what do you mean by that? I have entrusted my very life and fortune to you. As Hu Kai spoke, He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Old Hu, I am rather displeased with your attitude. It was only after your earnest pleading that I reluctantly postponed others' orders to prioritize yours. On the other end of the line, Manager Li replied coldly with a scoff. I am merely informing you to negotiate with the principal to postpone the delivery date by a few days. You must understand that aside from Huaxing, no one else can fulfill this production. After finishing his statement, Manager Li hung up the phone. Damn it, Huaxing Group. Are you trying to ruin me? With the phone in hand, Hu Kai cursed under his breath, and as he contemplated the consequences, a chill crept up his spine, sending a shiver throughout his body. The following day at Xingyu Machinery Factory, Hu Kai hurriedly arrived at the product warehouse accompanied by 2 engineers. Behind him stood several formidable-looking men wearing sunglasses at the entrance. Yi Jiquan, Yi Xing, and Cheng Rui had long awaited his arrival. Hu Kai was somewhat taken aback to see the 3 men standing at the door. Yi Jiquan, I never expected you to be serious. If you regret it now, it's not too late. For the sake of old friendships, I can spare some funds for you and your father to rent a place. Hu Kai raised an eyebrow, adopting a flippant demeanor. Without the proper tools, one cannot undertake delicate tasks. I am more concerned about whether you will honor your commitments upon seeing the goods. Yi Jiquan retorted. Furrowing his brow, Hu Kai noted the stark contrast in Yi Jiquan's attitude compared to just a few days prior. Could it be that he has indeed managed to process them? Let us inspect the goods. Yi Xing, disinterested in further conversation, pushed open the warehouse door. Neatly arranged, an array of uniquely shaped parts came into view before Hu Kai. His gaze fell upon these components, and a fleeting glimmer of disbelief flickered in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that Xingyu Machinery Factory had managed to produce this batch. It is known that even Huaxing Group could not accomplish such a feat in such a short span of time. A brief glance revealed that the parts closely matched the blueprints, leaving him somewhat astounded at how Xingyu Machinery Factory had achieved this in such little time. Perhaps this fellow is attempting to deceive me, merely crafting the outer shape on ordinary machinery, thinking he can get away with it. Does he not realize that dimensional precision is paramount? With this thought, a cold smirk emerged at the corner of Hu Kai's mouth. Yi Xing, are you certain you wish to proceed with the inspection? Let me make one thing clear. If the quality fails to meet standards, you will still owe compensation. We might as well save some time. Lighting a cigarette, Hu Kai squinted and spoke leisurely. Of course we must inspect. If you intend to default, we shall see each other in court. Yi Xing replied calmly, meeting Hu Kai's gaze unwaveringly. You are indeed a bold one, not shedding tears until faced with the grave. Hu Kai was momentarily taken aback, violently tossing the cigarette, but to the ground, his eyes flashing with menace. He then gestured to the quality inspector, who crouched beside the components with the blueprint and calipers in hand. All eyes in the room immediately focused on him. Hu Kai, catching a glimpse of Yi Xing and Cheng Rui, noticed their composed demeanor, utterly unperturbed. Who has given them such confidence to remain unfazed even in dire circumstances? Hu Kai shook his head, his expression turning complex as he recalled Huaxing Group's breach of contract, unexpectedly harboring a flicker of hope that the goods before him would meet the standards. But how could that be possible? This batch of goods is intended for the Aerospace Institute, and only a multi-axis machine can achieve the necessary precision. How could a small, dilapidated factory like Xingyu Machinery possess such advanced equipment? However, Hu Kai soon found this expectation rather absurd. Suddenly, he noticed that the quality inspector squatting on the ground had halted his movements. What is the matter? Is it unqualified? Hu Kai hurriedly inquired. No, Director Hu. This batch of goods meets all requirements, the inspector replied, remaining seated as he meticulously compared the blueprints with his hands. How can this be possible? Hu Kai instinctively glanced at Yi Jiquan and the others across from him, noticing their expressions that seemed to say it was only to be expected. Could it be that the caliper is broken? Get another one, and you all need to inspect each component. I want every piece checked. Hu Kai exclaimed, exasperated, pointing at the components on the ground. He simply could not accept the reality that Xingyu Machinery had managed to produce high-precision parts. It was utterly illogical. Therefore, he naturally assumed that the measuring tools must be faulty. The inspector, feeling somewhat helpless, shook his head. After all, he was responsible for quality control. And how could his measuring instruments be defective? Nevertheless, following the order from the boss, the inspectors had no choice but to comply. He switched to a new caliper, replaced a component, and began measuring meticulously. Qualified? The inspector stared at the readings in disbelief. He quickly remeasured with the original caliper, and the result was still acceptable. He gazed at the caliper in a daze because, prior to departure, Hu Kai had informed him that the counterpart lacked such processing capabilities and was likely to manipulate the dimensions. Furthermore, with his years of experience in quality control, he could easily discern the extreme precision required from merely glancing at the blueprints. He stood up, changed to another component, and measured it with utmost care and attention, his eyes wide open, fearing he might miss a single detail. Qualified. Upon seeing the reading on the caliper, he stood up, astonished, and looked at Hu Kai. Director Hu. The quality has passed. At that moment, another inspector also reported to Hu Kai. This is impossible. Hu Kai was left speechless, his body swaying slightly. His expression a complex mix of emotions. Chapter 9, Handover Ding. The sound of 600,000 arriving on Yixing's phone echoed. This was the remaining amount after deducting the deposit of 400,000. Hu Kai shot a furious glare at Yixing, exasperated, and gestured for his subordinates to load the goods onto the truck and depart hastily. Watching Hu Kai and his team exit the factory premises, Yi Jiquan let out a long sigh, the clouds of anxiety that had lingered over him finally dissipating. Yixing whispered something to Cheng Rui, who nodded, and then drove out of the factory area. In the office, Yi Jiquan gazed thoughtfully at Yixing, nodding in contemplation. Xing, our machinery factory owes this turnaround to you. Your father is aging and lacks the energy. It is time for him to retire and enjoy his twilight years. Yi Jiquan took a sip of tea, a hint of melancholy on his face. This incident had struck him deeply. A trusted partner had conspired with outsiders to deceive him, and coupled with his greed, he had nearly sacrificed decades of hard work to his competitors. Yi Jiquan felt a pang of self-reproach and began to contemplate retirement. Dad, I still have work to do. You should continue, Yixing replied with a gentle smile, understanding her father's sentiments. Your work there is excessively strenuous, and the remuneration is insufficient. It would be far better for you to return and excel at the machinery factory. Now that we have acquired multi-axis machine tools and have the assistance of your classmate, you can truly showcase your talents. Once your Uncle Cheng returns, I shall announce your appointment as the manager of Xingyu Machinery Factory, allowing me to rest easy. Yi Jiquan declared decisively with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, Yixing immediately grasped Yi Jiquan's intention. His classmate Huang Chun, who works at the Import-Export Company, could significantly enhance the quality of our products with the new multi-axis machine tools. With Huang Chun's help in securing clients, the orders for Xingyu Machinery Factory would undoubtedly increase substantially. In light of the promising future ahead, the meager salary from a regular job seemed utterly trivial. Yixing considered the potential of the interstellar trading platform and the original team from the machinery factory. Becoming a global tycoon was not beyond reach. Furthermore, Yi Jiquan, due to his advancing age, lacked the vigor he once had. Contemplating this, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. You need not worry, your Uncle Cheng is experienced, and with his guidance, you will swiftly become familiar with the factory's operations, Yi Jiquan continued, noticing Yixing's hesitation. Realizing that Yi Jiquan was resolute in his decision, Yixing could only nod in agreement. Just then, Cheng Rui rushed in from outside. Young boss, your guess was indeed accurate. After Hu Kai left, he first went to Huaxing Group. I had someone inquire, and it turns out that Huaxing Group recently accepted an order from Hu Kai. This guy is placing orders on both sides, clearly setting a trap for us, Cheng Rui said, taking a large sip from his teacup, visibly agitated. Huaxing Group, are they colluding with Hu Kai to deceive us? Yixing raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with intensity. That doesn't seem right. Huaxing possesses 5-axis machine tools, and Hu Kai's willingness to pay so readily today is out of character for him. Surely, he wouldn't default on his payment to Huaxing Group? Yi Jiquan furrowed his brow. Lost in thought. You're absolutely right, old Yi. I've learned that one of Huaxing Group's machines has malfunctioned. Had we not acquired the multi-axis machine tools, Hu Kai would have faced financial ruin, Cheng Rui revealed, astonished. So it appears we have inadvertently saved Hu Kai once again? Yi Jiquan responded, his face displaying a mixture of surprise and regret. Indeed. Did you not notice how Hu Kai paid without hesitation once the goods passed inspection? He must be secretly reveling in his good fortune, truly a cunning survivor, Cheng Rui remarked bitterly. As for the potential collusion between Huaxing and Hu Kai, I cannot say for certain. I've merely heard that Huaxing Group's production schedule is exceedingly tight. Orders of this modest scale, numbering around 100, are likely deemed too trivial for them. Hu Kai must have provided incentives to the supervising manager, otherwise, such arrangements would be impossible. Cheng Rui gazed enviously at the overflowing orders of Huaxing Group. In contrast, a machinery processing factory like Xingyu, lacking a flagship product, relies heavily on orders for survival, resulting in minimal profit. Naturally, one cannot help but feel envious of the flourishing situation at Huaxing Group, which faces no shortage of orders. Old Cheng, under Shaoxing's leadership, our factory will thrive beyond Huaxing's success, Yi Jiquan remarked with a subtle smile directed at Cheng Rui. What, old Yi, are you implying? Cheng Rui exclaimed, glancing between Yi Jiquan and Yixing, as realization dawned upon him. I am growing old. If I continue in this manner, I risk leading the factory to ruin. Forcing you all to seek new paths. That would be a disservice to the loyal workers, Yi Jiquan confessed. Yi Jiquan nodded with a sense of nostalgia and proceeded to share his decision with Cheng Rui. Old Yi, the young boss possesses remarkable abilities, reminiscent of your own vigor in your youth. He treats our employees well, and I shall wholeheartedly assist him. Cheng Rui promptly expressed his agreement. Uncle Yi, I have an idea I wish to discuss. Yixing observed the two engaged in cheerful conversation and deemed it an opportune moment to voice his thoughts. Yi Jiquan and Cheng Rui turned their attention to Yixing. Since we received 1 million, I propose to allocate 50,000 as bonuses for the workers. Had they not worked tirelessly day and night yesterday, we certainly would not have been able to deliver the goods today, Yixing pondered before articulating. Yi Jiquan glanced at Yixing with a look of approval, although he remained silent. Is what you say true, young boss? Cheng Rui inquired, astonished at Yixing's proposition. The profit margins in mechanical processing are notoriously slim, typically ranging from 10 to 15%, with raw material costs consuming a significant portion. A 1 million order yields approximately 150,000 in profit, and Yixing's decision to allocate 50,000 as bonuses equates to a third of his profit. With 50 workers in the factory, each would receive a bonus of 1,000. Such a generous compensation for a night's overtime is indeed a rarity among employers. Indeed, it is true. The majority of the workers remain steadfast at their posts, demonstrating their trust in us. Thus, it is only fitting to share some of the earnings. Yixing affirmed with a nod. Old Yi remarked, look at that. The young boss has surpassed his predecessors. We are fortunate to be working alongside you. Cheng Rui's eyes sparkled with delight as he addressed Yi Jiquan. Hence, I have decided to retire, so as not to hinder your progress. Yi Jiquan nodded in satisfaction. After years devoted to the processing plant, his dedication stemmed partly from a passion for technology and partly from the many workers who had been with him for years. Although he had contemplated closing the factory due to declining profits, he persevered, considering the workers' loyalty. Now, with Yixing sharing his commitment to valuing employees and the presence of advanced multi-axis machining equipment, he felt reassured. Ha ha ha. Cheng Rui and Yi Jiquan exchanged knowing smiles. Cheng Rui exited the office to share the news with the workers, while Yi Jiquan decided to head home. The room was left with Yixing alone. Hu Kai from the Huaxing group flickered through his mind as Yixing squinted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his phone rang. Yixing glanced down at the screen, a smile creeping across his face at the contact name. Chapter 10. Betrayal. Xiaoyu, where are you? It's quite noisy. Why are you calling at this hour? A smile graced Yixing's lips as vivid images of Ding Xiaoyu's slender figure and exquisite features filled his mind. He had much to share with her regarding the frustrations and peculiarities he had recently endured. However, he found it curious that, given it was work hours, Ding Xiaoling, who typically exhibited a cautious demeanor, would call at such a time. In the past, Yixing had refrained from calling her during work, opting instead to send messages for fear of her incurring her boss's ire from answering a personal call. Moreover, from the background noise on the call, it seems that Ding Xiaoling is not in the office, but rather in a rather noisy place. Yixing, don't concern yourself with my whereabouts. A gentle, yet somewhat cold voice emanates from the phone. Xiaoling, what's wrong? Why are you still angry? Yixing felt a sense of bewilderment. You haven't checked the WeChat group yet, have you? Yes. I've been rather busy these past couple of days dealing with some family matters, and didn't have the opportunity to discuss it with you over the phone. Faced with Ding Xiaoling's questioning, Yixing felt somewhat apologetic. The WeChat group? Could it be that Ding Xiaoling is referring to the class group? Since their university graduation, Ding Xiaoling had taken the initiative to establish a class WeChat group, although Yixing had never been particularly enthusiastic about it. During their school days, some classmates were enamored with vanity and superiority. Yixing had always looked down upon such individuals. Is your family on the verge of bankruptcy? Ding Xiaoling's voice was devoid of any warmth or concern. Xiaoling, how do you know that? Yixing felt a twinge of confusion. He had only mentioned the mechanical factory situation to Huang Chun, and none of their classmates were aware. Given his understanding of Huang Chun, he wouldn't casually disclose such information. Yixing, are you planning to keep this from me indefinitely? I always thought your family owned a large factory, but it turns out to be a nearly defunct workshop. Ding Xiaoling said indignantly. Xiaoling, I have never concealed anything from you. Besides, what does my family's mechanical factory have to do with our relationship? I have a job and can support you, Yixing replied. A sense of sorrow filling his heart as a bitter smile crept onto his lips. After so many days, his fiancée Ding Xiaoling had not inquired about him. Her first call was out of concern over potential bankruptcy. How superficial. Xiaoling, what more is there to say with someone like this? I've always said that marrying someone so impoverished will only hinder your future. A cold voice came through the phone. Li Tingting. Yixing was taken aback. Li Tingting and Ding Xiaoling had been roommates, and during the time Yixing pursued Ding Xiaoling, Li Tingting had repeatedly opposed him, believing she was unworthy of Ding Xiaoling. After graduation, Ding Xiaoling had not been in contact with Li Tingting. Why were they suddenly together today? An ominous premonition arose in Yixing's heart. Xiaoling, why are you entangled with Li Tingting again? Yixing asked, somewhat irked. Yixing, you should mind your own business. Ding Xiaoling's tone was filled with annoyance. Trailing off towards the end. What do you mean by we? Yixing pressed. Suddenly, a smooth male voice interrupted Ding Xiaoling. Xiaoling, don't waste your breath on him. What is there to discuss with such a pauper? The man's voice grew clearer. Kid, are you the so-called young master of that mechanical factory? I truly don't understand what Ding Xiaoling saw in you before, but I warn you to stay away from her in the future. Or you won't even know how you'll meet your end. The malevolent threat reverberated through the phone, accompanied by the sound of several women's giggles. Who are you? Yi Xing felt a chill run through his hands, his face flushed with anger. The woman he adored was entangled with a stranger. And that man had the audacity to threaten him. Do you know who I am? Hu Kai? Emir Hu Kai has the power to make your family yearn for life and death. Do you dare to inquire about my name? A series of light laughter ensued. And even without witnessing it firsthand, one could easily imagine the arrogance and contempt of the other party. Yi Xing raised an eyebrow, surprised that the other party was aware of Hu Kai. Could it be that you are affiliated with the Huaxing Group? Yi Xing boldly speculated. After all, those connected to military contracts and Hu Kai in recent days would inevitably have knowledge of the Huaxing Group. The young man possesses some discernment. Since you have made the connection, allow me to enlighten you that the Huaxing Group is indeed my family's enterprise. How does that resonate with you? Do you feel a profound sense of despair? Ha! A cacophony of laughter erupted from the other end of the line, filled with both men and women. 34 Shengshilong. Yi Xing's fists clenched, his eyes reddening at the thought of the mockery directed at him, particularly knowing that Ding Xiaoling was among them. His heart ached like a wound. Indeed, this young master acknowledges your awareness. Hu Kai has likely reduced your family to ruin. Should you find yourself begging at my doorstep, I might, out of consideration for Xiaoling, toss you a couple of buns. Sheng Shilong taunted Yi Xing mercilessly. Get lost, you trash. The call abruptly disconnected, leaving only silence. Anger and humiliation surged within Yi Xing. It was painfully evident that Ding Xiaoling had betrayed him. At that moment, his phone rang again. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Huang Chen calling. He steeled himself and answered. Yi Xing, how are things at your end? Do you want my father to intervene? Huang Chen inquired with genuine concern. A warm current flowed through Yi Xing's heart, alleviating the sorrow brought on by Ding Xiaoling's betrayal. Huang Chen's father, Huang Hongwen, was said to be a leader in an import-export company with extensive connections, and Yi Xing's employment at the foreign trade company was indeed influenced by Huang Chen. If Huang Chen's father were willing to mediate, Hu Kai would certainly relent, but it would only postpone the issue. Ultimately, the order would need to be resolved through completion or compensation. After all, this batch of products was intended for military units. And even Huang Hongwen's influence could not alter that reality. Yi Xing was reluctant to owe such a significant debt of gratitude unless absolutely necessary. In this era of emotional detachment, Huang Chen's willingness to lend him 500,000 was already a rare kindness, for which Yi Xing was immensely grateful. The situation has been resolved. I found a foreign client and rented several precision machines from him, allowing me to deliver the goods on time. Thanks to your generous loan. I'll treat you to dinner another day, Yi Xing said cheerfully, feeling at ease only when conversing with Huang Chen. That's a relief. I was quite worried. As for dinner, let us postpone until next year. I won't be able to manage it any time soon. Huang Chen's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Yi Xing felt a twinge of curiosity. He and Huang Chen often dined together. What's the matter? Trying to save me some money? Yi Xing teased lightly. Not quite. I'll be leaving Tiannan for Africa on a business trip and may be away for a year, meaning I won't see you for quite some time. Huang Chen replied calmly. Why Africa? It's so hot there, and there is hardly anything worthwhile to import back home, Yi Xing inquired, taken aback with curiosity. Though Huang Chen was relatively new at the import-export company, if he were to go on a business trip, he would typically be assigned to developed countries rather than Africa. This matter cannot be extensively discussed with you as it pertains to company secrets. My primary task is to seek mining opportunities, which are fraught with challenges. Among those in our unit who remain unmarried, we are but a few young individuals. We cannot expect the older gentlemen to abandon their homes, can we? Huang Chen lowered his voice, his tone a blend of resignation and jest. It turns out that the mission involves searching for minerals in Africa. Yi Xing recalled news reports about numerous domestic enterprises establishing a presence in Africa, suggesting that Huang Chen's assignment is likely related to energy resources. The confidentiality of the matter indicates that Huang Chen's mission entails more than merely locating ordinary mineral deposits. Although Yi Xing was curious, he stifled the urge to inquire further. By the way, Yi Xing, have you checked the WeChat group yet? Take a moment to look. I have previously advised you that some decisions must be made decisively. I've said enough. You should really check the WeChat group. Huang Chen concluded with a tone of concern before hanging up the phone. Eagerly, Yi Xing opened the WeChat group. A stream of messages and images flowed through the chat, igniting a fierce anger within him. Chapter 11. Yi Xing patiently scrolled to the top of the messages. The first thing that caught his eye was an image posted by Li Tingting. The photograph showcased a tall girl clad in a black, low-cut tank top that revealed her astonishingly fair midriff, complemented by a black leather miniskirt. Her exquisite face, long legs, and pale skin, along with her cold, captivating gaze, exuded an air of pride intertwined with sensual beauty. She stood beside a sleek black Lexus, her alabaster arms resting casually on the open car door. The luxurious vehicle and the stunning woman harmonized splendidly. The only discordant element was the young man beside her, dressed in a black t-shirt. With a rugged appearance and a stature that barely reached the ears of the striking beauty, his hand wrapped around her waist, his nose held high, his expression brimming with arrogance and disdain. Together, they resembled a beast with its beautiful counterpart. Yi Xing's heart ached. The young beauty was none other than Ding Xiaoling. The group chat had erupted in chaos. No way, is that Ding Xiaoling? Someone wake me from this nightmare. My eyes. How could Ding Xiaoling dress like this? Isn't she our obedient girl? Her style has undergone a dramatic transformation. Who is that man? What has happened to Ding Xiaoling? Has she struck it rich? I do believe it if you said she were a car model, but I refuse to accept that she is Ding Xiaoling. Her figure is stunning. I'm drooling. How did I not notice this back in school? The male classmates expressed their astonishment, each sharing their opinions, even those who had remained silent for long. Who is that man beside Xiaoling? Xiaoling has finally changed her style. Is she opting for a sultry image now? It seems Xiaoling has recognized her strengths and made a change. If only I had Xiaoling's figure and looks, I could find a wealthy boyfriend. The women in the group, however, did not share the same level of shock as their male counterparts. What puzzled Yi Xing was the conspicuous absence of any mention of him. Why was there no one questioning why Yi Xing was not with Ding Xiaoling? Finally, amidst the astonishment, an ID named Sales Genius raised the question. Yi Xing felt a warmth in her heart as she recognized the leader of their dormitory, Li Mingyu, who had joined a company as a salesman immediately after graduation. They had maintained a good relationship during their school years. With a light and carefree attitude, she pondered, what connection does that man have with Xiaoling? Is he her brother? The owner of this ID, named Su Qi, was the fourth member of Yi Xing's dormitory, who had graduated over a year ago and was infatuated with technology, yet remained rather simple-minded. Yi Xing gently shook her head, realizing that the fourth dorm member was still quite naive, lacking even this minimal discernment. She imagined he would soon be ridiculed. Indeed, a flurry of laughter erupted in the group chat. Wow, I never expected there would be such an innocent soul among our classmates. Su Qi, are you still a virgin? At this rate, you'll never find a wife. You probably haven't even held a woman's hand. How about one of the sisters sacrifice herself to satisfy you? Several bold and forthright girls were quick to chime in. Su Qi responded, thank you, sisters, but I am a man of ambition. Please do not disturb me with your offers unless you are at least 165 meters tall. Another wave of laughter ensued. Come on. You really think too highly of yourself, Su Qi. You lack both looks and wealth. What right do you have to be picky? Even we sisters, though not as stunning as Ding Xiaoling, still attract attention on the street. You're just a kid unworthy of our notice. Do you believe my children are already running errands while you remain single? The girls were evidently taken aback by Su Qi's retort, their embarrassment turning to anger. The shocking statements momentarily silenced the group. Surprisingly, the male classmates seemed to resonate with the girls' opinions, offering no support to Su Qi. Su Qi sent a winking emoji. Young Nana, you should strive to have a daughter. I wouldn't mind calling you mom. Yi Xing couldn't contain her laughter, nearly spitting out her drink. Haha, you truly are something else, my friend. Indeed, only magic can conquer magic. What curious thoughts occupy your mind day after day at home? Su Qi mused. I have no desire to marry any girl from our class. I only wish to become your son-in-law. His wit was sharp. One wondered if he had harbored such intentions since preparing for college. The male classmates began to voice their thoughts, turning the chat into a cacophony. Young Nana interjected. Su Qi, are you trying to take advantage of me? If you can afford the Lexus in the picture, I might just throw myself at you. Can you even buy it? Her remark redirected the conversation back to the image. Who is that man? Li Tingting asked. How could Ding Xiaoling be with him? Suddenly, Huang Chen, who had been quietly observing, chimed in. Ding Xiaoling has broken up with Yi Xing. She asked me to inform you since she couldn't do it herself. Ding Xiaoling broke up with Yi Xing? This news exploded in the chat like thunder, sending shockwaves through the group. What? Impossible. They were the golden couple of our class. Perfectly matched. They've been dating since freshman year, and their relationship was so strong. In my view of love, they were the ideal model. How could they possibly break up? It's unimaginable. Last month, I still saw them hand in hand, without a hint of discord. Does this imply that I might pursue Ding Xiaoling? Li Tingting. Is your information accurate? A variety of statements have surfaced. Li Mingyu, Li Tingting, do not spread rumors. I was video chatting with them just last week. What benefit do you gain from disrupting others? Su Qi, Li Tingting. I recall that during our university enrollment, it was Xinggu who carried your luggage to the dormitory. Even if you look down upon Xinggu, there is no need to fabricate stories, is there? The group fell silent for a moment when Li Tingting suddenly posted several images. The first was of a picturesque island where Ding Xiaoling, clad in a bikini, showcased her alluring figure as she walked hand in hand with a short-haired man along the beach. The second image depicted the short-haired man lounging in a well-furnished office, wearing a suit. Ding Xiaoling transformed into a sophisticated professional, donning a light yellow short-sleeved blouse and high heels, complemented by a pair of light-colored, black-rimmed glasses that exuded intellect and competence. She bent down to hand a stack of documents to the short-haired man, whose gaze was not fixed on the papers, but rather directed towards Ding Xiaoling's chest. From the side angle of the photograph, her blouse appeared billowy, revealing everything from his perspective. The group was enveloped in silence as realizations dawned. Yixing's heart shattered. Chapter 12. From arrogance to deference, it was evident that Ding Xiaoling had shared these rather intimate photographs with Li Tingting for a clear purpose, to announce to everyone that her relationship with Yixing had reached its conclusion. Moreover, her connection with the short-haired man seemed to be more than mere acquaintance, as inferred from the varying styles of their attire in the photos. She was clearly striving to please that man. Su Qi lamented, "How tragic that such a beautiful woman has descended to this." Li Mingyu sighed, left speechless on behalf of Xing Ge. "Who is this man? Tell me." Huang Chen abruptly inquired after a brief silence. Indeed, what caused Ding Xiaoling to change her heart? Is it that Yixing no longer values her? Today has indeed been an eye-opener. I never expected the usually demure Ding Xiaoling to engage in such antics. In truth, Yixing is entirely unworthy of Ding Xiaoling. She possesses both beauty and figure, while he is incapable of handling such a high-caliber woman. That cannot be said. Yixing's family owns a factory, making him a second-generation industrialist, which is certainly superior to us. Yet, Yixing's wife has left him. Why don't you say something? The group erupted into chaos, filled with various reactions: shock, jealousy, greed, and schadenfreude. You might not realize, but Yixing's factory is merely a small workshop with only a few dozen employees, barely surviving and hardly better than being a laborer. Li Tingting interjected, unveiling harsh truths. Moreover, his factory is on the verge of bankruptcy. The Yi family is about to be destitute. Can a delicate woman like Ding Xiaoling really survive on nothing but water with him? Women have a fleeting youth. It's a waste to spend it on a worthless man like Yixing. Xiaoling is too shy to voice this. But I cannot bear to watch as her potential is squandered on a crooked tree. Women should align themselves with strong partners. Am I right, sisters? Li Tingting spoke eloquently, her words flowing with an air of inevitability. Yixing felt as if he had committed an egregious mistake upon hearing the news. What? The Yi family's factory is on the brink of bankruptcy? This astonishing revelation once again sent shockwaves through the group. Many were frantically discussing Yixing. Li Tingting. Who is this man? Huang Chun continued to press for answers. Li Tingting responded, Huang Chun, I am aware that you share a good relationship with Yixing and that your family has certain connections, but as a fellow classmate, I advise you to refrain from meddling. Haha, you still remember we are classmates? I thought you fancied yourself a madam, Huang Chun retorted, sending a sly emoji. The comparison to a madam was quite vivid. When will you introduce me to a suitable companion? Huang Chun boldly remarked, suggesting he was solely captivated by beauty. The group erupted in laughter. Li Tingting, visibly irate, shot back, Huang Chun, be quiet. You may have some connections, but compared to young Master Sheng, you are nothing. Just look at his vehicle. Have you ever seen anything like it? She then shared several images of a Lexus in the group. This car is impressive. It must cost at least 200,000. Just imagine the thrill of taking a girl for a drive in such a spacious vehicle. Don't pretend that you truly care about the joy of driving. I know better. How many years of salary would it take to afford such a car? If only I had Xiaoling's looks, I could also find a wealthy suitor and live a life of ease. I once saw a car identical to that in our neighborhood. Its owner runs a chain store and makes a fortune effortlessly. My husband works in management at a large company and just bought a car worth 200,000. His female colleagues are always trying to hitch a ride. It's so annoying. Make sure to keep an eye on your husband. Wealthy individuals are a rare commodity. By the way, is your family car also a Lexus? Of course not. I estimate this Lexus to be over 300,000. My husband will need to toil for several more years before he can afford one. In the group, both men and women expressed envy and resentment towards this luxurious vehicle. In a lavish KTV room in Tiannan City, Sheng Shilong reclined on the sofa, with the stunning Ding Xiaoling seated beside him. On another sofa, Li Tingting watched enviously as Ding Xiaoling carefully presented a vibrant cocktail to Sheng Shilong. Before them, two beautiful women in maid outfits knelt on the floor, mixing drinks on the table. What a bunch of paupers, Sheng Shilong remarked, one hand on his phone while the other wandered inappropriately over Ding Xiaoling's form. His gaze was fixed on the scrolling messages, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoling, who are these people you know? I must give them a little shock. He tossed his phone to Li Tingting. Add me to the group. Li Tingting quickly scanned the code to include him. The classmates in the group immediately noticed the arrival of a new member. Aren't all our classmates already in the group? Who is this young master with such an ID? Could he be the closed-door disciple of our homeroom teacher? Wow, he seems to be Xiaoling's man. I love that rebellious glint in his eyes. Do you take pleasure in your past interactions with him? What is he doing in our class group? I've never heard of a class group allowing family members. Li Tingting, you are failing in your role as group leader. The group is abuzz with opinions, some in support, others opposed. A bunch of impoverished individuals still have their standards. Sheng Shilong, who is currently indulging in alcohol, feels a surge of irritation as he withdraws his hand from Ding Xiaoling's clothing. Suddenly, a flurry of red envelopes appears in the group chat. Wow, 200 yuan. This generosity is enough to feast on chicken legs for several days. Thank you, big brother, for your bounty. Several quick-fingered individuals who manage to seize the red envelopes open them with wide eyes. To their astonishment, the sender is the newly joined young master. Everyone gets a share. Don't you dare fight for it. If it's not enough, I'll add more. The group erupts in excitement, scrambling for the red envelopes. Young master, I bow to you. Incredible. You join and immediately give away 200. From now on, you are the 41st member of our class, and I shall be your little junior. Big shot. I take back what I said earlier. Not only can you join, but you can also bring your uncles, aunts, grandparents. No objections from me. Yi Xing watches in disbelief, struggling to maintain a semblance of dignity. What the hell? My grandparents are already resting in a little box. What group could they join? Sheng Shilong, sprawled on the sofa, bursts into laughter. To him, that sum is negligible, but witnessing the scene of these lesser beings groveling brings him immense satisfaction. You impoverished fools, open your eyes. My vehicle is a fully equipped Lexus LS worth over $1 million. Do not dare to associate me with your imagined ES version. And as for that so-called chain store owner, he isn't even worthy to shine my shoes. Understand? Sheng Shilong exudes confidence as he unapologetically belittles the group. Classmates, my temper can be quite poor, so please bear with me. In the dim light, Ding Xiaoling's eyes shimmer as she quickly sends a message. Xiaoling, you're too polite. With such generosity, it's hard to harbor resentment. Xiaoling, I admire your straightforwardness. It's refreshing. Xiaoling, why even say that? Didn't we speak like this back in school? Such a bold and daring temperament. It's no wonder he has achieved such great success. The tone of the group chat swiftly shifts. Suddenly, amidst the flattery, a discordant message emerges. Dog couple. Yi Xing notices the ID and his expression shifts. Chapter 13, The Ice Beauty. Song Yanxue. The image of Song Yanxue flashes in Yi Xing's mind. A tall girl with cascading hair, starry eyes, fair skin, and striking features. Exuding a gentle and serene aura. She was the campus belle of their university, known for her reclusive nature and minimal interaction with other classmates. She was the subject of admiration during the boys' late-night discussions, yet they all felt small in her presence. It was rumored that several wealthy suitors had attempted to pursue her, only to be met with her firm rejections, earning her the nickname Ice Beauty among the male students. Yi Xing had little interaction with her, having only exchanged a few words during class-organized activities. He never anticipated her to speak out so boldly today. The group fell into a sudden silence, with those behind their phones feeling an unexpected tension, quietly speculating on the relationship between Song Yanxue and Yi Xing. A fervent curiosity ignited within many, eagerly anticipating a confrontation between the icy beauty and the wealthy heir. Who are you to speak? The ever-pleased Sheng Shilong, relishing the adoration of the masses, was incensed by the message. I am no one of significance. I merely cannot tolerate your connivance in distorting the truth. Ding Xiaoling, who once feverishly burned with a high fever in the dead of night, was assisted by Yi Xing, who, despite risking disciplinary action, carried her out of school to seek medical care. It was also Yi Xing who found ways to cover her younger brother's tuition shortfall. Did you truly believe everyone had forgotten these matters? Yi Xing poured his heart into you, yet during your time at school, you shamelessly flirted with dubious characters behind his back, often boasting about it in the dormitory. I genuinely feel for Yi Xing. As soon as Song Yanxue sent her messages, the group erupted once more. They had not anticipated that their goddess, Ding Xiaoling, who appeared so dignified, was, in reality, so lacking in integrity. Particularly since Yi Xing even covered Ding's family's tuition, she was nothing short of a brother-raising demon. Inside the private room, Ding Xiaoling clutched her phone, her face alternating between shades of black and red, her brows furrowing in fury. Having betrayed, Yi Xing already weighed heavily on her conscience. Now, with Song Yanxue exposing her past, she felt as though she were naked before the world. Song Yanxue, you are spewing nonsense out of jealousy. Ding Xiaoling retorted in a fit of anger. Oh, am I jealous of you? In terms of beauty, academic achievement, and family background, I am an unattainable existence for you. What could you possibly offer me to evoke jealousy? Song Yanxue responded with a cold laugh. Yi Xing felt a stirring in his heart. He too was intrigued by this enigmatic and beautiful classmate. However, her aloof demeanor and mysterious background only added to the enigma. Huang Chun had mentioned that Song Yanxue came from an extraordinary and affluent family. Her claim of being beyond Ding Xiaoling's reach only fueled further speculation. Ding Xiaoling found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by Song Yanxue's assertions while desperately trying to uphold her goddess image. Her heart was filled with frustration as her chest heaved with temptation. Dragon brother, you must avenge me. Tonight, I shall let you have your way. She caught a glimpse of Xing Shailong's gaze fixated on her chest. Ding Xiaoling threw herself into his arms, writhing playfully. Really, look at this. Xing Shailong's eyes lit up as he planted a kiss on her fair cheek. His attention then shifted back to the WeChat group. Little girl, do you know who I am? He typed. Song Yanxue, you're merely a man with a few filthy riches, scavenging others' cast-offs. Xing Shailong frowned, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that even in a group of commoners, there would be those who looked down upon him. Little girl, you've stirred up quite the trouble. Allow me to share that my family runs a little business called Huaxing Group. I trust you've heard of it? What? A gasp echoed among those watching the unfolding drama. The fact that this fellow was the heir to Huaxing Group sent a chill through the onlookers. Huaxing Group stood as the preeminent titan of Tiannan City, with vast industrial interests and serving as one of the city's major taxpayers. In Tiannan City, numerous companies rely heavily on the Huaxing Group for their sustenance, including many workplaces of individuals in this group. Offending Sheng Shilong could lead to immediate unemployment with just a single word from him. Now, they comprehend the source of this man's audacious confidence. Soon, a flurry of sycophantic messages emerged in the group, overshadowing Song Yanxue's posts. The young master expressed his delight with an emoji, taunting, "Are you afraid, little girl? I hear you are quite attractive. I shall not hold it against you. Accompany me at the Huaxing Grand Hotel for 3 days, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, I will ensure you cannot stand in Tiannan." Sheng Shilong eagerly opened Ding Xiaoling's phone to view Song Yanxue's photo, his eyes sparkling with excitement. From the image, it was evident that Song Yanxue's beauty surpassed that of Ding Xiaoling, and he was determined to possess her. Yixing furrowed his brow upon this revelation, his hand trembling as he sent a message. Why target a young girl when you have grievances with me, Sheng Shilong? The group buzzed with anticipation, finally witnessing the main event. Ordinarily, they would have chimed in with their opinions, yet under Sheng Shilong's imposing presence, they hesitated to support Yixing. Thank you, Song Yanxue, for speaking up for me. From this moment onwards, this matter is between Sheng Shilong and myself. Yixing's boldness was astonishing. Did he truly understand to whom he was addressing? Who would dare confront Sheng Shilong in Tiannan City? The onlookers gasped, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. In a KTV private room, Li Tingting, Ding Xiaoling, and Sheng Shilong roared with laughter as if they had heard the most ludicrous tale. This peculiar group indeed harbors all sorts. A mere second-generation factory owner dares to challenge me. Sheng Shilong laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. Brother Long, this fellow is simply oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He needs a lesson, Ding Xiaoling seethed, vexed by Yixing's defense of Song Yanxue. In a villa within the provincial capital, Song Yanxue clutched her phone, her eyes glued to the screen, excitement illuminating her features. A faint blush graced her fair skin, and she murmured softly, "Yixing, I did not misjudge you." The group fell silent, awaiting Sheng Shilong's wrath. As expected, a message swiftly materialized. "Young master, are you out of your mind? As for our matter, let me be clear. Squashing you is as easy as crushing a cockroach. If it weren't for Ding Xiaoling, you would never have had the privilege of my gaze." Yixing's eyes glinted with frost as he replied, "Bring it on, Sheng Shilong." He dispatched the message, indifferent to the group's reaction, and promptly closed WeChat, sensing that someone within the transaction system was summoning him. Chapter 14. The besieged fleet. Yixing swiftly opened the system panel, astonished to find several lines of information scrolling at the top of the blue interface. "Jerry, are you there, Xing? Jerry, the purified water from our last transaction was exceptional. Our entire fleet has long been deprived of such pristine water from nature. Jerry, we are eager to engage in a second transaction with you. Jerry, Xing, are you there?" The information pulsated, revealing Captain Jerry's palpable anxiety. Yixing meticulously examined the astonishing discovery that the system allowed for dialogue between both trading parties. This feature facilitated preliminary discussions regarding the transaction items and quantities, thereby alleviating the transactional costs for both sides. Filled with delight, Yixing immediately initiated a conversation with Jerry. "Hello, Jerry. I am pleased that you have had a delightful experience with my products," Yixing greeted. "Xing, you have arrived at the perfect moment. We are in need of a batch of purified water or some fresh vegetables from Blue Star," Jerry responded. "However, having been away from our home planet for an extended period, we find ourselves unfamiliar with many items. A list would be immensely helpful." A thought flickered in Yixing's mind. During their last transaction, he sensed that the counterpart belonged to a highly advanced civilization. Logically, a civilization of such sophistication should not lack vegetables and fresh produce. Their technology could easily create superior alternatives. Reflecting on the soil he had seen on Jerry's spacesuit during their previous meeting, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. "Captain Jerry, I can certainly provide purified water. But you must understand that water is a precious resource, scarce on many planets," Yixing continued. "As for vegetables and meat, you are aware that within the vast expanse of the solar system where our home planet resides, Only our planet supports life. After sending this information, Yixing felt a sense of conviction in his words. Although on Earth, vegetables and meat could be cultivated in abundance on a cosmic scale, discovering a planet with water and vibrant life was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Indeed, Jerry quickly responded, Xing, you are absolutely correct. To be candid, we have traversed countless star systems at a velocity of 100 times the speed of light for hundreds of years. Yet we have not encountered a planet as remarkable as your home. Yixing gasped in astonishment at Jerry's revelation. A civilization capable of traveling at such incredible speeds might very well have reached a godlike status in cosmic exploration. Xing, encountering you is our fortune. We find ourselves trapped in a cosmic void, a concept you may have heard of. Around us lies only a sparse nebula, Jerry explained. Yixing's expression grew serious. The so-called cosmic void refers to a desolate region in the universe where the density of matter is exceedingly low, devoid of any stars or planets, often spanning billions of light years. Even if Jerry's fleet could travel at 100 times the speed of light, traversing such vast expanses would be akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm, comparable to a solitary individual on Blue Star attempting to navigate the ocean on a wooden raft. No wonder Captain Jerry viewed him as a lifeline. However, Yixing felt a twinge of disappointment. Had they been on a planet, they could have traded for some minerals. In the sparsely populated nebula, merely replenishing the fleet's supplies posed a significant challenge. I can provide you with 10 boxes of purified water and a ton of vegetables. That should sustain you for a while, Yixing offered. Xing, that is wonderful. I am truly grateful. What would you like in return? Perhaps the same toy machine tool as before? Jerry inquired. Yixing sensed Jerry's joy even through the system. A toy machine tool? He no longer felt an urgent need for such an item. Suddenly, he recalled the threat from Sheng Long in the WeChat group. Having offended Sheng Long and Hu Kai, he knew they would not let him off easily. Moreover, with the prospect of acquiring vast wealth and technological secrets, his personal safety had become paramount. He could not rely on bodyguards for protection at all times, could he? Jerry, I require nano armor, Yixing stated. Nano armor? It seems reminiscent of equipment from science fiction films. Could you elaborate? Jerry inquired. Yixing described the functions of the nano armor he envisioned, albeit based solely on what he had seen in films and novels. He was uncertain whether Jerry and his team could actually create it. Are you referring to an energy shield? Indeed, you are a connoisseur of antiques, Jerry replied, subsequently sending over the specifications for the energy shield. Yixing's eyes widened as he scanned the details. The energy shield not only possessed capabilities for invisibility and high-speed flight, but could also withstand immense impacts and extreme temperatures. Even nuclear projectiles would be rendered harmless against the shield. Wearing the shield, one could plunge into volcanic lava without feeling a thing. As for its offensive capabilities, it could unleash a staggering 100,000 horsepower, automatically focusing on targets. 100,000 horsepower. It could propel a 10,000-ton warship at 30 knots across the sea. Yixing was nearly drooling at the specifications. With the energy shield, one would be nearly invincible, provided they were not engaging in direct combat with an army. I am quite satisfied with the performance. However, resources are rather scarce. I will need to prepare and will inform you when I am ready to transact, Yixing conveyed. I understand. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that the energy shield is merely a relic from our civilization's early days of hunting extraterrestrial monsters and has since been rendered obsolete. Jerry responded. What? This is merely an obsolete product? Then the active protective gear must be extraordinarily advanced. Yixing was once again astonished by Jerry's words. Their conversation concluded, and Yixing began calculating the necessary funds and planning. In a warehouse at a space research institute, a middle-aged man in a blue work uniform, with a square face, surveyed the newly arrived components with a hint of concern. Beside him, a young man wielding measuring tools observed and smiled. Gu, are you worried about the quality of the outsourced processing again? Gu Hui nodded, remaining silent. His department belonged to the Precision Machinery Institute, responsible for aircraft research and manufacturing, as well as component inspection. Although the Space Research Institute had its own processing facilities with leading precision in the country, an increase in research projects had overwhelmed the factory, prompting the adoption of an outsourcing model for some components. What Gu Hui did not anticipate was that the quality of the parts produced by the external companies was alarmingly low, barely meeting acceptance standards. This not only caused complaints from the outsourcing companies, but also dissatisfaction among the various research institutes under the Space Research Institute. After all, these components, once inspected by the Precision Institute, were to be distributed to various research institutes for installation and testing. Recently, complaints about the decline in component quality compared to previous standards had led to demands for the Precision Institute to raise its verification standards. Gu Hui found himself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place, yearning to elevate the standards. Yet, in the entire Tian'an city, no production enterprise could rival the technical prowess of the Precision Institute. This batch of goods entrusted to general manager who for processing was expected to meet the established benchmarks. Just as the last shipment had. It was rumored that the processing was undertaken by Huaxing Group, which possessed 2 foreign machines renowned for their high precision. A young man remarked with a smile, "Let us conduct an inspection first." Upon hearing the name Huaxing Group, Gu Hui's furrowed brow began to ease slightly. The young man nodded, crouched down, and began measuring the components with his tools. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Something's amiss. What's wrong? Is the quality subpar? Is Hu Kai trying to deceive us again?" Gu Hui, engrossed in reviewing the records on the table, quickly looked up at his assistant's alarmed voice. "No, it's not that. The dimensional accuracy exceeds the standard. I must have misread it." The assistant, somewhat bewildered, took the measuring tool for a closer inspection. Their specialized measuring instruments at the Precision Institute could detect nuances far beyond what the factory's common vernier calipers could achieve. Exceeding the standard? How could that be? "You must be mistaken. Measure it again, more carefully." Gu Hui shook his head and offered a rueful smile. Ever since the components had been outsourced, he had been grateful if they merely met the minimum requirements. Precision in the machinery industry is cumulative. The accuracy of processed components is inextricably linked to the precision of the machine tools and the proficiency of the operators. Gu Hui was well acquainted with the processing firms in Tiannan City and anticipated no surprises. As he scrutinized the processing records, his brow knitted in concern. Most recent production orders had been delegated to Hu Kai, whose corpulent visage and mercantile demeanor left much to be desired. Just then, he heard his assistant gasp in disbelief once more. He hurriedly raised his head to see the assistant crouched beside another component, rapidly measuring with trembling hands. "What's the matter?" Gu Hui approached swiftly, realizing that a serious issue had arisen. "Gu Gong, it's genuinely exceeding the standards." The young assistant stood up, his face a mask of incredulity. "Oh, let me take a look." Gu Hui took the measuring tool from the assistant's hands and examined it closely. His expression mirrored that of the assistant, astonishment etched across his face. 0.0001 mm. Gu Hui's eyes widened at the scale of the measuring tool. This precision was the pinnacle achievable at their Precision Institute, requiring not only high-precision machine tools for processing, but also the craftsmanship of experienced artisans, demanding considerable time to barely meet the requirements. Such meticulous grinding was typically reserved for precision components and engines, while outsourced parts did not necessitate such stringent standards. What was Hu Kai up to? Historically, the orders he fulfilled were always barely adequate, yet today they exceed expectations. Had he experienced a pang of conscience? Gu Hui crouched down to examine the component closely, his face a portrait of confusion. "Gu Gong. It said that the 2 imported machines from Huaxing Group can only achieve 0.0008 mm. They could never attain 0.0001 mm precision." The assistant measured several more components and, brimming with excitement, approached Gu Hui. "I too suspect that it wasn't the work of Huaxing Group." Gu Hui cast a glance at the measuring tool in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the part before him. A sudden thought struck him, the pneumatic measuring instrument. With a decisive gesture, he cradled the component and made his way towards the side door. Could it be? The young assistant looked at Gu Hui in surprise. He had never witnessed the usually composed Gu Hui exhibit such fervor. Upon glancing at the scale of the measuring tool, he quickly grasped Gu Hui's intention. Their current measuring device could only detect precision up to 0.001 mm, while the component's accuracy had already reached the limits of the tool's capability. The pneumatic measuring instrument, however, could achieve a precision of 0.00001 mm, elevating the measurement to a higher echelon, capable of discerning finer details. But how could that be? Achieving such precision would necessitate a higher-grade machine tool. Wasn't that akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The assistant chuckled inwardly at Gu Hui's audacious imagination. Inside the measurement room, Gu Hui placed the component on the measurement table, his gaze intensely fixed on the control panel. "Gu Gong, shall I commence the measurement?" The assistant inquired, his finger poised over the button of the measuring instrument, casting a nervous glance at Gu Hui, fearful that the tool might shatter Gu Hui's lofty aspirations. Gu Hui did not lift his eyes from the display. A beep resounded, and the black and white screen revealed a reading of 3,400,001 mm. Gu Hui and the assistant exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. This component had once again reached the measuring limit of the pneumatic instrument. The young assistant, regaining his composure, pressed the button several more times, but the reading remained unchanged. Undeterred, he retrieved a standard workpiece from the table for measurement, confirming that the pneumatic instrument was indeed functioning properly. No need to measure further. "The pneumatic instrument cannot register this," Gu Hui declared, his hands clasped behind his back as he observed the still unyielding assistant, gesturing dismissively. His face flushed crimson as he paced back and forth in the room, his eyes sparkling with an unusual fervor. The situation was too bizarre. This component had inexplicably surpassed the limits of the measuring tool. He had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon in his lifetime. He now harbored an even bolder hypothesis. The precision of this component was far greater than he had imagined. Let us use the laser precision measuring instrument, he resolutely commanded, waving his hand at the assistant. Gu Gong, the laser precision measuring instrument requires the director's approval for use. Will the director be angry about measuring this component? The assistant gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Gu Hui's audacity. The precision components produced by their institute were already sufficiently measured by the pneumatic instrument. There was no need for the laser device. The precision of the laser measuring instrument surpassed that of the pneumatic instrument by several levels, typically reserved for measuring optoelectronic products. Capable of achieving nanometer-level accuracy. Due to its elevated measurement standards, its usage permissions were also stringent, necessitating approval from the director of the Aerospace Institute. We cannot afford to ponder such details. We are delaying matters of national significance. Gu Hui's expression grew grave. He had an inkling that this component was anything but ordinary. Perhaps the perplexities that had long plagued their institute could find resolution here. Matters of national significance? The assistant inhaled sharply. He certainly understood the weight of those words. In an office on the top floor of the Aerospace Institute, an elderly man, his hair flecked with gray, sat hunched over his desk, intently studying the blueprints before him. He was Zhang Tianming, the esteemed director of the Aviation Institute, whose life had been wholly devoted to the aviation field, earning him a reputation as a distinguished expert on the international stage. The blueprints spread out before him depicted an intricate array of components, with dimensions that were exceedingly complex. The specifications for 34 are excessively demanding. I fear that even the domestic machine tools may struggle to meet these requirements. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Tianming rose and pushed open the window, murmuring to himself, his face etched with concern. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was flung open, and Gu Hui burst in, exuberantly clutching a component. Zhang Tianming furrowed his brow, but upon recognizing Gu Hui, his initial displeasure shifted to surprise. Director Zhang, I need a laser measuring instrument. Gu Hui exclaimed, disregarding Zhang Tianming's expression. A laser measuring instrument? Zhang Tianming raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. The laser measuring instrument is designed for the precise measurement of high-accuracy components, achieving a measurement precision of 1 nanometer or 0.0000001 mm. Such precision is rarely found. In the domestic landscape, only a handful of elite research institutes possess the capability to achieve it. Internationally, this technology is regarded as cutting-edge, with only a few nations possessing the technical prowess to accomplish such feats. The nanometer precision, often referred to as the crown jewel of ultra-precision machining technology, is considered a strategic resource by Western nations, which strictly prohibit its export. Zhang Tianming's close friend, Professor Tang, was in charge of tackling ultra-precision technology projects, and the two frequently exchanged technical insights. Thus, Zhang Tianming was well acquainted with international ultra-precision technologies. Director Zhang, I need to use the laser measuring instrument to validate my hypothesis, Gu Hui said, his forehead still glistening with perspiration as he placed the component on the desk, brimming with excitement. Zhang Tianming's gaze fell upon the component, and after a careful examination, he smiled. Gu Hui, this component's surface is as smooth as a mirror. The roughness must have been handled exceptionally well. The precision department is responsible for the acceptance of outsourced products, and this component should indeed meet the standards. Gu Hui nodded. Generally, the higher the precision of a component, the smoother its cutting surface. Ordinary machining accuracy, at 0.1 mm, yields a foggy mirror-like finish. However, the sample before them bore no distinction from a true mirror, reflecting everything in the room with crystal clarity. Zhang Tianming's expression turned serious as he shifted his tone. It is indeed rare for outsourced products to achieve this level of quality, yet you must understand the purpose of the laser measuring instrument. It is intended for the measurement of high-grade products. Is it not folly to suggest otherwise? A hint of discontent colored his gaze. With the Aviation Institute's demanding tasks, as its director, he was not only responsible for the minutiae of the institute, but also for leading the technical team in overcoming challenges. Gu Hui, whom he had personally nurtured into a skilled technician, had demonstrated exceptional academic prowess and professional competence, allowing him to rise from an ordinary researcher to a leadership position within the precision department in just a few years. However, today's behavior was quite uncharacteristic. As a subordinate, to barge in without knocking and request a laser measuring instrument for an ordinary component? Was this not overkill? A waste of resources? Had it not been for the presence of Gu Hui's assistant, Zhang Tianming might have reprimanded him sternly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became exceedingly tense. The young assistant gently tugged at Gu Hui, signaling him to leave hastily. Director, I assure you, I am not being frivolous. I have made a groundbreaking discovery that could potentially resolve the challenges we face in our institute. However, Gu Hui seemed oblivious to Zhang Tianming's expression. He excitedly pointed to the drawings on the table, exclaiming, Oh, do tell. Only then did a hint of surprise flicker in Zhang Tianming's eyes. Gu Hui succinctly recounted how ordinary measuring tools and pneumatic measuring instruments failed to accurately gauge the precision of the sample. Zhang Tianming became intrigued, for he understood that Gu Hui was not one to deceive. However, he remained somewhat skeptical. If the sample had been crafted by a national research institute, he would have been more inclined to believe. It seemed implausible that a private enterprise could possess such technological prowess. And there was no incentive. Who would expend 100 yuan's worth of effort on something valued at merely 1 yuan? Let us go take a look. I am curious to see who would be so foolish, Zhang Tianming pondered before deciding to proceed. The three of them swiftly entered the laser measuring facility dedicated to aerospace research. The assistant placed the workpiece on the operating table and stepped aside to press the button. Go ahead and measure. I fail to understand why you are all so anxious, Zhang Tianming remarked, crossing his arms. Bemused by the tense demeanor of Gu Hui and the assistant, Gu Hui nodded at the assistant, who promptly pressed the button. A barely perceptible green light flickered across the component, and the screen displayed the reading, 0.1 nanometers. Zhang Tianming, Gu Hui, and the assistant stood frozen, staring at the reading as if they had witnessed a ghost. 1 nanometer is equivalent to 0.0000001 millimeters. To put it in perspective, it is 1/80,000th of a human hair's width. Although Gu Hui had mentally prepared himself, anticipating that the precision would be around 0.0000001 millimeters. Achieving such precision was already beyond his expectations. Yet, who would have thought the measured precision would exceed his predictions by 100-fold? It had reached the sub-nanometer level. And judging by the screen's reading, the laser measuring device had not even encountered the limits of the component's precision. This is impossible, absolutely impossible, Zhang Tianming muttered, fixated on the reading, his heart racing and his face flushed with excitement. Measure again quickly. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Tianming seemed to recall something and issued a command to the assistant. The assistant hurriedly pressed the button once more. Unlike conventional manual measuring instruments, the laser device required no positioning. Simply placing the component correctly sufficed. The previous reading reappeared on the screen, 0.1 nanometers. Marvelous, we've struck gold, Zhang Tianming exclaimed, trembling with exhilaration, his hands tightly gripping the component, reluctant to let go. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned many things, the long-standing dilemmas that had plagued the Aerospace Institute, the relentless pursuits of his former classmates, and the imminent resolution of those challenges. He contemplated the countless ultra-precision technologies hindered by technological embargoes, which had cost significant projects unimaginable sacrifices. Now, all these issues would soon be resolved. As a responsible veteran in technology, the overwhelming joy within him was nearly bursting forth. Director Zhang. Observing Zhang Tianming's somewhat frenzied demeanor, Gu Hui and his assistant exchanged worried glances. I'm fine, Zhang Tianming said, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it to calm his nerves. This matter must remain confidential. We cannot disclose it externally, he stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Gu Hui and the assistant. Gu Hui and the assistant were taken aback, glancing at each other in confusion. Wasn't this merely a matter of ultra-high precision components? How could it involve confidentiality? Please provide me with the contact information for this subcontractor. Zhang Tianming gestured for the assistant to step outside before addressing Gu Hui. The subcontractor, Hu Kai, has some connections in the city. This batch of goods was likely commissioned by him. For his own interests, he would be reluctant to reveal the processing factory. Gu Hui expressed his concerns, having previously dealt with the cunning Hu Kai, which left him with a rather unfavorable impression. This is a matter of national interest. Everyone must yield. Zhang Tianming replied with a faint smile, showing no hesitation. After this, he walked into his office, picked up the landline, and dialed a number. Director Zhang, please issue the order. A crisp voice came from the other end of the line. In Tian'an City, I require the details of the recent orders from a businessman named Hu Kai, specifically which manufacturer processed them, along with precise personnel information and addresses, all within 10 minutes. Zhang Tianming spoke rapidly and succinctly. Chapter 17. The second transaction 10 minutes later, all information regarding Yixing and Xingyu Machinery Factory lay neatly arranged on Zhang Tianming's desk. Xingyu Machinery Factory had been established for merely 20 years, employing 50 individuals and occupying an area of 0.5 acres. The current factory director had graduated from university just a year prior. Could this be a mistake? Zhang Tianming pondered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. However, that thought was quickly dismissed. He had dialed a direct line to the National Security Bureau, which would not make errors. This was indeed their forte. At that moment, the National Security Bureau was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why the Aerospace Institute would suddenly investigate an inconspicuous small factory. Yixing's classmate, Huang Chun, had a father working at an import-export company, and before joining the machinery factory, Yixing had been employed at a foreign trade firm. This does seem to make some sense, Zhang Tianming mused, Continuing to read. Yixing's connections were quite straightforward, embodying a model of a common citizen. However, there was an unexpected twist concerning Huang Chun. With his assistance, Yixing had entered a foreign trade company. Zhang Tianming understood that it was quite normal for friends to seek help from family. He even began to speculate that the super-precision machine tools in Yixing's factory might have been imported from the foreign trade company. Despite the advanced nations imposing high-tech embargoes on the Dragon country, preventing the importation of cutting-edge technology, the sheer volume of international trade inevitably led some merchants to take risks for profit, secretly transporting many prohibited technologies into the Dragon country. It must be so, otherwise it would be impossible to explain how such a small factory could suddenly possess ultra-precision machine tools. The more Zhang Tianming analyzed, the more convinced he became of the correctness of his judgment. The realm of sub-nanometer precision machining technology is not entirely absent in the country. However, only a handful of research institutions have achieved such exacting standards. Nanometer-level precision falls within the domain of ultra-precision machining, primarily utilized for optical components. Attaining this level of precision in mechanical processing necessitates the expertise of highly skilled artisans who engage in meticulous grinding, often requiring an extensive amount of time to meet the stringent criteria. Such artisans are akin to national treasures, rare and highly sought after, typically reserved for prominent research institutions as a hallmark of advanced technology, with few found in the private sector. The combination of ultra-high precision machine tools and these national treasures is essential for achieving sub-nanometer precision, which is reserved for particularly critical applications, thereby indicating that components requiring such precision cannot be mass-produced. This has long been a vexing challenge for Zhang Tianming. The blueprint resting on his desk pertains to the latest fighter jet engine, which necessitates extensive precision machining and demands mass production. Resolving the mass production issue would mean that many fighter jets equipped with the latest engines could soar across the skies of Longhua, safeguarding its security. The recent batch of goods from Xingyu processing plant has alleviated Zhang Tianming's predicament. Guohui has already informed him that there are a total of 100 components, each meticulously crafted with ultra-precision. I directly approached him to inquire about the source of the materials. If he divulged that we were in direct contact with the source, it would be too conspicuous, and the counterpart would undoubtedly be frightened away. Thus, we feigned ignorance about the matter but insisted on investigating the situation on site. If all else fails, we could leverage his classmate Huang Chun as an intermediary between us. Zhang Tianming paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back, chain smoking as various plans swirled in his mind. Although he was not a habitual smoker, the intensity of his thoughts had become overwhelming, and the solutions to problems that had long eluded him suddenly materialized before him. How could he not feel exhilarated? After considerable contemplation, he finally devised an impeccable plan. He urged Lao Tang to board a flight to Tiannan for a significant discovery. Zhang Tianming picked up his phone and called his old friend Tang Tao. Lao Zhang, I'm swamped with work. I hardly have time to go to Tiannan. Don't joke with me. Lao Tang, I must inform you that if you don't come, you will miss out on a substantial opportunity. Others will seize the benefits, and you cannot blame me. A smile crept onto Zhang Tianming's face, anticipating Tang Tao's response. Once news of super-precision machine tools in Tiannan leaked, various research institutions would undoubtedly converge on this lucrative prospect, leaving no opportunities for Tang Tao. Zhang Tianming, harboring his own interests, aimed to take his friends to see it first, ideally purchasing a machine for in-depth study before any further inquiries into Yixing's secrets. What are you talking about, Lao Zhang? Just tell me what benefits you're referring to. Tang Tao's voice on the other end was momentarily stunned before quickly pressing for details. Zhang Tianming ended the call, sent the recently recorded video to Tang Tao, and added a note about the limits of the 34 laser measuring instrument. Lao Zhang, I'll be in Tiannan in an hour. Wait for me. Within half a minute, Tang Tao's call came through, uttering a single phrase before hastily hanging up. Zhang Tianming shook his head, dialed a few more numbers, brewed a cup of tea, and patiently awaited his old friends. Meanwhile, Yixing at Xingyu Machinery Plant remained unaware of the unfolding events at the Aerospace Institute. He is currently troubled about how to conduct business. A single order has yielded a profit of 150,000, from which he has distributed 50,000 as bonuses to the workers. However, the factory's total liquid funds amount to merely 300,000. While this may sound substantial, it is essentially a depletion of working capital for a business. With 50 workers, each earning around 6,000 monthly, the payroll alone demands 30,000 each month. This implies that after disbursing salaries, the factory is left with no funds. Yixing is now acutely aware of the difficulties his father faced in managing the business. Being a boss may seem delightful, yet the reality of needing to think about a monthly payroll of 30,000 upon waking each day is indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Initially, Yixing contemplated purchasing a warehouse to stockpile vegetables and meat for transactions. Today, he procured 10 boxes of purified water and a ton of vegetables, which were delivered to the factory. Upon seeing this, he had to concoct a fib to cover his tracks. While the purified water could be justified as a benefit for the workers, finding an excuse for the vegetables proved challenging. In an industrial zone with cafeterias and restaurants, the act of buying such an abundance of vegetables appeared rather peculiar to others. Yixing's hope now rests on swiftly generating profits to rent a warehouse and avoid conducting transactions within the factory. Entering the system, Yixing felt a stirring in his heart as he re-entered the system space. In the wide expanse, Jerry was already waiting. Upon seeing Yixing, he eagerly greeted him. Yixing, it is truly a pleasure to see you again. I am equally delighted, Captain Jerry. Have you ventured out today? Yixing noticed the smudges of dirt and water on Jerry's shoulder. Jerry's expression turned somber. Yixing, I must confess, today a comet unexpectedly breached our defenses. We managed to ensnare it with the gravity shield. Unfortunately, its tail was composed entirely of carbon monoxide, and we found no trace of water, wasting an energy bar in the process. Jerry shrugged, his expression filled with resignation. Yixing regarded him with sympathy. Jerry, it's all right. I will provide you with water. Did you bring the energy shield? Of course, Yixing. We crafted what you requested at the earliest opportunity. With that, Jerry produced a softly glowing, cloud-like substance from a ring on his hand and placed it in his palm. Is this the formidable energy shield that offers both protection and attack? Yixing stared at the material, feeling his heart race and his mouth dry. Chapter 18. Testing the shield ding. Transaction successful. The melodious electronic voice resonated as the exchange of goods was completed. Yixing held the cloud-like energy shield in his hands. Initially apprehensive about its usage, he discovered that his concerns were unfounded. Akin to the spatial ring, the shield was attuned to his will and could be controlled effortlessly. Jerry, what is the energy source for the shield? Yixing inquired, placing the energy shield into the spatial ring. Curiosity piqued. The protective and offensive energy output of the shield is astonishing. If the energy were to deplete, would it not become a one-time use? The energy shield employs antiquated methods of energy provision, harnessing various conversion techniques such as solar, tidal, and electrical energies. I am uncertain of your specific purpose. However, to ensure prolonged usage, we have integrated flexible energy blocks within the shield, capable of lasting for a century. Jerry gazed gleefully at the vegetables and pure water contained within the ring. Upon hearing Yixing's inquiry, he promptly lifted his head to respond. To them, a century merely seemed like an extended duration. They would surely expect it to last a millennium or two. Yixing was at a loss for words. Yet he found solace in not having to worry about recharging. Of course, if one wished to recharge, they could simply bask in the sunlight while wearing it, as it would effectively convert the incident light energy into stored power. However, such a method was deemed archaic and sluggish. Who would opt to sunbathe? Jerry shrugged playfully. Well, a 100 solar conversion rate still seems inadequate, Yixing remarked, left speechless. It is worth noting that the solar conversion rate on Blue Star barely reaches 20. Yixing bid farewell to Jerry and exited the system. He hailed a taxi and headed directly to the remote hills in the suburbs. Tian'an City, nestled between mountains and the sea, is a port city, and the desolate hills where Yixing found himself featured a stream extending from the ocean into the valley, with the terrain so steep that it was sparsely populated. Standing in the valley, Yixing surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of human presence. With a mere thought, the energy shield enveloped him entirely, rendering him invisible from the outside. Yet, Yixing distinctly felt a soft white light cocooning him, leaving only his face visible to the world, with no discomfort whatsoever. Flight mode, Yixing silently commanded, initiating the flying mechanism. His body felt weightless, liberated from the constraints of gravity, as he soared into the air, with mountains and oceans sprawling beneath him. A control panel materialized before him, displaying his altitude at 100 meters with a speed of 0. A speed slider allowed Yixing to adjust his velocity. He accelerated to 100 meters per second, manipulating the speed with his thoughts, which he deemed a safe pace. Without fully testing the shield's limits, he hesitated to push the speed to supersonic levels, as breaking the sound barrier necessitated a high structural integrity for the flying object. Immediately, he sensed the mountains and rivers beneath him rushing backward, as a gentle breeze struck the shield, producing a sound akin to raindrops. Should anyone be on the ground, they would witness a humanoid figure zipping through the air, far surpassing the speed of any bird. Yixing continued to soar for several kilometers, approaching the city, before reluctantly returning to the valley. Firing mode. Having just tested the flight mode, Yixing eagerly began experimenting with the shooting capability. Before him appeared a clear, translucent disc, with a crosshair at its center, presumably the targeting reticle. Yixing aligned the crosshair with a rock the size of a basin situated several meters away. With a command, an invisible energy burst forth, raising a cloud of dust as countless fragments of stone erupted into the sky. The rock was obliterated, leaving no trace. Yixing was taken aback. Indeed, the advanced technology of the shooting mode was remarkable. With merely a slight adjustment of the slider, he knew that if set to its maximum, the small hill before him would be instantly leveled. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to test the protective mode. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. What has happened? Uncle Chung, Yi Xing inquired with curiosity. Yi, where are you? We have a major business opportunity, came Chung Rui's voice, filled with both excitement and urgency. A major business opportunity? I'll return immediately, Yi Xing responded, somewhat perplexed. He had yet to initiate any promotions or recruit sales personnel. So how could there possibly be business? Nonetheless, customers knocking at the door was always a good sign, especially as the factory was currently in a transitional phase. Activating his flying and cloaking modes, Yi Xing soared above the factory within mere minutes. It appeared that the cloaking mode worked quite well, as it remained undetectable to the naked eye. Nodding to himself, he circled the factory in the sky, eventually landing in a secluded corner, shedding his invisibility to reveal himself as he approached the entrance. Old Zhang, what kind of trickery is this? Standing at the entrance of Xingyu Machinery Factory, Tang Tao wore a look of betrayal, both aggrieved and furious. He was a renowned expert in the machine tool industry, having dedicated his life to the study of precision machinery, known internationally as both an academic and practical specialist. Upon receiving the video and notification from Zhang Tianming, he immediately discerned the implications. The laser measuring instrument was unable to detect the limits of the components, implying that the precision of the machine tools used for processing had surpassed his understanding. Hence, he had abandoned all his current tasks to come to Tiannan City. However, Zhang Tianming had brought them to the entrance of a dilapidated small factory to wait for someone. Every moment was crucial for him. How could he afford to waste it waiting for a mere factory manager? Although the entrance to the machinery factory was clean and the workers appeared industrious, its scale was too small to suggest any formidable technological prowess. Tang Tao completely failed to comprehend why Zhang Tianming had brought them here. The other experts echoed Tang Tao's sentiments, voicing complaints towards Zhang Tianming. Old Zhang, this is quite the joke. You don't expect a small factory like this to produce a golden phoenix, do you? What exactly are you hiding in that gourd? I have numerous experiments to supervise. Old Zhang, whom are we actually waiting for? Is it an expert or a professor? Why meet here? Zhang Tianming glanced at his watch, remaining silent in the face of his friend's grievances. He too felt uncertain and did not believe that this small dilapidated factory could harbor super machine tools. Yet, the National Security Bureau had not erred. The components were indeed produced by Xingyu Machinery Factory and not by the technologically superior Huaxing Group of Tiannan City. His decision to wait here was also a gesture of respect for the young man he had yet to meet. Our factory manager has returned. At that moment, Chung Rui, who was accompanying them, pointed at Yi Xing, who was striding towards them with a broad smile. Is this the technical expert we have been waiting for, old Zhang? Tang Tao, unable to suppress his disappointment at the sight of the smiling Yi Xing, could not help but voice his complaints. A wave of regret washing over the assembly of experts. Throughout his life in the realm of scientific research, he had encountered numerous exceptional young talents, many of whom, like Yi Xing, boasted impressive academic credentials and profound expertise. Nonetheless, achieving notable accomplishments in the field of research often necessitated considerable time and effort, making it plausible to attain even modest progress only in one's 30s. With someone as young as Yi Xing, who devoted a substantial portion of his time to entrepreneurship, it was unlikely he could allocate sufficient time for research endeavors. Even if Yi Xing donned a pair of glasses to feign the appearance of an intellectual, it would merely serve to comfort his own psyche. Old Tang, mindful of his manner of speaking, observed Zhang Tianming, who felt a tinge of disappointment yet gently reminded him. Zhang Tianming, possessing slightly more knowledge about Yi Xing, did not regard him as a technical expert, but rather as an intermediary with unique connections. However, he found no trace of cunning or worldly wisdom on Yi Xing's face, which resembled that of a freshly graduated university student. May I ask your name? Yi Xing approached Zhang Tianming and extended his hands. He perceived the individuals before him as somewhat peculiar. They were elderly gentlemen, their demeanor distinctly different from that of typical businessmen, resembling professors far more than those at his university. Just call me Mr. Zhang, Zhang Tianming replied with a subtle nod. I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Let us proceed to the meeting room, Yi Xing offered, casting a glance at the elderly clients, noticing some expressions of disdain in their eyes, and felt a slight embarrassment for the perceived delay. No need for that, Director Yi. Could we go directly to the production area? Zhang Tianming waved off Yi Xing's courtesy. Here's the situation. I have a batch of urgent work with high profit margins, but the technical requirements are quite stringent. I need to assess your technical capabilities first. Otherwise, we will have to seek alternatives, Zhang Tianming stated with a polite smile, his gaze scanning the other factories in the industrial zone. He understood that these small processing plants, limited by their operational capacities, were eager for orders. Presenting his order would reveal the true technical competence of Xingyu Machinery Factory. Other experts, seasoned and astute, immediately grasped Zhang Tianming's intent their attention converging on Yixing. Very well, let us proceed to the workshop, though I must warn you, the environment may be somewhat noisy, Yixing acknowledged. That is of no concern. We are not delicate individuals. We frequently interact with components and machinery, so please lead the way. Director Yi, Zhang Tianming responded nonchalantly, his gaze already drifting toward the workshop entrance. Yixing nodded and led them into the workshop. Inside, workers were busily engaged. 50 individuals could not all be utilizing ultra-precision machinery. The majority were still operating older machines. Consequently, the entire workshop was filled with a cacophony of sound, as overhead cranes transported raw materials above their heads. Why did we come here? What treasures could possibly be found? Machinery expert Tang Tao immediately recognized the models of the ordinary machines in the workshop, even recalling their manufacturers. These machines were worlds apart from those he had developed. They were not even qualified for rough processing in his laboratory. He had traveled a great distance merely to witness this. Discontent simmered within him, his voice not particularly subdued, easily audible to those walking alongside him. Yixing slightly furrowed his brow, yet continued onward, undeterred. Mr. Zhang was uncertain if he had brought the blueprints. Yixing glanced at Zhang Tianming. Although the ultra-precision machine tool was indeed exceptional, it was not suitable for processing every component. For orders with less stringent dimensional requirements and ample processing time, conventional machine tools were still preferable. Take a look, Zhang Tianming said, pulling a blueprint from his pocket and handing it to Yixing. Upon receiving the blueprint and giving it a cursory glance, Yixing quickly formed a general impression. However, when his gaze fell upon the dimensions and tolerance precision, he was momentarily stunned, raising his head to look at Zhang Tianming. 1 nanometer? Surely you jest. Who could possibly achieve that? Cheng Rui also leaned in, his eyes widening in alarm as he beheld the precision requirements. In their ordinary processing plant, production accuracy typically exceeded 0.1 millimeter. The last order from Hukai had a precision of 0.008 mm, which they could not fulfill. Now, with the counterpart demanding nanometer-level precision, that was akin to increasing the accuracy of the previous batch of orders by 1,000-fold. The surrounding workers, hearing the exclamation, gathered around, staring at the precision requirements on the blueprint with incredulous expressions, as if they were witnessing madness. Who uses such high precision for ordinary civilian parts? Did these individuals mistake a small factory for a research institute? Their last production with the super machine tool had only achieved a precision of 0.008 mm, leading them to believe that was the upper limit of such machinery. Yet, Zhang Tianming appeared oblivious, his attention captivated by the futuristic design of the ultra-precision machine tool at the far end of the workshop. It must be the smuggled, imported super-precision machine tool he had always envisioned. Its extraordinary appearance spoke volumes of its capabilities. Tang Tao and the others mirrored his expression, completely ignoring the gazes of those around them. Mr. Zhang, we can certainly handle this order, Yixing stated, having understood the determination in Zhang Tianming's eyes. Xiao Yi, do take a closer look. We mustn't fall into another trap, Cheng Rui anxiously cautioned, still haunted by the events of the last incident. This was a precision level 1,000 times higher than the previous. Only a handful of countries, domestically and internationally, could produce such standards. How blatantly obvious a pitfall. The young boss was about to leap into it. Uncle Cheng, I've reviewed it. We can manage it, Yixing replied without hesitation, even asserting that increasing the requirement 100-fold would not pose a problem. Only after he spoke did he realize that the somewhat impatient elderly gentleman had already dashed to the super machine tool, stroking its body and exclaiming in amazement. A group of seasoned experts surrounded the super machine tool, either caressing it, tapping on it, or crouching down to examine its intricate crevices. Having devoted their lives to the mechanical industry, they possessed more knowledge and experience than the workers, instantly recognizing the machine's uniqueness. Looking at its design, we are still lagging behind. The material of its casing is quite peculiar. If only I could cut a piece. One remarked. Have you noticed? There are no traces of oil around the machine body, nor any gaps. I wonder how the raw materials were introduced. A group of mechanical experts encircled the ultra-precision machine tool, akin to children discovering an unfamiliar candy, filled with both curiosity and excitement. Old Tang, what are you observing? Zhang Tianming, with his hands clasped behind his back, eagerly observed the super machine tool. However, upon turning his head, he discovered his old companion, Tang Tao, staring blankly at a panel. Old Zhang, I can't shake the feeling that this entrance embodies the very effect I've dreamt of achieving, Tang Tao exclaimed, his voice trembling as he pointed at the black panel. What? Are you saying this is the drawing board? Zhang Tianming gasped, utterly astonished. Chapter 20. Competition. Zhang Tianming was well aware of his dear friend Tang Tao's long-held aspiration to hand over blueprints to a machine tool so that it could autonomously read the drawings, program itself, and produce finished products. If this step could be complemented with robots, it would lead to a fully automated process where workers would merely need to load raw materials into the machine entrusting everything else to it. However, achieving this goal required expertise in numerous cutting-edge disciplines, including computer science, electrical engineering, mechanical design, and automation. Tang Tao and his team had toiled for many years with slow progress. After a lifetime of struggle, to suddenly find his cherished dream laid out before him was enough to elate anyone. Is it possible to be mistaken? Zhang Tianming gently questioned, not wishing to dampen his friend's spirits. There's no chance of error. If I were to design the drawing board, it would indeed be this way. Look, there's even a scanning port above it for reading images. Tang Tao asserted, shaking his head resolutely while pointing at a faintly glowing light strip above the drawing board. You seem quite knowledgeable, Yixing remarked, casting a surprised glance at Tang Tao before pressing the start button. The seamless machine tool suddenly activated, extending a pair of mechanical arms that grasped the raw material and then retracted back into the machine's interior. The entire operation flowed with an elegance that surpassed human capability, exhibiting stability and speed. How is this possible? Zhang Tianming and the others stood in stunned silence, their astonishment lingering. They had envisioned mechanical arms, but the arms before them were astonishingly advanced, capable of autonomously identifying the location of the raw materials, grasping them, and securing them. Minutes later, the machine tool opened again, the mechanical arms holding a component before gently placing it on the ground and slowly closing the machine body. My goodness, is it really this swift? Several silver-haired experts were once again left dumbfounded, their minds unable to conjure any words other than this exclamation to express their current sentiments. All of them were experts in their respective fields, and the blueprints they had brought encompassed various machining processes, turning, milling, planing, grinding. Everything was included, requiring multiple machines and procedures. In their imagination, even with ultra-precision machinery, it would only serve as the final step for fine processing. Little did they know that this super-precision machine tool was multifunctional, integrating various processes with a level of sophistication that was simply astounding. Finally, Zhang Tianming emerged from his stupor and cleared his throat. Could you process another piece for us to observe the procedure? Yixing glanced at Zhang Tianming, nodded, and restarted the machine, this time pressing the button to open the machine cover during the processing. A glass shield materialized in the center of the machine, revealing its intricate internal structure. Tang Tao and several other experts bent over, their eyes fixed intently on the inner workings of the machine, their faces alight with excitement. Hailing from diverse fields, they were leaders in research areas such as transmission, electrical systems, and control, each a luminary within the industry. Upon observing the intricate internal structure of the machine tool, each individual discerned the coveted technologies that aligned with their respective fields. Zhang Tianming scrutinized the component in his hand, nodding at its mirror-like surface before passing it to an assistant beside him, whispering a few instructions. The assistant swiftly departed the workshop with the part. Before long, a second component was completed. Xiaoya, shall we retreat to the office for a discussion? Zhang Tianming remarked, casting a glance at his eager friends, smiling as he addressed Yixing. As they entered the office and shut the door, Tang Tao and the others eagerly surrounded Yixing, their curiosity palpable. Tell me, is that black panel a drawing reader? This super machine tool can read drawings automatically, correct? One inquired. Could I possibly see the automatic sensing system within the machine? Another asked. Xiaoya, I specialize in robotics. Which country manufactured this machine tool? Is it from the United States? Might I have a closer look? Yet another chimed in. Xiaoya, let us be candid. I hail from Jiangnan Shipyard, and such a precision-level machine tool is a tremendous waste in your mechanical factory. Name your price, and I shall acquire it. Such impudence, old friend. Is Jiangnan Shipyard more significant than my optical institute? This is unacceptable. You cannot monopolize it, retorted another. What do you mean by monopolize? Shouldn't such matters be allocated based on the urgency and weight of tasks? As the conversation escalated, one could not overlook the urgency of their own aircraft factory's workload, justifying a larger share. The elderly experts, their hair white as snow, surrounded Yixing's desk like children vying for sweets, engaging in a spirited debate that discarded their previous decorum. They understood that acquiring a super machine tool could elevate their institution's research and development capabilities significantly. Regarding finances, Zhang Tianming furrowed his brow at the raucous old companions and gestured for silence. Gentlemen, have you forgotten how we commenced our discussion? The bickering experts immediately quieted, though their expressions remained resolute. Xiaoya, are the super machine tools in your factory newly produced by the United States? Zhang Tianming inquired with a cheerful demeanor. The United States stands as the preeminent nation on Blue Star, particularly formidable in military industry, capable of producing such advanced machinery. One could say that, Yixing replied noncommittally. Nodding. From the discourse among the experts, he inferred that they likely hailed from the military-industrial complex and had possibly uncovered the secret behind the components. This was indeed a flaw of the super-precision machine tools. Regardless of the precision required for any given part, they were all processed with the utmost accuracy. This was due to Jerry's belief that he was an aficionado of ancient machinery, leading him to design it with maximum precision for the sake of pride. Xiaoya, is there any possibility of procuring such a machine tool? Zhang Tianming inquired cautiously. The others gazed at Yixing with bated breath. If he were to decline, the 10 currently available would be the last in the country. Such a national treasure, whether employed in military production, aerospace, or disassembled for reverse engineering, would greatly enhance national strength. Yet, with so many domestic research and military units, it would hardly be their turn to benefit from such resources. The competition was fierce. Are you from a military-industrial unit? Yixing did not respond directly, instead casting a contemplative glance towards Zhang Tianming, who nodded in acknowledgement. Did you not mention orders just now? Yixing inquired softly, having long perceived the extraordinary status of the other party and their keen insight. He was merely concerned that revealing his connections might invite scrutiny, thus compromising his freedom of action. If he were under military protection, that would be one thing. However, the greater danger lay in the attention of other factions. At this stage, Yixing's sole ambition was to establish his industrial empire based on his factory. Orders? Zhang Tianming was taken aback. Just then his phone rang unexpectedly. Director, the product precision is entirely up to standard. A deep voice on the other and succinctly conveyed before hanging up. Confirmed. Zhang Tianming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded towards several old friends, who mirrored his expression. Indeed, I have an order worth 50 million yuan, and all the outsourcing from our office can be handed over to your factory. Zhang Tianming asserted decisively. Chapter 21. Wild Patriotism. Zhang Tianming retrieved a pre-drafted contract from his briefcase and placed it before Yixing. Yixing picked up the contract and glanced over its contents, noting the specifications for various processed components and their unit prices. Upon inspecting the signatory, he recognized the Aerospace Institute he had suspected, marked with a vivid red seal. Damn it, Hu Kai is truly unscrupulous. He pocketed 90% of the previous order, leaving only 10% for Xingyu Machinery. And now he intends to devour Xingyu Machinery whole. Yixing furrowed his brow at the quoted prices, cursing Hu Kai internally. Little Yi, why do you find the price unsatisfactory? This can still be negotiated. Zhang Tianming observed Yixing's frown, his heart racing, for he had a vested interest in Yixing. Although he could resort to other means to obtain what he desired, after careful consideration, collaborating with Yixing appeared to be the most prudent path. Provoking Yixing and navigating through his deliberate evasions would only waste time and energy. That is not the case. I merely lament the past exploitation I endured. This order is acceptable. I shall take it, Yixing replied without hesitation, picking up the official seal and stamping it on the contract. He had already calculated the profits from this order, estimating around 30 million after deducting raw material costs, which included not only high-precision processing, but also some standard processing. This single order would ensure that the factory's workers would have their schedules filled, naturally increasing their earnings. Seeing Yixing sign the contract, Zhang Tianming's lips curved into a smile. Their office consistently had outsourcing orders. As long as the technical standards were met, it mattered little whom the work was for. Little Yi, it seems you were in need of orders. Find a secretary to draft a contract. I can offer you an order worth 20 million. Indeed, our aircraft factory also has constant outsourcing orders. We will cover materials and transportation costs. You need only focus on processing. I trust your technical capabilities, Tang Tao chimed in. Realizing the situation and eagerly pledging to provide Yixing with orders, Yixing, now beaming with joy, called in Cheng Rue and proceeded to sign contracts with Tang Tao and the others one by one. Cheng Rue gazed at the enthusiastic experts, utterly bewildered by the benevolent demeanor of the clients, who appeared almost anxious for Yixing to finalize the order. While he diligently revised the contract on his computer, he overheard the astonished gasps of the representatives from various military-industrial entities, clients that were usually unattainable. Observing Cheng Rue toil over the keyboard, nearly igniting it with his fervent typing, Yixing felt an urgent need to expand the factory and recruit more personnel. It was unreasonable for Cheng Rue to bear the dual burdens of chief engineer and typist. Before long, several contracts were printed, culminating in a total contract value of 100 million. After deducting raw material costs, the profit soared to 70 million. Little Yi, I have a suggestion for you to consider, Zhang Tianming remarked softly after Cheng Rue stepped out. Director Zhang, please speak freely. Little Yi, transform your machinery factory into a joint stock company. Our Aerospace Institute will invest, and you will retain full operational and decision-making authority. We will only take dividends. What do you think? Zhang Tianming smiled at Yixing. Yixing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping across Zhang Tianming and Tang Tao, noticing the glimmer of hope in their eyes. Little Yi, this is a significant opportunity. With the endorsement of the Aerospace Institute, your business dealings will command greater respect. Not to mention other advantages, Tang Tao interjected eagerly. Yixing suddenly grasped that the Aerospace Institute's investment would effectively afford him military protection in business transactions. ensuring smoother processes for loans and approvals, and scrupulous merchants would be deterred. Thank you for your generous offer, but I must respectfully decline. I believe it's premature to consider such collaboration with the state at this stage, Yixing replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Once the business discussions with the esteemed elders had concluded, Yixing steered the conversation towards their requests. Little Yi, you truly are astute. Let me be frank. We need you to procure a few machines. Is it possible to disassemble one from your factory for us to study? Zhang Tianming stated, unhurriedly. Indeed. Little Yi, name your price. We will provide personnel and equipment for the disassembly, Tang Tao added, clearly impatient with the delays caused by smuggling machinery from overseas. Yixing tapped his temple thoughtfully. Acquiring a few machines was a trivial task for him, merely a matter of trading a few boxes of instant noodles. The real challenge lay in seamlessly fabricating the narrative of importing the equipment from abroad. Little Yi, you needn't worry about the finances or domestic customs. If you can secure the machines, we can arrange naval and air force escorts on the open seas, Zhang Tianming reassured him, misinterpreting Yixing's furrowed brow as concern for transportation safety. In Zhang Tianming's view, deploying military escorts for such high-tech, embargoed equipment was entirely justified, as it could significantly bolster national strength. Surely, it cannot be that dramatic, Yixing replied, astonished. Is it really necessary to make such a grand display over a few boxes of instant noodles? The seas are currently unsafe, plagued by pirates. Zhang Tianming replied with an ambiguous smile. Yixing shook his head, firmly declining Zhang Tianming's well-intentioned offer. After some deliberation, the group finally agreed on the quantity, one machine for each research institute. Director Zhang, what are your thoughts on the pricing? At this stage, Yixing felt somewhat uncertain. In truth, he merely hoped the other party would cover the shipping costs. After all, purchasing machinery is for the nation, and it would be rather despicable to take advantage of the situation to inflate the price. Who doesn't harbor a sense of patriotism? How about this? Zhang Tianming gestured with his hand, indicating a figure. 500,000. All right, let's settle on that. Yixing nodded, as this amount precisely corresponded to the shipping costs. The room fell into a profound silence, with Tang Tao and the others staring at Yixing in sheer bewilderment. When did high-tech goods under the Bantong embargo become so undervalued? Zhang Tianming's gesture, representing a sum that could scarcely procure a national treasure, felt inadequate even to him. Are you jesting? 500,000 won even cover the cost of the shell. Are you toying with a bunch of old men? Tang Tao scowled at Yixing. Young Yi, I was referring to 500 million, a matter of national importance, not something to be taken lightly. Zhang Tianming's expression turned grave. Director Zhang, did you say 500 million? I must have misheard. Yixing stared at Zhang Tianming in shock, swallowing hard. If one machine costs 500 million, then for 6 machines, that amounts to 3 billion. Why bother with the orders when they could simply trade instant noodles? However, it seemed this equipment could only be sold to the state. Zhang Tianming nodded solemnly. That won't do. Let us say 100 million after all. It's for the state, and we shouldn't be too greedy, should we? After some deliberation, Yixing considered the prospect of future collaborations with the nation, preferring a steady flow of business. 100 million? Young Yi, are you joking? Are you willing to operate at a loss? What is the point? Zhang Tianming, Tang Tao, and the others exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend. The manufacturing of such high-precision machinery is notoriously challenging, with costs nearing 100 million, adding expenses for intermediaries, shipping, and smuggling. 500 million barely covers the costs. Yet, Yixing was only asking for 100 million? They couldn't fathom it. Is it not enough to act out of a wild and genuine sense of patriotism? A faint smile graced Yixing's lips. Chapter 22. Disrupted cooperation within the offices of the Hu Trade Company in Tian'an City. Hu Kai lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, his expression fluctuating between joy and despair. On the surface, the order from the Aerospace Institute had been smoothly executed, netting him several million. However, without a contract with the Huaxing Group, Hu Kai found himself dutifully paying for the completion of the machine tool repairs and parts processing. In essence, he had merely earned a fee for running errands. Huaxing Group. Yixing. Hu Kai set down his phone, his face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. His deepest resentment was directed at Yixing. Were it not for this young man acquiring several mysterious machine tools from unknown sources, his plans would have succeeded. The Xingyu Machinery Factory and the Yi family residence should have belonged to him, Hu Kai, rather than being in their current state. As for the Huaxing Group, he dared not even entertain thoughts of resentment, for the Huaxing Group commanded immense influence in Tian'an City, far beyond the reach of his modest trading company. Moreover, future military orders would depend on the Huaxing Group. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a voluptuous female secretary sashayed toward Hu Kai, exuding charm. The fragrant breeze swept over him, and Hu Kai's heart raced as he eagerly grasped her delicate hand. Mr. Hu, a gentleman named Song Ming wishes to see you. How would you like to proceed? The female secretary, seated in Hu Kai's lap, whispered softly, That bastard Song Ming should just get lost. Upon hearing the name, Hu Kai's anger flared. Then I shall have him leave. The secretary rose and walked towards the door. Wait, let him in. Hu Kai seemed to recall something and commanded the secretary. Before long, a haggard Song Ming stood before Hu Kai, hesitating to speak. Heh, aren't the spicy girls amusing? Hu Kai struck the desk with his foot, regarding Song Ming with a smirk. He had given Song Ming several tens of thousands, only to see him betray Xingyu Machinery and lead Yi Jiquan into a trap. Now, having been placed in the illustrious KTV, where he could only interact with machinery, Song Ming was ill-equipped to resist the allure of the young beauties there. In merely a few days, he squandered the money, and his years of savings ended up in the pockets of a few dancers. Please don't mock me. Can you settle the remaining amount? I'm truly at my wit's end, Song Ming said, looking at Hu Kai with a hint of trepidation. He regretted his decision to trust Hu Kai. He felt as though he had been cursed by his peers for his ingratitude. Settlement? Song Ming, you conspired with Yi Xing to deceive me. I didn't break your leg, and you still have the audacity to ask for money? Hu Kai slammed his hand on the table, roaring. I didn't. I was merely following your instructions. Song Ming trembled, stammering as he spoke. Then tell me, where did Yi Xing suddenly acquire 10 precision machines? This news has already spread throughout the circle. You spend every day with Yi Jiquan. How could you not know? Hu Kai glared at Song Ming. The existence of 10 precision machines at Xingyu Machinery was not something easily concealed. Anyone with intent could simply inquire among the factory's workers to uncover the truth. Song Ming was taken aback for a while before slowly responding. Yi Xing has a classmate at the import-export company. Perhaps he assisted Yi Xing in importing them? An import-export company? That is indeed plausible, Hu Kai mused, scrutinizing Song Ming for a considerable time before his expression softened. Do you realize, Song Ming, that your delayed information has caused me to lose everything? If you cannot devise a way for me to turn the situation around, forget about your payment. Hu Kai sank back onto the sofa, casting a chilling gaze at Song Ming. Song Ming, feeling as though he were under the spell of a venomous snake, involuntarily shuddered. As he pondered a strategy, just as he was about to speak, his phone on the desk suddenly rang. Hello, Lao Zhang, do we have another order? Upon seeing the call, the coldness on Hu Kai's face instantly transformed into warmth, his body slightly bending forward. An order? Heh. A dismissive laugh echoed from the phone. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? Hu Kai's tension escalated, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Hu Kai, from today onward, our collaboration is hereby terminated. We must thank you for allowing us to discover Xingyu Machinery. Their technology is exceptional and reliable. The voice on the other end continued to praise Xingyu Machinery. But Hu Kai absorbed none of it, as if doused with cold water, his mind fixated on the words, the collaboration is over. He had expended considerable effort to secure contracts with the aerospace department. It is said that the Aerospace Institute, with its stringent quality requirements, humbly entrusted processing tasks to the Huaxing Group. Yet, who could have foreseen that, in the end, his efforts would merely serve as a wedding dress for the Xingyu Machinery factory? A profound sense of humiliation ignited a fierce fire within his heart. Did old Zhang truly have no chance? Should I visit your residence personally? As the money tree began to wither, Hu Kai hastily lowered himself, pleading earnestly. Hu Kai, do not call me again, came the abrupt response from the other end of the line, followed by a swift disconnection. Left alone, Hu Kai stared blankly at his phone. That scoundrel Yi Xing dared to steal my opportunity. After a long moment, Hu Kai raised his head, a fierce glint illuminating his eyes. What brilliant idea did you just mention? Speak. Hu Kai cast a dark, brooding glare at Song Ming. Trembling, Song Ming met Hu Kai's gaze, acutely aware that his stare could be lethal. Mr. Hu, given the situation, we must capture Yi Xing and interrogate him about the origins of the high-precision machine tools. If we acquire a few ourselves, Yi Xing will lose his advantage, Song Ming cautiously suggested, observing Hu Kai's expression. Hu Kai's eyes sparkled with realization. Of course. Why did I not think of that before? Let us head to their factory and lie in wait. He swiftly pulled Song Ming along. Half an hour later, a black Mercedes was parked at the entrance of a narrow alleyway, mere meters from the Xingyu Machinery factory. Inside the car, Hu Kai, Song Ming, and 4 imposing men in black were intently watching the entrance. As time passed, the clock approached 6 in the evening, and workers began to emerge from the factory. Mr. Hu, look, Yi Xing is coming out. An hour later, Song Ming snapped his fingers, rousing the drowsy Hu Kai, and pointed excitedly at the factory entrance. Hu Kai stirred, following his gesture. Indeed, Yi Xing stood at the factory entrance, gazing towards the eastern road, the entire factory yard devoid of anyone else. Action, Hu Kai commanded, stepping out of the Mercedes with a lowered cap, striding towards the factory entrance. The other men, similarly attired, followed suit, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from a distance. The group halted, turning towards the source of the sound. What the? Upon realizing the scenario, Hu Kai and his companions stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Chapter 23. The military presence. 2 camouflage-painted trucks sped towards them, flanked by a battalion of resolute soldiers. Clad in camouflage uniforms and steel helmets, the soldiers scanned their surroundings with keen eyes, rifles firmly in hand. Military vehicles? Hukai and the 4 men instinctively gasped, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They had only dared to intimidate ordinary civilians. The thought of confronting soldiers sent shivers down their spines. What are you waiting for? Run! Hukai barked, leading the retreat back to the Mercedes. He drove the car forward a few dozen meters, seeking refuge in an alleyway, where he finally felt a semblance of calm. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the factory entrance. He saw a nimble officer leap from the truck and salute Yi Xing, then gesture commandingly. The soldiers aboard the truck disembarked in a disciplined manner, swiftly dispersing around the factory. 2 soldiers, armed with steel rifles, stood sentinel at the entrance of the machinery factory, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Soon, several black trucks, shrouded in dark cloth that concealed their contents, rolled onto the road. Following these ominous vehicles were a number of rumbling cranes, their presence imposing. Behind the cranes trailed several minibuses, the identities of their passengers obscured, yet from Hukai's perspective, they exuded an air of solemn professionalism. A convoy of black Mercedes, composed of a dozen vehicles, brought up the rear. Hukai and Song Ming were rendered speechless by the intimidating display before them, a sight they had never witnessed in their lives. A lingering question loomed in their minds. Who exactly was Yi Xing to warrant such military mobilization? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed overhead. Hukai and the others looked up, their gazes fixed in astonishment. In the dimly lit sky, 2 green dots approached rapidly, enlarging until they materialized into 2 military green helicopters. As the helicopters hovered above the factory, their deafening noise shattered the air. From the underside of each helicopter, 2 dark, gaping openings extended ominously. Damn it, Song Ming, you're going to get me killed. Who on earth is Yi Xing to summon the military? Hukai thought, a wave of dread washing over him as he beheld the menacing helicopters. Thankfully, he had not yet acted. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would meet his end. I had no idea. If I had known he had military connections, would I dare betray the Yi family? Song Ming lamented, his face a mask of fear and regret. Had he known the Yi family was intertwined with the military, he would never have sought to ingratiate himself with Hukai for a mere pittance. Brother, perhaps we should leave this place. I feel as if we are being watched. Look, brother, why does that black tube beneath the helicopter keep pointing at us? Surely it can't be a missile? Our vehicle wouldn't survive a single strike, he added, his voice trembling. The 3 burly men in the back seat were now paralyzed with fear, pointing at the helicopters above and shouting in terror. Their dread made them feel as though they were the target of the helicopters, convinced that a missile could rain down upon them at any moment. Everyone, be quiet. Do you even realize your worth? Do you think you are worth the price of a missile? Hukai exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Why don't we offer Yi Xing some money to let us go? Song Ming suggested, casting a distant glance at Yi Xing, who was engaging in light-hearted conversation with an officer, forcing a smile as he spoke to Hukai. That's nonsense. Now that we've reached this point, do you think the Yi family will let you off the hook? Forget it. Hukai shot a venomous glare at Song Ming. He could not tolerate such cowardice. Let us lay low for a few days. I refuse to believe this brat will always have protection. He better not fall into my hands. Hukai commanded the driver, his heart racing, yet he maintained his composure before his subordinates. The Mercedes turned sharply and sped out of the alley, merging into the street. At that moment, the convoy had arrived at the factory entrance. Dozens of workers clad in uniforms disembarked from the minibuses, escorted by soldiers, and entered the factory. A group of elderly men, their hair gray, emerged from the Mercedes, greeting Yi Xing before entering the factory under his guidance. Inside the workshop, the elderly gentleman once again clustered around the super-precision machine. Is this the super-precise machine you were telling us about, old Zhang? You've been rather selfish, haven't you? Indeed, it is the most advanced machine tool. One glance at its exterior and structure reveals its extraordinary nature, offering us an abundance of knowledge to absorb. A group of elderly gentlemen gathered around the machine, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Zhang Tianming, trailing behind them, wore an awkward expression. Unbeknownst to him, someone had leaked the news, and upon his return to the research institute, he was inundated with phone calls. The esteemed experts from various research institutes across the nation first chastised Zhang Tianming for his perceived selfishness, then hastened to Tiannan City at an astonishing pace. Convened at the Aerospace Institute, they collectively insisted that Zhang Tianming escort them to witness the machine. Reluctantly, Zhang Tianming had to reach out to the military, and under their coordination, they arrived at Xingyu Machinery Factory. Be gentle, be gentle. This is a national treasure, he urged. Operate the crane steadily, do not jostle the machine. Drill deeper. This bolt is not ordinary. It holds significant research value. The workers disassembling the machine were meticulously selected technicians from across the country, each possessing exceptional skills. The elderly gentleman directed them in the disassembly process, continuously calling out in concern that the workers' rough handling might damage the machine. Their particular ire was directed at the maintenance of the super machine. High-end machines require meticulous upkeep to maintain precision, including specialized lubricants, protective casings, dust and debris clearance systems, and daily inspections requiring dedicated personnel and tools. Some precision instruments must even operate within specific temperature ranges. Yet, Yixing casually covered the machine with a black oilcloth, a gesture deemed far too hasty. Good heavens! I now understand what it means to squander resources. Just look at this million-dollar machine, covered with nothing more than an oilcloth, less dignified than my grandson's little electric scooter. Shouldn't a cotton cover be provided for the machine? What is this oilcloth nonsense? The experts felt their spirits plummet as they gazed upon the casually draped black oilcloth. While listening to the outcries of the elderly experts, Yixing stood awkwardly to the side, completely unaware of the preciousness of the super machine. Even the return of a lithography machine would warrant such treatment. An hour later, the two machines were finally disassembled and hoisted onto the truck. Yixing escorted the experts to the factory entrance, where soldiers boarded military vehicles. A tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man, devoid of any insignia on his shoulders, approached Yixing and saluted him. Mr. Yi, thank you for your contributions to scientific research. I have a request I hope you will consider. Sun Yunlong's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Yixing, his voice resonant. Please, go ahead, Yixing replied, casting a curious glance at Sun Yunlong's shoulders. It struck him as odd that military officers typically bore insignias to signify their ranks, and the absence of such indicated either a high rank or an inability to display it. Either way, it suggested that this individual was of considerable significance. Mr. Yi, it has come to the attention of various research institutes that news of the super precision machine tool has spread, and they all wish to acquire one for their units. This could significantly enhance our nation's research capabilities, particularly in heavy machinery sectors where demand is substantial. Sun Yunlong's gaze lingered intensely on the remaining super machines in the workshop, his eyes aflame with desire. If it were up to him, he would allocate more funds to procure the remaining machines, allowing those experts and scholars to study them to their heart's content, to avoid incessantly lamenting before him in pursuit of the super machine tools. Yixing had to delicately maintain the relationship between both parties, given his unique channels. Do you mean to purchase a few more machine tools? Yixing articulated the other's intent directly. A few? Mr. Yi, can you truly acquire several? Sun Yunlong and Zhang Tianming exchanged astonished glances. Such technology, representing the pinnacle of Blue Star's precision machining capabilities, was strictly prohibited from export by the West. Bringing even one unit back was fraught with insurmountable challenges and numerous barriers. This young man casually mentioned procuring several. Sun Yunlong comprehended Zhang Tianming's insistence on treating Yixing with utmost seriousness. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. Of course, while it may be somewhat troublesome, it is my unassailable duty to assist the nation. Yixing unhesitatingly agreed. Mr. Yi, we have not misjudged you. The nation will not neglect your contributions, Sun Yunlong remarked, his gaze towards Yixing brimming with admiration. Considering your personal safety, I recommend that you be assigned a close bodyguard for your protection. What do you think? Sun Yunlong continued his suggestions. Thank you for your kindness, but I believe such arrangements are unnecessary, Yixing replied, aware of the goodwill behind the suggestion but resolutely declining. He did not wish for a shadow to trail him, as it would expose all his secrets. As for personal safety, he had faith that with an energy shield, nothing could harm him. Mr. Yi, please reconsider. The enemy is ever watchful. Should anything happen to you, we would be deeply troubled, Sun Yunlong said, somewhat surprised. Thank you, but I am capable of self-protection. Yixing replied with a faint smile, politely rejecting the offer. Very well, Mr. Yi. Should you require assistance, you may contact Zhang Lao. We shall always be ready to provide you with protection. Sun Yunlong conceded with a resigned shake of his head. Since Yixing was unwilling, he would have to resort to covert means of protection. He waved to the soldiers, boarded the military vehicle, and bid farewell to Yixing. As he watched them depart, Yixing returned to his office and swiftly dialed a number. 34, Hoffman, I will be flying to Munich tomorrow. Please arrange for a cargo ship in advance. Chapter 24. Positioning the following day at the capital airport, Yixing, with a black backpack slung over his shoulder, took out his phone and waited impatiently for his flight. Traveling from Dragon Country to Munich required a layover in Frankfurt, as currently, only the capital airport offered this route. His determination to reach Munich stemmed from his previous employment at a foreign trade company, where he had only dealt with the Hoffman client in Munich. He wished to visit the Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Country, yet lacked acquaintances there, and the language barrier rendered him unable to navigate even the simplest tasks. This was his first journey abroad. After conversing with Hoffman in Munich the previous night, he had only remembered in the morning the myriad of procedures required for international travel. He had initially presumed that the paperwork would consume a great deal of time, yet upon arriving at the administrative hall, He found the process remarkably straightforward. All formalities were completed in just over an hour. When Yixing received his flight ticket, he felt as though the entire world was aware of his imminent departure, waiting eagerly for him. How could that be? Yixing quickly dismissed his thoughts. Today happens to be Saturday, and the group chat is quite lively, with numerous individuals sharing their post-work sentiments, albeit predominantly complaints. Some classmates are grappling with the anxiety of job hunting. While securing a position in the mechanical engineering field is not overly challenging, the work environments tend to be quite dismal, resulting in a scarcity of those who can endure it. Li Mingyu had yet another altercation with the boss today, expressing frustration over the stinginess regarding overtime pay for weekend work. Who can tolerate such a situation? He may soon face dismissal. Suchi responded, "Boss, I support you. Don't coddle them if you disagree." A few individuals in the chat echoed Li Mingyu's sentiments, but the majority chose to ridicule him instead. Li Mingyu, you must recognize your own standing. We are merely graduates from an ordinary third-tier university. Do you think you graduated from a prestigious 985 university? Do you even know the meaning of being grounded? They continued, this is reality. You can no longer afford to be as rigid as in your student days. Suffering a little is a blessing. Li Mingyu, I truly wonder what capabilities you possess to confront the boss. Are you the longest tenured employee at your company? Are you the most skilled? Does that mean others cannot perform your duties? Upon reading these messages, Yixing furrowed his brow, struggling to believe that those youthful, passionate individuals who once aspired to change the world had become so mundane in just a year since graduation. Li Mingyu, really? I am merely earning a salary, not enslaving myself. Why do you all perceive yourselves as inferior? Su Qi added, I beg you all to possess a shred of dignity, will you? Yixing nodded, acknowledging that his comrades indeed held a sound sense of right and wrong. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Li Tingting had sent a message. Li Tingting, oh look at this. You are all kindred spirits in hardship. Your good friend Yixing is on the brink of bankruptcy, and you, Li Mingyu, are clashing with the boss. Aren't you on the verge of dismissal as well? She continued, in my opinion, Li Mingyu, you might as well team up with Yixing and beg on the streets. That Su Qi certainly has a silver tongue. Let him lead the way, and the three of you can gallivant together. Her suggestion was amusing but somewhat disgraceful, as our school, despite its shortcomings, still commanded a modicum of pride. The atmosphere in the chat brightened considerably. Everyone had felt discomfort by the earlier comments from Li Mingyu and Su Qi, but now, with Li Tingting's retort, they felt a sense of relief, relishing the opportunity to mock the two. Yixing's expression darkened. Li Tingting was being excessively harsh. Why must a classmate speak so cruelly? He currently possessed several million and had the means to establish a technology company through an interstellar trading platform, urgently needing personnel. And he could invite Li Mingyu and Su Qi to join him. Both were friends from his dormitory, making them more trustworthy than outsiders. Yixing, Li Tingting, you always speak nonsense. When have I ever faced bankruptcy? If you continue to spread rumors, be wary of facing legal action. The chat fell into an abrupt silence. Yixing then sent another message. Li Mingyu, Su Qi, I am planning to establish a company with an investment of 30 million. If you are interested, once I return from abroad, we can collaborate. There is no need to endure such treatment elsewhere. The group erupted once more, as many presumed Yixing was merely boasting. An investment of 30 million is no trifling sum. Most small companies operate with registered capital in the range of hundreds of thousands to a few million, often not even fully paid. If it were said that Yixing registered a company with a capital of several hundred thousand, it would merely elicit a chuckle. However, when he boldly claims 30 million, it seems utterly implausible. Does he truly believe that money falls from the sky? Li Tingting, Yixing, how can you boast so extravagantly? 30 million. Can you even produce a mere 100,000 at this moment? Just now, I was almost swayed by your words. I suspect you might not even have enough for legal fees. Ding Xiaoling, a classmate from 34, remarked that no one understands Yixing better than she does. He can't even afford a wedding house, yet he intends to open a company with 30 million. What an absurdity. Familiar faces revealing uncomfortable truths can be quite terrifying. The chat group erupted once more. Ha ha ha, Yixing boasting in front of classmates is rather futile. Who doesn't know each other? With that shabby little factory of yours. How do you expect to start a company? Are you planning to sell miracle pills? Yixing, come visit V100. If you've earned so much money, at least consider upgrading your ride. Coincidentally, I've just transitioned to a car dealership. If you wish to buy a vehicle, I can offer you a discount, but I fear you might not dare to come. Yixing, feeling breathless, opened his phone intending to share a few signed contracts to deliver a slight shock. However, upon opening his album, he realized he had forgotten to take any photos. Suddenly, WeChat vibrated. Someone had sent him a private message. Li Mingyu, Yixing, can we drop the act now? This is too awkward. Su Qi, Xing, are you in a good mental state? Have you been hacked? Even Su Qi and Li Mingyu doubt him now. Yixing felt a wave of frustration and prepared to access his banking app for a screenshot of his assets as proof. Li Tingting, everyone. Look how Yixing can boast. He even went abroad. Why don't you send us a location to verify your claims? That should be simple, right? Yes. Send us a location to let us see. That's a good idea. Yi Xing, you should send it now. Don't tell me you're going to be a turtle again. The classmates in the group began to jeer, insisting Yi Xing share his location. You won't shed tears until you see the king of hell, will you? With a sigh, Yi Xing opened the location feature and sent a screenshot to the group. Capital Airport, Terminal 3. The previously frantic messages fell silent in an instant. No one had anticipated that Yi Xing was indeed at the airport. Those who had mocked him now felt a flush of embarrassment. The corners of Yi Xing's mouth lifted slightly. He finally felt a sense of relief. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. Chapter 25. Song's mining company not far away. A tall woman stood and slowly approached Yi Xing. She wore a pink short blazer paired with a black skirt, her features both elegant and refined, with delicate, fair skin radiating a gentle yet aloof charm. Her long, snowy legs swayed gently with each step, accentuating their curves and allure. All eyes in the waiting area were drawn to her, their throats tightening as they followed her graceful figure. Song Yanxue, the undisputed queen of elegance from Tiannan University. Yet at this moment, a smile graced her lips. Her starry bright eyes fixed upon Yi Xing's face with a hint of surprise. Following her was a middle-aged man in a black suit, bearing a resemblance to Song Yanxue, exuding an air of authority. Song Yanxue, what brings you here? Yi Xing rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. This is my father. Song Yanxue pointed to the middle-aged man beside her. Uncle. Yi Xing hurriedly greeted him. Song Yi scrutinized Yi Xing from head to toe, his ordinary attire prompting a slight frown before he settled down with a thermos in one hand and his phone in the other, scrolling through it. Sensing the other party's aloofness, Yi Xing forced a smile, finding the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Yi Xing, my father has always been like this. Do not take it to heart. Song Yanxue chided Song Yi with a glance, apologizing to Yi Xing for his rudeness. Understanding that Uncle Song was busy with business, Yi Xing, also a businessman, thought he could learn much from him in the future. He smiled faintly. Since entering society, he had encountered many individuals who flaunted their status. Are you going abroad? Song Yanxue asked curiously, observing Yi Xing. Yes. I am heading to Munich to negotiate a business deal. To Germany? I heard your family's machinery factory is facing some issues. Are you going to purchase equipment? Song Yanxue's tone was calm, yet her concern was palpable. Song Yi paused his actions, leaning back in the soft chair, pretending to close his eyes while slowly sipping tea, yet his gaze, through his partially closed eyelids, was directed at Yi Xing. He found it peculiar that his exceptionally beautiful daughter, who usually showed disdain for the wealthy elite, was engaging in conversation with a classmate of seemingly little status. However, recalling the challenges his group faced and his daughter's future, his mood grew heavy again. No, I am going to Munich to purchase some scrap iron. Yi Xing shook his head. Uffed. Song Yi suddenly sprayed his tea, his face reddening from stifled laughter. He was utterly taken aback by Yi Xing's statement. Given the abundance of scrap iron in the country, why venture to Germany for it? Did he believe that German scrap iron could yield gold or something? The seemingly normal young man appeared to possess the reasoning of a mere 8-year-old. Song Yi felt an urge to pull Song Yanxue away from Yi Xing. Having heard that prolonged exposure to those of lesser intellect could be infectious, low chuckles erupted around them, many casting sympathetic glances at Song Yanxue. Upon her arrival, she had captivated the crowd, and many were eavesdropping on their conversation. They wondered how such a stunning, elegant business elite could have such a foolish classmate. Song Yanxue covered her lips with her delicate white hand, her eyes wide as she gazed at Yi Xing. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Yi Xing, if you truly wish to buy scrap iron, I can assist you. You need not spend unnecessarily. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. Yi Xing resolutely shook his head, harboring unspoken difficulties. If he could resolve matters domestically, he could not clarify the origins of the super machine tools. Is German scrap iron superior? After a moment of contemplation, Song Yanxue arrived at a possible explanation. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why Yi Xing insisted on going abroad for scrap iron. I see. The rumors are indeed true. My daughter's intelligence seems to be declining. Song Yi covered his eyes with his right hand, lamenting internally. His family was in the mining business and was no stranger to scrap iron. What difference could there be between scrap iron from different countries? This trip to Munich is not merely tied to my business endeavors. It is intricately linked to the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Observing the earnest expression on Song Yanxue's face, I hesitated to deceive her. Yet I found myself unable to divulge too much. Ironically, his words made him appear even more deceitful. Is the Dragon Kingdom's fortune truly so diminished? Have we reached a point where we must rely on scrap metal for salvation? One might mistakenly believe I traveled abroad to procure an aircraft carrier, who endowed him with the audacity to think he could steer the nation's destiny. The eavesdropping passengers could no longer contain themselves, erupting into cheerful laughter. Song Yi covered his eyes with his hands, desperately shifting away from Yi Xing, wishing to feign ignorance of him. He regretted not consulting the almanac before venturing out. If a discerning observer were to see him alongside such a fool, surely his stocks would plummet. Song Yinxue, with her pearly white teeth lightly nibbling on her cherry-red lips, appeared somewhat disillusioned and hesitant. She hoped Yixing would leave a favorable impression on Song Yi, facilitating her request for assistance for the Song family. Yet, Yixing's demeanor was profoundly disappointing. Are you abroad for business, Song Yinxue? Yixing, perceiving her unease, swiftly changed the subject. A shadow of concern crossed Song Yinxue's delicate features, her brows furrowing in silence. Has something troubled you? Perhaps I could lend a hand? Yixing, sensing a hint of distress, inquired urgently. While he could remain aloof with other classmates, he felt an obligation to Song Yinxue, who had defended him in their circle. My father and I are headed to Kangaroo Country. If you face financial difficulties, feel free to find me in Jinling, Yixing offered. Song Yinxue did not respond, but instead produced a black business card from her pocket and handed it to Yixing Song Mining. Yixing's eyes widened in astonishment as he read the words on the card, staring incredulously at Song Yinxue. The renowned mining conglomerate in the provincial capital boasted assets in the billions, with operations spanning mineral exploration, extraction, and sales. The founder, having amassed initial capital from coal mining, swiftly transitioned into the mining market, establishing the company as a prominent force within a few short years. Rumors suggested that the future heiress of Song Mining was as beautiful as a flower, the object of affection for wealthy scions of the provincial capital. Yixing had previously speculated with classmates about the appearance of this enigmatic heiress, never imagining she would be his own classmate. Yinxue. Just then, a group of individuals hurried into the hall, led by a young man in a black suit, flanked by subordinates. Chapter 26. Conflict. The young man, tall and slender, donned an exquisitely crafted suit, his hair slicked back, his elongated eyes scanning the surroundings with a glimmer of avarice. His pallid complexion tinged with green and dark circles under his eyes, exuding the air of a seasoned reveler deprived of sleep. Young master, you've arrived. Upon seeing the young man, Song Yi immediately stood, bowing slightly in an attempt to curry favor. Yu Hao, disregarding Song Yi, approached Song Yinxue, his eyes narrowing as he greedily surveyed her face, bosom, and thighs. Song Yinxue felt the weight of Yu Hao's gaze, her brows slightly furrowing as she instinctively leaned behind Yixing. The undulating mountains morphed into an airport, and her delicate, porcelain-like hands transformed into robust arms adorned with coarse hair. Yu Hao found his eyes stinging, and upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Yixing's playful grin. Had he never encountered a woman before? To stare so unabashedly in public was utterly tasteless. Yixing stood in front of Song Yinxue, laughing as he regarded Yu Hao. What are you doing? Step aside and don't obstruct my view, Yu Hao thundered, furious that his enjoyment had been interrupted by this fool. I am a classmate of Song Yinxue. A classmate? A pauper dared to stand alongside Yinxue? Get lost. Yu Hao scoffed coldly. As the circle knew well that Song Yinxue was enrolled in a low-tier university, surrounded by peers of ordinary backgrounds. Wealthy young men often mocked her during gatherings. With a wave of his hand, two burly henchmen approached Yixing, instantly thickening the atmosphere as onlookers nervously stepped back, concerned for Yixing suddenly. A hum resonated as an energy shield activated, vibrating the surrounding air with an ethereal white light enveloping him. Two crosses of energy bore down on the henchmen's chests, poised to unleash their fury at any moment. An invisible pressure forced the bodyguards to change color, retreating a few steps. You. Don't lower yourself to this fool-s level. Yinxue, let us go. At that moment, Song Yi approached, pulling Song Yinxue out from behind. Yixing Yinxue. Our family's salvation hinges on you. You must. Song Yi sighed softly in Yinxue's ear. Annoyed, Song Yinxue glanced at the smug Yu Hao. Yinxue. The Rio Tinto CEO has booked a hotel in Melbourne, waiting for us to negotiate. Yu Hao, stepping closer to Song Yinxue, deliberately raised his voice. The Rio Tinto Group? The largest mining company in the world, managing iron ore, coal, copper, aluminum, nickel, and other resources. Ranking among the top 200 in the global Fortune 500 with immense strength that even many small nations envy. The airport lounge was filled with business professionals, well-versed in the industry, who couldn't help but cast envious glances at Tang Tao, who was evidently a guest of Rio Tinto. In stark contrast, Yixing's endeavor to procure scrap metal in Germany seemed trivial, highlighting the vast chasm between the two. One was heaven, the other was earth, utterly incomparable. This was the epitome of a wealthy heir paired with a stunning beauty. That beauty hardly seems worthy of you. What kind of woman could he not attract at such a young age with wealth? If I were that foolish boy, I'd keep my distance from her. Angering a wealthy second generation could lead to unforeseen consequences. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter about Yu Hao, Song Yinxue, and Yixing. I'll take my leave. Should you need anything, feel free to find me in Jinling. With a heavy heart, Song Yinxue waved goodbye and followed Song Yi towards the boarding gate. Kid. I'll remember you. Yu Hao extended his hand, his eyes betraying a murderous intent as he gestured across his throat towards Yixing. Subsequently, he waved his hand, leading his bodyguard to follow behind Song Yinxue. Yixing gazed longingly in the direction where Song Yinxue had vanished. The autumn sky was crisp and clear, and the blue Danube meandered through Munich. Upon disembarking from the plane, Yixing immediately spotted the tall, bearded Hoffman awaiting him at the airport. Having previously encountered Hoffman via video, he recognized him instantly. Most importantly, Yixing had once aided Hoffman in establishing numerous client connections in Longhua, allowing Hoffman to amass considerable wealth. "Oh, my dear star, how delightful it is to finally meet you," Hoffman exclaimed, recognizing Yixing at once and striding forward to embrace him warmly. "I too am very pleased to see you," replied Yixing, extricating himself from Hoffman's enthusiastic embrace. Somewhat unaccustomed to such fervor, Hoffman then escorted Yixing to a hotel that had been reserved in advance and subsequently invited him to the most renowned restaurant in the area. Sipping Munich's light beer and savoring roasted pork knuckles, they basked in the golden autumn sunlight. Before them, the Danube flowed serenely, reminiscent of blue jade. Yixing found himself daydreaming, envisioning a future where he could purchase a villa here and lead a tranquil life. "Hoffman, what merchandise do you wish to procure this time?" "Munich boasts a rich history in mechanical product development. Our offerings are stable and reliable, sure to help you penetrate the Longhua market," Hoffman said, eagerly eyeing Yixing after sipping his beer. "I would like you to expedite an order for a cargo ship filled with scrap metal as swiftly as possible," Yixing replied, observing Hoffman's astonishment. "What? You cannot be serious," Hoffman exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "There's scrap metal everywhere. Why would one travel across oceans to Germany to purchase it?" Yixing nodded, identifying this as the most economical approach. "I can increase the price. I have recently launched my own company, developing high-tech products that you could represent for substantial profit," Hoffman suggested. Sensing Yixing's hesitation and realizing that he deemed the venture unprofitable. "Very well," Yixing conceded, "you have aided me in the past, and I shall ensure this is arranged with utmost urgency." Hoffman pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. 3 days later, the Bremen cargo ship, laden with goods, docked at the Munich port, destined for Zhoushan port in Longhua. As the cargo owner, Yixing boarded the vessel prior to its departure to inspect the cargo, accompanied by the ship's owner, traversing the holds and discreetly memorizing their locations. Upon disembarking, the ship's owner and crew chuckled at Yixing's retreating figure, having never encountered such an absurd client who would traverse such a distance for mere containers of scrap metal. Yixing chose not to return with the cargo ship, nor to fly directly back to the capital. Instead, he purchased a ticket for a luxury cruise, intending to disembark and return home when the ship docked at a domestic port. 5 nights later, the sea lay tranquil beneath the luminous moonlight that bathed the deck. Holding a glass of wine, Yixing leaned against the ship's railing, lost in reverie as he admired the moonlit ocean. The cruise ship's grand hall was ablaze with light, and the lively sounds of song and dance drifted onto the deck, where only Yixing stood, singing to the moon. Suddenly, Yixing's form vanished from the deck, leaving only the wine glass upon the table. Above the cruise ship, a vague silhouette emerged from the shadowy clouds, pausing momentarily before transforming into a streak of white, slicing through the clouds and racing toward the east. Chapter 27. The appearance of the F-22. A series of thunderous roars resonated through the tranquil air, akin to a tempest unleashed. The revelers aboard the cruise ship simultaneously looked up in terror toward the sky. There, a white streak traversed the clouds at a remarkable speed, billowing white vapor rolling in its wake. Heavens, what kind of aircraft could possibly achieve such velocity? I estimated it to be over 5 Mach. Your estimation is erroneous. It must be at least 7 Mach to generate such an impact, came the retort. But why can't we see the aircraft? Many gazed upward, debating and voicing their concerns. Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin, Captain Fields and the first mate stared at the radar display, their expressions filled with astonishment. 12 Mach. To their knowledge, the fastest known aircraft on the entire blue planet barely reached 98 Mach. The radar had detected a speed far exceeding that figure. Could it be a UFO? Fields murmured to himself. As a seasoned captain who had journeyed far and wide, he had witnessed many extraordinary phenomena. Yet witnessing something this extraordinary captured by instruments was a first in his lifetime. "Captain, could it be a new aircraft developed by the Eastern Power, surveilling our territory?" suggested the first mate, introducing a novel theory. Fields' expression grew serious. With the continuous rise of the Eastern Power's national strength, the gap between its aviation military capabilities and those of the developed Western nations had diminished, and reports of technological breakthroughs from the Dragon Nation frequently surfaced. Fields immediately grasped the communicator to relay the information. Moments later, 2 F-22 fighter jets took off from the nearest airport, racing toward the maritime area where the cruise ship was located. Unbeknownst to the celestial traveler, Yixing, The events unfolding aboard the cruise ship were beyond his awareness as he focused intently on maneuvering the energy shield. Before him, the panel displayed the coordinates of the Bremen and the distance between them. As long as he managed his speed and coordinates, the energy shield would guide him toward that target. The reason he could be detected by ground radar was that the stealth of the energy shield only evaded the naked eye, unable to escape radio wave scanning. After all, the energy shield was an ancient tool of fleet civilization intended for hunting, not for warfare. Concealed behind the shield, Yi Xing observed clouds colliding with him at an indescribable speed, shattering into fragments and vanishing without a trace. He could only imagine the fate that awaited him had he lacked the shield at such an altitude. He would be utterly obliterated. A few minutes later, the Bremen emerged upon the silvery sea surface. Yi Xing slowed his speed and gently descended at the rear of the cargo ship. It was deep into the night, and apart from the patrolling crew on the deck, there was no one else aboard. Yi Xing quietly opened the warehouse door and entered the cargo hold. Inside lay several massive containers, stacked within the dim space. Yi Xing leaped atop a container, mentally activating his spatial ring to absorb the scrap metal into it. He then placed the 15 super-precision machine tools, which had already been traded, into the container. In less than half an hour, Yi Xing completed all preparations. He emerged from the cargo hold, glanced around, and reactivated flight mode, vanishing into the sky. Moments later, Yi Xing found himself soaring above the cruise ship. From that altitude, he could see the ship illuminated with bright lights, and many people were gazing upwards. Had he been discovered? A thought crossed Yi Xing's mind as he prepared to slow down and seek a less populated area to land. Suddenly, a red light began to flash on the panel in front of the energy shield. An aircraft was approaching from 20 kilometers away. The opposing craft's radar was scanning. Alarm! The enemy aircraft's fire control radar had locked onto him. A series of warning messages appeared on the panel. Yi Xing froze midair, cold sweat trickling down his back. This was his first encounter utilizing the energy shield against an adversary, and he was faced with a modern fighter jet, a pinnacle of human technology. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Could the energy shield withstand an assault from a fighter jet? The model of the opposing aircraft was displayed. Steeling himself, Yi Xing composed his thoughts and issued commands. The panel quickly revealed the fighter jet's model and distance. 10 kilometers away, two F-22s were approaching him in a flanking formation, launching a continuous stream of green waveforms from their bellies towards him. Although Yi Xing understood this was merely a simulation, the reality would be far more dire. Escape. The thought flashed through his mind. As a military weapons enthusiast, he knew each F-22 was armed with 6 9 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. These missiles utilized infrared homing technology and would relentlessly pursue their target until destruction ensued. The sole method of countering such missiles was to deploy heat sources as decoys, diverting them elsewhere. However, Yi Xing was aware that the energy shield lacked this functionality. Although Captain Jerry asserted that the energy shield could withstand attacks from any weapon beneath a nuclear strike, Yi Xing hesitated to test this theory. After all, a missile failure could spell his end in the vast ocean. Fortunately, the energy shield possessed a notable characteristic: speed. Accelerate to Mach 30. Yi Xing turned, unleashing energy at an unprecedented velocity. In the cockpit of the F-22, Lieutenant David, a robust figure, gazed at the instrument panel, his expression one of astonishment. Upon receiving orders, he had rushed to the incident area, only to find no target, initially believing it to be yet another farcical case like previous unidentified flying object encounters. Just as they prepared to turn back to report, they unexpectedly discovered a new blip on the radar. An object appeared 20 kilometers away and was closing in. Though their eyesight was exceptional, it was night, making it difficult to spot a target 10 kilometers away with the naked eye. However, the fact that it was detectable on radar indicated that the opponent's stealth capabilities were lacking, placing them at a significantly lower level than their own. This revelation brought them a sense of relief, as long as it wasn't the legendary extraterrestrial, given the United States' superior weaponry. They were confident they could capture or destroy the target. David first picked up the communicator, adhering to international protocol, to inform the other party of their incursion into airspace, requesting their cooperation to land at the designated airport for further processing. However, upon sending the message, it vanished into the void, receiving no response. Were they truly dismissing us? Then let them experience the sting of the Sidewinder. A cold smile crept across David's lips. It had been a long time since he had felt the thrill of launching a missile. Following protocol, David utilized the fire control radar to lock onto the target. Should the other party continue their obstinacy, he would press the missile launch button, igniting a potential military confrontation. Launch. After several seconds of mounting impatience, David issued the attack command. Two F-22s expelled fiery trails from their wings, hurtling towards the Yeshing. A smile graced David's face as he reclined heavily in his seat, anticipating the moment of the missile's impact and the ensuing blaze. His extensive experience assured him that the adversary had no means of retaliation. Otherwise, They would not remain oblivious even after being locked onto by the fire control radar. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the instrument panel and, as if bitten by a venomous snake, he sprang up, fixated on the screen. Good heavens, is this the speed achievable by humanity? David gazed in disbelief at the swiftly moving white line, exclaiming in horror. Chapter 28, Confrontation. 30 Mach, 10 kilometers per second, covering 600 kilometers in a single minute. In contrast, the Sidewinder missile travels at a speed of 850 meters per second, with an effective range of 12 kilometers. If the Sidewinder and Yexing were to launch simultaneously, the missile would be left far behind. Observing the speed of the point of light on the instrument panel, the two missiles appeared to be crawling like snails in comparison. David's complexion turned ashen as he experienced, for the first time, the profound sense of defeat brought on by the adversary's dimensional assault. John, accelerate and encircle him. Give him a shot. David, unwilling to concede, seized the communicator to relay orders to his wingman, John. The two F-22s sliced through the clouds. One heading east and the other west, converging on the Yexing from both flanks. Yexing hovered in the sky, observing the display panel that clearly showed the paths of the F-22s and the missile. The Sidewinder, having traveled a distance, arced and plummeted into the sea. Meanwhile, the two F-22s, clearly unwilling to relent, sped towards him. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yexing's mouth. The recent high-speed flight had granted him newfound respect for his energy shield. Accelerating to 30 Mach in an instant had placed him in an invulnerable position. Now, he intended to test his offensive capabilities. In a flash, Yexing accelerated to a point just 15 kilometers from the wingman. At this distance, even if a missile were to approach, it would lack precision and be unable to catch up to Yexing. John, piloting his aircraft while monitoring the instrument panel, noticed Yexing charging towards him and hurriedly pressed the missile launch button. Whoosh! A missile, a flame, shot forth from beneath the wing, aimed directly at Yexing. As Yexing fixated on the display panel, watching the missile draw nearer, his heart raced. This was the first time he faced a missile at such close range. 3 minutes later, a gleaming white missile appeared in Yexing's field of vision, growing larger by the second. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. David and John watched as the missile hurtled closer to its target, their hearts racing with anticipation. If the adversary did not turn and flee, the missile would undoubtedly strike its mark. 50 meters. David and John felt a surge of excitement. The enemy showed no signs of escape, and they were confident that the target was trapped. Boom. Suddenly, a brilliant firework lit up the sky, illuminating the nearby clouds. John, we can celebrate with champagne when we return. David exclaimed excitedly over the communicator. That firework was the explosion resulting from the missile hitting its target. Although they could not fathom why the enemy had not evaded, such considerations were beyond their scope now. David, I can't shake the feeling that this is all too easy, John remarked, casting a doubtful glance at the instrument panel. He had witnessed the adversary flying at 30 Mach and felt uneasy about this seemingly effortless strike. Rest assured, that was a Sidewinder missile. It targets with heat guidance, and since no thermal decoy was deployed, it must have hit, David replied, brimming with enthusiasm as he prepared to turn back. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a dark figure emerging from the clouds in the distance. David's heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen hand, his breath catching in his throat as his gaze fixed on the approaching silhouette. Good heavens! It was a person, a human flying through the air without any auxiliary devices. David could hardly believe his eyes, staring in disbelief as Yexing drew closer. When they were only 5 kilometers apart, realization hit him, and he hurriedly pressed the launch button again. A Sidewinder missile screamed through the air toward Yexing. The latter halted mid-flight, calmly gazing at the high-speed missile with no hint of panic. In his line of sight, a crosshair had already locked onto the missile. When the missile was just 100 meters away, Yexing launched his counterattack. With a staggering 100,000 horsepower, the air along its path twisted and warped, forming a horizontal tornado that surged toward the missile. Caught in the whirlwind, the missile was tossed about, its warhead succumbing to immense pressure and beginning to deform. Boom. The missile, pushed to its limits, finally detonated, the shockwave displacing the surrounding air and leaving only the fierce flames at its core. 100 meters away, Yexing felt the tremor from the explosion, but fortunately, most of the energy was absorbed by his protective shield, leaving him unharmed. David, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, stood with his mouth agape, realizing that the first missile had never hit its target. Instead, it had been detonated by the adversary using some unknown means. Cold sweat trickled down David's back as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. John, clear the missile bay. Run, David shouted, frantically pressing the launch button while issuing orders to John. After releasing all 4 missiles aboard, David turned the aircraft back toward the base. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Yexing. Yexing swiftly detonated the 2 missiles that approached from 100 meters away and then turned to flee at a staggering speed of 30 Mach. There was no alternative. His adversary was equally cunning, launching 2 waves of missiles from different directions, leaving Yixing only able to neutralize one flank. If he did not escape in time, evading the assault of 4 missiles would be nearly impossible. He had no desire to test whether his energy shield could withstand the simultaneous explosion of 4 missiles. As he watched the 4 missiles arching down into the sea, Yixing returned to hover above the cruise ship. Finding a secluded corner unnoticed, he descended and revealed himself. Standing on the deck alongside the others, all gazing skyward. In the sky, a dozen aircraft were conducting a coordinated search in the vicinity, accompanied by several armed helicopters flying low over the sea. The tourists aboard the cruise ship watched with curious eyes, speculating about the military's intentions. The earlier confrontation between Yixing and the F-22 had taken place at high altitudes, where radar could detect them, but the naked eye could hardly perceive. Half an hour later, the aircraft withdrew, and tranquility returned to the sea. Yixing remained seated on the deck, appreciating the unfolding events. Though he was perilously close to them, he felt secure. In this world, aside from Yixing, it was unlikely anyone would believe that a person could fly and engage in aerial combat with an F-22, even detonating its missiles. The next encounter would yield a different outcome. With a glass of red wine in hand, Yixing sipped slowly. In this bout against the F-22, he had gained a slight advantage. Should the protective capabilities of the energy shield be thoroughly validated, he would be confident in ensuring that the F-22 would not return unscathed next time. Zhoushan Port buzzed with the comings and goings of vessels. Sun Yunlong, dressed in casual attire, frequently checked his wristwatch. Anxiety and concern etched across his brow. Behind him stood a group of elderly experts, their hair graying, hailing from various fields across the nation. Their expressions were a mix of urgency and anticipation, with some shielding their eyes to gaze out at the sea. Since the news of the Aerospace Institute acquiring several super-precision machine tools spread, the engineering and research communities across the country had erupted in excitement. Prominent figures from related sectors flocked to Zhoushan Port, vying for the rights to utilize one of the machines. While they maintained a facade of respect and politeness, underlying tensions loomed as they guarded against one another. After all, opportunities were scarce, and missing this chance could mean a long wait for the next. Observing the group of seasoned experts, Sun Yunlong fretted over how to allocate the machine tools. Simultaneously, he was increasingly concerned about whether the goods would face any hindrances during transportation. After all, these machine tools were contraband under the Basel Convention. The ship had arrived. Just as his anxiety peaked, a subordinate rushed over with a report. Chapter 29. The Four Seas card. As the Bremen vessel docked at the port, personnel promptly arrived at their designated positions, with cranes and other equipment ready at hand. Surrounding ships cast envious glances at the crew of the Bremen. The unloading at the port followed a first-come, first-served basis, with some vessels having to wait 1 or 2 days before their cargo could be offloaded. They speculated eagerly about the significance of the Bremen's arrival. The captain and crew of the Bremen ship wore perplexed expressions, acutely aware that their vessel was laden with scrap metal. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom was in need of such refuse? A bold thought flickered through the minds of the captain and his men. A colossal crane hoisted the containers from the hold and placed them upon the dock, where they were promptly transported to the warehouse by trucks that had been waiting in anticipation. Experts gathered around the containers, watching with bated breath as workers began to dismantle them, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. When 6 super-precision machine tools emerged unscathed before their eyes, the experts erupted in jubilant cheers. Sun Yunlong, wiping the sweat from his brow, exhaled a long sigh of relief. This mission had finally reached a successful conclusion. Although numerous experts were present, all had signed confidentiality agreements, and he harbored no concerns about any information leaking out. After all, these esteemed experts harbored a unique loyalty to the nation that commanded profound respect. Our Ship Power Institute is definitely claiming one of these. You needn't compete with us, declared an elder, clutching one of the machine tools protectively as though fearing it would be snatched away. Yet, no one ridiculed his actions. Rather, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. But there are only 6 in total. On what grounds do you assume you should take one first? Our Electronics Institute also requires one, retorted a silver-haired elder, voicing dissent. Old Liu, I fail to comprehend. These super machine tools pertain to mechanical engineering. What relevance does your Electronics Institute have? Another chimed in. Indeed, it made sense for the Ship Power Institute to acquire one for research and processing. But what purpose did it serve for the Electronics and Power Institutes to intrude upon this matter? Almost immediately, others echoed this sentiment. They typically collaborated on various projects. Yet when it came to institutional interests, such camaraderie was swiftly cast aside. Old Tang, your remarks are rather naive. This super machine tool encompasses not only mechanical transmission devices, but also breakthroughs in electronic sensing, motor servo technology, and more. Our research will significantly bolster national strength, benefiting even those in mechanical fields, countered the elder from the Electronics Institute. Old Liu, do you genuinely believe they are unaware? They are merely pretending to be oblivious. Hoping to prevent you from claiming a spot, someone pointedly remarked. Sun Yunlong, observing this exchange, found himself both amused and exasperated. These top-tier experts, despite their advanced years, exhibited the temperaments of children. However, he understood their perspective, for super machine tools were exceedingly rare and precious. If Yixing could procure a few more, it would alleviate his burdens. All right, everyone, let's cease the quarrel. Sun Yunlong waved his hand, restoring order to the gathering. The distribution of the machine tools will certainly be organized. I propose you all return and discuss this matter among yourselves. His suggestion was met with a moment of silence before the elder experts nodded in tacit agreement. Recognizing that emotional responses were unwarranted and that the organization would provide a satisfactory resolution. Little son, is it not possible to acquire a few more? You must understand that the significance of super machine tools to the nation cannot be measured merely in monetary terms. An elderly expert could not help but propose. This suggestion is quite astute. Sun Yunlong, with a bitter smile and cold sweat on his forehead, found himself at a loss. Should he deem this venerable expert overly naive, or consider him to be underestimating foreign intelligence agencies? The notion of smuggling such prohibited, cutting-edge technology from abroad seemed fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Even now, Sun Yunlong remained perplexed about how Yixing had managed to attain this point. 3 days later, at Jinling Airport, as Yixing emerged, he spotted Zhang Tianming and Sun Yunlong waiting at the entrance. He also sensed an unusual atmosphere. A few individuals seemed to deliberately isolate him from those around. As Yixing approached Sun Yunlong, intending to address him as General Sun, he was interrupted by Sun Yunlong. You are merely a few years my junior. Just call me Brother Sun, Sun Yunlong remarked, scanning the surroundings with a measured gaze. The confidentiality of their operations was paramount. Even the slightest lapse could spell disaster for Yixing. He was well acquainted with Yixing's movements within the country, but remained baffled as to how Yixing had procured a super machine tool abroad and successfully transported it back home. To Sun Yunlong, Yixing was shrouded in mystery. Brother Sun, Zhang Lao even asked you to wait for me at the airport. I could have returned on my own. Yixing greeted the two with a smile. That is not the case. You were dispatched on a mission, and we must ensure your safe return home. Sun Yunlong replied with a double entendre. You are being overly cautious. What accidents could possibly occur on my own turf? Yixing responded, dismissively shaking his head. The group continued their conversation as they made their way outside, where several vehicles awaited. Once Yixing entered his car, the others formed a protective convoy around him. The journey from Jinling to Tianan City stretched over 100 miles, and within an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Xingyu Machinery Factory. During the ride, Sun Yunlong and Yixing exchanged brief pleasantries, during which Sun Yunlong learned that Yixing had purchased the machine tool in Munich and had it directly shipped to Zhoushan Port. Sun Yunlong had no reason to doubt Yixing's words, as the information he possessed corroborated Yixing's account. As for the intricate details of the transaction, Sun Yunlong refrained from probing. Such matters were personal secrets of Yixing's, and he did not wish to risk offending him, lest future acquisitions of super machine tools be jeopardized. Upon disembarking, Sun Yunlong and Zhang Tianming escorted Yixing to the entrance. Surveying the area, Sun Yunlong was astonished to find that there were no vehicles parked at the entrance. Xiaoyi, where's your car? He inquired, surprised. To his knowledge, Zhang Tianming had arranged for a contract exceeding 10 million. It seemed implausible that someone like Yixing, who had contributed significantly to the nation, would resort to public transportation. Such a notion made Sun Yunlong feel a pang of guilt. Scratching his head, Yixing replied, I haven't had the chance to buy one yet. Oh, I see. Xiaoyi, take this card. Sun Yunlong pondered for a moment before producing a sleek black business card from his pocket and handing it to Yixing. The card, crafted from metal, felt substantial in hand. Its corners were adorned with diamonds, while the center featured a fierce golden dragon, exuding grandeur and distinction. The card epitomized luxury and nobility. Although the purpose of the item remained unclear, its extraordinary origin was evident. Yixing was taken aback and hurriedly declined, saying, Brother Sun, this is too much. Xiaoyi interjected, you have contributed immensely to the nation. It is our duty to ensure you enjoy a better life and safety. Yixing gazed blankly at Sun Yunlong. This is the Sihai card. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount at the top consumer establishments across the country. Young brother, your future is boundless, and you will surely find this card useful. Sun Yunlong pressed the Sihai card into Yixing's hands. He then lowered his voice, saying, Moreover, this card serves another purpose. In times of peril, it can be your lifeline. Yixing was astonished and instantly grasped Sun Yunlong's implication. Sun Yunlong smiled and prepared to leave with Zhang Tianming. Brother Sun, wait a moment. Yixing suddenly recalled something and quickly called out to Sun Yunlong. Chapter 30. Unidentified Flying Objects. Xiaoyi, feel free to speak your mind, Sun Yunlong said, his smile warm as he regarded Yixing. He held a favorable impression of Yixing, admiring his patriotism and humility. Brother Sun, have you heard of Song's Mining? Sun Yunlong inquired. Song's Mining? I've heard it's a significant mining conglomerate. What trouble have they caused you? His brow furrowed, revealing a serious demeanor. As a representative sent by the state to communicate with Yixing and oversee his security, he was unfamiliar with Jinling. Hearing Yixing's solemn inquiry, he naturally assumed a connection between Song's Mining and Yixing. If that were the case, he would need to caution Song's Mining to retreat. Not quite. It's actually my classmate's family business. They seem to be facing some trouble. Could you help me look into it? Yixing recalled the sorrowful gaze of Song Yanxue when she was taken away by Song Yi. No problem. I'll make some inquiries. If the issue isn't significant, we will step in to assist, Sun Yunlong assured, nodding gravely. Thank you, Brother Sun, Yixing replied, his spirits lifted. With the state's involvement, he believed the Song family would weather the storm. Xiao Yi, don't stand on ceremony with your brother Sun, Sun Yunlong chuckled, patting Yixing's shoulder before departing the factory with Zhang Tianming. Sun Yunlong dropped Zhang Tianming off at the research institute. He drove several laps around the outskirts of the city before parking in front of an inconspicuous building. This was the National Security Bureau of Tian'an City. On the surface, it appeared relaxed and indistinguishable from an ordinary apartment, yet both the security personnel and staff were exceptionally well trained. After passing through security checks, Sun Yunlong entered a spacious office and took a seat. On the desk lay a dossier detailing Yixing's social connections since birth. As Sun Yunlong perused the documents, his confusion deepened. The records depicted Yixing's background as impeccably ordinary, indistinguishable from millions of working youths in the country, with a straightforward trajectory of schooling and labor. The peculiar changes seemed to have begun with Hu Kai's appearance, demanding repayment. Could it be that Yixing harbored hidden overseas experiences? Yet that seemed implausible. Apart from this recent trip abroad, he had never traveled beyond his province. Sun Yunlong's mind was a muddled mess of questions. However, when his gaze fell upon the photograph of Yixing's classmate Song Yanxue, a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Young man, are you attempting to play the hero and rescue a damsel in distress? Very well, my friend, I shall lend you a helping hand, murmured Sun Yunlong as he picked up the telephone from the table and dialed a number. Please retrieve the information regarding Song's mining company and ascertain whether they have encountered any recent troubles, he commanded in a low voice. Having completed this task, Sun Yunlong took out his smartphone and began scrolling through videos while awaiting the results of the inquiry. Although he was a soldier, in his daily life, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary individual, save for the fact that his phone had been specially modified to prevent any information leakage. Like many middle-aged men, he enjoyed browsing both domestic and international news for entertainment, though he never engaged in the commentary. After a while of perusing the same old news, Sun Yunlong stifled a yawn, just as he was about to set his phone aside for a brief respite. His gaze fell upon a peculiar piece of news that instantly dispelled his fatigue. The U.S. military has deployed F-22s to engage an unidentified flying object over the Atlantic? Sun Yunlong read aloud, astonishment spreading across his face. In recent years, UFO sightings had proliferated, with various countries reporting them, some even accompanied by clear videos. However, upon expert evaluation, most of these incidents were ultimately attributed to natural phenomena or the launches of rockets and spacecraft. Those that could withstand scrutiny were invariably revealed to be mere hoaxes. Yet, this incident involving an unidentified flying object prompting the United States to deploy F-22s was unprecedented. A cruise ship in the Atlantic had detected an unidentified flying object on radar, and the captain initially speculated it to be a mysterious aircraft developed by the Dragon Kingdom, inadvertently breaching territorial airspace during test flights in international waters. Upon reading this, Sun Yunlong couldn't help but smile wryly. With the Dragon Kingdom's burgeoning strength, many nations had begun to propagate theories of a dragon threat, often resorting to unfounded rumors. It was utterly absurd to attribute even an extraterrestrial encounter to the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. While Sun Yunlong was confident that this matter was not orchestrated by the military of the Dragon Kingdom, a small part of him harbored a curious hope that it might be their doing. For long, these nations had relied on their military technological superiority to spy upon the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, it seemed the tables had turned, and they found themselves in a state of anxiety. Upon receiving the information, 2 F-22s were swiftly dispatched to the relevant airspace, utilizing advanced technology to locate the unidentified flying object. When their attempts to communicate yielded no response, they launched missiles in an effort to neutralize the intruder. According to the F-22 pilots, the unidentified object appeared to take on a humanoid form. After finishing the report, Sun Yunlong's face was a canvas of astonishment, his mind unable to settle. Unlike ordinary citizens, he had undergone extensive military training and possessed a wealth of military knowledge. From the authenticity of the report, the time, location, and individuals involved were all clearly delineated. Tourists aboard the cruise ship recounted witnessing the F-22s searching for the unidentified object and the brilliance of the missile explosions. Moreover, The report indicated that the two F-22s had collectively launched 6 Sidewinder missiles, 3 of which had been detonated. The humanoid flying object, traveling at a speed of 30 Mach, was capable of obliterating the Sidewinder missiles mid-air. It was astonishing to witness even the formidable United States falter in this instance. Reading this piece is akin to indulging in a mindless yet exhilarating narrative, much like Sun Yunlong savoring an ice cream on a sweltering summer day. What a marvel of technology this is. The sheer velocity of 30 Mach is sufficient to position the Dragon Kingdom at the pinnacle of military prowess. Missiles from Blue Star would surely be rendered as scrap metal. At such speeds, all missiles would appear to crawl like snails. Alas, one cannot ascertain whether this humanoid entity belongs to the inhabitants of Blue Star. Sun Yunlong's elation swiftly morphed into regret as his gaze fell upon that cruise ship, igniting a sudden realization. It seemed that Yixing had returned via a cruise, and the route traversed aligned perfectly with the Atlantic. Could it be that this report is a mere facade, concealing the fact that the Eagle Nation had discerned Yixing's identity and dispatched military aircraft to intercept the cruise? Straightening his posture, Sun Yunlong flipped through the documents, hastily arriving at the last page. It bore the name of the cruise ship Yixing had taken, identical to that mentioned in the report. Sun Yunlong's body froze, a look of guilt washing over his face. His negligence nearly resulted in Yixing being captured by the Eagle Nation. The country owed Yixing a debt of gratitude. Sun Yunlong felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. Just moments ago, he had been amused by the Eagle Nation's folly, only to discover the grim reality. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Sun Yunlong seized the receiver and inquired in a grave tone, "What is the status of the investigation?" "Report, leader. Song's Mining is not just facing a financial crisis." The voice on the other end began to elaborate on the issues plaguing Song's Mining. "What? Song is entangled in the international mining capital vortex?" Sun Yunlong's brow furrowed, and his expression grew solemn. He felt a twinge of guilt. Yixing had risked his life to transport the super machine tools back to the country, only to be intercepted and inspected by the military aircraft of the Eagle Nation. One could only imagine the perilous circumstances he faced, yet Yixing had not uttered a word about it. Such a young individual is indeed rare and valuable. The nation's reward for him would be well-deserved. Yixing had painstakingly sought his assistance, yet even with the backing of the state, Sun Yunlong felt powerless. A wave of helplessness surged within him. First, let the bank communicate with Song Yi to provide financial support. Most importantly, ensure that Song Yinxue is protected. That Yi Hao must maintain his distance from Song Yinxue and understand that she is not someone he can approach. Sun Yunlong's voice was sharp, imbued with the decisive nature characteristic of a soldier. On the other end of the line, a voice of astonishment responded. As Sun Yunlong's subordinate, he was taken aback by how the old commander, typically commanding on the battlefield, was now showing concern for a young girl's interpersonal relationships. Was this truly the same commander who once wielded authority in the heat of battle? The following day, Yixing awoke, had a simple breakfast, and then made his way to the factory. "Mr. Yi, you're here." As he stepped into the factory area, Cheng Rui spotted him and hurried over. Yixing nodded and glanced into the workshop. The din of machinery echoed, creating a scene of bustling activity. Everyone was engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to the fact that their boss was observing at the entrance. This was the state Yixing had longed to witness, everyone diligently performing their duties. He could hardly bear the behavior of older entrepreneurs who felt the need to constantly oversee their employees' work. Every employee possesses their own fundamental understanding and demonstrates considerable diligence. As long as they are provided with substantial tasks and an appropriate remuneration system, they will naturally adjust their work attitudes. Further inspections would only serve to hinder their progress. Moreover, it is evident that a sense of excitement adorns the faces of the workers. Have Uncle Cheng and the others been informed about the orders? Yixing inquired with a smile as he made his way towards the office. Of course, they were elated to hear that the young boss secured a significant order. A few young workers even indulged a bit too much last night and arrived late this morning, for which I had to reprimand them, Cheng Rui replied. Additionally, several veteran employees, including Lu Zhonghua, have brought their children from their hometown to Tiannan, eager to work diligently under the young boss for a year. Workers from nearby factories have also caught wind of the news and discreetly inquired whether our factory is hiring while enjoying drinks at the night market. Cheng Rui's face flushed with enthusiasm as he elaborated to Yixing. In his eyes, Yixing was nothing short of an ideal embodiment, remaining humble yet resolute. Having salvaged the entire factory and secured contracts worth nearly 100 million. These orders came with ample profit margins and extended timelines, providing sufficient time for their small machinery plant to absorb the workload. For processing enterprises like theirs, orders equate to life itself. It is through these orders that workers can earn enough to support their families and secure homes. Upon entering the office, Yixing surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. The entire office was rather modest, measuring merely around 20 square meters, furnished with an old desk 2 office chairs, a telephone, a fax machine, a computer, and a water dispenser, an archetypal small private factory office. What made Yixing feel particularly uncomfortable was that, although it was designated as his office, it was shared with Cheng Rui. A careless glance upwards could lead to an awkward moment between the two men. Yixing understood that most factories of similar scale in the industrial zone shared comparable office conditions. Nonetheless, he could not shake off the discomfort, particularly due to the absence of any female presence. Uncle Cheng, please contact a renovation company today and have the remaining offices fully decorated. Do not hesitate to invest. Yixing instructed. Huh. Cheng Rui looked at Yixing with astonishment, bewildered by his intentions. Also, reach out to a recruitment website to hire 3 female clerks, 1 female accountant, and 5 technicians, with salary standards reflecting 15 times that of similar enterprises. Additionally, recruit 50 workers, increasing the base salary of veteran employees by 1,000 yuan and doubling the hourly wage. New employees will receive the same base salary and hourly rate as the veteran workers. Yixing articulated his well-conceived expansion plan. With the support of various research institutes, orders would flow continuously, and the machinery factory had reached a critical juncture where expansion was imperative. The available funds could fully support the workers' heartfelt commitment to improving employee benefits, which was only fitting. Thank you on behalf of the employees, young boss, Cheng Rui exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and profound gratitude. In factories like theirs, workers primarily rely on hourly wages, with many toiling for over 10 hours a day, not out of sheer love for their work, but to augment their income through extended working hours. By doubling the hourly wage, Yixing essentially provided workers with a means to double their income. He could envision the grand spectacle of workers from surrounding factories queuing at Xingyu Machinery Factory. In the future, the personnel within the factory will be under your leadership in my absence. You shall assume the role of the factory director, Yixing remarked with a smile. Observing Cheng Rui's hesitance, little boss, a warm surge flowed through Cheng Rui, rendering him somewhat choked up. After years of navigating the industry, he had witnessed numerous successors seize power from the elders with great fervor. Yet Yixing, in stark contrast, was nearly entrusting the entire factory to him. Indeed, all recruitment would be unrestricted by age. As long as individuals had not yet retired, they would be treated equally in the competitive process, with a preference for middle-aged individuals burdened by family responsibilities. Yixing picked up his bag and stood, addressing Cheng Rui. He held a disdain for the prevailing recruitment atmosphere in the country, where individuals over 35 were often disregarded. Did life truly cease at 35? Yixing was determined to set an example for all entrepreneurs. Yes, little boss, I wholeheartedly agree. Anyone who dares to practice age discrimination shall find themselves dismissed. Cheng Rui nodded vigorously, his gaze toward Yixing filled with admiration. As Yixing exited the factory and approached the roadside to hail a taxi, he instructed the driver to take him to Wuzhou car dealership. The driver cast a surprised glance at Yixing. Wuzhou car dealership was the premier establishment in Tian'an City, catering primarily to the upper-middle-class clientele. Given Yixing's attire and youth, he hardly appeared to be someone who could afford the luxurious offerings of Wuzhou. Yixing pulled out his phone and sent a message to Li Mingyu and Su Qi. Gather at Wuzhou car dealership in 10 minutes. Let us indulge in a sumptuous lunch at Hai Tian Hot Pot. Upon sending the message, a triumphant smile graced Yixing's face, though he harbored doubts about whether he could truly summon these two. 10 minutes later, as Yixing alighted from the taxi, he found Su Qi and Li Mingyu waiting at the entrance of Wuzhou car dealership. Behind the glass doors, several female sales representatives regarded the duo with disdain. This was indeed a dismal spectacle. Yixing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him at the sight of the two. Su Qi, resembling his student days, wore a white t-shirt emblazoned with a cartoon character that nearly blinded Yixing, while Li Mingyu sported a black short-sleeve shirt that cost no more than 50 yuan, paired with flip-flops that exposed his toes. Clad in black and white, they sat at the opulent entrance of the dealership, resembling specters on patrol in the human realm. Seeing their attire, Yixing understood why the sales representatives regarded them with such scorn. It was a testament to their merciful nature that they did not spit in disdain. Why did Xiaoxing choose such a distant location from Hai Tian Hot Pot? As Yixing approached, Su Qi greeted him. You don't have much money either. We could have just found a cheaper hot pot place to satisfy our cravings. Why go to Hai Tian Hot Pot, which is so expensive? Li Mingyu chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. Yixing's frustration mounted. So you two came just to eat hot pot? Of course. We come to a dealership if we're buying a car. I ask, can't you dress a bit more appropriately? We are individuals of some standing. Let us have a bit of ambition, shall we? Yixing lamented. Standing? You're both unemployed. What did you just say? You want to buy a car? Here? Su Qi, seemingly unfazed, then turned his gaze toward the dealership's sign, staring intently at Yixing. Certainly, it is not just me. You both have your own vehicles. Yixing, disinterested in further explanation, prepared to push the door open. Am I hearing correctly, you? Please slap me awake, Su Qi said. Glancing up at the sun to confirm it was indeed daytime. With 2 resounding slaps, Li Mingyu raised his hand to deliver a couple of blows to his own face. Then, he slowly turned to Yixing and said, "Brother Xing, I'm awake now. Could you kindly repeat why we are here?" Yixing ground his toes into the floor, wishing he could disappear into a crack if one existed. He felt as though he might explode from frustration at these two. A black BMW slowly approached and, upon witnessing Li Mingyu slapping himself, abruptly hit the gas, making a sharp turn to escape. Behind the brown-tinted glass door, a group of elegantly dressed female sales associates watched the trio in horror, covering their mouths in shock. They had been lurking for several minutes, and the customers had fled in fright. One might think, given their attire, that a funeral was taking place at our store. They were still performing their little drama. It was utterly outrageous. The customers who had just left were driving a Mercedes, and now we had lost a commission. The sales associates urged the manager to call security to have them removed, their collective fury evident as they displayed a level of indignation that was hard to ignore. Suddenly, one of the saleswomen exclaimed, pointing towards the door, "They are coming in." Chapter 32. Classmate bonds. Wow, look at all these cars. As Su Qi entered the dealership, his eyes scanned the expansive showroom, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Yixing nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting astonishment, silently praising Wuzhou Automobile Dealership for being the premier car dealership in Tianjin City. The first-floor showroom alone boasted nearly 4,000 square meters, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling glass windows, with various vehicles meticulously arranged in the center of the hall. A glance revealed many familiar brands and models, alongside several unfamiliar ones for Yixing. However, what made Yixing uncomfortable was the lack of sales associates approaching them. The previously curious saleswomen had dispersed, feigning busyness while secretly stealing glances at Yixing and his companions. In one corner of the hall, a tall, exquisite saleswoman discreetly took a photo of the three with her phone before opening WeChat. Yang Lele, explosive news. Yixing, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu are at Wuzhou Automobile Dealership to buy a car. Should I pretend not to know them or take them on a tour? She typed, subsequently sharing her location. The quiet class group chat immediately erupted. Yang Lele, you work at Wuzhou Automobile Dealership? That is the largest dealership in Tianjin. I'm so envious. A winner in life. I've heard Wuzhou is the go-to place for the wealthy to purchase cars. Who knows? You might catch the eye of a rich person and become a millionaire. Lele, your salary must be quite high. Please introduce me if you get the chance. Since you found such a good job, you owe us a treat. Lele, could you show us around your workplace? Us poor souls feel embarrassed to go in during the day. The classmates continued to shower praise on Yang Lele, who beamed with delight, her vanity receiving ample gratification. With a smile gracing her lips, she sent a WeChat message. Thank you all for your encouragement, but Yixing and the others are still at the store. Would it be too inconsiderate if I didn't attend to them? Only then did the classmates in the group notice the unusual attire of Yixing and his companions. What on earth? Are they actually dressed like this to buy a car? Is this some sort of prank? Lele, for heaven's sake, don't engage with them. I truly admire their audacity. Their pockets are emptier than their expressions, and yet they dare to step into Wuzhou Auto sales. Lele, just pretend you don't know them. Otherwise, you'll lose face in front of your colleagues. Is this really a matter of losing face? It's a matter of job security. Do you think it's easy for Lele to find a decent job? Oh, how unfortunate it is to have such classmates. Lele, don't let the ties of friendship bind you. If you can avoid them, do so. Yang Lele's lips curled into a smug smile as her delicate fingers tapped a few times. Thank you for your concern, classmates. I will be live streaming their entire car buying process. Setting her phone down, Yang Lele pretended not to notice as Yixing bent down to fill his cup at the water dispenser, her gaze frequently darting towards him and his companions. What is going on? Are there no staff to greet the customers? Just then, a woman in her 30s emerged from the back of the showroom, and upon seeing Yixing and his friends, her expression turned serious. Sister Yu. The saleswoman greeted Yu Mei as she entered. Her eyes swept over Yixing and his companions, and she immediately grasped the situation, her face growing even more displeased. The pinnacle of customer service is to treat everyone with respect, regardless of appearance. Clearly, her subordinates had much to learn. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for our oversight earlier. I will arrange for customer service to assist you immediately. Yu Mei approached Yixing, offering her apologies. It's quite all right, Yixing replied coolly, deciding not to delve deeper given her demeanor. Yu Mei's gaze then fell upon Yang Lele, who was making her way towards the back. Yang Lele, as the newcomer, please introduce these gentlemen to our car models. Yang Lele's body jolted as if electrified, reluctantly turning to face Yixing and his companions, forcing an awkward smile. Is that you, Lele? Su Qi and Li Mingyu exclaimed in surprise. Yixing realized that Yang Lele had recognized them all along, but was too embarrassed by her old classmates to acknowledge them. Understanding this, he let out a heavy snort. Yu Mei, intrigued, inquired, do you know each other? I wouldn't dare presume. I'm fortunate to share a class with Miss Yang. Yi Xing replied coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. Yu Mei's expression hardened as she shot Yang Lele a disapproving glare, her fondness for her diminishing several notches. So, those three beggars are Lele's classmates. No wonder she didn't join the commotion earlier. Yang Lele is indeed a formidable character, disregarding even the bonds of friendship. How else could she have landed a position at Wuzhou? With her unimpressive background, if she weren't tough on herself, could she possibly associate with US? I've heard that Yang Lele is quite close to Vice President Wang. There must be something more to that relationship. Vice President Wang seems to have a penchant for younger women. The saleswomen gathered nearby, giggling and gossiping, their chatter igniting like wildfire. Yang Lele felt a rush of emotions that made her face flush with alternating shades of red and white, her heart filled with resentment towards Yi Xing and the others. Please assign us a different sales representative. We cannot afford Ms. Yang's services, she remarked. Yi Xing cast a cold glance at Yang Lele. Qi Xingyue. You may explain to the three gentlemen, she instructed. Yu Mei nodded and waved towards the distance. A young woman in a black suit, possessing a sweet appearance and adorned with a professional smile, hurried over and bowed to Yi Xing, greeting the three gentlemen. Yi Xing assessed Qi Xingyue, noting that she was of a similar age, her face still bearing the innocence characteristic of campus life. Yu Mei gestured for Yang Lele to return to her duties. Do the gentlemen have a preferred model in mind? Qi Xingyue guided the trio towards the showroom, her gaze flitting between them. The essence of sales lies in swiftly discerning the decision-maker within a group. Yet, from Qi Xingyue's perspective, the three gentlemen shared a similar aura, making it difficult to identify any leadership qualities among them. Miss, could you show us the Wuling Hongguang? It's quite durable. Su Qi boldly stepped forward with an air of authority. Why is he so eager to take the lead? One might think he is the one footing the bill. Yi Xing mused, his lips twitching at Su Qi's brashness. Ah, the Wuling Hongguang. Qi Xingyue looked perplexed at Yi Xing and the others, thinking she had misheard. After all, the least expensive car at Wuzhou Automobile Dealership was priced above 200,000. Suddenly, she understood why no one was willing to engage with them. A sensation of being toyed with surged within her. Nearby, Yang Lele was hiding behind a Mercedes, eavesdropping on their conversation, and promptly reported the developments in their group chat. Sisters, I was careless. They recognized me, and even reported to my boss. How embarrassing. The chat erupted with her classmates rallying in her defense. Lele is so unfortunate. Knowing those three is a stroke of bad luck. How could they behave that way? After all, we are classmates. I can't stand it. I warned you to steer clear of them, but you wouldn't listen. Observing the responses, Yang Lele's spirits lifted slightly, having just been reprimanded by Yu Mei. Just then, Su Qi mentioned buying a Wuling Hongguang, prompting Yang Lele to hastily relay the news back to the group. Going to Wuzhou to buy a Wuling Hongguang? Isn't that absurd? I can already tell it's Su Qi's idea. Do you think Yi Xing wouldn't do something like that? Those three are capable of any peculiar antics. The chat buzzed with amusement once more. Suddenly, Yang Lele heard Yi Xing's voice calling from a distance. Take us to the luxury car section. Chapter 33, Porsche 911. Yang Lele, Qi Xingyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu were all taken aback. They felt as if they had misheard. Yi Xing actually wanted to visit the luxury car section? Qi Xingyue, in particular, was confused about the trio's intentions. One wanted a Wuling Hongguang while another sought a luxury vehicle. Which gentleman shall I listen to? Qi Xingyue finally directed her attention to Li Mingyu. Forget what those two said. Just take us for a tour and then proceed with your duties. Let us not waste time. Li Mingyu spoke earnestly, his expression sincere. Qi Xingyue felt utterly exasperated. What kind of people were these? Coming to Wuzhou car dealership as if it were a supermarket? Yang Lele, overhearing their conversation, secretly rejoiced at her astute judgment, promptly distancing herself from these unreliable individuals. She shared Li Mingyu and Yi Xing's remarks in their group chat, which, of course, provoked a chorus of laughter, drawing out even more silent observers eager for entertainment. Qi Xingyue, her demeanor dimmed, forced a smile as she guided the trio to the mid-range section. Gentlemen, this Audi A6L is one of our latest recommended models. Its interior features premium materials, and its performance and safety are beyond reproach. Particularly, its entertainment system, equipped with a 10-inch LCD panel, makes it the ideal choice for both business and family outings, she patiently elaborated, gesturing towards a line of similarly styled Audi vehicles while discreetly gauging the expressions of her companions. The prices of this series range from over 400,000 to more than 600,000, clearly reflecting the purchaser's financial capability. Should a potential buyer lack such means, they often resorted to excuses, allowing her to suggest more affordable options. Su Qi and Li Mingyu circled the car twice, their faces impassive. After all, they weren't making a purchase, merely indulging in idle curiosity. Do you fancy this car, Su Qi? Yi Xing asked, arms crossed, casting a glance at him, who appeared unimpressed by this model. Absolutely. This is far superior to the Wuling Hongguang. Isn't it? Brother Xing, I tell you. Driving this around campus would leave the junior sisters in awe. Su Qi declared earnestly, boasting, "Who can't brag? Fatty, are you really comparing it to the Wuling Hongwang?" Yixing rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Li Mingyu, what's your stance? Do you like it?" he queried. Having envisioned that the company's future dealings with international giants would necessitate a vehicle that mirrored its image. "Brother Xing, is it really that significant whether I like it or not? I merely suggest we have the lovely lady accompany us on a tour before we head out for hot pot. We'll be late if we linger." Li Mingyu replied with a playful shrug. "The top-tier Audi A6L costs over 600,000, which is quite misaligned with our company's standing. Could you show us the Audi A8L instead?" Yixing remarked, surveying the vehicle. Qi Xinyue was bewildered. Were these three engaging in banter? Yang Lele, behind them, stifled laughter. Fully aware of their true natures, which were incongruous with the company's stature, what kind of company did they even have? However, as newcomers, she and Qi Xinyue shared a distant rapport, and she felt no inclination to support Qi Xinyue, opting instead to enjoy the spectacle from the sidelines. With patience, Qi Xinyue introduced the features of the Audi A8L, then turned her gaze to Yixing. "This black flagship model?" she inquired. Yixing nodded. "Are you certain, sir?" Qi Xinyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had yet to finalize a sale since arriving at Wuzhou. The total price of this vehicle was around 1 million, and her commission would exceed 10,000. "Absolutely," Yixing affirmatively stated, just as Su Qi behind him weakly chimed in, having discerned that Yixing was merely seeking amusement at the dealership. "Absolutely," Yixing replied, regretting his slow response. "Fantastic. I shall retrieve the contract at once." Qi Xinyue intended to rush upstairs to the finance office to retrieve the contract. "Wait, I haven't finished my purchases yet," Yixing interjected, extending his hand to stop her. "Sir, are you planning to buy another vehicle? Is that true?" Qi Xinyue's eyes widened at the prospect of acquiring a car worth over 1 million, questioning the audacity of such an extravagant purchase. "Absolutely, I wish to view the latest model of the BMW 7 Series," Yixing stated, gesturing towards the adjacent BMW showroom. Following suit, Yixing ordered another top-tier BMW 7 Series, bringing the total expenditure to an astonishing 2.3 million. Their commotion drew the attention of female sales representatives, who observed them with skepticism, doubting Yixing's financial capabilities, and discreetly alerted security, threatening to escort him to the police station if he failed to settle the bill. Yang Lele promptly updated their group chat. "These three are courting disaster. They dare to provoke the Wuzhou car dealership. It's utterly outrageous. If they aren't purchasing, they should leave and stop pretending to be affluent. Lele, please keep your distance and avoid any fallout. I always suspected these three were trouble, and now they're resorting to deceitful tactics. While others strive to bring prestige to our alma mater, they shame it instead." Yixing's classmates transformed from mere spectators to agitated critics. Meanwhile, within the Wuzhou dealership, Qi Xinyue gazed at Yixing with stars in her eyes, while Su Qi and Li Mingyu appeared unnerved, glancing toward the entrance with beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They sensed Yixing was venturing into precarious territory. "Mr. Yi, I will accompany you to finalize the payment and print the contract. Given the time constraints, the loan procedures may need to be addressed tomorrow." Qi Xinyue carefully moderated her tone, anxious that a misstep could offend a valuable client. "For what loan? I'll pay in full," Yixing replied nonchalantly, asserting that he had several million at his disposal, making a 100,000 or 200,000 expenditure trivial. "Shall we head upstairs then?" Qi Xinyue asked, somewhat perplexed, pointing to the office above. "No, I wish to purchase another vehicle." "Do you have a Porsche 911? Yixing inquired, scanning the showroom. "Mr. Yi, are you considering a supercar?" Qi Xinyue exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned solemn. Yixing had already ordered 2 luxury vehicles, and now he desired a supercar. Words could scarcely describe his lavishness. Even the affluent heirs of Tian'an City would likely bow before this casually dressed young man. "I have a preference for the 38T model. Its power is formidable," Yixing stated with a calm demeanor. Qi Xinyue gasped, realizing that the Porsche 911 Turbo S he referenced started at over 3 million. She was also aware that few of these models graced the Wuzhou dealership, gathering dust on the second floor due to the scarcity of affluent buyers in Tian'an City. "Sir, let me confirm once more. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase?" Qi Xinyue asked, her expression serious as she scrutinized Yixing. She keenly noticed the pallor of Yixing's 2 companions, their faces turning ashen with anxiety. "I'm certain. Let us go," Yixing affirmed, maintaining his composed demeanor. Chapter 34. Is this card acceptable? In a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the showroom, a Porsche 911 Turbo S stood, exuding an aura akin to a fierce yellow wasp, its surface reflecting a muted sheen. Yixing, having conducted prior research, recognized the exquisite car paint sourced from Miami. The 4 matrix headlights, intricately embedded in the body, complemented the exaggeratedly luxurious and aerodynamically sculpted silhouette, accentuated by prominent wheels, igniting a surge of excitement within him. During his financially constrained times, this model had been his utmost favorite. He had scoured through extensive information about it. Thus, as soon as his economic circumstances permitted, he was eager to make the purchase. Su Qi and Li Mingyu, standing nearby, were equally exhilarated. Supercars are the quintessential dream of every man. Sir, allow me to introduce you to its performance features. Qi Xingyue began, picking up her notes and clearing her throat. At Wuzhou Motors, each salesperson is limited to selling familiar models. The higher their tenure, the more expensive the models they can access, as well as the greater the discounts they can offer. As a newcomer, Qi Xingyue was only authorized to sell entry-level vehicles. Selling 2 BBA models today was indeed a stroke of luck. No need. Yi Xing waved his hand dismissively, circling the car. 8,000 Newton-meters of torque, a 3.8-liter twin-turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 650 horsepower, reaching 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.7 seconds. He recited the specifications of the Porsche 911 Turbo S with the familiarity of reciting cherished memories. Qi Xingyue blushed, taken aback that the client was more knowledgeable about the vehicle than she was. Simultaneously, an uncertain hope began to blossom in her mind. She recalled that Yume had once imparted to her that the more a customer understands a car's performance, the higher the likelihood of closing the deal. All right, let us proceed with the paperwork for this vehicle, Yi Xing declared, opening the door to inspect the interior, speaking decisively to Qi Xingyue. Mr. Yi, while this may seem abrupt, I must remind you that the price of this car is 3 million, and you have already purchased 2 vehicles. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Qi Xingyue's voice trembled slightly. Being an inherently kind-hearted girl, she had never encountered such a lavish client before. Although her words contradicted the dealership's policy, her conscience urged her to subtly indicate the substantial amount already spent. Not far away, Yang Lele overheard Qi Xingyue's words and couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Is she out of her mind? Who complains about a customer spending too much? However, upon realizing that the customer was the familiar impoverished Yi Xing, her excitement grew. Envisioning the moment when Yi Xing would be unable to pay, and Qi Xingyue's expression would mirror her despair. The thought of this outcome sent waves of exhilaration through her, prompting her to share the development in their group chat. Guys, breaking news. Yi Xing is looking to buy the only Porsche 911 Turbo S in our dealership. Do you know how much that car costs? 3 million. Yang Lele exclaimed. I've heard from senior colleagues that this car has been sitting in Wuzhou Motors for 2 years, while countless wealthy heirs have only dared to admire it from afar, lacking the means to purchase it. Is Yi Xing out of his mind? This is how he seeks thrills? I've viewed the Porsche 911 Turbo S on my phone hundreds of times and have never touched one. Can he really be serious about buying it? Thinking he has some sort of tycoon? Yang Lele, why didn't you mention earlier that Wuzhou has the Porsche 911 Turbo S? Had I known, I would have sought a way to caress my dream lover. Haha, is it really that easy to touch? Aren't you afraid of being unable to leave the dealership? I've heard that Wuzhou is not to be trifled with. Yi Xing will likely be trapped at home today. Tomorrow, we shall await the trending news. Everyone in the group is discussing it. Even the long-silent Song Yinxue has made an appearance. Song Yinxue, Yang Lele, could you possibly speak to your manager about giving Yi Xing a way out? If compensation is required, I can cover for him. Yang Lele, Song Yinxue, don't jest. Yi Xing could have chosen anyone to annoy, yet he had to provoke Wuzhou. That is akin to disturbing a great force. Moreover, how much can you compensate? 1,000? 2,000? Wuzhou wouldn't even glance at such trifles. Li Tingting, Yi Xing is simply blinded by jealousy. He should reflect on himself. What does he have to compare with young Master Sheng? Just because he saw young Master Sheng with a top-tier Lexus LS, he feels compelled to buy a Porsche 911? That is pure insanity. With a chime, a picture was shared in the group. The image depicted Ding Xiaoling leisurely strolling along the beach in a nightgown, with a backdrop of blue skies, white clouds, and crashing waves. Coupled with her exposed fair skin and languid expression, her exquisite features were utterly breathtaking, stirring both admiration and envy among men and women alike. Ding Xiaoling, dear classmates, Sherlong and I are currently vacationing in Bali, where the scenery is splendid. Seeing everyone so lively, I must admit I feel envious and wish to return to those innocent days when a loaf of bread could last a day. A palpable aura of flaunting emanated from her words. Although Yang Lele was also materialistic, she couldn't help but feel overshadowed by Ding Xiaoling's display. Ding Xiaoling continued, It's unfortunate that I've provoked my ex-boyfriend. I urge everyone to shop within their means. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have a good father. The group fell into an immediate silence, with female classmates seething in jealousy, feeling outshone by Ding Xiaoling. Yang Lele, classmates, they've gone upstairs to the office. I'll check the situation and report back shortly. After sending the message, Yang Lele followed the female sales associates upstairs. Purchasing 3 cars at once, totaling 5 million, was unprecedented at Wuzhou. All the salespeople were stirred, crowding at the office door to see if the trio of pranksters could muster the funds to leave the dealership. No one in Tiannan City has dared to cause a ruckus at Wuzhou before. Inside the office, Yi Xing and his companions sat on the sofa, while a female secretary organized the contracts. Yu Mei and Qi Xinyue stood by the table, ready to assist with the stamping. Star brother, let us not joke around anymore. We should leave. The security has already come upstairs, one urged. Yes, Star brother, this prank has gone too far. Wuzhou is not to be trifled with. Another added. Here's a tip. When the time comes, cover your head and protect your stomach. Su Qi and Li Mingyu fidgeted anxiously, attempting to discreetly usher Yi Xing away. However, the entrance was completely blocked by the female sales associates, leaving them no opportunity to escape. Before long, the female secretary finished organizing the contracts and approached Yi Xing with the documents. Mr. Yi, the total comes to 5 million. Would you like to pay by card or transfer to the bank? The atmosphere fell silent as all eyes focused on Yi Xing. Is this truly permissible? Yi Xing produced the 4C's card and handed it to Qi Xinyue. I'm doomed. Su Qi and Li Mingyu covered their eyes and lowered their heads. Qi Xinyue's face displayed an expression of indignation at being deceived. The others gazed at Yi Xing with a mixture of amusement and pity. As if he were a ghost. They couldn't help but admire his audacity to con his way to the payment stage, brandishing an inconsequential broken card to mock the finance department. This was a confrontation with Wuzhou car dealership that promised to be dire. Chapter 35. A distinguished guest knock, knock, knock. The only sound in the room was the echo of Yu Mei's high heels against the floor. Her expression was frosty, her brows knitted in displeasure. She scrutinized the 4C's card repeatedly, her anger intensifying. Having worked at Wuzhou car dealership for a considerable time, she had encountered all kinds of bank cards. From debit cards to black gold Centurion cards and various prestigious overseas VIP cards. However, the card before her, though exquisitely crafted and exuding an air of opulence, was unmistakably not valid for transactions, particularly for one involving a staggering 5 million. Sir, I am unfamiliar with this card. I kindly ask you not to jest with us at Wuzhou car dealership. While we are not a criminal organization, we certainly cannot be trifled with. If you do not clarify your intentions, it may prove difficult for you to exit this establishment, Yu Mei stated. Her arms crossed as she looked down at Yi Xing and his companions. Upon finishing her words, she lightly clapped her hands. Instantly, 5 imposing security guards entered, wielding electric batons that crackled ominously. They blocked the trio's path, their eyes gleaming with menace. I truly surmised correctly. They have indeed come seeking amusement. Who granted them the audacity to think they could drive away 3 vehicles with a mere broken black card? Are today's con artists so brazen? The onlookers anticipated a spectacle, convinced that they would not allow these individuals to escape unscathed from Wuzhou car dealership. Is there something more to this? Did you notice how composed and self-assured he is? Can a mere fraud exhibit such demeanor? Even Sister Yu has deemed him a swindler. Could she be mistaken? Sister Yu has built her career from the ground up alongside the boss. She has seen her fair share of bank cards. The saleswomen crowded at the entrance whispered among themselves, their expressions tinged with schadenfreude. Madam, I believe it is time for you to update your understanding. This card is known as the 4C's card, which is accepted at all top-tier establishments and offers a 30% discount. Yi Xing stood up, waving the 4C's card before Yu Mei, speaking coldly. The 4C's card had been bestowed upon him by Sun Yunlong, a trusted figure in the military. The ability to receive a 30% discount on top-tier luxury goods represented significant savings, further underscoring the careful selection of the card issuer, which indirectly indicated the user's extraordinary status. What do you mean, a 30% discount? Are you jesting? Do you realize how much 300,000 off 5 million amounts to? That's 1,500,000. Yu Mei seethed, enraged at the audacity of the scammer. What infuriated her further was the con artist's pretentiousness in mocking her lack of knowledge. Laughter erupted from the entrance as the saleswomen, witnessing such a farcical scene, doubled over in amusement, unable to contain themselves. Su Qi Li Mingyu sighed, instinctively crouching down and cradling his head, resembling one awaiting an impending storm. Take them away. Teach them a lesson, and then hand them over to the police. Be cautious not to draw blood. Yu Mei, with an air of impatience, waved her hand towards the security, eager to disengage from any further entanglement with Yi Xing. Each day, she was occupied with numerous business matters, and there were clients in the exhibition hall awaiting her attention. She could scarcely afford to squander time on 3 worthless individuals. You all get back to work. What is there to gawk at? It's merely some ruffians causing a ruckus. A good beating will set them straight. Yu Mei cast a glance towards the female sales staff by the entrance and gestured dismissively. The saleswomen dispersed reluctantly, still curious to witness the downfall of the fraudster. Yang Lele promptly shared the latest developments in the group chat. Classmates, breaking news. Yi Xing, the notorious swindler, had the audacity to present a tattered card demanding a 30% discount. Just how bold can one be? Fortunately, Our manager, with keen insight, has seen through his ruse and instructed the security to handle him. Yang Lele was exhilarated, sending 2 messages in quick succession. Oh dear, our boss is here. Yixing might be in serious trouble this time. Just as Yang Lele was about to close WeChat, she looked up to see a sharply dressed middle-aged man striding confidently towards the corridor entrance. Chairman. The female sales staff quickly stepped aside, bowing in respect. Their expressions filled with awe. The newcomer, of average height with a dark complexion and a crew cut, donned a gray suit that vividly projected the image of a self-made man. Fortunately, the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose lent him an air of sophistication, alleviating some of his otherwise coarse demeanor. However, the saleswomen at Qian Wuzhou's dealership were well aware of his past. He had made his initial fortune in earth and stone excavation before establishing his growing automobile business. Qian Wuzhou was a man of complex background, ruthless and shrewd. Otherwise, he would not have been able to expand his enterprise across such diverse industries. What is going on? Qian Wuzhou, clutching an exquisitely crafted leather bag, hurried towards his office. Upon noticing the crowd in the corridor, he paused, perplexed. Brother Qian, there has been a disturbance. You may emerge from the finance office to report to Qian Wuzhou. Oh, let the security handle it. Is it really necessary to gather around for such a trivial matter? Qian Wuzhou continued on his path, unperturbed. He had weathered countless storms in his career. Dealing with ruffians was a task his security team could manage without his intervention. However, he found it odd that these employees, who were no strangers to chaos, would congregate upstairs, particularly near the finance office. Brother Qian, this situation is somewhat unusual. You may contemplate it. Believing that Yixing and his accomplices were indeed different from your average thugs. Oh, how is it unusual? Are there more people involved, or do they possess significant backgrounds? Call old Zhang and ask him to bring more people over, just in case things escalate. Qian Wuzhou, dismissive, retrieved his keys, preparing to unlock the chairman's office. It's not that. The individual presented a black card claiming it's called the 4Cs card and can offer a 30% discount. I was pondering whether it's a new scam. Can you believe someone would dare to swindle us at Wuzhou? Yumei, standing beside Qian Wuzhou, chuckled as she recounted what she found amusing. Yet, she failed to notice the drastic change in Qian Wuzhou's expression, his body trembling slightly. Yumei, what did you just say? He referred to that card as the 4Cs card? Qian Wuzhou's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of anxiety. What is the matter with you, Brother Qian? Yumei sensed the unusual tension in Qian Wuzhou. She had never witnessed him so agitated. Is it a black card, adorned with diamonds at each corner and featuring a golden dragon in the center? Qian Wuzhou demanded loudly. Yumei also sensed that something was amiss. She dared not utter a word and could only nod repeatedly. You haven't done anything to him, have you? Cold sweat beaded on Qian Wuzhou's forehead as his heart sank. Those who possessed the Sihai card were either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble status. He could not afford to offend any of them. Is it too late now? Yumei, feeling a twinge of guilt, gestured towards the finance office, silently hoping the security personnel would refrain from acting rashly. Qian Wuzhou dashed to the finance office, his expression swiftly transforming from one of anger to a smile, his posture straightening, yet slightly bending. He entered cautiously. The female sales representatives in the corridor watched in disbelief as they observed Qian Wuzhou's dramatic transformation. Even the most oblivious could see that Yixing and his companions were esteemed guests of Qian Wuzhou, necessitating his utmost politeness and careful attention. Yang Lele stood dumbfounded, a deep sense of regret flooding her heart. Chapter 36. A gracious send-off at the entrance of Wuzhou Auto Dealership. All employees lined up on either side, bowing slightly as they saw Yixing and his companions off. Just moments ago, Qian Wuzhou had personally apologized to Yixing, promptly agreeing to a discount on the total amount of 5 million, reducing it to 350,000 after a 30 markdown. With additional concessions, Yixing only paid 340,000. The discount alone could have purchased a basic vehicle, and they had never seen their boss so generous before. Subsequently, Qian Wuzhou mobilized all personnel to handle the insurance and license plates, expediting the process. During this time, his respectful demeanor towards Yixing sent waves of astonishment among the female sales staff, who speculated about Yixing's prestigious background. Several attractive women seized the opportunity while handling paperwork to cast flirtatious glances at Yixing. Unfortunately, Yixing pretended not to notice, engrossed in light-hearted banter with his 2 companions. Mr. Yi, I'm a few years older, so allow me to call you little brother. I hope you don't mind? Qian Wuzhou said with a smile, tinged with a tone of flattery. Brother Qian, you are too kind. I, Yixing, am merely engaged in a small business. How could I possibly compare to the esteemed Wuzhou Auto Dealership? Yixing replied with a grin, aware that Qian Wuzhou's demeanor was influenced by the Sihai card, which was not directed towards him personally. Individuals like Qian Wuzhou, well connected in business, only stood to benefit from such associations. Oh, little brother, what business are you in? Qian Wuzhou inquired, intrigued. After all, there were many capable of producing 3 million in Tiannan City, but few young individuals could afford to purchase luxury cars. I run a mechanical processing plant. Yi Xing replied nonchalantly. A mechanical processing plant? Surely you jest? Qian Wuzhou was taken aback. Being well-versed in commerce, he understood that manufacturing typically yielded slim profits. Many owners of processing plants spent their entire lives in the industry, earning far less than those investing in real estate. Over the years, Wuzhou Auto Dealership had catered to clients from various sectors, with the wealthiest being those in investment finance, followed closely by real estate and the internet. As for the meager profits in the manufacturing sector, they are simply incomparable to the previous two categories. I am not joking. I truly own a machinery factory. As evidenced by my business card, Yi Xing retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Qian Wuzhou. Xingyu Machinery Factory? Qian Wuzhou remarked. Having never heard of it, and the address appeared to be in an industrial park, which he assumed possessed no significant enterprises. He received the card respectfully, briefly taken aback. Perhaps this young man is engaged in some clandestine business he is reluctant to disclose. Otherwise, how could he possess a CHI card and effortlessly produce millions to purchase a car? This suspicion flickered through Qian Wuzhou's mind. But he quickly found a more favorable excuse for Yi Xing. Indeed, Brother Yi, you are a remarkable talent. Even a machinery factory can thrive under your stewardship. I have some connections in Tiannan. Should you encounter any troubles and find it inconvenient to intervene, you may rely on me to assist you. He carefully placed the business card in his wallet, narrowing his eyes to signal Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded, as if recalling something, and addressed Qian Wuzhou. I plan to establish a company and am looking to lease a floor of office space. Do you have any recommendations, Brother Qian? Leasing a full floor of office space. Tiannan City, as the second city of a major economic province, is indeed a land of opportunity where office space is at a premium, typically concentrated in bustling districts. The rental for a single floor would amount to several million. An extravagant expenditure indeed. However, the surrounding saleswomen and Su Qi, having just witnessed the grand purchase of a luxury vehicle, were no longer shocked. They felt little excitement at this revelation. Instead, it seemed only fitting given Yi Xing's financial capabilities. Oh, my young brother, such a bold move. May I inquire what type of company you intend to establish? This would allow me to provide suitable recommendations, Qian Wuzhou responded, his eyes lighting up. Sensing that Yi Xing had finally spoken the truth. The ability to lease an entire floor of office space is certainly not something a mere small factory owner could achieve. Is it? As for the nature of the business, Yi Xing contemplated briefly. He possessed an interstellar trading platform. Ensuring profitability was not a concern. The immediate priority was to establish the company's framework. Qian Wuzhou gasped in astonishment. Are young people today truly this extravagant? Is a lithography machine something just anyone can dabble in? My brother, you certainly have a grand vision. If you are venturing into the realm of electric vehicles, you must reserve an agency position for me so that I may earn some profits alongside you. Though he harbored doubts internally, he maintained a facade of flattery. Then, he shifted the conversation, pondering for a moment before saying, speaking of office space, I happen to know of an excellent location with a coastal view, convenient transportation. Though the rent is somewhat steep. What place? Yi Xing inquired, showing no concern for the cost. Even in a bustling metropolis, he felt confident. I heard from a friend that the 8th floor of the Xingdi building is available for lease. I wonder if my young brother might be interested? Qian Wuzhou smiled at Yi Xing. The Xingdi building is the most luxurious office building in Tiannan City, hosting numerous international brands with their branches. The professionals entering and exiting the building are highly educated and well compensated, embodying the elite of the era. The people of Tiannan take pride in working at the Xingdi building. By mentioning this prestigious location, Qian Wuzhou aimed to gauge Yi Xing's capabilities. If purchasing luxury vehicles might be perceived as mere pocket money for the offspring of affluent families, then leasing an entire floor in the esteemed Xingdi building and sustaining its operations entails expenses that far surpass the purchase of several luxury cars. Only the head of the family is authorized to make such a decision. The Xingdi building? Indeed, it is the one. Yi Xing's eyes glimmered. The Xingdi building is renowned in Tiannan City, a name he had heard so often it had become almost second nature. However, announcements regarding the leasing of spaces in the Xingdi building are seldom made public. In such a coveted office building, a vacancy would quickly attract attention, and hence, these opportunities are rarely disclosed on the internet. Only those within the upper echelons of the wealthy elite would be privy to such information. By the time the average person becomes aware, the space would have already been rented. After all, establishing a company in the Xingdi building signifies strength and prestige. Qian Wuzhou and the employees of Wuzhou Company were taken aback, gazing at Yi Xing in disbelief. Although they had already been astonished by the series of revelations during the car purchasing phase, nothing compared to the shock of this moment. What kind of background does this individual possess to so effortlessly lease a floor in the Xingdi building without even inquiring about the price? My young friend, I must remind you that the rent for the Xingdi building amounts to 30 yuan per square meter, Qian Wuzhou whispered as he pulled Yi Xing aside. At 30 yuan per square meter, if a floor is 400 square meters, the monthly rent would be 360,000 yuan, totaling over 3 million yuan annually. Adding in the costs for renovations and employee salaries, the investment could easily reach tens of millions. Thus, operating a company in the Xingdi building is no trivial matter. Oh, that seems manageable, Yixing mused, calculating in his mind that he could still afford it. Currently, his available funds were limited, and leasing an office was his only option. Otherwise, he would have to follow in the footsteps of internationally recognized companies and purchase a building to house his own named enterprise. Indeed, you are truly a gem among men. It seems you have chosen the right person to associate with. Qian Wuzhou thought highly of Yixing's capabilities. Initially, he had assumed Yixing was merely a wealthy heir squandering family funds, but he was astonished to find that Yixing's financial resources far exceeded his expectations, earning him newfound respect. Here, take this business card. The property management of the Xingdi building can be quite formidable, but having her intervene could save you a significant sum, Qian Wuzhou suggested, pulling out a card from his pocket and handing it to Yixing. Upon inspecting the card, Yixing noted that it belonged to a sales manager at a real estate agency named Yao Yichuan, who appeared to be a woman, leaving him somewhat puzzled. However, Qian Wuzhou, with his extensive social experience, would not recommend anyone ineffectual. Yixing graciously accepted the card, placing it in his pocket. Do not underestimate Manager Yao. She is exceptionally capable and remarkably beautiful. If you can win her over, it could be quite advantageous for you, Qian Wuzhou whispered, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Yixing merely smiled faintly, dismissing Qian Wuzhou's words. At that moment, the roar of engines filled the air as three brand-new vehicles appeared before them. Led by a striking Porsche 911 Turbo S, reminiscent of a formidable bumblebee. Qi Xinyue, please see Mr. Yi off, Qian Wuzhou instructed the gathered female sales staff. Yang Lele, thank you for allowing me to have this classmate, Qi Xinyue whispered softly in Yang Lele's ear. Her chest proudly puffed out as she elegantly strode towards the Porsche 911 Turbo S. Yang Lele felt as though her heart had been violently struck. A tumult of disappointment and regret swirling within her. She could only watch, helplessly, as that graceful and enchanting figure slipped into the luxurious car and sped away. Had Huangchen posted something? Just as Yixing was about to drive, he heard a notification chime from his phone. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Chapter 37. The preliminary interview. Yixing intended to scrutinize the details, but, upon noticing Qi Xinyue had already settled into the passenger seat, reluctantly set his phone aside. A delightful fragrance wafted towards him, and turning his head, he found Qi Xinyue smiling at him. With her naturally sweet appearance, she appeared particularly captivating at that moment. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, likely due to accompanying a client for the first time. Further down, he noticed that the young lady, perhaps intentionally or not, had donned a short skirt, revealing her fair skin, and to his astonishment, she wore black stockings. How could anyone remain unaffected by such allure? Yixing's heart raced, and his mind grew hazy. Where shall we go, Mr. Yi? Qi Xinyue inquired playfully, seemingly unaware of her own captivating charm. Typically, one would test drive a vehicle to assess its performance before making a purchase. Yixing had bypassed this step by directly proceeding to payment, a decision that could have saved the test drive altogether. However, Wuzhou's thoughtful arrangement for Qi Xinyue to be elegantly attired to accompany Yixing was quite clear in its intent. If you have no other plans, let us first head to Haitian Hot Pot for a meal, Yixing replied, starting the car and glancing over at Qi Xinyue. This young lady, perhaps under some guidance, had transformed from a demure and reserved demeanor during vehicle sales to a more sensual and innocent allure, amplifying her charm significantly. Mr. Yi, you may decide. Today, Xinyue is at your service, she said softly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yixing was taken aback by her words at that moment, feeling an exhilarating rush of warmth coursing through him. Fortunately, the engine roared to life, and the Porsche's astounding performance propelled the vehicle to its limits. The three cars, in a grand procession, arrived at Haitian Hot Pot. The appearance of the trio of luxury vehicles inevitably drew the attention of onlookers, particularly the formidable Porsche, which commanded a respectful distance from the other cars, allowing Yixing to relish the treatment befitting a luxury car owner. Inside the Haitian Hot Pot, Yixing ordered the most extravagant seafood platter, featuring lobsters, fresh abalone, and other high-end delicacies, filling the table to the brim. Su Qi and Li Mingyu, initially brimming with questions for Yixing, found their inquiries instantly overshadowed by the sight of the sumptuous spread. They realized that Yixing was no longer the same person he once was. Merely by following him, they could indulge in a life of luxury. As for Qi Xinyue, after sipping a few glasses of red wine, her complexion turned rosy, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her gaze sparkling with increased allure. Finally, citing the air conditioning as too cold, she leaned closer to Yixing. Beneath the table, her cool, fair legs occasionally brushed against him. stirring a tumult of thoughts in Yixing's mind, which had already drifted to realms unknown. Su Qiming and Yu Che, you may return home today. This vehicle is provided by the company for you too, Yixing remarked, taking a sip of red wine. Given his current financial standing and the bond he shares with them, gifting them the car was well within his means. However, Yixing understood their personalities well enough to know that they were not the type to casually accept gifts. By framing it as a company vehicle, they had no grounds to refuse. Qi Xinyue gazed enviously at Su Qi and Li Mingyu's luxurious BBA, worth $1 million, something many spend their entire lives striving to afford. Yet Yixing casually assigned it to them, as if it were a mere company allocation. She admired Qian Wuzhou's keen insight in recognizing Yixing as a promising investment worth accompanying. Brother Xing, are we really starting a company? Su Qi inquired, tearing into a large lobster. Absolutely. The company will be headquartered at the Xingdi building. You and Mingyu will oversee the renovations and recruitment. The mechanical factory is quite busy, so I'll rely on you two to manage things here, Yixing replied, nodding as he assigned the tasks. Brother Xing, what kind of people should we recruit? And what are the requirements? Li Mingyu, being the more socially experienced of the two, understood the weight of the responsibility. Recruiting may seem straightforward, merely posting job ads and interviewing candidates, but discerning the right fit through qualification checks and interviews is a nuanced art. Otherwise, hiring individuals lacking expertise could lead to losses for both the company and the applicants. I've heard that Huaxing Group has invested heavily to venture into the battery and new energy vehicle sectors. We should also enter the battery and automotive market. Yixing stated with conviction, having already studied Huaxing Group's business framework. Huaxing Group's portfolio is vast, encompassing real estate and energy sectors, with mechanical processing being a minor aspect of their operations. Even if he secured the entire mechanical processing market in Tiannan City, it would not significantly threaten Huaxing Group. Recently, the rapid iteration of new energy vehicles has seized a substantial portion of the automotive market, prompting many capable investors to dive in. Huaxing Group, unwilling to lag behind, has not only acquired stakes in several emerging automotive companies, but has also allocated substantial funds for land acquisition and factory establishment, aiming to carve out a niche in the new energy vehicle market. As Yixing pondered how to generate profit for the company, Huaxing Group inadvertently provided him with a clue. Follow Huaxing's path until they find themselves cornered. Brother Xing, this is reckless. Su Qi and Li Mingyu exclaimed in unison, their expressions turning grave as they regarded Yixing. Despite their lack of social experience, they understood that entering the new energy vehicle and battery industry required billions in investment. A few million spent on luxury cars would hardly make a ripple in comparison. Yixing's personal vendetta against Huaxing Group, leading him to pursue business in their footsteps, seemed akin to courting disaster. Qi Xinyue stared at Yixing in disbelief, sensing an enigmatic aura surrounding him that was utterly inscrutable. I'm not being reckless. Tomorrow, you must prioritize hiring industry elites, Yixing asserted, nodding firmly. A smile crept across his lips as he lowered his voice. For clerical and secretarial positions, I grant you the privilege to select a few attractive female secretaries as per your preference. Feel free to offer them higher salaries. Do not hesitate to spend. As a friend, I can only assist you to this extent. Su Qi and Li Mingyu were taken aback and then became exhilarated. Yixing's words were laden with profound meaning, comprehensible to any man. Brother Xing, am I really that kind of person? Su Qi felt a blush creeping onto his face as he candidly expressed his feelings in the presence of a woman. He found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. You are indeed that kind of person. Do not feign seriousness in front of Xianyu. Yixing shot a glance at Su Qi. Qi Xinyue, intrigued, turned to Yixing. Brother Xing, may I visit your company? Her cheeks flushed, and the glimmer in her eyes was captivating, stirring Yixing's desire. That is fine. But I must first conduct an interview. Is that acceptable? Yixing raised his glass, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Qi Xinyue. Chapter 38. Elite or Bell. The hot pot continued until the late hours, after which Su Qi and Li Mingyu departed in their respective vehicles. Yixing and Qi Xinyue, sharing a tacit understanding, entered a hotel together. That night, Qi Xinyue fully blossomed, ardently catering to the whims of the two. The following day, Yixing awoke from his slumber, gazing out at the sun and the stunning beauty sprawled beside him, feeling as if he had transcended realms. Just days prior, he was an ordinary man of the lower echelons of society. Today, luxury cars and beautiful women were all at his command. Qi Xinyue remained in slumber, her disheveled attire revealing her long, exquisite legs, an enticing sight indeed. Yixing picked up his phone. It was already noon, the hour for lunch. His gaze fell upon Qi Xinyue's fair visage, igniting a wave of impulsive desire. He greedily admired her for a moment before leaning in, poised to plant a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Suddenly, he noticed her large, expressive eyes fluttering open. Xing, were you just stealing a glance at me? Qi Xinyue smiled charmingly at Yixing, a triumphant grin dancing on her lips, confident in her beauty. You were awake all along. Yi Xing was momentarily stunned, realizing that she must have caught him in the act. Of course. Why feel guilty? Qi Xinyue replied with a flirtatious smile, reclining on the bed and playfully regarding Yi Xing. After a night of intimacy, their bond had grown exceedingly close. What do I have to feel guilty about? I simply wish to assess your worth, hee. Unable to resist Qi Xinyue's playful provocation, Yi Xing let out a hearty laugh and lunged toward her. Following another passionate encounter, Yi Xing reclined on the bed. Today, take a day off from Wuzhou and rest well. As he dressed, he spoke to Qi Xinyue. He appreciated this mode of interaction, where both parties derived satisfaction without excessive entanglement. Later, give me your bank account number, and I will transfer some money for you to use. After some contemplation, Yi Xing concluded that providing her with some funds was a prudent choice. After all, Qi Xinyue's willingness to accompany him was a gesture of gratitude for his purchase of the luxury car from her. Silence enveloped the room. Yi Xing turned to see Qi Xinyue, gazing at him with a hint of melancholy. Xing, I do not need money, she stated calmly. Yi Xing stared at her in astonishment, feeling a slight headache. Could she be harboring thoughts of becoming his girlfriend? Do you recall the promise you made last night? You mentioned wanting to join my company as a secretary? Yi Xing regarded Qi Xinyue with a mix of surprise and curiosity. This girl was undeniably headstrong. Was she not apprehensive about joining a company that lacked even a name? I shall personally manage the matters concerning the car dealership. However, I trust you wouldn't disregard the words spoken by Xing Gu at the dining table yesterday. I remain confident that I am far more dependable than your two acquaintances. This is my diploma. Please take a moment to examine it. Qi Xinyue, now dressed impeccably, exuded the poise of a corporate professional as she retrieved her phone and scrolled through it before handing it to Yi Xing. Curiosity piqued. Yi Xing accepted her phone, his eyes landing on a photograph of a diploma. It belonged to a prestigious 211 university within the province, majoring in finance and accounting, significantly higher in standing than his own modest degree. Further down, he discovered an array of certificates, a driver's license, an English Level 8 certificate, and an accounting qualification certificate. A mere glance at these credentials revealed that she had not squandered her time at school. Yi Xing felt a flush of embarrassment. In comparison, his own academic achievements seemed trivial. From the perspective of a potential employer, Qi Xinyue undoubtedly appeared far more reliable than Su Qi and Li Mingyu. Seated in his chair, Yi Xing observed her with growing interest. It was clear that his company was destined for greatness, especially with a talent like Qi Xinyue on board. Moreover, their unusual relationship would likely strengthen their bond beyond that of ordinary employees. Could it be that my boastful words at the dinner table yesterday were merely that? She inquired. Look at me now. I possess some wealth yet lack even the semblance of a company. Are you not concerned I might abandon you? Not at all. A woman's intuition is remarkably sharp. From the moment Wuzhou altered his attitude towards you yesterday, I sensed you were no ordinary individual. Qi Xinyue responded without a moment's hesitation. The only skill I have acquired during my time at the dealership is the ability to read people. Your demeanor throughout the day was calm and your objectives clear, indicating you are someone destined for significant endeavors. Am I mistaken? Yi Xing nodded, his curiosity about Qi Xinyue intensifying. This young woman not only possessed a deft touch, but also exhibited remarkable clarity of thought. In the nascent stages of a company, the talent one recruits is crucial to its very survival. I believe I can assist you in establishing the framework of your enterprise. I am willing to accompany you without seeking a title or compensation, merely an opportunity. Upon concluding her statement, Qi Xinyue blinked her large eyes at Yi Xing. He rubbed his temples, pondering for a brief moment before acquiescing. In this world, some individuals attain privileged positions through inheritance, others through hard work, some by sacrificing their dignity, while a few rely on fortune or insight. Qi Xinyue undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. Her words were evidently well considered rather than spontaneous. Nonetheless, Yi Xing was inclined to grant her this opportunity. The growth of a company necessitates a diverse array of capable individuals, each capable of standing alone, with their personal agendas. It is the responsibility of an entrepreneur to harmonize these interests to pursue a common goal. Qi Xinyue, hailing from humble beginnings, seeks nothing more than a chance to work. In this bizarre society, her aspirations are far nobler than those of women who sell their allure as mistresses. Should her abilities prove exceptional, Yi Xing would not hesitate to offer her more. Then today, resign from Wuzhou. The commission owed to you by the dealership will be settled by them. Yi Xing pondered for a moment before addressing Qi Xinyue, continuing with, your task today is to help me find a warehouse, one that is both large and situated by the sea. Understood, Mr. Yi. I will certainly accomplish this, Qi Xinyue exclaimed, springing up from the bed, embodying the eager demeanor of an obedient employee. Yi Xing nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the girl's potential. She was indeed a remarkable blend of beauty and charm. As for the monthly salary, he decided on 30,000. If she performed well, he would consider an increase. He was aware that her wages at the car dealership were merely 5,000 to 6,000. To earn more, she would rely on commissions. A monthly salary of 30,000 was exceptionally high for the entire Tiannan city. Thank you, Mr. Yi. A glimmer of joy flashed in Qi Xingyue's eyes. She quickly approached Yi Xing, leaning in close to his ear, and softly murmured, Mr. Yi, shall I wait here for you tonight? Yi Xing nodded and hastily exited the room, feeling overwhelmed by the rapid shift in the woman's demeanor. In the underground parking lot, as Yi Xing was about to start his Porsche 911, he suddenly felt a tremor in his mind. The system began the second transaction, object matching. Yi Xing felt a surge of excitement. Previous transactions had all been with the fleet civilization. However, the universe was home to myriad races, not solely technological civilizations, each evolving along distinct trajectories due to their unique environments. Yi Xing was eager to encounter different civilizations. The host has been matched with the crustacean star civilization. Do you wish to engage in discussions with the matched entity? Inquired the system through a blue panel. Yi Xing glanced around to ensure no one was watching before lowering the car window. In a flash of white light, he found himself once again within the floating hall. Chapter 39. The crustacean star civilization of the space outside remained shrouded in darkness, adorned with mesmerizing nebulae. Sitting in a chair, Yi Xing felt a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. He was anxious about what the beings of the crustacean star civilization might look like. Were they humanoid or perhaps resembling the insects depicted in films? Or could it be that they were so minuscule they were invisible to the naked eye? What items did the crustacean star civilization require? And what could he possibly exchange with them? A barrage of questions filled Yi Xing's mind. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. Illuminated by a flash of white light, Yi Xing instinctively recoiled, an unsettling chill creeping up his spine. Before him stood a creature 3 meters in height. Its bald head adorned with 2 blood-red eyes devoid of eyelids, and its face was covered in visible golden hairs. Its nose, reminiscent of a monkey's, was wrinkled and featured a pink protrusion that made Yi Xing think of a rat's nose. The creature possessed robust limbs, with hands structured similarly to a human's, but with yellowed, bone-like extremities that lacked the sharpness of a beast's claws. On its back were a pair of wings akin to those of a bat. Standing before Yi Xing, its body slightly hunched, it wore a striking red robe. The impression it left on Yi Xing was that of a primitive beastman, exhibiting traits reminiscent of a rat while retaining some semblance of humanity, both barbaric and coarse. Though Yi Xing had anticipated the rarity of humanoid beings in the universe, the sudden encounter with a peculiar beastman still startled him. His gaze fell upon the rear hem of the red cloak, where he indeed discerned a tail, thick as an arm, writhing beneath the fabric. The creature did not take a seat but instead crouched, partially supporting itself on the ground, and directed its gaze towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing's emotions were a complex blend of fear and curiosity. After all, he was face to face with a 3-meter-long monster, whose temperament was elusive, perhaps even non-existent. However, he felt reassured that the trading hall would ensure the safety of both parties, with any violent actions being promptly suppressed. As for communication, there was no cause for concern. The trading hall possessed a built-in language translation feature, transforming all planetary languages into Mandarin as they reached Yi Xing's ears. Hello, my name is Yi Xing, from Blue Star. Our planet is composed of land and ocean. It is a pleasure to meet you, Yi Xing said, attempting to calm his nerves. Greetings, I am Tuo, from Crust Star. It is a pleasure to meet you. Our world is engulfed in darkness and fierce flames. What is an ocean? The creature, Tuo, emitted a shrill, beast-like sound, tinged with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Its gaze was fixed on the nebula outside the hall, filled with both curiosity and greed. Yi Xing noticed that as meteors shot forth from the darkness, Tuo recoiled slightly, covering its eyes with its forelimbs, appearing somewhat frightened. Yet, through the gaps of its claws, Yi Xing observed it still staring intently, reminiscent of a child from Blue Star encountering an unknown object, simultaneously curious and fearful. What did Tuo mean by saying their civilization existed in darkness and flames? Yi Xing's curiosity deepened. I truly envy your ability to witness the outside world, unlike us, who are trapped in the crust from birth to death, never knowing what lies beyond, Tuo remarked, its eyes still on the nebula. Yi Xing's mind stirred as he recalled a piece of biological knowledge he had encountered online. Tuo, could you share what you saw just now? He inquired. It seemed like a blurred white light. We have never witnessed such a spectacle in our world. Can you Blue Star inhabitants frequently observe such wonders? Tuo turned its head towards Yi Xing, its gaze brimming with curiosity. Yi Xing sighed, reflecting that the meteor which had just streaked by was distinctly green. This further validated his suspicions regarding Crust Star's inhabitants. Those living in darkness likely possessed severely impaired vision due to their prolonged absence from sunlight. Their visual organs had likely atrophied. If he was correct, Tuo must rely on ultrasound or other sound waves to discern objects. What is it that you desire? Yi Xing asked, regarding Tuo with a mix of sympathy and disappointment. This was a civilization still in its nascent stages of enlightenment, yet to cultivate its own culture, possessing little more than a rudimentary awareness of the world compared to humanity's ancestors. For such a primitive civilization, on the brink of ascending to a Type 1 civilization, there was little that humanity could offer in exchange. It was akin to a modern individual trying to barter with a great ape. I am aware that your planet is incredibly advanced, exquisite, and entirely distinct from our dark world. However, I feel compelled to share our tale so that you may comprehend our needs. 2. Resembling a frail elder, spoke in a deep, resonant tone. Yi Xing was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom what a civilization, still clad in its primal fur, could possibly narrate. Our realm is a vast hollow encased in solid, robust rock, spanning tens of thousands of miles. Within this cavern, there exists water, crimson lava, flora, and various creatures, all of substantial size and ruggedness, unlike your delicate and intricate forms. 2. Gradually articulated the nature of the rockshell star. Realization dawned upon Yi Xing. Was this not akin to a subterranean world? Since childhood, elders had informed us that our world was thus, with thick rock walls safeguarding our habitat. Never had anyone pondered what lay beyond those walls. Can you understand what I am conveying? 2 spoke as if recalling ancient history. Yi Xing nodded, fully grasping the narrative 2 was unfolding. Throughout human history, there have been eras where people believed the land rested upon the back of a great turtle, and those who had never glimpsed the ocean considered the land to be the entirety of existence. Yet, suddenly, Yi Xing froze, staring blankly at 2. For only those aware of the wonders beyond the rock walls could express such certainty. Do you now understand that beyond the walls lies another world? How did you come to this knowledge? A profound curiosity filled Yi Xing, as he sensed that the civilization of the rockshell star was far more complex than it appeared. 2 proclaimed, in our civilization emerged a remarkable individual. It is thanks to him that we discovered the rock walls could be breached. Once we shattered the barriers, we could soar into the world beyond. 2 exclaimed excitedly, rising to his feet. Please, continue, 2, urged Yi Xing, captivated by this half-beast, half-human being before him. From 2's account, he discerned that the technological progression of the rockshell star civilization diverged significantly from that of Blue Star. Over 1,000 years ago, in our lineage, there existed a valiant warrior who, while being pursued, inadvertently collided with the rock wall and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered a substantial fragment of rock, shattered into dozens of smaller pieces scattered around him. This revelation sparked an uproar among our entire race, with everyone flocking to witness the fragmented rock. 2 recounted passionately, even flapping his fleshly wings to demonstrate the concept of flight. 2. Wait a moment. I failed to comprehend how shattering a rock could incite such commotion, Yi Xing queried, perplexed by the significance. You may not be aware, but in our ancient legends, the rock walls are deemed immensely sturdy, impervious to destruction by any means save for similar stone. They serve as a paternal figure, protecting the feeble among us. Yet now, to think it was shattered by our very beings is nothing short of astonishing, prompting all tribes to cease their conflicts and gather around the broken stone to investigate. 2 explained, noticing Yi Xing's confusion. Yi Xing suddenly recalled the moment when the scientific dawn first broke on Blue Star, a time when pioneers discovered truths that diverged from religious legends. This esteemed warrior, named Shilin, was the first to unveil the reality that not all rocks are alike. Some are exceedingly brittle, shattering upon contact with harder stones, while others possess remarkable resilience, remaining impervious to any forceful blow. The elders of the clan began to forbid the destruction of rock walls, employing various ancient myths to instill fear in the populace. Yet, unperturbed by such superstitions, Shilin led a band of adventurers to deliberately strike the rock walls, uncovering even more intriguing phenomena. At times, the walls would return echoes, prompting him to speculate that beyond lay another world. This audacious hypothesis attracted an ever-growing number of followers, who devised myriad methods to breach the rock walls, eager to glimpse the nature of the world beyond. Over the course of 2 centuries, the entirety of the rockshell people participated in the endeavor to excavate the walls. Our world was free of war, everyone united in a singular purpose, to open the rock walls and venture into the outside realm. 2's eyes shimmered with excitement, his speech quickening. How fortunate, how incredible. Yi Xing listened in rapt attention, though he understood that the universe is replete with vast worlds, each undergoing its own evolutionary journey. Nevertheless, the evolution of the rockshell civilization astonished him. It seemed the Creator had favored them, allowing them to pursue a shared dream of harmony from the very inception of their civilization. In stark contrast, Blue Star, a civilization hundreds of times more advanced, remained mired in ceaseless conflict, as nations clashed for their own selfish gains. 2. You are indeed a fortunate civilization. What can I do to assist you in breaking through the rock walls sooner? Yi Xing inquired eagerly, gazing at 2. Recognizing this was a civilization marked by technological limitations, yet overflowing with potential. They had eradicated war, focusing solely on the pursuit of truth. Once they embarked on the correct technological path, they would surely flourish. Thank you for your kindness. Please allow me to speak first. Tu replied with a gentlemanly nod towards Yixing, who momentarily perceived that the level of civilization before him was perhaps not inferior to that of humanity, albeit appearing somewhat crude by human standards. During our excavation of the rock walls, we discovered that burning rocks yields more resilient materials. Different types of rocks produce varying substances, some light, some heavy, leading to the formation of a specialized discipline. Concurrently, we made numerous other discoveries during the excavation, such as utilizing trees to create mechanisms that enable us to transport the burned materials with greater ease, thus birthing yet another field of study. Tu continued his account. Yixing was awestruck by the perseverance of the Rockshell people, marveling at their endeavor akin to a cosmic version of the tale of Yugong moving the mountains. Remarkably, they were collectively engaged in this monumental task. Even more astonishing was the fact that they developed technology in the very process of their monumental undertaking. Such a civilization is indeed worthy of admiration and assistance. The substances extracted from rocks through burning are referred to as metals, each possessing distinct characteristics that allow them to exhibit diverse properties. However, relying solely on the method of burning rocks is rather slow, yielding metals of inferior purity. Yixing explained this to Tuo with a smile. You are truly remarkable. In just a few sentences, you have conveyed more than our civilization has achieved in centuries of research. Tuo marveled, his gaze directed at Yixing, filled with admiration. Yet, as the conversation progressed, his expression turned eager and earnest. You mentioned that burning rocks is inefficient. Surely there must be a swifter method, correct? Indeed. Our civilization has developed numerous techniques for smelting metals. Yixing affirmed with a nod, now fully understanding Tuo's intentions. If circumstances were different, he would not hesitate to act as a scientific guide, steering the Rockshell civilization toward advancements in technology. However, within the confines of the trading system, Tuo would need to offer something in exchange. He was curious about what the Rockshell civilization could present in barter. That is splendid. We require the very method of smelting metals that you mentioned. Tuo exclaimed, his eyes, devoid of eyelids, widening with excitement as he waved his arms and wings, causing Yixing to feel a twinge of apprehension, fearing an uncontrollable leap towards him. Then, Tuo calmed himself, scratching his head with his forelimbs, adopting what appeared to Yixing as a rather bashful demeanor. Our world is quite barren. Aside from various rocks, we possess no other meaningful resources. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have organized our rocks for your perusal. Perhaps you will find something of interest. Tuo produced a rolled object from his flowing red robe and placed it in the center of the table. Yixing accepted the item, discovering it to be a peculiar, paper-like material. It was adorned with an array of rocks, large and small, in various hues. The collection spanned several large sheets, indicating the Rockshell inhabitants had diligently studied geology. Their artistic skills were exceptional. Each stone was rendered with such vivid detail that one could easily mistake the illustrations for photographs upon a cursory glance. As Yixing examined the depictions of rocks, or rather, mineral deposits, his meager geological knowledge, acquired only in secondary school, limited him to recognizing common varieties such as granite and coal, while the rest remained unidentifiable. Nevertheless, in an effort to impress Tuo, he feigned an air of understanding, nodding frequently. The system had indeed chosen wisely. Tuo's eyes were fixed on Yixing, and seeing his seasoned demeanor, a broad grin split his face. Is this gold? Suddenly, Yixing's gaze fell upon a familiar image, causing his heart to race and breath to quicken. On the illustration was a rock resembling cow dung, its surface coated with a layer of grayish sand, embedded with numerous small black dots. Only a few exposed areas glimmered with a yellow hue, which led Yixing to suspect it might be gold. After all, the gold he had encountered in the modern world differed significantly in appearance from the unrefined gold found in nature. Is this stone abundant in your land? Yixing's surprise flickered momentarily before he resumed his exploration of the other rocks, eventually pointing to one of the black stones with a question. Tuo lowered his head to glance at the rock pointed out by Yixing and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, we have an abundance of such stones, especially after the magma has melted. Do you require this type of rock? Yixing shook his head, feigning nonchalance as he pointed to a gold-like stone and inquired further. What about this type of stone? This stone is excessively abundant and quite soft, rendering it nearly useless. At times, we even have to expend manpower to remove it. Tuo lamented, gazing at the gold-like stone. Yixing was taken aback. Was gold so undervalued on the Rockshell star? After all, gold is a precious metal. However, he soon realized that the civilization of the Rockshell star was unrelated to that of the Blue Star. Their primary pursuit was to penetrate the rock walls in search of scientific truths. In their value system, gold indeed held little worth. Tuo, is it not true that in your civilization, the harder the currency, the more precious it is? Yixing began to elucidate the concept of currency before posing his question. You are quite astute. This is the hardest metal in our civilization, and its value is exceedingly high. It can be used not only for trade, but also for chiseling through rock walls, Tuo replied, gesturing toward a gleaming metal depicted in the scroll. Isn't that brass? Yixing recognized it immediately, as it was evidently processed and bore a striking resemblance to the copper products found on the Blue Star. At that moment, Yixing felt a mix of emotions. He pitied the rock shell people, toiling in a civilization that progressed so slowly. Their collective efforts to smelt and chisel rock walls had only led them to the stage of brass production. The thought of iron was utterly out of reach. This rock has a unique shape, distinct from some on our planet, and could be utilized for research into the differences between the two worlds. I would like to obtain some of these rocks, Yixing remarked casually, pointing to the gold-like stones. Ah, you desire these? We have an abundance of such things in our world. Would you not prefer to examine some more precious metals? Tuo responded, somewhat anxiously, as the worth of what Yixing sought implied that the items exchanged would also hold little value. He bore the weight of his entire civilization's expectations and needed to procure significant technology in return. Tuo pointed at several metals depicted in the scroll, eagerly watching Yixing. A quick glance revealed that they were tin and lead, both common and valueless metals on the Blue Star. However, the last metal, silver, piqued Yixing's interest. Still, he ultimately dismissed it. The objective was to exchange inexpensive items for valuable ones. Given the technology of the Rockshell Star, refining silver would undoubtedly be quite challenging, whereas the Blue Star possessed far superior techniques for silver extraction. No, I still prefer to trade for this stone called gold, Yixing insisted, gesturing toward the natural gold. Very well, Star. We shall provide you with a substantial quantity of this gold as long as we can obtain what we desire in return, Tuo replied, somewhat disheartened. Yixing smiled gently. Tuo. In exchange, I shall impart to you a new method of metal smelting, one that yields a metal of greater hardness than brass. I trust that once you master it, your speed in chiseling through rock walls will significantly increase. With that, he pointed to what appeared to be iron or depicted in the scroll. After carefully examining the rock face that Yixing pointed to, Tuo's expression transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. This star's mineral is exceptionally hard. We have contemplated various methods to smelt it, yet none have yielded any metal. Are you certain you wish to exchange this? Yixing nodded affirmatively. Trading iron smelting techniques for gold is an exceptionally lucrative deal. Moreover, the sense of accomplishment is immense. Just imagine, with a mere gesture, I could enable the entire Rockshell Star people to spare themselves several centuries of toil. Such an achievement is unparalleled. Splendid. I shall return and instruct my kin to prepare for our exchange tomorrow, if that is agreeable. Tuo exclaimed, excitedly flapping his fleshy wings. Yixing was left speechless, contemplating the need to educate them on hygiene practices next time. After agreeing on a time for the transaction, Yixing swiftly emerged from the spatial realm and returned to his vehicle. The underground parking lot was remarkably tranquil. He retrieved the scroll and took out his mobile phone, scanning the image from the scroll. In no time, a plethora of mineral names appeared on the search engine. Yixing's attention was captured. He discovered that the Rockshell Star harbored some rare minerals from the Blue Star. Feeling a pang of hunger, Yixing tidied up his phone, drove to a nearby restaurant, ordered a meal, and began to eat while browsing. Upon seeing a message from Yang Lele in the WeChat group, his brow furrowed. He had never anticipated that human nature could be so wicked. He had done nothing to provoke Yang Lele, yet she treated him and his companions as mere tools for amusement. With this thought, Yixing dialed Qian Wuzhou's number to relay the situation briefly. Brother Qian, retaining such an employee could potentially tarnish your company's image and adversely affect customer experience. I suggest you prepare a contingency plan, Yixing suggested subtly. At Qian's car dealership, Qian Wuzhou's complexion turned ashen upon receiving the call. He understood better than anyone the dynamics among the female sales staff, where competition and favoritism were commonplace. However, when matters implicated Yixing, the situation took on a different gravity. Furthermore, Yang Lele had publicly shared Yixing's vehicle purchase details in the group, not only violating company policy, but also inciting the ire of this esteemed client. Qian Wuzhou could not allow her to remain in the company. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Yixing's fury. Brother, you speak so delicately. Shall I dismiss her immediately? Should I have her apologize to you in person? I can take her to you right away. Qian Wuzhou resolved decisively. Dismissing an employee was routine for him. An apology is unnecessary, Brother Qian. Thank you. And perhaps I shall treat you to a meal sometime. Yixing replied nonchalantly before hanging up and resuming his WeChat browsing. He opened Huang Chen's updates and was momentarily taken aback, subsequently scrolling faster. Huang Chen's personal space documented his quest for minerals in Africa, although the title did not specify which minerals he sought. The images of Huang Chun and his colleagues traversing multiple countries and tribes spoke volumes about the arduous journey they undertook. By the time he reached the end of the posts, Yixing's eyes widened in fury. Huang Chun, have the minerals you sought been intercepted? He dialed Huang Chen's number, a mix of concern and curiosity in his voice. Chapter 42, The scarcity of chromium, it's a long story. Yixing, have you resolved your matters? Came a sigh from the other end, followed by a concerned inquiry about Yixing's situation. I have resolved it and earned a modest profit, Yixing replied. Huang Chun, why not return and collaborate with me? Yixing felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Huang Chun for extending a hand during his time of peril. Don't joke. I have a mission to attend to, so I cannot just run off. Huang Chun promptly dismissed Yixing's suggestion. Their familiarity allowed for straightforward communication, devoid of any circumlocution. Huang Chun, what exactly are you searching for in Africa? I've noticed your travels through numerous countries, Yixing inquired curiously. After a brief silence on the other end, Huang Chun spoke. If you had asked me a week ago, I might not have shared this with you, but the situation has improved somewhat. So I will let you know. Huang Chun succinctly outlined his mission in Africa. It turned out that their team was exploring strategically significant mineral resources for Longwa, aiming for acquisition and extraction. Their current objective was to locate chrome, or they had already negotiated prices with several countries, and the local governments had consented. However, just a day before the contract was to be signed, the opposing parties either withdrew their agreement or faced public protests against it. Huang Chun sighed heavily during the call. Yixing furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. Although Huang Chun refrained from naming the hidden hand behind these developments, Yixing could surmise the influence. In recent years, the rising power of Longwa had incited alarm in certain nations, prompting them to employ various tactics to curtail Longwa's development, particularly in critical technological sectors. Their interference could also be observed in strategic mineral resources. Just the day before yesterday, we discovered a promising chrome mine in an African country, employed local labor to extract the ore, and transported it onto a vessel, convinced that all was secure. However, shortly after the ship set sail, it was intercepted by unidentified armed forces, forcibly returned to port for inspection, rendering our efforts over the past half-month futile, Huang Chun lamented over the phone, which incited Yixing's anger. It was evident that the so-called unidentified forces were undoubtedly linked to the Eagle country. Is chrome truly that crucial? Yixing, without the luxury of time to research, directly queried Huang Chun. Indeed, this metal is primarily utilized in electroplating, enhancing the strength of metals, and is significantly employed in the military industry. Huang Chun briefly educated Yixing, though he refrained from delving deeper into its military applications, aware that further discussion would breach confidentiality agreements. Yixing understood that any further elaboration would encroach upon sensitive matters, and he resolved to conduct his own research later. Huang Chun, perhaps I can assist you, Yixing offered. However, I am merely venting my frustrations regarding strategic mineral resources abroad. Such matters are typically reserved for national strategy, and ordinary individuals have little involvement. I appreciate your goodwill. Huang Chun chuckled bitterly, initially thinking Yixing was jesting. Please hold on a moment. Yixing then ended the call, retrieved the mineral scroll, and used a search engine to locate the general appearance of chrome or before examining the scroll closely. Soon, Yixing identified the location of the chrome mine on the scroll. The arrangement of various rocks was categorized by their rarity on the crustal star. Chrome, or akin to natural gold, was abundant and of little intrinsic value. After completing his research, Yixing promptly picked up the phone and dialed Huang Chun. Huang Chun, I just contacted an old client who claims he can procure chromium ore. How much do you need? Yixing, do not jest. The world is currently facing a severe shortage of chromium. How is it that your acquaintance is more reliable than the state? Huang Chun, unfazed, suggested that Yixing might be misled by untrustworthy friends. Huang Chun, do not concern yourself with the details. Simply provide an address, and I shall arrange for 1,000 tons to be shipped directly. Is that sufficient? Yixing chuckled nonchalantly. The crustal star civilization resides deep within the Earth, using Blue Star as a reference model, where numerous rare metals exist in vast quantities. For instance, scientists have speculated that 99% of the Earth's gold is stored within its core. Even if the crustal star civilization possesses relatively low extraction efficiency, the sheer number of inhabitants should make obtaining 1,000 tons quite manageable. Yixing, however, cautioned against overconfidence. For chromium, ore is a strategic resource, in short supply globally, particularly high-grade chromium metal. Do you have any idea how much it costs per ton? Huang Chun was growing anxious, feeling slightly irritated by Yixing's bravado. How much? The market price for chromium with a purity of 999 is 130,000 per ton. If you can procure it, I will take as much as you can provide. Huang Chun believed it was necessary to temper Yixing's enthusiasm. Such a high price? Yixing gasped, realizing he might have misinterpreted the information. When he last checked, the price of chromium ore was merely 10,000 per ton, and after refinement, it had skyrocketed nearly tenfold. Given the technological capabilities of the crustal star civilization, they would be unable to refine chromium metal independently. To obtain high-grade chromium, assistance from the fleet civilization would be essential. With this thought, a smile crept onto Yixing's face. He had devised a plan. So 130,000 per ton, is it? I will arrange for 1,000 tons to be sent your way. Just provide the receiving port, and I will proceed with the shipment. Yixing spoke casually. Yixing, are you serious? Have you contemplated this monumental affair for more than a second? Do not jest. Huang Chun, exasperated, noted that their entire team was struggling to locate or in South Africa, besieged by the alliance led by the Eagle Nation. He was overwhelmed. Yet Yixing was eager to join in the fray. I am not joking. Please send me the port for receiving the goods. Yixing was persistent. This was a substantial deal, amounting to 130 million, while his costs were merely a few hundred pounds of vegetables and bottled water. Most importantly, resolving Huang Chun's predicament would allow him to return to his homeland sooner. All right, I will send you the details. I must get back to work. Huang Chun, somewhat resigned, ended the call. Moments later, Yixing received the address via WeChat. Durban Port? So, it is in South Africa. Yixing nodded, stepping out of the restaurant, momentarily uncertain of his next destination. The office location had yet to be determined, and he still required a large warehouse to store the goods, which he had already tasked Qi Xinyue to find. For now, the only feasible option was the Xingyu Machinery Factory. Just then, Yixing's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, Xinyue. What is the matter? Yixing answered the call. Mr. Yi, could you come over? The warehouse has been located. We just need you to confirm. Qi Xinyue reported to Yixing over the phone. All right, I will head over immediately. Yixing was elated. He had been troubled about finding a warehouse, and it seemed that fortune had smiled upon him at the right moment. It appears that Qi Xinyue is indeed a remarkable individual, both beautiful and capable. Chapter 43. The Golden Doghead. Yixing hurried to the address provided by Qi Xinyue. The warehouse she identified was situated by the seaside, with a road leading directly to the port in a relatively secluded location. Aside from a few abandoned factories several hundred meters away, there were no other structures in sight, ensuring excellent privacy. Yixing parked his vehicle beside the warehouse and surveyed the surroundings with great satisfaction. Mr. Yi, you've arrived. Qi Xinyue, seated in an aging Volkswagen, quickly approached upon seeing Yixing. To his surprise, she was not alone. A tall, slender young woman accompanied her. Ruo Shui, this is our Mr. Yi. Qi Xinyue introduced the girl to Yixing. Mr. Yi, this is my best friend, Lu Ruo Shui. Lu Ruo Shui possessed an elegant stature. Her skin as fair as Qi Xinyue's, and her delicate features were complemented by stylish chin-length hair that exuded a refreshing charm. Her bold-fashioned sense revealed hints of alabaster beneath her attire. Yixing nodded, smiling as he inquired, May I ask where Ms. Lu is currently employed? Surely you have heard of Honghai Real Estate. Lu Ruo Shui replied with a subtle smile, her gaze laden with meaning. Oh, a real estate saleswoman. No wonder she is so striking, Yixing thought. In today's society, many beautiful women gravitate towards the real estate, automotive, and financial sectors, where wealth flows more rapidly, and they can encounter affluent individuals. Honghai Real Estate is a renowned company in Tianjin City, primarily dealing with high-end properties, making it a favored choice for the affluent seeking residences. I shall make a point to visit and would appreciate Ms. Lu's assistance when the time comes, Yixing remarked, uttering a courteous comment. He indeed harbored intentions of purchasing a villa, though that would only be feasible after finalizing the company structure. He also recognized that Qi Xinyue had brought her friend along to bolster her confidence in this remote location. Guiding Yixing into the warehouse, Qi Xinyue revealed an expansive space exceeding 2,000 square meters, significantly larger than the average warehouse. It was neatly partitioned for organized storage of goods. Yixing was thoroughly pleased with the location, pricing, and area, knowing that as the number of transactions increased, so would the need for supplies. Relying on trucks to deliver goods to a mechanical factory in the past had proven to be quite inconvenient. Mr. Yi, the rent for the warehouse is 20 yuan per square meter per month. The landlord initially quoted 30, but Ruo Shui and I negotiated it down to 20. If you are not satisfied, I can attempt to negotiate further, Qi Xinyue reported, her smile fading slightly. That won't be necessary. Let us proceed with the landlord. Yixing replied directly, as he had numerous matters to attend to. Saving a few yuan would only amount to a little over 20,000 a year. Qi Xinyue nodded and stepped outside to make a phone call. Minutes later, a stout middle-aged man entered. Qi Xinyue was well prepared, pulling out a pre-drafted contract for both parties to sign. Yixing directly transferred 480,000 to the man. Throughout this transaction, Lu Ruo Shui observed Yixing with a hint of surprise in her eyes at his lavish expenditure. Yixing then took out his phone and transferred an additional 50,000 to Qi Xinyue. Mr. Yi? Qi Xinyue gazed at the balance in her hand, astonished, pondering if it was merely an overnight fee. Yet, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of her close friend was another matter entirely. This afternoon, purchase some shovels and burlap sacks. The remaining funds can be used to rent a vehicle for transportation, she instructed. Yixing wore an expression that suggested she was overthinking it. Initially speechless, Qi Xinyue felt a warmth bloom within her. As she and Lu Ruoxue exited the warehouse, Lu suddenly draped her arm around Qi's shoulders, lowering her voice to chuckle. Xingyue, your boss is incredibly wealthy. Not only is he handsome, but he is also considerate enough to provide you with money for a rental car, since you lack transportation. Such a boss must be cherished, you know? He is my boss. I hardly possess such fortune, Xingyue replied, her heart fluttering sweetly while maintaining a facade of aloofness. However, recalling Yixing's impressive display from the previous night made her heartbeat quicken and her cheeks flush slightly. If you find it challenging, just let me know, Lu Ruoxue remarked, her gaze keenly observing Qi Xinyue's changing expression, whether intentional or not. Hee, our boss is rather lecherous. If two women were to serve one man, he certainly would not refuse. Qi Xinyue, in a playful manner, inadvertently revealed her relationship with Yixing to her friend. Lu Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Later that afternoon, Yixing stood amidst the warehouse, surveying the supplies with a satisfied smile gracing his face. He closed the warehouse doors and retreated to the monitoring room, shutting off all the surveillance cameras. In a flash, a bright light illuminated the area, causing all the supplies to vanish. Yixing reappeared in the trading hall shortly thereafter. Before long, Tuo made his entrance again. Star, here is the gold you requested. Tuo, with a flourish, revealed a basket filled with palm-sized stones resembling cow dung. Is this dog gold? Yixing inquired, lifting a hefty piece weighing several kilograms with great effort. The rock's surface was coated in dirt, which he brushed off to unveil a dazzling golden core embedded with black impurities. Yixing had done his homework prior to this encounter and understood that the items depicted in the scroll were natural gold, far more precious than refined gold. With a market price of 2,000 yuan per gram, the dog gold he held weighed approximately 10 kilograms, equating to a value of 20 million. The basket contained dozens of similarly sized pieces, and given the enormity of the rock star, Yixing would have struggled to lift them at all. This basket of dog gold was worth no less than several billion yuan. Even though Yixing had previously experienced the shock of super-precision machinery, he was still taken aback. Star, do you find the gold too small? I can return to acquire larger pieces or obtain more without issue, Tuo hurriedly suggested, noticing Yixing's impassive demeanor. No need. This basket of gold will suffice. Yixing waved his hand dismissively, valuing rarity over abundance. Indeed, while dog gold is precious, releasing it in large quantities would not be prudent, as it would inevitably devalue the market price. Yixing then produced a stack of papers and a rudimentary clay furnace he had fashioned, placing them on the table. The papers documented early historical techniques and sketches for smelting iron. To ensure the rock star could comprehend the diagrams, Yixing fashioned a clay model of the furnace for a more intuitive understanding. Star, is this the equipment for smelting iron? Tuo gazed at the clay furnace, his eyes widening in sheer astonishment. The metals that had been forged in the heart of the earth for thousands of years had never been imagined to be smelted using a furnace. He could already envision the uproar this technology would incite upon his return to the Shell Star. Indeed, this manuscript detailed the precise techniques and timings required for smelting. And by adhering to these methods, one could undoubtedly produce robust iron. Yixing nodded subtly. This furnace could only yield iron. It was still far from producing steel. Are you certain you wish to exchange such a precious technique for gold? Tuo was still somewhat incredulous. Absolutely, Yixing affirmed with a nod. A flash of white light signified the completion of their transaction. Yixing beamed with delight as he gazed at the glimmering gold in the basket. Billions had just fallen into his hands. Now let us discuss the second transaction. Observing Tuo's astonishment, Yixing unveiled a scroll, pointing at the chromium ore. I require 1,000 tons of this. Chapter 44. The shovel must be exchanged. Tuo craned his neck to peer at the scroll, glancing back at Yixing. This item is abundant in our world, even surpassing gold. Are you certain you want it? Yixing took a deep breath. He saw precisely this reaction from Tuo. Indeed, this substance, known as chromium ore, is widespread throughout the universe, particularly on rocky planets. However, recently, our planet has been experiencing a shortage of manpower for mining. Yixing fabricated a tale, deliberately diminishing the value of chromium ore. Tuo nodded in agreement and spoke. Star, having exchanged the smelting technique for gold, we have taken advantage of you. How about we assist you in mining for free, given our numbers? How many able-bodied individuals does your civilization possess? Yixing, observing Tuo's imposing figure, genuinely felt it a waste not to utilize such strength for mining. Our world houses approximately 2 billion people, with nearly 1 billion capable of work, excluding the elderly and young. Tuo scratched his head, displaying a somewhat embarrassed expression. Perhaps he felt that despite their large number, they had made little progress in metal smelting compared to Yixing's singular insight. Yixing's eyes sparkled as he envisioned a scene of countless beings, akin to towering iron sentinels, fervently mining within the Earth's core. With Tuo's physique, a single being could easily excavate 100 kilograms a day. Thus, 10,000 Shell Star inhabitants could collectively unearth 1,000 tons in a single day. Strength in numbers. Yi Xing felt an urge to persuade the Shell Star inhabitants that mining was far superior to merely chiseling at rock faces. With a flick of his wrist, a shovel materialized in his hand, its sharp edges gleaming with brilliance. What is this? Tuo's eyes widened at the sight of the shovel, his gaze fixated upon it. This is a shovel crafted using the smelting technique, designed to enhance the efficiency of soil excavation. Yi Xing demonstrated how to use the shovel. Tuo, prostrating himself, cautiously touched the razor-sharp edge with his forelimb. The shovel had been finely honed at the factory, and as Tuo inadvertently grazed it, a blue liquid oozed from his forelimb. Nonetheless, he seemed oblivious, entranced as if gazing upon a rare artifact. Yi Xing was about to remind it to bandage its wound when he noticed that the injury was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, leaving only a faint scar. He swallowed hard. Indeed, the subterranean beings possessed a remarkable ability to adapt to harsh environments. With tough skin and resilient flesh, one would be remiss not to acknowledge their creator. How about exchanging this shovel? Tuo suddenly lifted its head to gaze at Yi Xing. In exchange for 1,000 tons of chrome, or, however, these shovels were tools for labor, essential for their work. The thought of the rock shell beings toiling tirelessly only to trade their efforts for a mere shovel, without even sustenance, made Yi Xing feel a tinge of embarrassment. Even the most ruthless exploiters on Blue Star would blush at such a notion. While the exchange was feasible, an unexpected realization prompted Yi Xing to think rapidly. What if it were 10,000 tons of chrome, or for a single shovel? Observing Yi Xing's hesitation, Tuo began to grow anxious. This is absurd. Do others really believe they are at a disadvantage? Yi Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. However, I possess 100 shovels. He produced the shovels from his space, laying them out before Tuo. Initially, he had prepared 1,000 shovels, but reconsidering, he thought that if he revealed them all, the entire rockshell population might become his laborers, self-sufficient ones at that. Yi Xing felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was a person of particularly high moral standards. Tuo stood still, staring blankly at the 100 shovels on the ground. Yi Xing could empathize with its feelings. If 100 aircraft carriers were placed before him, and he could exchange a day's labor from people worldwide for just one, he would be equally astounded. Perhaps he lacked the organizational prowess, but Tuo seemed quite capable and appeared to find it quite simple. Let's proceed with the exchange. What minerals do you require? We shall mine for you. 1 shovel for every 10,000 tons of ore. Tuo fixed its gaze on Yi Xing, fearful of his refusal. Yi Xing, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded and said, however, the exchange cannot be limited to chrome ore. It shall be counted by attempts. You will mine for me 100 times. Deal. Tuo, anxious that Yi Xing might reconsider, agreed hastily. Yi Xing remained silent, though a concern flickered in his mind regarding potential violations of the system's trading rules. He accessed the system panel to verify, and to his surprise, the system supported such a transaction. With a flash of white light, the deal was confirmed. 100 shovels were effectively loaned to the Rockshell civilization. Once the ore was delivered on schedule, it would count as a completed transaction. Should the other party default, Yi Xing was confident the system would impose penalties. Exiting the system, Yi Xing drove straight to the Star Emperor building. The 600 square meters of office space featured bright, orderly floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the nearby bay. However, the hall was quite empty, with only a few worn desks remaining. Now, the entire floor belonged to Yi Xing. Qi Xinyue, donning a sharp gray suit with a light yellow shirt, exuded the aura of a corporate elite. In contrast, Su Qi and Li Mingyu still dressed quite casually. Qi Xinyue looked at Yi Xing with admiration in her eyes. Su Qi, Mingyu, take a page from Xinyue's book. If you aspire to be executives, how can your subordinates respect you when you present yourselves like this? Yi Xing gazed at his 2 bumbling companions with a headache. Rest assured, Brother Xing, once the company is established, I guarantee you will be astonished, Su Qi chuckled. Xinyue, you should expedite the renovation with the 2 of them this afternoon so that we can move in sooner and commence earning. Yi Xing glanced at Qi Xinyue, recognizing her as the most reliable among the trio. Mr. Yi, I have already contacted the finest renovation company in Tiannan. They will conduct an on-site assessment this afternoon. By the way, have we finalized the company name? Qi Xinyue nodded confidently. It will be called Xingyu Technology Company. I have already registered it. Yi Xing stated nonchalantly, revealing that he had entrusted someone to handle the company as formalities the previous afternoon, and they were now merely awaiting commencement. 2 days later, Yi Xing arrived punctually at the designated space, where Captain Jerry awaited him eagerly. Upon seeing Yi Xing enter, Jerry greeted him with enthusiasm. Jerry, I have 10,000 tons of chromium ore. Can you refine it into high-quality chromium particles or powder? Yi Xing inquired, aware that sourcing a manufacturer on Blue Star would incur exorbitant costs. It would be far simpler to trade with the fleet civilization for a few meals. Given their advanced technology, refining chromium ore should be a trivial task for them. Oh, absolutely no problem. However, we will require some meat. You know our situation in the cosmic wasteland, Jerry replied with a shrug, readily acquiescing. How about 1 ton of vegetables, 1,000 bottles of mineral water, and 200 pounds of beef? Is that satisfactory? Having dealt with Captain Jerry for an extended period, Yi Xing had become adept at discerning their requirements. All right. Shall we conduct the transaction tomorrow? Without hesitation, Captain Jerry agreed. Is it happening so soon? Yi Xing felt a surge of anticipation for the impending trade. Chapter 45. My chromium has arrived in a hotel in Durban, South Africa. Huang Chun languidly scrolled through his phone, grappling with poor signal that necessitated frequent reconnections. A young man in his 30s lay sprawled on the bed. I miss home, especially the hot pot, he suddenly remarked while browsing. Oh go, when you return to China, come to my place. I will treat you to a seafood hot pot. Although there are Chinese restaurants here, they pale in comparison to what we have back home. Huang Chun replied, his enthusiasm evident. However, his expression soon dimmed. They were on a national mission, having traversed many countries in Africa without securing suitable chromium ore. Their most promising opportunity had been thwarted by an unidentified force. They had never yearned for their country to grow stronger as much as they did now. Your hometown seafood hot pot is indeed renowned. I often hear about it even in the capital. Unfortunately, who knows when we will get to enjoy it again. The man, evidently a leader, bore a look of melancholy tinged with concern. Xiao Huang, we shall set off for West Africa tomorrow. I've heard that several large reserves have been discovered there. We must act swiftly, as all the major powers are eyeing it, Ho Shiming said, his worry unabated. Huang Chun understood that the mineral wealth was exceedingly coveted, and given the various factions in West Africa, their chances of securing it were uncertain. Yet, as he recalled the jest Yi Xing had made a couple of days prior, he could not shake the thought that perhaps it was not a mere joke. But how could it be possible? Where could an ordinary person acquire 1,000 tons of chromium ore? All right, I shall notify the others now. Huang Chun rose to prepare to head to another room when suddenly, his phone rang. Why is Yi Xing calling at this moment? Huang Chun was still basking in the sun in Durban. A languid voice emerged from the phone. Huang Chun's lips twitched. Who said one must sunbathe while in South Africa? Yi Xing, why don't you fly over so we can sunbathe together? Huang Chun bantered fluently with Yi Xing. No way. The sun in my homeland is far superior to yours. Why would I care to visit your shabby place? Yi Xing, do you have any serious matters at hand? I still need to prepare for my departure to West Africa tomorrow. Huang Chun frowned, as the leader was still in the room listening. What is this? You're going to West Africa? Huang Chun immediately halted. Why? Huang Chun cast a guilty glance at Ho Shiming. Because my cargo ship will arrive in Durban in 2 hours, carrying 1,000 tons of chromium granules, Yi Xing said nonchalantly. What? Yi Xing, don't jest. Huang Chun was bewildered. 1,000 tons of chromium granules? Major countries can't even acquire this. How can an ordinary person like you manage it? I'm not joking. Check the trajectory of the Bremen. Prepare for its arrival. After saying this, Yi Xing hung up. After acquiring the refined chromium granules from the fleet yesterday, he had immediately instructed Hoffman to hire the Bremen to sail towards South Africa. Unlike last time, this time Yi Xing had purchased cement to load onto the ship. Subsequently, he executed the same operation, switching the cargo midway. Huang Chun, what did your classmate just say about chromium granules? What does he do? Ho Shiming sat up from the bed, looking at Huang Chun with some confusion. He hadn't heard the entire conversation between Yi Xing and Huang Chun, but the mention of chromium granules was too sensitive for him to miss. Brother Ho, my classmate enjoys joking. He claims to have hired a cargo ship to Durban. Do you think that is plausible? Isn't that absurd? Huang Chun shook his head and smiled wryly. That is true. We would certainly know if anyone in our country had that capability. Ho Shiming sighed deeply and lay back down on the bed. Huang Chun took out his phone and opened a specialized app designed to track the navigation of vessels, particularly cargo ships. He thought Yi Xing was joking. Yet the details he provided were so precise, even naming the ship. Not checking would feel disrespectful to Yi Xing Bremen. Huang Chun muttered as he entered the ship's name and clicked the search button. What the hell? Huang Chun exclaimed, as if pricked by a needle. Springing up from the bed, his eyes wide in disbelief. What's wrong, Xiao Huang? Ho Shiming furrowed his brow, standing up and leaning closer to Huang Chun's phone. Is this for real? The screen clearly displayed that the Bremen had departed from Munich and would arrive in Durban in 2 hours. Ho Shiming was also stunned. In the afternoon, the port of Durban was bustling with activity. Ho Shiming and his companions stood at the harbor, gazing out at the distant ocean. Although they could not yet recognize the Bremen, they knew the ship would enter the port in an hour. By that time, they would know the outcome. Every face bears an expression of profound astonishment, a look that speaks of experiences accumulated over the years. Yet, unlike the youthful astonishment evident on others, Ho Shiming's visage is tinged with an additional layer of concern. During the journey, he has relentlessly inquired into the background of Huang Chun and Yi Xing, having scrutinized every detail of their last conversation. But alas, he has gleaned not a single clue. Yi Xing appears to have emerged from obscurity. inexplicably wealthy and capable of acquiring mines. At this moment, Ho Shiming's heart is tormented, especially as time steadily slips away, intensifying his internal struggle. Huang Chun, have your classmate notify the cargo ship to head towards Zhoushan or any domestic port, Ho Shiming hesitantly suggested. Why? Huang Chun and the others were taken aback. The cargo ship was merely an hour away from port. Changing course now would be a mockery of Yixing. Have you forgotten what happened last time? A look of regret clouded Ho Shiming's face. Huang Chun and the others soon displayed expressions of indignation and agitation, recalling their previous experience of being intercepted. Once the ship docked, it would be exceedingly difficult to set sail again. After a moment's silence, Huang Chun spoke. What about the additional shipping fees? The state will cover it. But we haven't even seen the chromium in person, nor have we verified its quality. This is far too risky. Huang Chun's brows knitted tightly. I stake my future on this. Call Huang Chun, Ho Shiming declared with solemnity. Ho Go. The gazes of Huang Chun and the others shifted, their expressions now imbued with a newfound respect. And you will return to your country tomorrow. Ho Shiming regarded Huang Chun with a somewhat perplexed expression, sensing a hint of envy emanating from him. Huang Chun nodded, although he could not fully comprehend the implications of Ho Shiming's arrangements, which were undoubtedly intertwined with Yixing's affairs. Can Yixing notify the cargo ship to turn towards Zhoushan? Huang Chun took out his phone and dialed Yixing. Chapter 46. Excessive Purity. 3 days later, at Zhoushan port, Huang Chun stood on the dock, anxiously watching the time. The Bremen was about to arrive, and the entire port was in a state of readiness. As soon as the ship docked, the necessary equipment would spring into action to unload the cargo. Like the last time he received the super-precise machine tools, the port was a mix of visible preparation and hidden tension, with numerous eyes covertly observing the proceedings. After hastening back to the country from Durban, Huang Chun did not return directly to Tian'an City, but instead went straight to Zhoushan port. Ho Shiming had already reported the situation to higher authorities, who instructed local personnel to assist Huang Chun in his endeavors. Thus, the pressure now rested squarely upon Huang Chun's shoulders. The entire port's operations were synchronized with his efforts, and unseen entities, including the National Security Bureau and other relevant agencies, were also at work. Yet, he had yet to lay eyes on the chromium Yixing had promised. If the cargo was not as expected, he would have no choice but to plunge into the sea, a last resort. This gamble was rather grand. Yixing, where are you? Huang Chun called, his voice tinged with urgency. I'm on the road, stuck in traffic on the highway. I can't fly over. Yixing, please don't play tricks on me. Otherwise, this time next year will be my Memorial Day. Listening to Yixing's nonchalant tone, Huang Chun felt himself on the verge of despair. Huang Chun, observing your lack of ambition, is startled by the slightest disturbance. Rest assured, with me around, everything is clearly arranged. With a resounding click, the phone call ended. At that moment, a loud whistle echoed in the air. A staff member approached Huang Chun and whispered, Mr. Huang, the Bremen has arrived at the port. Without hesitation, Huang Chun issued orders for priority unloading. Immediately, the port became a hive of activity as signals were relayed, guiding the Bremen into the first unloading position, where the crane was already poised for action. On board the Bremen, Captain Leon and his crew wore expressions of bewilderment. Each time they docked at Zhoushan port, they were accustomed to unloading without delay. The nearby vessels cast envious glances in their direction. Priority unloading meant saving precious waiting time. For cargo ships, unloading signifies the completion of their duty, allowing them the freedom to either enjoy leisure or return home. Otherwise, they would be left lingering in port. Is Dragon Country particularly in need of scrap metal and cement? Why are we always given preferential treatment? A sailor queried, his eyes filled with confusion. Laughter erupted among the other sailors. It was common knowledge that most countries, especially the so-called infrastructure behemoth, Dragon Country, were not lacking in scrap metal and cement. Could it be that our German cement is exceptionally superior? Leon shrugged in resignation, eliciting more laughter from the crew. The crane slowly descended, lifting a container into the air before gently placing it down in the designated area. The Bremen departed the port, its cargo hold emptied. As the container was opened, a shocking sight awaited them. Baskets? Huang Chun was taken aback at the sight of tightly packed bamboo baskets. In modern mining, mechanical devices are employed for extraction, and specialized packaging is used post-refinement, such as bags and barrels for chrome particles. This was the first time Huang Chun had encountered baskets for such purposes, especially one so crudely handcrafted, standing over a meter tall, exuding a primal essence. He mused that if filled with soil, he could practice light-footedness beside these baskets. The onlookers were equally perplexed. Fortunately, through the gaps in the baskets, the glimmering metallic particles within offered Huang Chun some reassurance. Huang Chun, a voice called out, and he turned to see Yixing approaching. You're just in time. What is the deal with these baskets? Huang Chun asked, bypassing pleasantries. Yixing, somewhat exasperated, explained. The rockshell beings are rather primitive. They use baskets for storage. A ton of chrome ore is directly stored in the space provided by the system after extraction. Without even glancing back, Yixing transferred the cargo to the Fleet Civilization. The Fleet Civilization was known for its straightforwardness. After receiving the ore, they repackaged the chrome particles into baskets for Yixing. It was possible they had retained some baskets for themselves, given their scarcity of resources in the cosmic wasteland. While they hadn't yet reached the point of resorting to consuming baskets, their advanced technology might allow them to deconstruct the baskets and repurpose them. There's nothing strange about the baskets. The miners work under harsh conditions. Not every country has the level of mechanization we do, Yixing rationalized. Determined to avoid such an appearance in the future, these baskets seemed too lowly. Which country produces the chrome? Huang Chun inquired suspiciously. Local chickens. Yixing had indeed done some preliminary research. The only places in Blue Star that could produce chrome were South Africa and Pakistan. Huang Chun nodded, confirming the origins. Were the people of South Africa still facing such hardships? Huang Chun picked up a piece of chrome ore and turned to Yixing, expressing his skepticism about the reasoning. Who else would endure the scorching sun, carrying a basket to collect such things, just to return home and lounge with a cup of coffee? Yixing, with his hands clasped behind his back, scanned the ground strewn with chrome particles. Huang Chun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the chrome, his expression grave. He had studied relevant knowledge in South Africa specifically to identify chrome ore, and the quality of the particles before him was not insignificant. Let us have it tested, Huang Chun said, passing the particles to his colleagues, who were waiting with a designated testing facility. Do you truly have connections, Yixing? Huang Chun asked in a hushed tone. There was no need for such caution here, as the surroundings were filled with arranged personnel. Yet, Huang Chun still felt a sense of unreality looking at the chrome metals packed in the large containers. Was what they had painstakingly sought in South Africa so easily resolved by Yixing? Let us say I have some connections. You know, I've worked in foreign trade and know a few people out there, Yixing replied, speaking with ease, without the need for circumlocution. Can you really procure more? Huang Chun asked, staring blankly at the containers. Although the quality was still unknown, it didn't matter, even if it was chrome or there was the technology domestically to extract high-quality chrome metal. His concern lay in whether Yixing could secure enough to meet the extensive demand in the military sector. I can procure it as soon as you express interest, Yixing replied nonchalantly. The people around them cast envious glances at Huang Chun. Presently, precious metals were experiencing a surge in prices, with values changing daily, making them difficult to procure even with money. In the eyes of those present, Yixing had become a mining tycoon, holding the world's most sought-after mineral resources, while Huang Chun was the only one able to obtain goods from him. His status had been subtly elevated, and his future seemed promising. At that moment, Huang Chun received a text message. He hurriedly scanned it and was instantly struck dumb. The quality was 4 nines? How could that be? Huang Chun looked up, astonishment filling his eyes. A purity of 999 was already considered high-grade chrome, and Yixing's particles had improved by an entire grade. Yixing, name your price, Huang Chun said, looking towards him. Previously, the quoted price was 130,000 per ton for 999 purity. Now that the purity had increased, a new quote was certainly in order. Let us stick with 130,000 per ton, Huang Chun suggested. Yixing barely hesitated. He had his own considerations. On one hand, Huang Chun may have already reported the price to relevant departments, and raising it now would leave him at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Huang Chun did not represent just himself. He was backed by the nation. As the power of the Dragon Country continued to grow, they would not be short of this amount. Given the scarcity of chrome, or inflating prices and hoarding would not be actions Yixing would take. A little profit for the country would surely be remembered as goodwill. Are you serious, Yixing? Huang Chun asked, a hint of disbelief in his gaze. Currently, the world is experiencing a scarcity of chromium ore, making it nearly impossible to acquire even with substantial financial resources. The supply provided by Yixing is indeed a significant boon. Moreover, the market price for this high-purity chromium metal has soared to an astonishing 150,000 per ton. Yixing's quotation is remarkably lower by 15,000 per ton, amounting to a staggering 15 million for 1,000 tons, a sum that is astronomical for an ordinary individual. Is this young man being targeted by international pirates? Eager to make a swift transaction, Huang Chun gazed at Yixing's nonchalant face, lost in contemplation. Yixing, have you encountered some trouble? Rest assured, given your performance this time, it should be a trivial matter. Huang Chun inquired cautiously. Ridiculous, what trouble could I possibly have? If you require anything further, just let me know, Yixing replied with a smile. Huang Chun's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Yixing. Do you mean to say you still have stock? 1,000 tons of chromium may seem considerable, yet for a nation's developmental needs, it is merely a drop in the bucket. The demand for chromium in both military and heavy industrial sectors is exceedingly robust. Otherwise, Nations would not send dedicated teams to South Africa to seek out and procure these strategic resources, preparing for future contingencies. How much do you need? Yixing said with a slight smile, revealing that he still had 9,000 tons in his possession. Is it all at the same price and quality? Huang Qin's breath quickened as he focused intently on Yixing. He now sensed that Yixing was indeed extraordinary, possessing such a vast resource. Yixing nodded affirmatively. It's only you who can secure this deal. The price would be entirely different with other companies. You know how coveted chromium is in the market now. Yixing remarked with a double meaning. Huang Qin fell silent, fully aware of Yixing's implication that he intended to sell to the state. All right, we will procure the chromium particles you have, Huang Qin decisively concluded, understanding the urgent need for chromium by the nation. A few days later, Yixing received a notification of 1.3 billion transferred to his account. What surprised him most was the absence of any inquiries regarding such a substantial transaction. Yixing utilized a private account, which typically has limitations on transaction amounts, yet this time it occurred silently, indicating the gravity of the situation. In truth, Yixing preferred dealings with the state, at least not having to worry about financial matters, thus ensuring a smooth process. Ironically, it was the gold he possessed that proved difficult to liquidate. A week later, at Xingyu Technology Company, Yixing returned to the office. In contrast to the chaotic renovation scene of a few days prior, the project had now reached completion. Upon stepping onto the 8th floor, one could see the reception desk and the logo behind it, with an overall design that elegantly combined black and purple, steadfast, grand, yet bursting with vitality. Yizong, you've arrived. Qi Xinyue emerged from the office upon hearing footsteps. Yixing noticed beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, stirring a sense of compassion within him. For these past few days, she had been diligently overseeing the renovation progress, while Yixing had merely dropped by occasionally. Su Qi and Li Mingyu served only as assistants during negotiations and were not particularly attuned to the finer details. Although the renovation company has contracted the entire project, without an expert overseeing the intricate processes, one is easily deceived. As Yixing followed Qi Xinyue into the company, his eyes were immediately captivated by the grand and modern design aesthetic. Ahead lay the business hall, separated from the surrounding rooms by glass, filled with office partitions and desks. Along the corridor, 2 rows of offices stood with doors wide open. Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce you to the business hall, a space where salespeople seek out business opportunities and inquire about various matters. The customer service representatives also operate here, Qi Xinyue explained, pointing towards the hall. Yixing nodded, appreciating the creativity behind the concept. That office is the chairman's, which is to say, yours. She indicated an office at the end of the corridor. Upon entering the office, which spanned over 60 square meters, Yixing was greeted by a floor-to-ceiling window that offered an unobstructed view of the entire bay. The wall facing the corridor was adorned with tinted glass, allowing a view of the business hall while concealing the interior from outside gazes. The furniture, including a luxurious leather sofa and an opulent desk, was all present. Yixing nodded in satisfaction, realizing that Qi Xinyue had indeed put a lot of thought into this. Xinyue, you've done well. I will arrange for a bonus for you next month, he remarked sincerely while surveying the space. The style, materials, and layout were entirely in line with Yixing's envisioned design. Mr. Yi, this is all part of my duties, but shouldn't we consider hiring more staff? Qi Xinyue replied with a charming smile, pleased to receive Yixing's praise after her hard work. However, her greater concern was the company's revenue stream. Tomorrow, you shall post a recruitment advertisement nationwide for talents related to batteries and new energy vehicles, with no cap on the compensation. Yixing commanded with a wave of his hand, as the profits from his mining endeavors were intended to support this project. Are we venturing into the new energy sector? Qi Xinyue gazed at Yixing in astonishment. She had always considered his remarks about competing with Huaxing Group as mere talk. Huaxing Group primarily deals in energy and real estate, and with the international surge in new energy vehicles, they too had begun concentrating their investments in batteries and related technologies. These industries demand substantial financial and technological investments, often requiring billions to even make a ripple. For newcomers without industry experience and without significant capital backing, the likelihood of financial loss is almost certain. Yet, Yixing's intention to pursue battery production was entirely unexpected, showcasing his audacity. Qi Xinyue stared at Yixing, uncertain whether to commend his boldness or question his wisdom. She had vaguely heard from Su Qi about the grievances between Yixing and Huaxing, supposedly stemming from a former girlfriend. But was it truly wise to risk billions for a woman? Yes, we will begin recruitment this afternoon. And let us keep an eye out for any factories that may be up for sale. We could consider acquiring them, Yixing affirmed, nodding as he exited the company. Driving to a suburban warehouse, Yixing swiftly entered the system space. Jerry, have the batteries I requested been completed? Upon encountering Captain Jerry, Yixing eagerly inquired. Of course. Xing, here are the samples and technical documentation, Jerry responded. Jerry smiled as he placed a white rectangular object, roughly the size of a cigarette box, on the table beside a stack of papers. Is this the extraordinary battery that can charge for 10 minutes and power a vehicle for 3,000 kilometers? Yi Xing exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the object. Chapter 48. The Onslaught of Mystic Nickel. It was not that he doubted the capabilities of fleet civilization. Rather, the mere size of the super battery exceeded his understanding. The notion that such a high energy density battery could be so compact was simply unfathomable. Of course, dear Xing. Not only that, but we have also included a little surprise within the battery that requires your careful exploration, Captain Jerry said, his face adorned with an air of mystery. A surprise? Yi Xing was taken aback. He understood that in the tech industry, an Easter egg refers to an additional feature incorporated into a product, enhancing its usability. This was merely a developer's personal touch that could significantly enrich the user's experience. At that moment, Yi Xing was still reeling from the shock of the super battery. In his recollection, batteries for new energy vehicles were typically large, and increasing output energy would inevitably necessitate larger battery sizes. This had become a significant dilemma for new energy vehicles on Blue Star. If the super battery before him were to be utilized as a power source, the new energy vehicles on Blue Star would require a complete redesign, as the super battery was astonishingly small. Emerging from the system space, Yi Xing stored the data and the super battery within his spatial ring. Everything was ready. He merely awaited the full assembly of the company personnel to commence production. Perhaps it was time to purchase a house, he mused, surveying his surroundings from the car with a sense of contemplation. As transactions became increasingly frequent, he realized the inconvenience of frequently running to the warehouse. Once he bought a villa, he could access the system from home without needing to venture to the outskirts constantly. He took out his phone and opened an app to browse available villas in Tianjin City. However, his habitual urge to check his phone led him to instinctively open the news instead. The onslaught of Mystic Nickel. Qingchuan Group's valuation skyrockets fivefold overnight? Yi Xing's attention was suddenly captivated by a bold headline, drawing him in with an involuntary intrigue. What an intriguing tempest surrounding Mystic Nickel, he thought. As he absorbed the entirety of the incident, his expression turning contemplative. The so-called Mystic Nickel incident referred to a recent turmoil in the futures market. Qingchuan Group, a major producer of nickel in Dragon Country, was obligated under a futures contract to deliver 200,000 tons of nickel to the market. Should they fail to meet this deadline, the company would need to compensate at market price, leading to substantial losses. Additionally, some of their mineral resources would have to be relinquished. Previously, Qingchuan Group, as an internationally renowned nickel producer, possessed sufficient capability to meet nickel delivery. However, with the outbreak of war, the supply of high-quality nickel became precarious. Certain factions seized the opportunity to manipulate the market, driving the price of nickel from 20,000 per ton to an astonishing 100,000 per ton. Consequently, Qingchuan Group's market value surged fivefold overnight. However, at the conclusion of the article, the author subtly indicates that Qingchuan Group may face a risk of fulfilling its commitments. Should it fail to deliver nickel on time, it could incur substantial penalties, placing its dominance in the global nickel market in jeopardy. Currently, the situation is evolving, and the ultimate outcome remains uncertain. The comments beneath the news article are fervent. Some individuals express astonishment that Qingchuan Group has managed to seize control over global electrolytic nickel, brimming with pride. Others cheer for the soaring market value of Qingchuan Group. Some netizens openly criticize the author, questioning why one would fret over whether the leading figure in global electrolytic nickel would fail to deliver the goods. Yi Xing had initially thought he could profit from nickel, yet he lacks an understanding of futures. Moreover, the netizens' arguments hold merit. It's certain that the market leader in electrolytic nickel possesses ample stock. Yi Xing is taken aback to discover that there are so many hidden wealthy individuals domestically, prompting him to curiously visit Qingchuan Group's website. To his surprise, it is one of the Fortune Global 500, boasting sales exceeding 200 billion annually. Truly a colossal enterprise, explaining its influential presence in the market. Yi Xing drools at the thought. With his current assets of over $1 billion, he had considered himself quite affluent, but now realizes he is not even in the same league. Just then, his phone suddenly rings. Upon checking, he finds it is Huang Chun, who hasn't called in a while, most likely busy dealing with the 10,000 tons of chromium granules. Yi Xing quickly responds, "I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Huang Chun, unfazed, replies, "Sure, I also wanted to discuss a few matters with you." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xing agrees. That evening, he arrives at a private dining establishment as arranged. Upon entering the private room, he finds Huang Chun waiting for him. As soon as they are seated, the dishes are served, exquisite home-cooked meals, rich in flavor and aroma. Yi Xing raises his glass, proclaiming, "Allow me to toast you first." Huang Chun, grinning, lifts a glass of beer. "This one tea do. You've been to South Africa and changed the rules. Who has ever toasted with beer?" Yi Xing playfully teases Huang Chun. "Cut the nonsense. I have something significant to discuss with you, and I'm not worried about you getting muddled with drink, Huang Chen retorts. Come on, it's not like we've never drunk before and gotten confused. Yixing downs his drink in one go. If it weren't for you, I might still be in South Africa. The company just promoted me to section chief in the past couple of days. Huang Chen finishes his drink and looks at Yixing with a serious expression. Yixing's mind races, instantly grasping why Huang Chen made that remark. The import-export company belongs to the state. Gaining entry is notoriously challenging. Typically, a freshly graduated student would need to be in their 30s or 40s to ascend to the position of section chief. Huang Chen's rapid promotion is undoubtedly linked to his adept handling of the troublesome chromium resource issue. Yixing recalls Huang Chen mentioning that young individuals who resolve significant problems are typically rewarded financially. Thus, Huang Chen's elevation to section chief is primarily due to the connection he forged with Yixing. Congratulations. From now on, we will have dealings together, Huang Chen states. You need not thank me. During my family's difficult times, weren't you the one who came to my aid? Yixing responds emotionally. If you start saying such things, it feels like we are being formal. In the wake of a harrowing debt collection encounter, Yixing gained a profound understanding of human nature. Those who extend a helping hand in times of need are a rarity, while more often, individuals take advantage of another's misfortune. After sharing a few drinks, Yixing observed Huang Chen's hesitance, prompting him to break the silence. If you have something to say, just speak it plainly, Huang Chen urged. I sought you out today for a specific reason. I wonder if you have any connections to procure high-grade nickel, Yixing confessed. Huang Chen pondered briefly before glancing at Yixing, noticing that since his appointment as section chief, Yixing had become increasingly circumspect in his speech. Are you referring to the much-discussed Demon Nickel incident? Huang Chen inquired, surprised by Yixing's knowledge of the morning's news. Indeed, I am here for that very matter, Huang Chen affirmed. But the realities behind this situation diverge significantly from public speculation. Oh, but isn't Qingchuan Group a private enterprise? What makes it worthy of your involvement? Besides, they are the largest nickel producer on Blue Planet. Surely, they can supply the nickel, Yixing remarked nonchalantly, having reviewed that nickel is widely used in various sectors, including metal processing and military applications. Things are not so straightforward. Qingchuan Group genuinely cannot produce spot nickel, Huang Chen lamented. That is hard to believe. They are the leading electrolytic nickel supplier on Blue Planet. Yixing exclaimed, astonished, recalling how proud he felt of having such a company in Dragon Country earlier that day. It is true. Qingchuan Group is currently scrambling to find nickel, and the National Reserves Bureau is urgently assisting them. Huang Chen's tone grew grave. Yixing became increasingly perplexed. How could a private enterprise like Qingchuan enlist the help of the National Reserves Bureau in sourcing nickel? It appeared that the intricacies of this situation were far more profound than the rumors circulating online suggested. To truly understand this matter, one must first grasp some fundamentals of futures trading. Allow me to enlighten you, Huang Chen offered, noting Yixing's confusion and deciding to start from the basics. After Huang Chen's thorough explanation, Yixing's comprehension of futures blossomed. Futures trading resembles borrowing an item, where both parties agree to exchange goods at a specified time. Failure to deliver incurs a compensation at market value. For instance, if Zhang Xin borrows 1 gram of gold from Li Si, agreeing to return it in a month, but instead spends the money from selling the gold, he must repurchase the gold at market price to repay Li Si. If the gold's price exceeds the agreed amount, Zhang Xin faces a loss. Conversely, if it remains below, he profits from the price difference. In this scenario, Zhang Xin hopes the market price will dip below the agreed value, positioning himself as a short seller, while others profit from rising prices, identified as long buyers. Huang Chen's straightforward analogy made the concept accessible to Yixing historically. Qingchuan Group had adeptly leveraged its nickel resources, alternating between short and long positions in the market to maintain control and maximize profits, expanding its operations significantly. Having elucidated the basic model, Huang Chen prepared to delve into the heart of the matter regarding Qingchuan Group, prompting Yixing to listen attentively. However, in the ongoing Russo-Ukrainian war, Russia has faced sanctions from the West, and the nickel-producing enterprises are unfortunately on that list. The Qingchuan Group, having lost a stable source of nickel, naturally finds itself unable to deliver electrolytic nickel. After Huang Chen spoke, he turned to Yixing. Could it be that there are no nickel mines elsewhere? Yixing expressed his bewilderment, noting that nickel is not exclusive to Russia. There are abundant nickel mines around the world. What you may not be aware of is that the nickel produced in Russia is of the highest quality, referred to as high-grade nickel, while the nickel from other regions does not compare favorably. Additionally, it is peculiar that after the outbreak of the incident, many nickel-producing enterprises ceased to provide nickel, leading to a sudden spike in nickel prices in the futures market, soaring from 20,000 per ton to 100,000 per ton. Huang Chen's tone grew grave as he continued. Are you suggesting that this situation is a conspiracy, meticulously planned from the outset? Their motives extend beyond mere profit, don't they? Yixing pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, those who were bullish on nickel inflated the prices, anticipating that the Qingchuan Group would be unable to deliver physical nickel. Beyond substantial financial gains, the Qingchuan Group would also relinquish control over the nickel mines they had previously acquired. What they truly seek is dominion over nickel. In the future, the pricing of nickel in our nation would fall under their influence. Furthermore, this incident does not only impact the Qingchuan Group. Several domestic mining corporations will also be affected. To my knowledge, some enterprises sensed the impending trouble at the onset of the incident and sought nickel sources overseas. For instance, certain mining groups from our province attempted to approach the Rio Tinto Group to purchase nickel, but regrettably, the latter had already formed alliances and was unwilling to sell even a gram of nickel. Huang Qun's indignation grew as he spoke. Yixing now understood why Huang Qun was so concerned for the Qingchuan Group. It seemed there were many conspiracies lurking behind the nickel crisis. If those Western forces were to consume the Qingchuan Group, the domestic nickel prices would fall under their control, placing our nation's economy and people's livelihoods in jeopardy. Wait a moment. Did you just mention that some mining enterprises within the province sought to buy nickel from Rio Tinto? Suddenly, Yixing recalled seeing Song Yinxue at the airport that day, where a certain wealthy heir named Tang mentioned their intention to meet with the president of Rio Tinto. Indeed, prominent enterprises in our province, such as Song Mining and Jiahong Mining, have vested interests intertwined with the Qingchuan Group. They rise and fall together. Huang Qun nodded, somewhat curious about Yixing's keen interest in the provincial enterprises. So, how much nickel do you require? Yixing grasped Huang Qun's intent and asked directly. The quantity may be rather substantial, approximately 200,000 tons. Could you inquire how much could be made available? If it falls short, we shall devise alternative methods. Huang Qun hesitated, his speech faltering. The quantity is indeed immense. The last time Yixing provided 10,000 tons of chromium, but this time it has escalated to 200,000 tons, a 20-fold increase. If Yixing's connections were also with Western nations, transporting such a large quantity of nickel domestically would be a daunting task. 200,000 tons? Is it that the Qingchuan Group has no reserves at all? Yixing inquired with a smile. Recalling Huang Qun's earlier statement about the Qingchuan Group occasionally manipulating the futures market to their advantage, engaging in bullish and bearish strategies with great enthusiasm. Could it be that Qingchuan Group underestimated the situation, resulting in their own downfall, allowing their adversaries to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike? Huang Qun felt somewhat embarrassed. As far as he knew, Qingchuan Group had indeed purchased 200,000 tons of short positions in an attempt to manipulate the market. However, at this critical juncture, he could not convey this to Yixing regardless. The state had to protect Qingchuan Group, for if their lifeline fell into Western hands, the repercussions would be substantial. Huang Qun assured that 200,000 tons of high-grade nickel could be secured within a week. Reluctant to put Huang Qun in a difficult position, as he too was serving the nation, Yixing readily agreed. Having seen nickel depicted in a certain painting, he was aware of the abundant reserves on the crustacean star. With the production capabilities of the crustacean inhabitants, producing 200,000 tons in a week would be quite effortless. Can you truly procure it? Do you require any assistance? We can send ships and provide escort in international waters, Huang Qun exclaimed, elated and somewhat incredulous. When he embarked, he held little hope. The previous chromium or incident had seen the Eagle country meddling in the mineral distribution of Longhua. Yet this time, an entire coalition of Western capital was conspiring to strangle Longhua's influence over nickel resources. It had to be done. By the way, are you interested in making money? Yixing chuckled as he glanced at Huang Qun. Huang Qun, given your experience in import and export, do you truly know nothing about futures? Yixing teased. What do you mean, Yixing? Huang Qun was still somewhat bewildered. He had heard of the futures market, but had never engaged with it. Moreover, in the eyes of the average person, futures carried a greater risk than stocks. Entering without expertise was akin to courting disaster. From what I understand, the futures market allows for two-way operations. One can profit from both long and short positions. Currently, those Western forces are artificially inflating nickel prices, knowing that Qingchuan Group cannot supply electrolytic nickel, thus forcing them to compensate at high prices. However, if the market price eventually declines, we can short nickel and profit from the price difference. This opportunity far surpasses any earnings you might accumulate in your lifetime, Yixing confidently asserted. Unlike the stock market, the futures market permits short selling. Are you so certain? This involves 200,000 tons. Huang Qun felt a stirring of desire. Who wouldn't he want to earn money? Yet the crux lay in whether they could actually secure the 200,000 tons of nickel. If they could obtain the nickel, the market price would naturally decline, creating a space for profit. I've said it. If I can do it, I can do it. If you want to earn money, invest all your wealth, and I will lead you to profit and success. Yixing smiled confidently. The question of profit was secondary. The key was securing the nickel, which would influence future authority over the nickel market. If this issue could be resolved, the benefits would transcend mere monetary gain. Huang Chen hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Yi Xing, subtly revealing the potential advantages. He knew many were awaiting his response to proceed with their plans. The fates of numerous enterprises hinged upon Yi Xing. As for money, did the state truly lack funds? If difficulties could be resolved, acquiring any amount of money was feasible. I understand, but the market has always been controlled by Western forces. If we do not take action this time, it feels rather stifling, Huang Chen remarked, his resolve strengthening. Yi Xing nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. He then briefly outlined his plan. Huang Chen listened, his eyes widening in astonishment. And after stepping out to make a mysterious call and receiving a positive response, he returned to the room with a smile. Upon exiting the restaurant, Yi Xing drove his car to an open area on the outskirts, and upon noticing the absence of onlookers, he swiftly entered the trading space. Tor, who had been waiting, immediately rose to greet Yi Xing upon his arrival. I am overjoyed to see you. You cannot imagine how, after acquiring the art of metallurgy, our craftsmen have utilized your methods to forge iron of a hardness that far surpasses copper, significantly enhancing our ability to carve through rock walls, Tor reported enthusiastically. That is splendid news. One day, you will surely break through the rock walls and behold the outside world, Yi Xing replied. Genuinely pleased with the progress of Rockshell Star, appreciating the clarity of their civilizational goals. In contrast, human civilization was far more intricate and diverse. Is there an exchange you seek this time? We still owe you several transactions, Tor inquired, his eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. Yi Xing produced a scroll and pointed to the image of a nickel mine. This time, I require 200,000 tons of nickel, but I have a specific request. Please, state your request, Tor replied, his gaze fixed on the nickel blueprint, filled with confusion. Nickel was abundant in their world, and although some had speculated it to be a metal, various attempts to extract any metal from it had proven futile. I am seeking a higher quality of this nickel ore, and I will outline my requirements. Yi Xing succinctly described the characteristics of high-quality nickel ore. Tor's mouth agape. He displayed what seemed to be a smile, which made Yi Xing somewhat uneasy. Although he was no longer as fearful as during their first encounter, he remained unaccustomed to interacting with orcs. I can certainly meet this request, Tor affirmed without hesitation, as in their world. The nickel ore they encountered would easily satisfy Yi Xing's high standards. Yi Xing, taken aback by Tor's prompt agreement, reflected on the abundant mineral resources within Rockshell Star. I can only grant you 1 week to fulfill this request. It may be a tight timeline, but to enhance your efficiency, I shall provide you with 100 shovels. Yi Xing gazed at Tor, never doubting the presence of nickel in Rockshell Star, but concerned about the tight schedule and their low production efficiency, thus opting to supply additional tools for production. Really? 100 shovels? Tor exclaimed, filled with excitement. After they had smelted iron, someone had indeed fashioned it into shovels, which were significantly harder than brass. However, compared to the shovels Yi Xing brought, they were of an entirely different caliber. Those shovels had become the most treasured tools of Rockshell Star civilization, used not only for mining, but also for carving through rock walls. Of course, I shall present the shovels to you now. Remember to make the most of your time, Yi Xing stated, retrieving the 100 shovels from his spatial ring. Rest assured, we Rockshell Star inhabitants will complete the task punctually, even if it means foregoing sustenance, Tor declared, his gaze fervently fixed on the shovels. There were plenty of people on Rockshell Star, but they were primarily lacking in tools. Yi Xing nodded and exited the system space. Upon emerging, he drove directly back to the Imperial Star Tower, entered his office, and opened his notebook. He quickly accessed the internet to search for ports in East Asia and soon pinpointed his target port, Jakarta. In the past, Yi Xing would procure goods from Munich, loading them onto a ship, and then, midway through the journey, he would stealthily soar into the night sky to swap the cargo. This plan was executed impeccably. Even if suspicions arose about the merchandise, inspections would only occur at the time of departure, making it virtually impossible to uncover any discrepancies. However, this time, due to the urgent need to transport nickel, Yi Xing could no longer ship from Munich and was compelled to select a port in East Asia, closer to the Dragon Country. Soon, he managed to obtain the contact information for the port of Jakarta. After some negotiations, Yi Xing secured 2 cargo ships, each with a capacity of 100,000 tons, and paid a deposit. With everything in place, he finally exhaled deeply. All that remained was for the Rockshell beings to extract the nickel ore. Checking the time, Yi Xing swiftly downloaded a futures trading application, opened an account, and allocated 10 million from the 13 billion earned from chromium mining as operational funds for the company, depositing the remainder into the account. He dared to stir up trouble in the Dragon Country, ready to demonstrate what it truly meant to turn the tides of fortune. A cold smile crept upon Yi Xing's lips as he observed the rapidly rising nickel prices. Chapter 51. The mysterious buyer in the grand hall of a villa in Switzerland. Several middle-aged men clad in tailored suits lounged on leather sofas, their faces adorned with smug smiles. On the table before them lay an array of fruits and fine wine, while towering bodyguards or knowledgeable-looking assistants with glasses stood beside each of them. Anyone who happened upon this scene would be astonished. For every individual seated on the sofas was a renowned financial magnate on the international stage. The assistants standing behind them were also frequently featured in the news. High-ranking executives whose words could determine the fate of a corporation. At this moment, however, all eyes were fixed on the elderly gentleman with graying hair seated in the center, the head of Andrew Capital, the principal force behind the recent nickel upheaval. The price of nickel in the market has been steadily rising. We are in a commanding position. It is time to discuss the future of the nickel market, stated a middle-aged man, elegantly sipping red wine through his gold-rimmed glasses, casting a glance at Andrew. Indeed, Andrew, our Laurel Capital has invested billions of dollars, even at the risk of offending the Dragon Country. After acquiring Qingchuan Group, how shall we delineate this market? Inquired a curly-haired, blue-eyed man seated to Andrew's right. His gaze fixed on him, his tone cold. It seems you all believe you are working for our Andrew Capital, Andrew replied with a sardonic smile, surveying the room. At 70 years of age, I have witnessed every conceivable scenario. Switzerland is but a small nation, lacking the standing to rival major powers. Our endeavor to elevate nickel prices merely aims to reap a modest profit from futures, akin to vultures soaring in the sky, seeking carrion. Yet, your Dyson Capital, as a prominent international capital giant and industrial powerhouse, possesses far greater motive. By controlling nickel, you can reduce costs during export while inflating prices under the guise of nickel. We are merely paving the way for you. Andrew's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man with an aquiline nose and curly hair who had just spoken, Friedrich. Caught off guard by Andrew's revelation of his intentions, Friedrich instinctively turned his face away in embarrassment. And you, President Smith of Rio Tinto. Your company is the largest mining corporation in the world, with extensive dealings in the Dragon Nation. As its economy soars, your firm has reaped tremendous profits. Yet, the Qingchuan Group has barely hinted at an inability to deliver nickel, and you immediately pounced upon it like sharks sensing blood. Andrew's eyes then shifted to the bespectacled Smith, his expression laced with disdain. Smith, the president of the world's largest mining enterprise, was indeed a formidable figure. There is a saying in the Dragon Nation, old ginger is spicier. It appears the old Master Andrew is truly impressive. I propose we set aside our prejudices and discuss how to bring down the Qingchuan Group and its affiliates. The strength of the Dragon Nation is formidable. We have attempted financial warfare several times, only to have our efforts thwarted. This time, I harbor some concerns. Smith forced a smile, raising his glass in salute to Andrew and downing the red wine in one go. The moment his words left his lips, fear and trepidation washed over the faces of the dozen or so financial moguls present. These seasoned capital titans, who had historically exploited their financial prowess to dominate smaller nations, had faced crushing defeats against the Dragon Nation's mysterious forces, suffering significant losses when victory seemed within reach. The mention of past failures sent shivers down their spines. Indeed, Smith raises a valid point. I have dispatched agents to infiltrate the Qingchuan Group, and they have confirmed their inability to procure electrolytic nickel. However, it is rumored that the Dragon Nation possesses a National Reserve Bureau. What if they manage to produce some nickel? Friedrich stood in support of Smith. The expressions of the capital magnates darkened, as they were adept at manipulating the financial markets at will. Yet, when faced with the formidable institutional power of the Dragon Nation, all their strategies faltered. The National Reserve Bureau? Even if they have some nickel reserves, let us be clear. The Qingchuan Group is required to deliver 200,000 tons. Not 2 tons, or even 20,000 tons. Such a vast quantity of nickel can only be sourced if the Russian nickel mines resume operations. But you are all aware that we represent a coalition of several nations that have united to prevent even a single ounce of nickel from leaving our shores. We have also blockaded the relevant maritime areas. The Dragon Nation cannot possibly amass 200,000 tons. I can assert with confidence that this time, the Dragon Nation is doomed. Andrew raised his glass, a cold smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the assembly, laughing triumphantly. The others exchanged glances, despite lingering doubts. Andrew's words had instilled a sense of reassurance in them. As the large screen lit up to display the trading market, Andrew gestured for his attendants to activate the television. One attendant pressed the remote, and a massive screen on the wall several meters away flickered to life, showcasing the trading status of nickel futures. The curve representing nickel prices surged upward, relentlessly approaching 110,000 per ton. Do you see this? This is what confidence looks like, Andrew exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the rising curve and the multitude of buy orders displayed on the right side of the screen. As the crowd's eyes sparkled with fervor, their blood surged with excitement, each eager to amplify their investments in nickel. The higher the buy orders rose, the greater the liabilities that Qingchuan Group would face upon maturity. It was evident that everyone was aware of Qingchuan Group's inability to secure physical nickel, all longing to seize the opportunity to benefit from its plight. Today, I shall bring forth my cherished 1990 Penfolds wine to celebrate with you all in revelry. Observing the soaring prices, Andrew's delight was palpable as he gestured expansively to his entourage. A dozen magnates rejoiced, for Penfolds wine is renowned globally, and the 1990 vintage is a true treasure among wines. What could be more delightful than savoring exquisite wine while witnessing one's assets swell? However, suddenly, there were indications of short selling. A sharp-eyed individual noted an anomaly on the screen. Capital was continuously pouring into short positions, causing the escalating nickel prices to halt abruptly. Madness. Is there truly someone unafraid of the repercussions? What force dares to challenge the entire market? Do they not comprehend the obligation of delivering the short positions upon maturity? The observers were astounded as they watched the capital devour short orders, speculating on its origins. They had been driving up nickel prices due to Qingchuan Group's impending inability to deliver physical stock, which necessitated compensation at market value. Yet, if someone were to short the market, it implied confidence in a decline in nickel prices, suggesting that Qingchuan Group would indeed manage to provide the physical nickel, allowing for profit from the price difference. Find out where this capital originates, Andrew commanded, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. We cannot remain passive. Mobilize funds to obliterate them. Chapter 52. Severing the escape route in a lavish office within Song's Mining in Jinling City. Song Yi sat in his executive chair, his countenance darkened. Surrounded by shattered porcelain fragments strewn about the floor, a scene of disarray. In a corner, Song Yinxue silently observed her furious father, her expression grim. As the future heir to the company, she had come to fully comprehend the dire state of affairs. Being a partner of Qingchuan Group, Song's Mining was burdened with a contract for 10,000 tons of physical nickel that required delivery, even if Qingchuan Group were to avoid disaster. The current mining market would render them incapable of fulfilling their obligations. In the past, 10,000 tons of nickel would have posed no challenge for Song's Mining, as their primary focus was copper rather than nickel. Who could have anticipated that the unassuming nickel side business would be inflated fivefold by Western forces following the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war, dragging down their main operations and erasing years of accumulated profits? Even more alarming was the relentless pressure from those opposing Qingchuan Group, who showed no signs of abating their efforts to further escalate nickel prices. Song Yi gazed at the screen displaying real-time nickel prices in the futures market, his lips twitching in agony. Each increment in nickel price felt as though a knife were carving away at his flesh. Yinxue, you must flee with your mother at once. I have left some money at the villa, along with that BMW. You can live modestly and survive. He suddenly recalled something and addressed Song Yinxue. However, she resolutely shook her head and replied, Did the bank not approach us recently, offering a loan? Their demeanor seemed quite favorable. Perhaps we should consider pursuing that option? Song Yi forced a bitter smile, recalling that just a few days prior, representatives from the bank had approached them, subtly suggesting that if the company encountered financial difficulties, they could seek assistance. The bank's unexpected visit left Song Yi perplexed about their true intentions. In his many years of entrepreneurship, he had never witnessed such proactive behavior from a bank. Foolish child, our current plight is not a lack of funds. What we truly lack is nickel. As long as we are unable to procure nickel, the market price will continue to escalate, and our deficit will only widen. No amount of money could ever suffice to fill that void. Song Yi reflected on his daughter, who had always been sheltered under his protection, never experiencing the harsh realities of the business world, remaining as innocent as a child. Furthermore, borrowing money from the bank would eventually necessitate repayment. How could they manage that in the future? He spread his hands, gazing into Song Yinxue's eyes, filled with affection and sorrow, unable to fathom the potential harm she would face without his guardianship. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the brash Yu Hao strolled in. Young Master Yu. Song Yi quickly rose, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he regarded the newcomer. Yu Hao scanned the office, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon spotting the icy beauty, Song Yinxue, his eyes glinted with intense desire, and he swallowed hard, visions flooding his mind. Song Yi, are you contemplating a flight? Yu Hao casually perched himself on a chair, crossing his legs as he regarded Song Yi with an air of relaxed disdain. Song Yi's expression shifted, a wary glance directed at Yu Hao. Previously, even when Yu Hao had been disrespectful, he would still refer to him as Uncle Song. The direct address now indicated ill intentions. Just now, I went upstairs and noticed many of your employees packing their belongings in cardboard boxes. It seems they have all been dismissed. But do not forget, the company may have declared bankruptcy, yet the debts remain. You cannot simply vanish without a word, underestimating the Yu family. Yu Hao's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Song Yi. Yet, beneath his icy demeanor lay a hint of caution, recalling his father's recent admonition to refrain from troubling the Song family, especially to maintain distance from Song Yinxue. After a brief respite, he could no longer resist his greed for the Song family's wealth and the allure of Song Yinxue's beauty. prompting him to confront Song Yi once more. Song Yi's face flushed crimson, embarrassment flooding him as he realized his actions had been exposed. Yu Hao, I may owe money to others, but I cannot default on debts owed to your family. Setting aside my long-standing friendship with your father, we are grateful for your assistance in arranging a meeting with President Smith. With a derisive snort, Yu Hao dismissed him. Enough, Song Yi. Your tricks may fool a novice like Yanxue, but they hold no sway over me. With that, he rose and opened the door. Four imposing figures clad in black suits stood at the threshold, glancing briefly into the room before turning away. With his escape route blocked, Song Yi felt as though he had plummeted into an abyss, dejectedly sinking back into his chair. Let us speak candidly, Song Yi. I heard from Smith that you are willing to offer a small copper mine in Indonesia as a trade for assistance from the Rio Tinto Group in securing high-grade nickel. You are indeed cunning, Song Yi, playing your cards well. Yu Hao observed Song Yi with a knowing expression. How could Smith have divulged such confidential discussions to you? Song Yi's face transformed with surprise, shifting between shades of red and white, a mixture of astonishment and fear. His fortune was built upon the Qingchuan Group. Thus he aligned his stance on the nickel matter with theirs. As the Song Group expanded, he prudently invested in several overseas mines to mitigate risks should domestic developments falter. When the ominous signs of the nickel incident emerged, his keen instincts as a shrewd businessman alerted him to the impending danger. Consequently, he urged Yu Hao to facilitate contact with the Rio Tinto Group, hoping to procure 10,000 tons of nickel independently, thereby severing ties with the Qingchuan Group to extricate himself from the predicament. To his dismay, this meticulously crafted plan was divulged to Yu Hao by Smith, leaving him in an awkward position. Should the industry catch wind of his betrayal, no one would ever engage in business with the Song Group again. Song Yi, are you not supposed to be quite clever? How could you fail to grasp this? Yu Hao chuckled with smug satisfaction. Song Yi fixed his gaze on Yu Hao, and a sudden epiphany illuminated his mind, clarifying many previously perplexing matters. Yu Hao, you and Rio Tinto are in collusion. How despicable of you to conspire with foreigners against the Qingchuan Group. Let me remind you, the Qingchuan Group has the backing of the state, and once this crisis passes, you shall face repercussions. He pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Hao, who, upon realizing the gravity of his own misstep, felt a flicker of moral superiority. Song Yanxue looked at the two with disdain, particularly at her father, whose behavior felt so foreign in that moment. Enough, Song Yi. Spare me your pretense of righteousness. Do you truly believe the Qingchuan Group will let you off the hook? Yu Hao scoffed dismissively. Regaining his composure, Song Yi pondered Yu Hao's words, growing increasingly apprehensive as cold sweat began to seep through his clothing. What do you want? Song Yi inquired, raising his gaze to Yu Hao. You will transfer the ownership of the copper mine to me and Yanxue, and I will let you go. Otherwise, come the nickel delivery date, you shall find it impossible to escape. Yu Hao's cold smile betrayed his confidence. He had come prepared, calculating all of Song Yi's potential avenues of retreat. Song Yi's complexion turned ashen, feeling ensnared in an inescapable web. No, release Yanxue, and I will grant you the copper mine. He was acutely aware of the dire fate that awaited Yanxue should she fall into Yu Hao's hands, prompting his desperate plea. Agreed. Yu Hao nodded, inwardly mocking the situation, convinced that without Song Yi's protection, Yanxue would be an easy target. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yi retrieved a contract filled with writing from his pocket and slowly affixed his seal to it. A triumphant grin spread across Yu Hao's face. Suddenly, Song Yanxue's phone rang, and she picked it up, her expression transforming into one of utter astonishment. Yixing? Song Yanxue exclaimed. Upon hearing the name, Song Yi halted, momentarily distracted, but quickly shook his head. He recalled the young man he had encountered at the capital airport, a mere youth from the lower echelons of society. What could he possibly want? Certainly, it must be an attempt to pursue his daughter, a scenario he had encountered numerous times before. Yanxue, do you have a nickel futures contract on hand? Yixing asked directly. Song Yi's hand abruptly froze, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as he turned to look at Song Yanxue. Yu Hao's gaze turned towards them, filled with astonishment and wariness. At such a critical juncture, how could he not be alert when a stranger suddenly mentioned the most sensitive nickel contract? Yixing, is this what you called about? Song Yanxue glanced at Song Yi with a hint of frustration and disappointment. She had hoped that Yixing wanted to invite her to Tiannan for a leisurely visit, especially since she was utterly disheartened with her father and sought to observe whether Yixing could be her ideal partner. Instead, Yixing's call addressed the nickel issue that could potentially ruin her family, which naturally left her disheartened, given Yixing's background. Purchasing even a ton of nickel would be a challenge. What else can you discuss? Just tell me if your family has the nickel contract. If not, I will hang up. Yixing, oblivious to the disappointment in Song Yanxue's tone, had numerous matters to attend to. My family does have some. Why the sudden inquiry? Have you purchased the scrap metal? Song Yanxue, disregarding the anxious expressions of the two individuals nearby, inquired about Yixing's situation. Of course, I have acquired it. and that batch of scrap metal has yielded significant profits. If you get the chance to come to Tiannan, I shall treat you to a grand meal at our alma mater, Yi Xing replied, envisioning the scene of walking through the campus with the campus bell, making the junior students and teachers envious. The thrill of returning triumphantly to his alma mater with the campus beauty was unparalleled in modern society. Sounds good. It's been ages since I've had Tiannan seafood, Song Yinxue replied cheerfully, casting a seemingly casual glance at Yu Hao. Meanwhile, Song Yi, feeling anxious, had hoped to glean more information about the nickel contract upon hearing Yi Xing's mention of it. However, seeing his daughter engaged in a lengthy phone conversation with someone else and seemingly inclined to invest emotionally made him feel both anxious and somewhat embarrassed. Even if their company faced ruin, the Song family was not one that Yi Xing's family could ever aspire to reach. Stop dawdling and get the stamp ready, Yu Hao commanded, frowning at Song Yi. Yinxue, are you in trouble with someone nearby? Upon hearing Yu Hao's reprimand, Yi Xing immediately recognized that Song Yinxue was in a precarious situation. It's nothing. They are just discussing business, Song Yinxue replied, casting an annoyed glance at Yu Hao as she stepped away, moving towards the door. Yinxue, the nickel market is unstable. Your father must act swiftly to sell the nickel contract. Yi Xing spoke firmly, as he was currently gathering resources in the market. If you don't understand futures, don't meddle. With the current market volatility, no one dares to take on the contract, Song Yinxue replied with a bleak smile, her exposure to futures knowledge surpassing that of the average person. Upon learning that Yi Xing was an outsider to these matters, Song Yi's hopes were once again dashed as he continued to stamp the documents. I insist. If you doubt me, you can try to sell the contract and see what happens, Yi Xing said with a smile. This is no joke, if you still don't understand. Just open any news app. The hottest topic today is the demonic nickel incident. Thank you for your concern, but you cannot assist us, Song Yinxue gently informed Yi Xing, occasionally glancing towards Song Yi and Yu Hao, fearful they might ridicule him. Yinxue, why waste your breath on a pauper? This matter is beyond their comprehension. And are you not concerned about wasting his data? Yu Hao sneered disdainfully, saying, Yinsu, if you still believe me, why not give it a try? If you don't, then so be it. The opportunity is yours, but if you fail to seize it, that's on you. With a heavy sigh, Yi Xing ended the call. He was no deity, destined to save the masses. His assistance to Song Yinsu was merely out of camaraderie and the kindness of a friend. However, if the other party chose not to trust him, he could only respect their fate. Dad, shouldn't we at least give it a shot? Song Yinsu, clutching her phone, felt a twinge of disappointment as the line buzzed with silence. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Since the other party was so certain, what harm could there be in trying? Give it a shot? Fine, the keyboard is right there. Just toss it as you wish. Song Yi held the stamp, mere centimeters away from the contract. Hearing his daughter's words, he lifted the stamp and gestured to the already open computer, nonchalantly stating, It hardly matters. We're preparing to take flight. Whether these contracts are in our hands or not is inconsequential. Only Yu Hao, observing from the side, gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling as though he had been dealt a cruel blow. Just as the copper mine was within reach, this chaos erupted. Could they not simply affix the seal with seriousness? Song Yinsu took a seat by the computer and contemplated, tossing out a single nickel contract. The minimum for nickel futures was 1 ton, allowing for easy calculation and settlement. She only tossed out 1 lot, intending it as a playful gesture. Such a small unit would hardly create a stir. Especially given the inflated nickel prices, no one would be buying now. She merely sought to provide Yi Xing with an explanation for their meeting. Song Yi glanced at the single lot thrown by Song Yinsu and shook his head. If it were up to him, he would have thrown out 100 lots. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Suddenly, a notification pinged from the trading software. Song Yinsu looked closely and was astonished to find that someone had indeed made a purchase. She turned to Song Yi with excitement. Could it be a lucky coincidence? Song Yi wondered aloud, shaking his head as he set the stamp aside and moved to the computer. Look, Dad, Song Yinsu exclaimed. Song Yi, gathering 1,000 lots. Press the confirmation key to execute the trade. 1,000 lots equated to a staggering 1,000 tons of nickel. An individual could not possibly absorb such a volume. Yet, less than 2 seconds after executing the trade, another success notification chimed in. Someone is here to rescue us. Song Yi stared at the screen, and even in his befuddled state, he recognized that the situation had shifted. Quick, call your classmate. Be gentle and respectful, Song Yi exclaimed, rising abruptly, his excitement causing his body to tremble as he stammered to Song Yinsu. Was that person you just now? Suppressing her inner excitement, Song Yinsu replied softly, I understand. Thank you. With a smile gracing her lips, she felt a lump in her throat. From being a wealthy heiress to facing bankruptcy and debt, she had gained a profound understanding of humanity's harshness. Yi Xing's timely assistance was akin to a ray of hope piercing through the darkness, allowing her to rediscover the warmth of human kindness. Hee hee, song the school bell. How do you plan to thank me? A teasing voice from Yi Xing echoed through the phone. Song Yinxue turned her head just in time to catch the hopeful gaze of Song Yi and the envious, resentful glare of Yu Hao. Marry him, marry him. Song Yi fervently urged in her heart, yet she dared not utter a word, fearful that a single misstep might sway her savior's decision. Yi Xing, I will head to Tianan tomorrow, and then I'll let you. Song Yinshue's pristine teeth bit down on her crimson lip, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her cheeks flushed with color. Let you do what? Hee. Yi Xing inquired with curiosity. Let you kiss me to your heart's content, you little rogue. After hanging up, Song Yinxue felt a mix of shyness and sweetness. Lowering her head and avoiding Song Yi's gaze, Vixen, Yu Hao seethed, his eyes nearly aflame as he glared at Song Yinshue's graceful silhouette, feeling as if the duck that was almost in his grasp had been snatched away. Yu Hao, please inform your father that the debts owed will be repaid in due time, and my family's affairs do not require your family's interference, Song Yi stated calmly, exuding the demeanor of a leader of a billion-dollar enterprise as she turned to glare at Yu Hao, her presence commanding. As long as someone took over the nickel contracts in his hands, the main business of Song's mining would remain unaffected, and he would continue to be the influential business mogul he had always been. What? Song Yi, are you out of your mind? That guy merely acquired 1,000 nickel contracts. You can't possibly think he is your savior. Yu Hao exclaimed, bewildered. Feeling that the Song Yi before him was somewhat unfamiliar, wasn't she supposed to be deferential to him like a dog? Yu Hao, you needn't concern yourself with my matters. However, you should be cautious about selling out your country. Song Yi retorted with a cold smile, dismissively waving her hand. In the office of the International Trade Department of the Import and Export Company, a telephone suddenly rang. Huang Chen answered, his expression grave. For the call was from the National Reserve Bureau. Old Zhao, Xiao Huang, has Yi Xing mentioned when the shipment will be dispatched? You know we are all quite anxious. The enemy's offensive is pressing, came the frail voice of old Zhao from the other end. Before Huang Chen could respond, another urgent voice chimed in. Is this Director Huang? I am Li Qingchuan. Did Yi say he can indeed procure the nickel? Can you give me a firm answer? I feel as if I might die from anxiety. Li Qingchuan, chairman of Qingchuan Group, had built his company from wholesale building materials to become a leader in global electrolytic nickel production. His success was undoubtedly aided by the soaring economy of the Dragon Nation, but his personal capabilities and vision were exceptional. Otherwise, he could not have transformed his enterprise into a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Mr. Li, old Zhao said that a week from now, the cargo ship will arrive in international waters and requires us to dispatch a warship for escort to prevent any mishaps. Huang Chen replied solemnly. Of course. Given that Western nations are meticulously blocking ports, no nickel-related goods can leave. I will contact the Ministry of Defense immediately. Upon hearing this, old Zhao sighed in relief over the phone, repeatedly praising Yi Xing's decision. Director Huang, do not blame Li Qingchuan for being so anxious. He has truly reached a dead end. Just moments ago, we received a report that he was about to jump off a building, but we managed to intervene. Old Zhao continued. Huang Chen felt sweat bead on his forehead. The situation was dire. If Yi Xing failed to secure the nickel, he would have to join hands with Yi Xing in a dramatic leap from a building. I completely empathize with your sentiments, Zhao Lao and Li Zong. Since Yi Xing has assured us of his ability to procure it, I have full confidence in him. Huang Chen declared resolutely. Thank you, Director Huang. May I inquire what price Yi Zong has offered for nickel? Li Qingchuan, being a businessman, remained mindful of the pricing even in a crisis. If Yi Xing's price matched that of the futures market, he would have to contemplate drastic measures. Even if Yi Xing were to triple or quadruple the price, he would begrudgingly accept it, grateful for Yi Xing's assistance, as nickel is currently elusive. Yi Xing stated the price to be $20,000 per ton. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen felt a sense of relief. Yi Xing's offer was indeed generous. A silence enveloped the phone line. After a considerable pause, Zhao Lao finally spoke. Yi Xing is quite commendable. His assistance extends beyond merely aiding Qingchuan Group. It serves the nation as well. We must not let him go unrewarded. He possesses noble character and is not driven by greed. Then let us bestow upon him something else. What are his parents' occupations? Let us see how we might assist him more conveniently. Huang Chen rolled his eyes. He knew Yi Xing all too well. Noble character indeed. He is quite fond of money. Is he not? However, in the presence of the esteemed Zhao Lao, he responded earnestly. His father owns a machinery factory and is now retired, while his mother works diligently as a clerk at our community office. Ah, I thought as much. Only exceptional parents can raise exceptional children. It is a pity for such talent to be overlooked at the grassroots level. Zhao Lao chuckled heartily. Huang Chen smiled. He understood the implication behind Zhao Lao's words. Shaoli, do you wish to say something? Zhao Lao inquired of Li Qingchuan. No need. Great kindness requires no thanks. I shall fly to Tianan this afternoon to express my gratitude directly to my benefactor, Li Qingchuan stated plainly. As a formidable player in the business arena, he had his own methods of reciprocation. In the Xingyu office, Yi Xing had been seated before his computer for several hours, continuously absorbing shares. In addition to consuming the contract from Song's Mining, he had also acquired some shares at a lower price. However, he had now run out of funds. While 10 billion yuan might seem substantial to an ordinary person, it barely made a ripple in the futures market. Yet, this very situation allowed him to discreetly acquire shares without raising suspicion as a formidable player. To conceal his identity, he even switched his IP to masquerade as one from Sakura country. Now, if he wished to continue acquiring shares, he could either increase his capital or obtain the nickel contracts held by Qingchuan Group. Upon the delivery period, he would profit from the difference between the market price and the cost price. However, Qingchuan Group would not relinquish their contract without cause, especially since it was hotter than a branding iron in their hands. It seemed Huang Chun would need to be mobilized. With a firm resolution, Yi Xing prepared to call Huang Chun. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Without glancing at the screen, he answered it out of habit. Has Yin Shui already missed me this much? Shall I receive a kiss in advance? Yi Xing grinned as he held the phone to his ear. Chapter 55, Ruthless Betrayal. Are young people this audacious now? Li Qingchuan, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected display of affection, scrutinized the phone number on his device. Indeed, it was the number provided by Huang Chun. However, the voice and the content of the conversation did not align with the persona of a prominent figure in the futures market. It appeared that the young man had a penchant for this tone, which he had evidently taken note of. True to his reputation as a business prodigy, Li Qingchuan swiftly formulated a plan. Ahem, Mr. Yi. He began, slightly embarrassed as he cleared his throat. Damn. Yi Xing's mind raced as he heard a strange middle-aged man's voice on the line, causing a surge of bewilderment. Who are you, eavesdropping on someone else's call? Let me tell you, those who listen in on others' conversations are bound to suffer the consequences. Noting that it was an unfamiliar number, Yi Xing's irritation only intensified. Well, fine. I have no qualms about that. Mr. Yi, can you calm down a bit? Li Qingchuan, donning a cautious smile, adopted a demeanor befitting the leader of a trillion-dollar enterprise. You seem rather intriguing. Who might you be? Yi Xing detected a certain adaptability in Li Qingchuan's tone, which diffused his earlier anger. Mr. Yi, I am Li Qingchuan, the head of Qingchuan Group. Surely, you have heard of my enterprise. Upon sensing Yi Xing's mood had lightened, Li Qingchuan's voice brightened immediately. Qingchuan Group is here to offer you financial support. Yi Xing's eyes sparkled with interest. Ah, so you are Mr. Li. I have long wished to meet you. But time has eluded us. As your host, I would be delighted to treat you to a seafood feast this afternoon. Mr. Yi, it is I who should be treating you. I am merely intruding. I insist on inviting you to the largest restaurant in Tiannan, along with Director Huang. I hope you will grant me this favor. Even through the phone, Li Qingchuan inclined slightly, embodying the posture of a subordinate seeking the approval of a superior. Very well. It is settled. Yi Xing readily agreed before hanging up. At the Huangfeng Seafood Restaurant's VIP room, Yi Xing had just ascended the stairs when a waiting attendant guided him towards the Luyan Pavilion. Upon entering, he found 3 individuals already seated, in addition to Huang Chun. There was a middle-aged man and a slender young woman. Mr. Yi, how wonderful to see you. Li Qingchuan exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Yi Xing's hand with sincere warmth. Yi Xing nodded, and Li Qingchuan ushered him to the prominent seat at the center. Xiao Mei, this is our savior, Mr. Yi. Your task today is to ensure Mr. Yi enjoys himself. Li Qingchuan gestured toward the young woman. Xiao Mei gracefully rose, offering Yi Xing a radiant smile as she settled beside him. Yi Xing's gaze fell upon her, momentarily dazzled. Xiao Mei's features were exquisitely flawless, her skin as immaculate as porcelain, reflecting light beautifully, rivaling that of Song Yinxue. Unlike the latter, however, Xiao Mei exuded a captivating charm. Every smile and frown ignited a fire within him, stirring an impulse he could scarcely contain. Furthermore, with Li Qingchuan's insinuation, it seemed Xiao Mei might be inclined to indulge his desires that evening. Had he not undergone the transformative experience with Qi Xinyue, Yi Xing felt he might easily succumb to her allure. After a few rounds of pleasantries and toasts, Li Qingchuan finally steered the conversation towards the main topic. He discreetly signaled for Xiao Mei to excuse herself. Mr. Yi, you have bestowed upon our group a chance for rebirth, and I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude. If you do not mind, I would like to offer you 10% of our group's shares as a token of my appreciation. Li Qingchuan's gaze was imbued with utmost sincerity. Huang Chun looked at him with a sense of unexpected astonishment. The Qingchuan Group, a publicly listed company, was founded by an individual who held a 30% stake, effectively transferring half of his shares to Yi Xing. This conglomerate, valued in the hundreds of billions and ranked among the world's top 500, boasted an annual profit of over $1 billion, with Yi Xing set to receive a dividend of $100 million for his 10th of the shares. More significantly, this was a dream come true for many, wealth acquired effortlessly. Li Qingshan's intentions were undeniably earnest and beyond reproach. Huang Chun pondered that if he were in Yi Xing's position, he would have accepted without hesitation. Who could resist such temptation? Brotherly, I appreciate your kindness. Yixing replied with a faint smile. If you find this amount insufficient, I still possess some assets worth several hundred million. If Brother Yi does not mind, I can transfer this to you. Observing Yixing's apparent disregard for Li Qingshan's offer made beads of sweat form on his forehead. Although Yixing had agreed to Huang Chun and the National Reserve Bureau's willingness to engage, Li Qingshan felt a sense of unease. The act of gifting shares and wealth was intended to align Yixing with his interests against Western forces. Brotherly, if you truly wish to assist, why not share half of your nickel contract with me? Yixing gently suggested, taking a sip of tea. Li Qingshan's expression changed, revealing internal struggle. Huang Chun was baffled. He could not comprehend why Yixing would forego immediate wealth in favor of the precarious nickel contract. Even though Yixing confidently asserted he could procure the nickel, the contract was akin to a death warrant for everyone involved. With a cost of 20,000 per ton, selling at a market price of 100,000 would incur an 80,000 loss per ton. Brother Yi, I cannot provide that. It would be detrimental to you. Li Qingshan hesitated, softly declining. He recognized that Yixing was entirely confident in obtaining the nickel, which implied an extraordinary profit of 80 billion from 100,000 tons. Greed momentarily blinded him to who was truly in control of the situation. Yixing frowned. Now was the optimal moment to request the contract. Once the ship entered international waters, the value of the nickel contract would become apparent to all. Sometimes, one must know when to withdraw. Consider my words carefully. Yixing slammed his cup on the table in impatience and rose. Huang Chun was taken aback. This was an indication of retreat. It was his first encounter with the typically jovial Yixing displaying such coldness. Mr. Li, Yixing is trying to assist you. Without his help, you will be left with nothing. Huang Chun swiftly realized the gravity of the situation and issued a veiled threat. Li Qingshan's expression became frantic. As a businessman, he was loath to relinquish the substantial profits within reach. Without Yixing's cooperation, he would not only fail to profit, but also jeopardize all his life's efforts. Very well. Since Brother Yi is unafraid of losses, what do I have to lose? Li Qingshan forced a smile as he addressed both Yixing and Huang Chun. Yixing nodded and resumed his seat, feeling an immense sense of joy. The funding for the battery factory and new energy vehicles was finally secured. A week later, 2 empty ships, after undergoing stringent inspections, departed from the port of Jakarta, heading towards the Dragon country. Upon entering the high seas, a fleet of vessels from the Dragon Nation immediately surrounded them, escorting them into the territorial waters of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, the nickel futures market was ablaze with fervor, as various factions zealously drove up the nickel price to an astonishing 150,000 per ton. Unbeknownst to them, a glimmering steel blade hung ominously above, poised to sweep down upon them. Chapter 56. The counterattack from the Dragon Nation. The day of nickel delivery had officially arrived. Just days prior, the price of nickel in the futures market had surged to an astronomical 120,000 per ton, with a sharp upward momentum still evident. Meanwhile, near the Qinchuan group within the Dragon Nation, an increased presence of seemingly idle individuals was noted, all of whom were either intentionally or inadvertently watching the entrance to the factory area. Some even scrutinized the group's electricity consumption in an attempt to infer the company's production activities. However, the Dragon Nation swiftly expelled these individuals under the pretext of impacting operational capabilities. In the Swiss Snow Maple Mountain Villa, the venerable Andrew reclined on the sofa, surrounded by collected materials. As he meticulously perused the documents, a smile spread across his face. These individuals were dispatched by him and his allies to observe developments in the Dragon Nation. The formidable national strength, robust security systems, and elusive tactics of the Dragon Nation instilled a profound apprehension in these Western foxes, who feared that a single misstep could lead to their downfall. It appeared increasingly evident that the Qinchuan group was indeed unable to provide the requisite electrolytic nickel. It was time for us to reap our rewards. After finishing the documents, an excited grin illuminated Andrew's face. He then activated the enormous screen before him, entering television conference mode. The virtual conference displayed a multitude of avatars, each representing their respective capital consortiums. The high-performing Kaohsiung Capital from Wall Street, the Matsui Group from the land of cherry blossoms, the Empire Industrial from the land of the setting sun, and the mining titan Rio Tinto, among other renowned Western capital entities. Old Andrew, you're late. Are you afraid? Andrew, why not send a younger representative? I fear your heart may not withstand such thrilling ups and downs. Sir Andrew, we have waited long for you. If you are frightened, we wouldn't mind devouring your share. Andrew, this is the internet age, the era of information. You may be falling behind. Upon the appearance of the venerable Andrew, representing the long-established Swiss consortium, the taunts from the other consortiums ensued, although they were allies seeking to jointly divide the nickel resources of the Dragon Nation. Internal discord was palpable, particularly in recent years, with the advent of the information age. Emerging online and financial capital had begun to look down upon the industrial energy consortiums born of the oil and automotive eras. This disdain was especially directed towards venerable establishments like Andrew's century-old consortium, which sparked both envy and contempt from the financial newcomers. Oh, young ones, your impatience is palpable. Do not forget that your adversary is the Dragon Nation, a nation steeped in history and brimming with talent. Our slightest oversight could result in irretrievable losses. Old Andrew adjusted his reading glasses and shrugged, cautioning the assembly. Old Andrew, your caution is excessive. We have conducted extensive preparations and established a comprehensive blockade of maritime routes. I possess all the outbound data from the ports of every nation, except for those of the Dragon Country. This strength is solely at the disposal of us. The Eagle Nation. The imposing representative of Gaussian capital, Yell, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, surveyed the room with an air of authority. Others nodded in agreement. The Eagle Nation currently stands as the most formidable power on Blue Star, having forged the landscape of trade and military might. Presently, only a handful of nations can subtly contend with the Eagle Nation, while the rest are left with no choice but to comply. Young man, I advise you to exercise caution, Old Andrew remarked discontentedly, casting a disapproving glance at Yell while brandishing the documents in his hand. Everyone, this is the information I procured from the Dragon Country. By analyzing the truck traffic and electricity consumption at the factories, it is evident that the Qingchuan Group shows no signs of large-scale production. Thus, they certainly cannot produce physical electrolytic nickel. The venue erupted with excitement, each face illuminated with genuine smiles. To prevent any change of heart from the Dragon Country, I have already communicated with the London Futures Exchange, ensuring that trading halts are strictly prohibited and that the futures trading contract must be adhered to. Yell surveyed the room with a menacing glare. Indeed, Gaussian's experience is commendable. We nearly overlooked this critical aspect. From my understanding of the Dragon Country, they would rather suffer in silence than tarnish their reputation, unlike us. Thankfully, the exchange is under our control, otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. The crowd praised Gaussian capital for its prudent considerations. After all, among the capital present, there are those with a history of breach of contract, and one cannot allow such old tricks to be played on oneself. 3 minutes remaining. We can pop the champagne in celebration, Yell announced, as an electronic clock image appeared in the center of the video conference. The hour and minute hands moved slowly, yet resolutely toward the opening time. Silence enveloped the room, eyes fixed intensely on the hands of the clock, anticipating this grand banquet of dragon slaying. Bang! Andrew instructed a servant to open a bottle of beer, drinking directly from the neck, disregarding the glass. White foam spilled from the corners of his mouth, saturating his snowy beard. He was oblivious to such trivialities, his gaze akin to that of a bloodthirsty wolf fixated on the market. The moment of opening arrived as the hour and minute hands converged. Andrew's heart raced as he focused intently on the market index and the sharply ascending curve. However, after a minute of waiting, nothing occurred. A sense of unease crept into Andrew's mind. Call the exchange and inquire why there has been no movement regarding the Qingchuan Group's liquidation funds. Andrew barked at his subordinate. The attendant promptly dialed, only to be met with a busy signal. Damn it! Who is so inconsiderate as to call the exchange at such a crucial moment? Andrew furiously smashed the beer bottle on the ground, pacing in the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. He harbored a dreadful premonition that he might have fallen into a trap. At that moment, there was a stir in the virtual meeting. Breaking news. The exchange reports that 10,000 tons of electrolytic nickel have been delivered, exclaimed the representative from the Matsui Consortium. 10,000 tons? No wonder there was no movement. It turns out the delivery has been made. Upon hearing the news, Andrew's anxious heart unexpectedly relaxed, and a smile re-emerged on his face. As anticipated, it was likely that the Dragon Kingdom had cobbled together a substantial 100,000 tons, a figure that could indeed be mustered given their resources. Just moments ago, he had been startled, fearing the Dragon Kingdom harbored some sinister plot. But now, with the contract set at 200,000 tons, even a mere ton short would constitute a breach. It was time to uncork the champagne and await the profits. The virtual conference room erupted in jubilation as everyone eagerly brought forth their champagne to celebrate from a distance. Andrew settled back onto the sofa, striving to calm his racing heart while his gaze remained fixed on the news ticker on the right side of the market overview. Having learned from past experiences, he resolved to refrain from celebrating until after the delivery was completed. However, scarcely a minute had passed when the news ticker suddenly began to cascade with announcements. Qingchuan Group delivered 50,000 tons. Qingchuan Group delivered 100,000 tons. Qingchuan Group's 200,000 tons of electrolytic nickel delivery is complete. Andrew sat in stunned silence, as if struck by a thunderclap, his mind reeling in disbelief. How is this possible? Where did they acquire the nickel? Dazed and disoriented, a singular question echoed repeatedly in his mind. He looked up at the video conference to find that the others, too, were similarly transfixed, sitting there like marionettes. Chapter 57. Recruitment in the Office of the Chairman of Starry Sky Technology. Yixing focused intently on the screen as the market announced the completion of Qingchuan Group's delivery. The figures in his account began to soar at an astonishing rate. With a contract for 100,000 tons of nickel at an $8,000 per ton profit margin, he had amassed a staggering $8 billion. Coupled with the additional 1,000 tons from the Song family, his total reached an impressive $8.8 billion. Converted into Dragon Kingdom currency, this amounted to 616 billion yuan. He had solidified his status as a billionaire. This was precisely why he had declined to take shares or money from Li Qingchuan, relying solely on Qingchuan Group's annual dividend of over 100 million. It would take him over 600 years to accumulate such wealth. Leaning back in his executive chair, Yixing felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue akin to that after a vigorous workout. His mind had been racing these past few days, fearful of missteps. Although the nickel had arrived in the Dragon Kingdom a week prior, in order to deceive Western powers, the relevant authorities had implemented a disassembly order, distributing the nickel to various processing plants for electrolysis. Consequently, Western forces had been unable to uncover any information despite numerous inquiries. Yixing, my friend, you must have struck it rich this time, huh? Just then, Huang Chen called. Well, it's been a mixed bag, a bit of a drizzle. Xiao Chen, has your investment reached 200,000 yet? Not quite. I invested a little less, Huang Chen replied weakly. Yixing was left speechless. He had initially urged Huang Chen to wager all his assets, even suggesting he stealthily take from his father's funeral savings. Yet, this timid fellow had merely invested the 20,000 he had saved during his business trip to South Africa in futures trading. Doubling 20,000 to a mere 160,000 was a modest gain, hardly enough for a down payment on a house. Huang Chen, it seems you're destined to be a bureaucrat for life. You approach guaranteed profit opportunities with such trepidation that you wouldn't dare touch a woman if I sent one your way. Yixing lamented, exasperated. So much information was available that anyone in his position would have leveraged their stakes to take a gamble. The fact that this fellow had only made a few 100,000 was almost unbelievable. Cut it out. We are disciplined here. Let us not dwell on this. By the way, did Su Qi and Mingyu not participate? Huang Chen, aware of his timidity, swiftly shifted the topic. You mentioned those two are financially constrained. If I were to inform them of this, they might resort to dismantling the wheels of their BMWs to secure gambling funds. How is it that your circumstances differ so greatly? Yixing remained composed, convinced that his most prudent decision was to exclude Su Qi and Li Mingyu from this venture. The nation must have profited handsomely from this affair, right? Yixing lowered his voice. On the surface, he appeared to be the ultimate victor. However, compared to the nation, his meager earnings were insignificant, as his financial resources were limited, resulting in a smaller stake. The national treasury, with its robust economic power, had already uncovered the truth. The Western conglomerates must have suffered substantial losses. The National Reserve Bureau and the Geological Mining Bureau must have reaped immense profits, as all those corporations' funds flowed into our coffers. I heard that Switzerland's Juraway Capital is lamenting and demanding the immediate closure of the London Exchange, but Gaussian Capital had preemptively locked the exchange, leaving them powerless to act, merely watching their funds vanish. How amusing. Huang Chen vividly recounted the information circulating internally. Ha ha ha. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Yixing envisioned the image of those impeccably dressed intellectuals, unable to bear the loss, scurrying in panic, a sensation of sheer delight washing over him. By the way, the nation mentioned you have rendered great service and will provide you with benefits. Do you have any requests? Huang Chen's tone grew earnest. Yixing pondered for a moment and replied slowly, I do have some requests. I desire a vast expanse of land. How much do you require? Huang Chen pressed. Perhaps a few thousand acres would suffice, Yixing calculated in his mind. Using the production bases of BYD and CATL as benchmarks, his factory would likely be of similar scale. A sharp intake of breath could be heard on the other end of the line. Yixing wondered why such a request was deemed so difficult to fulfill. Yixing, do you grasp the magnitude of a few thousand acres? Huang Chen asked, somewhat displeased. Of course, I understand. It is equivalent to many football fields. Is that your only reference point? Yixing, you have become rather ambitious, daring to make such an outrageous request of the nation. Even if your family were to occupy a football field each, it would not necessitate such a vast expanse. Do you comprehend? Huang Chen began to ramble on the line. Humph, your family occupies the football field. I am the one footing the bill. Why does it feel like requesting something from the nation is akin to carving flesh from your own body? Yixing could no longer contain himself. This fellow was born to be a steward. If you had mentioned the financial aspect earlier, we could have resolved this matter swiftly. I shall apply for you right away. Huang Chen chuckled and hung up the phone. Yixing picked up the planning map resting on the table and began to study it. His deep involvement in the Yao Nickel incident was driven by his preparations to establish a battery factory and develop new energy vehicles. Manufacturing new energy vehicles is an exceedingly costly endeavor. 100 billion merely marks the starting point. Numerous enterprises have invested vast sums into the automotive industry, yet many have failed to make a significant splash. Even Xiaomi, with its substantial financial foundation, has poured hundreds of billions into automotive production and still has not seen a single vehicle roll off the assembly line. Not to mention the future expenses related to marketing and sales. Yixing's investment of over 600 billion merely reaches the threshold of adequacy. Furthermore, the costs associated with production lines and talent are exceedingly high. Upon recalling the talent, Yixing promptly connected with the secretary's office. Soon, Qi Xinyue gracefully approached and stood by the desk, awaiting Yixing's instructions. Has the recruitment advertisement been disseminated, Xinyue? Yixing inquired, glancing at her. Currently, the company was staffed by only a handful of individuals, with even the front desk receptionist yet to be appointed. This predicament partly stemmed from Yixing's reluctance to invest money. Thus, Qi Xinyue hesitated to make unilateral decisions regarding salaries and could only recruit a few sales personnel to prevent the office from appearing too desolate. President Yi, I have posted job openings for receptionist and sales positions on the local recruitment website, adhering to market rates. However, I dare not make decisions concerning technical talent. Qi Xinyue cautiously articulated, fearful of incurring Yixing's disapproval. Yixing nodded, contemplating the production line. He could seek assistance from the fleet civilization to establish a factory and commence production, relocating operations once the production base was established. However, it was imperative to urgently recruit research and development personnel to master the technology of super energy batteries, lest they become overly reliant on the fleet civilization. Let us begin by hiring 10,000 workers, Yixing declared, jotting down a figure on paper. So many? Qi Xinyue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. At 5,000 yuan per worker each month, that amounts to 50 million. Is that excessive? I believe it is quite reasonable, Yixing replied with a subtle smile. His vision encompassed a super factory akin to Tesla's. Such a workforce was merely a starting point. How will salaries be determined? Qi Xinyue instinctively inquired. Double the wages at Tesla's factory, Yixing asserted without hesitation. Ah, Qi Xinyue stared at him in shock. President Yi, if we offer such high wages, our costs will escalate, putting us at a disadvantage against competitors in the market. Perhaps you should reconsider? She believed she was providing a market-oriented analysis. Drawing upon her limited time spent with Yixing, she perceived him as a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur, not fundamentally different from his eccentric friends. Yixing's expression darkened slightly. His entrepreneurial motives encompassed more than mere profit. Unlike others, he could sustain himself comfortably through mining on rock core star for generations. Xinyue, our ethos at Xingyu Technology is to prioritize humanity in technology, propelling advancements for all. Our products are designed to serve a broader populace, allowing them to reap the benefits of technology at minimal costs, Yixing asserted, rising to point at the inscription on the wall behind him. Qi Xinyue appeared bewildered. She had seldom encountered business leaders who genuinely upheld their company's mission. Isn't that merely a facade to deceive subordinates and clients? She mused. If I treat customers with kindness, can I truly exploit my employees? Therefore, I implore you to refrain from adopting a sweatshop mentality when executing company policies, Yixing concluded. Returning to his seat, while scrutinizing Qi Xinyue. President Yi, I understand your perspective. How do you suggest we determine salaries for our sales and technical teams? After receiving a reprimand from Yixing, Qi Xinyue cautiously inquired about the competitive compensation structure for sales and general staff, which would be set at market price, plus a 25 premium, with the age limit extended to 55 years. We need not engage in the exploitative practices common to many companies that merely consume talent during their prime. Our approach will differ significantly, she asserted. As for the technical team, there are various avenues we can explore. Aside from recruitment, we could consider attracting entire R&D teams. We possess the financial capability to establish laboratories and provide a conducive research environment. Ensure all these details are included in the job postings. Yixing commanded from his executive chair. He increasingly appreciated the advantages of wealth, feeling emboldened to express previously unspoken thoughts. Qi Xinyue was taken aback. Are we establishing a retirement warm-up class or a company with this age extension to 55? In her mind, she envisioned colleagues who were youthful, accomplished, and impeccably dressed, industry elites with whom she could share common interests and communicate effortlessly in contemporary digital vernacular. However, what Yixing was proposing was a circle of individuals who could easily be her uncles and aunts, likely engaging in discussions about mundane topics such as breakfast choices or family events. Goodness, is this not merely a high-end version of a vegetable market? Yixing continued. Regarding the technical team, I recently came across some information about He Liang's team, which possesses remarkable capabilities in battery technology. I have heard that their contract with their former employer is nearing its end. If we can recruit them, we could significantly reduce our R&D expenses. Qi Xinyue swept her short hair aside and placed a stack of documents before Yixing. The average age of He Liang's team exceeds 45, and although most members hold doctoral degrees, their salary expectations are quite high. Apart from academic institutions, most companies are reluctant to engage such teams primarily due to their age. The prevailing concern is that individuals at this stage in life often bear family responsibilities and cannot work with the same relentless dedication as their younger counterparts. Their only advantage lies in their wealth of experience, which can effectively help avoid potential pitfalls. However, this advantage may not be particularly competitive in the rapidly evolving field of new energy, where missteps can occur even with substantial expertise. Qi Xingyue's intention in presenting He Liang's team was to gauge whether Yixing was merely speaking idly or was genuinely committed to this direction. Indeed, they are all experts. Yixing mused after perusing the resumes. The lowest educational qualification among the team members was a Master's degree, with many hailing from prestigious institutions. And they had published numerous papers with impressive results. If we bring them on board, they could start contributing immediately, saving us considerable time. Very well. Please reach out to them. If they do not mind the size of Tiannan City, we can proceed with direct negotiations, Yixing decisively concluded. Yixing, please review their salary and requirements. Qi Xingyue reminded him from the side. Yixing cast a puzzled glance at her as he flipped to the final page. The hiring party is required to have a fully equipped new energy battery laboratory, with an annual salary of no less than 600,000, as he read aloud. He processed the implications of such demands. His heart was filled with the realization of how crucial it is to seize the right opportunities. In recent years, sectors such as renewable energy and semiconductors have seen soaring salaries, with fresh graduates commanding annual packages exceeding 200,000 yuan. Conversely, certain fields see fierce competition for meager salaries of merely 5,000 yuan for bachelor's degree holders. We initially intended to establish a laboratory, and this is certainly feasible. Yixing nodded in agreement without hesitation. Qi Xingyue looked at Yixing in astonishment. For constructing a renewable energy battery laboratory typically begins at a cost of tens of millions of dollars. Thus, while there are many factories in the industry, few possess substantial research and development capabilities. As for salaries, given their expertise, receiving 700,000 yuan annually is reasonable, especially if they can yield results and enjoy patent royalties. Yixing's gaze lingered only for a brief moment on the salary figure before he articulated his conditions. All right, I'll reach out immediately. Qi Xingyue nodded and turned to leave. In her mind, she had already associated the notion of extravagance with Yixing. It is rare for an employer to proactively increase salaries, let alone by as much as 100,000 yuan per year. Did they not understand the arduous effort an ordinary person must exert to earn such an amount? As she watched Qi Xingyue's figure fade into the distance, Yixing picked up the phone and dialed Huang Chun. I need your assistance with something. What is it? Do you still require land? I must inform you that recently, Huaxing Group has also taken an interest in that plot in the western suburbs, and I am striving to advocate for you. Huang Chen's voice on the line held a tone of urgency and apology. Yixing had just aided the nation in repelling Western forces attempting to control the nickel market. As a mediator, it was his duty to help Yixing realize his aspirations, especially since Yixing was not seeking this assistance without compensation. However, the emergence of Huaxing Group, which also coveted the western suburban land, posed a challenge. Huaxing Group had operated in Tiannan City for an extended period and significantly influenced local taxes and employment. The city government favored Huaxing Group, but dared not contradict higher authorities, thus seeking Yixing's concession through Huang Chun, who found himself caught in a dilemma. What is the difficulty? Just bid for it, and let the money talk. Yixing remarked with a cold smile, for he lacked not in financial resources. With that, Yixing's figure shimmered and entered the trading space, preparing for another transaction. Chapter 59. The source of embarrassment in the conference room on the top floor of Huaxing Group. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, of average height with slightly graying hair, stood at the center of the room. Despite being over 50, he maintained an upright posture and an imposing presence. The audience of over 100 attendees each held a small notebook, attentively listening to the man while swiftly jotting down notes. This man was Sheng Wenhong, the chairman of Huaxing Group, wielding extraordinary influence in Tiannan City. His enterprises spanned various sectors, forming a vast system where many citizens had worked for his group across 2 generations. Comrades, as you have just heard from last year's business report, we have once again maintained a growth rate of 30. This is quite remarkable for a group of our scale, valued in the billions. Sheng Wenhong gestured emphatically, his speaking style reminiscent of the last century. Huaxing Group began as a small state-owned factory, which, at the onset of the reform wave, was on the brink of closure, prompting the city to push the factory into the market. In times of crisis, Sheng Wenhong, as the deputy factory director, seized the opportunity to acquire the factory at a low price and promptly shifted the operational strategy, leading to rapid growth in the market and ultimately transforming it into the most influential group in Tiannan City. However, as we entered this year, performance has stagnated, with certain departments even regressing, particularly the machinery processing plant. Our city, bordering the ocean, is home to numerous shipyards and research institutes. Thus, we invested capital to construct a unique processing center in Tiannan. Yet, the operational revenue has declined. Li Zihua, stand up and provide me an explanation. Sheng Wenhong's agitation increased as his gaze fell upon a trembling middle-aged man in the corner of the conference room. Chairman, there is a reason for this. Recently, a new competitor, Xingyu Machinery Factory, has emerged, consuming half of our market share. The research institutes that used to collaborate with us have ceased to sign contracts and have taken their business to them. Moreover, this is just the visible aspect. Some shipyards have secretly signed contracts with them, reportedly influenced by those research institutes. Li Zihua's face was marked with grievance. Most of the clients had fled, leaving him with little to do. The audience cast astonished and doubtful glances in his direction. Those research institutes had been long-standing clients of Huaxing, engaged for many years. Losing such clients certainly raises concerns about Li Zihua's capabilities. Oh, a new competitor emerges, and you can no longer cope? Is this a problem with the group? Sheng Wenhong's brow furrowed as he forcibly suppressed his rising anger, retorting dismissively. Why did he sense a tone of defensiveness in Li Zihua's response? Chairman, I have heard that the Xingyu Machinery Factory possesses superior machine tools compared to ours, prompting those research institutes to seek precision and thus gravitate towards them, Li Zihua stammered. Even if they possess better machines, it does not guarantee they can snatch away our clients. The crux of the matter lies in their coercion of clients to align with them, rendering it impossible for those clients to engage with our group. Li Zihua cast a glance at Sheng Wenhong, then lowered his head to continue. What? Such absurdity? The entire room was taken aback. They had not encountered such tactics in a long time. This strategy seems aimed directly at Huaxing. Li Zihua, are you jesting with us? Clients are not mere puppets to be manipulated by a small machinery factory, especially those research institutes. Each individual is astute. They would not abandon us solely for the sake of production quality, as we still hold a significant presence in Tiannan. A dismissive smile crossed Sheng Wenhong's face. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Li Zihua interjected. Chairman, it is those research institutes that have led the shipyards, which were initially hesitant. Once they observed the institutes moving, they all flocked over, creating quite the commotion. The conference room fell eerily silent. Li Zihua's words struck Sheng Wenhong like a slap, leaving a stinging sensation. Why is Xingyu Machinery Factory targeting us? After a prolonged moment, Sheng Wenhong finally grasped the crux of the issue. Chairman, let's discuss this privately later, Li Zihua suggested, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he glanced around. What could be so difficult to articulate? The group's affairs are everyone's concern. Sheng Wenhong glared at Li Zihua, firmly convinced that this individual must have offended those research institutes. Otherwise, why would they abandon us? Chairman, since you have invited me to speak, I shall proceed. Li Zihua clenched his teeth, glanced around, and lowered his head to quickly utter. I have heard that the young master has taken the fiancée of the director of Xingyu Machinery Factory, and in retaliation, the director has vowed to spare no expense, purchasing high-precision machinery, and somehow persuaded those old heads and research institutes to snatch away our business. It was as if a bomb had been tossed into a cesspool, causing an uproar in the entire conference room. Our young master certainly has peculiar tastes. I hear the director is nearly 60, and his fiancée must be over 40, having grown accustomed to tender apples. Does one not find satisfaction in nibbling on a dry radish? What a peculiar mindset. The combined value of those orders must amount to several tens of millions. What kind of game is worth such a struggle, all for a bottle of Laoganma? Perhaps he lacks maternal affection? The directors and managers whispered among themselves about Sheng Shilong's character. They were aware, but none anticipated this absurdity. Sheng Wenhong stood there, feeling his blood pressure soar, dizziness overcoming him, his body swaying unsteadily. A wave of heat washed over his face, wishing he could vanish into the folds of his trousers. Such family disgrace exposed before the public eye, and it was he who compelled Li Zihua to speak. I shall handle this matter. Let me first address the upcoming work arrangements. Having weathered many storms, Sheng Wenhong quickly regained his composure. Recently, as everyone has observed, traditional industries are increasingly besieged by the onslaught of new energy sectors. Thus, we must actively transform. To this end, the group has invested tens of billions to prepare for the construction of new energy batteries, and we have procured the latest battery technology from the Eagle Nation. A confident smile illuminated Sheng Wenhong's face, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. This cutting-edge battery technology, with energy density and endurance far surpassing domestic manufacturers, will enable us to replace Ningde Times as the premier battery supplier in the country. The conference room erupted with excitement. Ningde Times is a colossal enterprise worth hundreds of billions. In just a few short years, they have ascended to become one of the strongest companies in Blue Star. Thanks to their battery technology, and their executives have reaped substantial rewards. The managers of Huaxing Group envisioned their own paths mirroring that of Ningda. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the secretary rushed in, a look of urgency on her face. "Chairman, something is amiss," she exclaimed. "What is it? Why the haste?" Sheng Wenhong glared at her, his expression stern. He held high expectations of his subordinates, insisting on impeccable demeanor and eloquence. It was simply inconceivable for a secretary to burst into a meeting without knocking. "The vice mayor, Yin, has called to inform that the land in the western suburbs has caught the eye of another party. He cannot make decisions on his own and has stated that a bidding conference will be held the day after tomorrow, with the highest bidder prevailing." The secretary wiped the sweat from her brow, speaking hesitantly. "What? In Tiannan City, there are those who dare to vie for land with Huaxing Group?" The conference room erupted into chaos, with managers exchanging incredulous glances. "Which company is it? What is their background?" Sheng Wenhong inquired, his voice low. He deduced several key points from the secretary's words. First, the opposing party possesses substantial influence, compelling the vice mayor, who has always relied on Huaxing Group, to yield. Second, they are financially robust, unafraid to engage in bidding, a clear indication that this competition is a result of mutual concessions between the parties involved. The opposing party seems to be targeting us. It is said that they are a company named Star Technology, whose leadership remains shrouded in mystery. Interestingly, Star Technology is currently engaged in an extensive recruitment campaign. The secretary displayed a look of confusion before handing the newspaper to Sheng Wenhong. "Chairman, this is their recruitment advertisement released today. The scale of hiring is quite large, which poses significant pressure on us." Sheng Wenhong took the newspaper, and the managers below seized the opportunity to pull out their phones to conduct inquiries. "Goodness, they're offering such high salaries for workers. Are they out of their minds? This company has a business identical to ours. Their benefits are genuinely impressive. If I were younger, I would rush to work for them. Look, the sales manager's base salary is several $100,000 a year. You could still apply. They have no age restrictions. No, we've climbed to mid-level management at Huaxing. Switching jobs now wouldn't be wise." The managers engaged in animated discussions, their eyes sparkling as they scrutinized the recruitment details. Sheng Wenhong's gaze shifted between the information on Star Technology and the company's name multiple times, his expression growing grave. Could there be a connection between Xingyu Machinery Factory and Star Technology? Who stands behind them? Surely they understand that a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake? In that instant, a multitude of thoughts surged through Sheng Wenhong's mind, and his expression became a tapestry of emotions. Humph! He slammed the newspaper onto the table, and the room fell silent as if one could hear a pin drop. "We must mobilize our resources and prepare to respond. I will make it clear who holds sway in Tiannan City." His gaze swept across the faces of the managers, seemingly able to peer into each of their hearts. The managers shuddered involuntarily, understanding that his words were directed not only at the elusive leader of Star Technology, but also served as a reprimand to them, his subordinates. In the trading space, Yixing sat across from Jerry. "Jerry, I wish to negotiate the acquisition of an omniscient and omnipotent robot. Perhaps my phrasing was ambiguous. What I mean is a robot proficient in a specific field that can assist me in my work." Yixing endeavored to simplify his language for Jerry's understanding. The type of robot he described was one he had only encountered in films, unlike the Super Machine tool, which was an enhanced version of Blue Star's machinery. For the first time, a look of hesitation and anguish crossed Captain Jerry's face as he regarded Yixing with a complex expression. "Yes, the robots you speak of certainly exist within our inventory, and we have realized various technological methods to achieve this. One type is known as a bionic person, while another is termed a biochemical person. Both can serve as human subordinates, assisting in labor." Jerry spoke slowly, as if recounting a painful past. Yixing looked at Jerry in astonishment, perplexed by the sudden shift in tone. "What is the difference?" He scratched his head, not concealing his ignorance. "The distinction is quite simple," Jerry explained. "A bionic person has a mechanical core covered by a layer resembling human skin and tissue. In contrast, a biochemical person possesses a core of flesh and blood, engineered as a new species through biological and chemical processes, with a biological instruction set embedded in their brain." Jerry elucidated in detail for Yixing. At last, Yixing comprehended the comparison. One was akin to a washing machine, while the other resembled a new breed of primate. Nevertheless, he could not help but marvel at the formidable technology of the fleet civilization. Especially when it comes to bioengineered beings, they certainly seem like an advanced new species. As for the bionic individuals, scientists on Blue Star have already been experimenting with robotic dogs and football-playing robots, which hardly qualify as groundbreaking technology. However, the prospect of a bioengineered lion that can clean rooms or a gorilla adept at coding is truly exhilarating. Surely, a bioengineered being created through the means of fleet civilization would not resemble a furry animal. At the very least, its appearance would be somewhat human-like. "Jerry, do you currently possess any bioengineered beings? I would like to acquire one," Yixing inquired eagerly. Unfortunately, we cannot provide bioengineered beings to humans. It is our principle. Captain Jerry firmly rejected Yi Xing's request. Yi Xing stared at Captain Jerry in confusion, unable to comprehend why he was unwilling to engage in trade. I can offer more vegetables, mineral water, meat, and seafood, she proposed. The more he refused, the more curious Yi Xing became about the taboo surrounding bioengineered beings that could provoke such a strong reaction from Captain Jerry. This isn't about money. It would spell doom for humanity. Bioengineered beings are akin to devils. Captain Jerry shook his head, his expression shadowed as if recalling a painful memory. Is it due to ethics, Jerry? Yi Xing cautiously probed. Not exactly. With technological advancements, scientific ethics have continually been challenged. Bioengineered beings vastly surpass humans both intellectually and physiologically, which has consequently triggered a crisis for humanity. Captain Jerry sighed deeply before shifting the topic. When you return home, perhaps you could research history and uncover this buried past. Thus, we ceased our studies on bioengineered beings. In the galaxy, there exist other civilizations excelling in bioengineering. Perhaps they have found a way to control the crisis. With that, Jerry ceased his narrative and turned his gaze toward Yi Xing. Well then, what about bionic beings? Are there any available for viewing? Yi Xing inquired, settling for a lesser option. Yet her imagination remained captivated by bioengineered beings. Just how exceptional could they be to pose such a threat to humanity? Are you referring to mechanical maids? Indeed, they exist, but you must exercise self-control. Do not fall in love with them. Captain Jerry's demeanor brightened noticeably as he produced a silver box. Jerry, you underestimate me. What kind of women have I not encountered? How could I possibly fall for a washing machine? That's preposterous. Yi Xing laughed heartily, her eyes drawn to the contents within the silver box. Is this a mechanical maid? It could hardly be more exquisite than the four great beauties. Yi Xing's heart raced, and her breath quickened the moment her gaze met the box's contents. Her eyes fixated in awe. In Chapter 61, the bionic little charm demon, within a pristine white space, a delicate figure lay there, with exquisitely refined features. Cascading black hair resting on her shoulders, and a radiant smile gracing her ruby lips. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, her chest gently rising and falling. Using Yi Xing's limited vocabulary, one could only describe her as flawless. What further left Yi Xing parched with desire was that she was entirely unclothed, fully exposed before him. Oh Jerry, I recommend you close your eyes, Yi Xing said, extending a hand to shield Jerry's view. This is merely an industrial product, a robot. Did you not just assert that you wouldn't fall in love with a washing machine? Jerry laughed heartily, teasing Yi Xing with his earlier words. But this is a beautiful washing machine. Can it understand what I say? What tasks can it perform? Yi Xing inquired greedily, gazing at the small figure in the box. Firing questions at Jerry like a rapid barrage. It can do anything. Its skin is identical to that of a human, and its hair can grow naturally. Moreover, its intelligence is exceedingly high. It learns anything you teach it with remarkable speed, Jerry explained, pointing at the small figure in the box. Additionally, its combat capability is impressive. Powered by core crystals that can sustain energy for a century without concern. It is a one-to-one replica of the most beautiful star of our civilization, Stina. Once, every man on our planet owned one, making it the best-selling android of its time. Jerry's eyes sparkled as he spoke endlessly. One for every 34? Yi Xing looked at Jerry with a peculiar expression, a hint of mischief stirring within him. This isn't secondhand, is it? Of course not. Our fleet has various types and styles of androids. Some are strength-oriented, others designed for combat, and some built for maintenance in harsh environments. Jerry shook his head repeatedly, continuing to recommend them to Yi Xing. How about trading her for 100 bottles of beer? Yi Xing turned to Jerry, considering that if what Jerry claimed was true, he could easily become a hands-off manager. This deal seemed lucrative. He realized he hadn't had beer in ages and had forgotten its taste. Oh, this is ancient beer recorded in history. Jerry licked his lips, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the green beer bottles in Yi Xing's possession. Ding! A flash of white light signaled the successful transaction. The milky figure entered Yi Xing's box, causing his heart to race. Jerry, are you certain you haven't touched her? Yi Xing felt a twinge of unease. The figure was so perfect that it stirred a possessive sentiment within him. By the stars, I swear to God. If anyone has touched her, let them be trapped in the interstellar abyss for eternity. Jerry made an unusual gesture towards the heavens with his right hand. By the way, Jerry, do you have any intelligence-enhancing drugs? I have a friend who wants to take an exam but struggles to understand certain concepts. Yi Xing recalled another matter. Looking at Jerry, he was about to establish a high-tech company, which would require increasingly complex technologies and a team of highly educated employees. Enhancing intelligence was imperative. After a moment of contemplation, Jerry replied slowly, I do have some, but it requires specific materials for preparation. If you genuinely need it, you can provide the raw materials. Yi Xing nodded, understanding the current state of the fleet civilization, where resources were scarce and some things could not be processed. All right, I'll place an order. You can send the materials through the communication channel, and I'll bring it to you next time. Yixing waved at Jerry, disappearing from the trading space. Upon returning to his office, Yixing released the android from its confines. As the android made contact with the cool floor, it instantly awakened, slowly opening its eyes. It was as if a beam of light had suddenly pierced through its vision, revitalizing it. The android radiated vitality, its eyes sparkling with depth and serenity. Like a tranquil pool, rising from the ground, it gazed at Yixing, its eyes filled with admiration and reverence. It was truly exquisite. Yixing surveyed the biorobot, unable to suppress her admiration. Standing at approximately 165 meters, she epitomized the ideal height for women on Blue Star. In her early 20s, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, even more breathtaking than when viewed in the silver box. Despite having undergone Qi Xinyue's refinement, Yixing could not discern any flaws in the biorobot's physique or appearance. This was indeed a succubus. It was no wonder the Fleet civilization deemed her the best-selling biorobot, with countless men likely enchanted by her allure. If sold on Blue Star for 20,000 each, the frenzy would be unparalleled. Marriage might soon become a rarity. Yixing circled the biorobot, even playfully pinching her cheek. One had to admit, the texture felt indistinguishable from real skin. Please, master, bestow a name upon me. The biorobot suddenly spoke in a soft feminine voice after being pinched. You shall be called Yi Shi from now on, Yixing mused, considering that Yi sounded like night, while she signified beauty akin to the sunset. Thank you, master. May I inquire what tasks you require of Yi Shi? With a smile, Yi Shi knelt before Yixing. What a troublesome habit. This must change, Yixing thought. Frowning slightly as she looked down at Yi Shi, it appeared that Yi Shi was currently a blank slate, her actions preordained by the Fleet civilization's programming. How do you acquire knowledge? Yixing gently lifted her chin and inquired. Books or information interfaces allow me to learn swiftly, Yi Shi replied, raising her head without a hint of impatience or discomfort. Yixing nodded, her gaze sweeping across the table until it landed on a notebook, sparking an idea. This is how the internet works, she explained as she sat before the computer, succinctly detailing the process. Yi Shi nodded, awkwardly mimicking Yixing's actions as she sat down and tentatively tapped the keyboard. To Yixing's astonishment, Yi Shi's typing speed rapidly escalated until it resembled a torrential downpour. Web pages flashed on the screen, barely lingering for mere fractions of a second before being closed, only to be replaced by another. Yixing was taken aback. For the previous web page contained a programming language of considerable complexity. Given Yi Shi's browsing speed, she could only have glimpsed a few words. It was difficult to believe that in mere moments, Yi Shi could master such a language. Suddenly, Yi Shi closed the web page and proceeded to download a software development tool from the internet. Her slender, delicate fingers danced over the keyboard, and a software outline began to take shape on the screen. Is this a crawling program? Yixing gasped, having studied a modicum of computer science herself. A minute later, the crawling program was complete. Yi Shi struck the keyboard one final time, and a black window appeared, filling the entire screen. Countless data streams refreshed and transformed within the window. Yi Shi's gaze was fixated on the data, subtly glowing with intensity. Is this truly her method of learning? Yixing inhaled sharply. Chapter 62. The computer burned while Yi Shi fervently absorbed knowledge. Yixing retrieved her phone, stealing glances at Yi Shi's figure. She placed an order for a complete set of clothing for her, both inside and out. Even synthetic beings possess dignity, and it is imperative that Yixing, treating Yi Shi as her esteemed secretary, presents herself appropriately at various significant events. Thus, she procured a professional suit and skirt in accordance with Qi Xinyue's style. However, when it came to selecting undergarments, Yixing found herself somewhat uncertain. Consequently, she departed from her office, shutting the door behind her, and made her way to Qi Xinyue's office. President Yi, you have arrived, Qi Xinyue exclaimed, standing up in surprise upon seeing Yixing enter with her phone. Xinyue, could you assist me in purchasing a set of undergarments? Yixing said, presenting her phone to Qi Xinyue. As Qi Xinyue's gaze traversed the screen, a blush immediately adorned her fair complexion, accompanied by a hint of excitement. The app Yixing had opened belonged to the local premier shopping establishment, Yintai Department Store. Renowned for its luxurious and high-quality merchandise, it was a common source of pride among their circle of friends to boast about shopping at Yintai. How extravagant of you, Xing. Qi Xinyue blushed, feeling somewhat shy, mistakenly believing Yixing was buying for her. What extravagance? It's for wearing, isn't it? Yixing replied nonchalantly, her eyes scanning Qi Xinyue from head to toe. Secretly comparing her to Yi Shi, she couldn't help but acknowledge that Yi Shi, modeled after the illustrious Stina, the foremost star of the Fleet civilization, possessed dimensions that were truly remarkable. This set is most suitable for women and reasonably priced. I shall take it, Yixing concluded. Shortly thereafter, Qi Xinyue had made her selections and handed the items to Yixing. Upon reviewing the prices, which totaled several thousand yuan, Yixing noted the young lady's inclination to save money. Yixing accepted the phone and purchased a set for Qi Xinyue. then added a size larger for herself. President Yi, I contacted He Liang's team yesterday. They will arrive at the group this afternoon and require you to meet with them. Qi Xingyue reminded her as Yixing prepared to leave the office. Yixing paused, nodding in acknowledgement. Just the day before, she had felt somewhat apprehensive about meeting these technical experts. However, with Yixi's presence, her speed of learning was sufficient to impress even the most seasoned specialists. Upon returning to her office, Yixi was still seated at the computer, diligently absorbing knowledge. Yixing, listening to the rapid whir of the laptop fan, grew concerned that the device might not withstand such intense operation. With this thought in mind, she promptly ordered 2 high-performance computers for urgent delivery. Half an hour later, Yixing's laptop came to an abrupt halt with a crisp crack, a puff of smoke escaping from its back cover. The CPU had burned out, and the hard drive ceased functioning due to the relentless speed of operation and data processing. Worried, Yixing glanced at Yixi, genuinely concerned that the CPU and hard drive were merely transient vessels for knowledge. Yixi's brain was the true recipient, and the strain of absorbing such vast amounts of information in a short time was formidable. I apologize, Master, for damaging your tools. Yixi stood, her face etched with remorse, her hands clasped around her shoulders, unable to meet Yixing's gaze. Yixing was pleasantly surprised. Yixi had begun to exhibit shyness, becoming increasingly human-like. In contrast to her earlier demeanor, devoid of expression and resembling an ice princess upon awakening, Yixi now radiated vitality and specificity. The conjecture regarding Yixing suggests that during the recent night, she must have first immersed herself in the customs and culture of Blue Star, endeavoring to comprehend the intricacies of this world's operations. Night, she need not feel guilty. 2 more high-performance computers will be delivered shortly. I hope you can concentrate on acquiring knowledge in the realm of battery technology, as we have a meeting this afternoon where it will be applied. Yixing gazed at Night, she with a mix of surprise and guilt. Given Night, she's capabilities, she far surpasses the current artificial intelligence. The most expedient method for her to swiftly grasp the knowledge of Blue Star would undoubtedly be through the utilization of high-performance supercomputers. However, Yixing is not yet prepared to unveil Night, she to the world, and must rely on civilian computers for gradual learning. Understood, Master. Night, she nodded, returning to her seat with her head bowed, her hands crossed over her chest like a bashful young girl. It seems that acquiring knowledge is not without its drawbacks. Yixing observed Night, she with keen interest. He was not apprehensive about her gaining excessive knowledge and slipping beyond his control. Captain Jerry had entrusted him with a key that could command Night, she to perform any task, even to format and erase the knowledge within her mind. At that moment, Yixing's phone rang, revealing that the errand runner had arrived with the deliveries. He swiftly closed the door and made his way to the front desk, relieved that no receptionist had yet been hired. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain why a grown man was purchasing women's lingerie during the day and having it delivered to the office, beyond the realm of peculiarities. Sir, here are the items you requested. Please verify them. The young man in yellow robes observed Yixing with a curious gaze. It seemed rather audacious for such a refined young man to purchase such sensitive items in broad daylight, and 2 sets at that. Simply outrageous. No need for verification. Yixing shot a look at the young man in yellow, incredulous at his thoughts. What do you want me to do? Model them for you. Understood. Take care, buddy. Be cautious, or you might find yourself in a precarious situation. The young man in yellow patted Yixing on the shoulder, flashing an understanding grin before darting into the elevator. Yixing's mind raced with frustration. He could not believe he was being perceived as a deviant. Just as he was about to return to his office, the delivery of the computers arrived, and the worker placed 2 boxes containing the computers at the door before departing. Ensuring no one was around, Yixing quickly stored the items in his space ring and hurried back to his office. Night, these are clothes I bought for you. Please try them on, Yixing said as he returned to the office, retrieving the garments from his space and tossing them to Night, gesturing towards a small bedroom within the room. Night, stared at Yixing, who had seemingly conjured the items from thin air, her cherry lips slightly parted in astonishment. The knowledge within her mind was derived from Blue Star, lacking any understanding of the spatial manipulation technologies characteristic of this fleet civilization. Listening to the rustling sounds of Night, dressing, Yixing felt an anxious anticipation, imagining how she would appear in the suit. Simultaneously, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Night, donning the attire signified her transformation from an innocent girl into a poised and charming professional. Master, how does this look? A sweet voice broke through Yixing's reverie, prompting him to look up, his eyes instantly brightening. Chapter 63. Assignment of Duties. Yixirong possessed an unparalleled beauty, her figure and complexion exquisitely perfect. At that moment, adorned in a professional suit, she exuded a gentle yet alluring charm, embodying a captivating blend of elegance and competence. Yixing gazed at her in a daze, comparing her with all the women he knew, concluding that only Song Yanxue could somewhat rival her. Truly stunning. From now on, during the day, you shall address me as Manager Yi. and when we are alone, call me master. Do you understand? Yixing appraised Yishi from head to toe, reminding himself that the enchanting beauty before him was, in fact, an intelligent robot akin to a washing machine. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to suppress his inner impulses. Yes, master. Yishi nodded, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the unpacked boxes. She swiftly approached, grabbed a box cutter, and deftly extracted the computer. Connecting the monitor to the computer, she immediately plunged into an intense state of learning. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Yixing ushered Yishi into the conference room. Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu had already been waiting. Upon seeing Yishi behind Yixing, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Could such a breathtaking woman truly exist? As Qi Xinyue gazed at Yishi, a profound sense of inadequacy washed over her. To her shock, she realized that the branded lingerie Yixing had purchased for her that morning was now adorning Yishi's form. Jealousy flickered in Qi Xinyue's eyes as she regarded Yishi. Yixing observed the shifting expressions on Qi Xinyue's face. Bro, have you found yourself a new sister-in-law? Su Qi blurted out, though he held no interest in women. He found himself dazzled and astonished by Yishi. Sister-in-law? This is our company's newly appointed general manager and chairperson's secretary, Miss Yishi. Yixing replied, rolling his eyes at Su Qi's thoughtless remark. General manager and secretary? How was I not informed? Qi Xinyue exclaimed, a wave of disappointment coursing through her. Her current position was that of Yixing's secretary, overseeing all company affairs. The sudden emergence of Yi Shi not only usurped her position, but also placed her as her superior. She was personally chosen by me, requiring no formal appointment, and in my absence, Miss Yi Shi will be fully responsible for company matters. Yixing stated solemnly as he took his seat in the center of the room. Bro, are you out of your mind? Su Qi asked in disbelief, glancing between Yishi and Yixing, suspecting that Yixing had been bewitched by her beauty. Su Qi, Li Mingyu, we are now a formal company, and decorum must be observed in official settings. Of course, once the workday is over, feel free to express yourselves as you wish. Yixing regarded Su Qi and Li Mingyu with a serious demeanor. The two nodded silently, suppressing their questions. Though there are only 3 of us at present, we will soon have many colleagues joining our team. I will now assign you work as a privilege for the veterans. Yixing declared, casting a glance at Qi Xinyue. Immediately, the trio perked up, well aware of Yixing's financial prowess, understanding he was not merely speaking in jest. Mingyu, your character is quite earnest. You will be responsible for the production department, receiving guidance from the technical department to boost output. Yixing gazed intently at Li Mingyu, who nodded in acknowledgement. Having anticipated this development, from now on, you shall lead the sales department, including its establishment, Yixing declared, turning his attention to Qi Xinyue. Understood, General Yi. Qi Xinyue replied, her initially downcast expression brightening. Given her qualifications, being appointed as the head of the sales department within a 100 billion conglomerate was indeed a remarkable elevation. Yixing's gaze shifted to Su Qi, who appeared somewhat exasperated. Brother Xing, since the 2 of us are responsible for a department, why not let me manage human resources? I believe that position suits me well, Su Qi jested. Yixing's irritation flared. Su Qi, what gives you the audacity? If you oversee recruitment, our company would turn into an internet cafe. Qi Xinyue and Li Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. First, accompany Xinyue to learn about sales. If that proves inadequate, you may work under Mingyu as an errand runner, Yixing admonished, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. But what if that still doesn't suffice? Su Qi retorted, his lips twitching in discontent. If that is the case, head to the storeroom, gather some merchandise, and sell it at a shop. Yixing banged the table, exasperated with the carefree attitude of the young man. He then turned serious, announcing the appointment of Yishi. From today forth, Yishi will oversee the company's key departments, including technology, personnel, finance, and after-sales. All employees must heed Miss Yishi's directives. Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu exchanged astonished glances. This was a position of great authority. They were particularly taken aback that the technology department would also fall under her purview, an outcome they had never envisioned. How could such an enchanting woman possess an understanding of intricate new energy technologies? Only Yixing was aware of Yishi's formidable capabilities. During lunch, she had already transformed Xingchen Technology into a company entangled in a complex web of equity. Yixing was no longer its legal representative. He had become merely a figurehead in a company now under intricate stock manipulation. He could now orchestrate the affairs of Xingchen Technology from behind the scenes as a clandestine magnate. Just as Su Qi was about to inquire further, Qi Xinyue's phone rang. General Yi, Liang's team has arrived downstairs. Should I invite them up? She asked, casting a worried glance at Yixing. She understood that this technical team placed great importance on the company's technological atmosphere and were not merely motivated by financial gain. If the company's technological direction did not align with their expectations, they would not sign a contract. Let them in. I shall speak with them, Yixing replied. giving Yixi a quick glance. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Yixing rose and opened the door to greet He Liang. Outside stood approximately 10 middle-aged individuals, led by a slightly graying man, striding purposefully toward Yixing. Among them were two young individuals, likely in their early 30s, presumably students of the lead figure. Dr. He, Yixing said, swiftly approaching to shake He Liang's hand. Who are you? He Liang asked, his expression a mix of surprise and disappointment as he surveyed the sparsely populated office. His spirits had already begun to wane upon realizing the emptiness of the entire company. Moreover, the young individuals who came to receive them were equally disappointing. I am Dr. He, the head of the company. Please come in, Yixing said with subtlety. You are the head of the company at such a young age? He Liang gazed at Yixing in sheer astonishment. Chapter 64. Are super energy batteries an insult to intelligence? Yixing sat at one side of the desk, flanked by Yi Shi and Qi Xinyue, along with other company members. Opposite them sat He Liang and his team, whose average age was significantly older than Yixing and his peers. Yet, despite this, the majority of He Liang's team's attention was fixated on Yi Shi, for it is the nature of men to be drawn to beauty. Yixing felt a twinge of anxiety. Every individual across from him was not only older than his university professors, but also possessed more impressive credentials and qualifications than those of his academic mentors. Could you please elaborate on your company's technological roadmap for the new energy battery? He Liang, suppressing his disappointment, addressed the matter directly. He felt deceived, as if he had entered a mere facade of a company, surrounded by youth who seemed inexperienced. Fortunately, the male members on his side outnumbered the youthful assembly before him, preventing them from overwhelming him. Yi Shi, as our company's technical director, please introduce our work to Dr. He and his team. Yixing directed his gaze towards Yi Shi. He Liang and his colleagues were taken aback. Such a stunning woman was the technical director. One could easily mistake her for an atmosphere enhancer. Dr. He, our company employs an innovative high-energy graphene solution, Yi Shi began, clearing her throat and speaking eloquently. However, before she could finish, He Liang waved his hand to interrupt. Graphene? Are you serious? He Liang chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, while the members of his team also chuckled softly. Currently, the most prevalent solutions for new energy batteries are ternary lithium batteries and lithium iron phosphate batteries, each with its own merits and drawbacks. As for graphene batteries, after being initially lauded by various vendors, they faded into obscurity. The primary reason is the significant difficulty in their fabrication and under equivalent energy densities. Graphene batteries tend to be bulkier and heavier, rendering them impractical. In the eyes of He Liang and his colleagues, the graphene battery proposal was merely a marketing gimmick. No knowledgeable individual would invest heavily in graphene batteries. Indeed, we possess a comprehensive graphene battery fabrication scheme that surpasses the performance and physical dimensions of current battery manufacturers. Yi Shi continued, oblivious to the sarcasm in He Liang and his team's expressions. He Liang, feeling exasperated, had already concluded that Yixing and his associates were a group of fraudsters. He turned to confer quietly with several other members before abruptly standing up. Dr. Yi, I apologize, but our team's research direction does not align with graphene. Remaining with your company may hinder our development, so I must express my gratitude for your hospitality. He Liang looked at Yixing with a bittersweet smile, lamenting that he had not inquired about the true nature of this facade of a company, which would have spared him this unnecessary trip. Yixing, Qi Xinyue, and the others gazed at He Liang in astonishment as he made to leave. Dr. He, I have long admired your team's reputation. Are you concerned about salary and benefits? Rest assured, we can offer advances without issue. Yixing awakened from his shock, still yearning to retain them. After all, finding a team with profound technical expertise is no trivial endeavor. Organizing a new team and allowing them to acclimatize would require considerable time. Let them go, Yi remarked. A person who disregards facts and hastily draws conclusions can scarcely be deemed a talent in research. He Liang was about to decline when Yi Shi, seated nearby, coldly interjected. He Liang and his companions were taken aback, questioning if they had misheard. Your fraudulent company lacks personnel and resorts to commercial gimmicks to deceive. How dare you assert that these genuine experts are unworthy of being called research talents? He Liang's expression darkened as he glared at Yi Shi. Young lady, you speak of respecting facts. May I inquire where these facts lie? If you cannot produce them, I insist you apologize to us all. Indeed, an apology is warranted. He added, this audacious young lady appears to have never even stepped into a laboratory. How can this company be entirely composed of youngsters? Where are your technical directors and production heads? They are merely a startup. What more do you expect than their ability to speak? He Liang's team, trailing behind him, jeered at Yi Shi. Qi Xinyue and Li Mingyu felt a pang of guilt in the face of He Liang's aggressive demeanor. You demand facts, do you? Fine. If I present tangible evidence, will you willingly remain at Xingchen Technology? Yi Shi said leisurely, arms crossed, observing the irate He Liang and his cohort. Provided you can present convincing evidence, we would certainly be inclined to stay. Yi Shi smiled, a hint of provocation gracing her lips. Observing from the side, Yi Xing felt a stirring. It seemed Yi Shi had absorbed more than just technical knowledge. From a cardboard box, Yi Shi retrieved the super energy battery and placed it upon the table. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the super energy graphene battery sample. It charges in 10 minutes and boasts a range of 3,000 kilometers, with an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg, Yi Shi proclaimed, pointing at the battery. All eyes were drawn to the super energy battery. Suddenly, He Liang erupted with loud laughter, while Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and Li Mingyu covered their eyes in embarrassment. Even without deep expertise, they understood the fundamental knowledge at play. Currently, the energy density of domestic new energy vehicle batteries hovers around 150 Wh/kg to 200 Wh/kg, requiring immense volume, and enhancing energy density under present technological constraints is exceedingly challenging. Consequently, many manufacturers have resorted to increasing the number of battery cells to boost output. The latest domestic battery, touted to charge in 10 minutes for a range of 700 kilometers, possesses an energy density of merely 304 Wh/kg. Yet, the super energy battery before them was no larger than a cigarette case. How could it possibly exceed the energy density of the nation's most advanced batteries tenfold? The absurdity was palpable. If true, this would revolutionize the landscape of new energy batteries and vehicles. What nonsense. A phrase comes to mind, flaunting one's skills before an expert. We are all professionals in the battery industry, and to think you can deceive us with any random item is sheer folly. He Liang clutched his abdomen, laughing incredulously. He truly could not understand the motives of Yi Xing, Yi Shi, and their allies. This contraption may not even illuminate a flashlight. And yet you dare to claim an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg? Are you treating us as fools? It is an affront to our intelligence. Even a middle school student would find such a notion implausible. How do you possess the audacity to present this to us? I suggest reporting such a company. Its mere existence is a disrespect to science. Who knows what other absurdities they may concoct? The doctors are incensed. It is akin to a child brandishing a wooden gun before firearms experts, proclaiming it a laser weapon capable of striking satellites. Enough is enough. Why the fervor? Why not conduct a test? Knight leaned back in his chair, calmly observing the agitated doctors. Chapter 65. The performance monster. There's no need for that. What merit does this gadget hold? It would be a nuisance to even use as a flashlight. He Liang dismissed the so-called super battery with a wave of his hand as he stood to leave. He had no desire to waste any more energy conversing with a charlatan who would boldly assert an energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg. Boss, they seem quite defiant. How about we teach them a lesson? I just happen to have a laboratory bulb in my bag, one of the doctors suggested. As they rose, a younger member of the team, a Master S student named Li Jing, who was responsible for project implementation, noticed the reluctant expressions of Yi Xing and Knight and decided to show them a thing or two. All right, let us not waste time. We need to return to the capital for an industry conference this afternoon, He Liang said, glancing at his watch with a hint of impatience. Sure thing, boss. Just wait and see, Li Jing replied as he retrieved a set of equipment from his bag and placed it on the table. Yi Xing's gaze swept across the items, noting several small bulbs, some wires, and a laboratory circuit breaker. Clearly, this individual spent considerable time in the lab, carrying many components with him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Jing swiftly assembled the wires and bulb into a circuit, connecting the wires to the ends of the super battery. His movements were deft and precise, perhaps due to the pressure of being scrutinized by numerous doctors. He Liang and the others wore expressions of amusement and disdain, as if watching a farcical performance. Am I about to press the circuit breaker? Li Jing inquired with a smile, glancing at Yi Xing and Knight. His implication was clear. If they felt uncertain, he would refrain from pressing it to spare everyone's dignity. Go ahead and press it. You don't truly believe this contraption is as miraculous as they claim? A doctor yawned, impatiently urging him on. Li Jing pressed down with his right hand, swiftly closing the circuit breaker. With a pop, the bulb emitted a brief, brilliant flash before emitting a plume of smoke and extinguishing. The onlookers collectively gasped, their eyes alight with astonishment. Though this bulb was designed for laboratory use and required only 0.3 A to illuminate, it had been damaged the moment power was applied, as the current from the super battery exceeded their expectations. Let us try a few more. He Liang looked up at Knight, noticing his unperturbed demeanor, and felt a stirring of curiosity. He then addressed Li Jing. Li Jing nodded as she retrieved 5 slightly more powerful light bulbs from her bag, carefully connecting them in parallel. Yi Xing observed closely, noting that these bulbs were nearly identical in size to those commonly available on the market, suggesting a comparable wattage as well. It seemed that Li Jing, feeling the pressure, had decided to bring out the real deal for testing. After properly setting up the circuit, she donned gloves and cautiously pressed the circuit breaker once more. The room fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. He Liang and the others did not take their eyes off Li Jing's actions, their faces betraying a hint of anxiety. If the super battery could illuminate the bulbs, it would be tantamount to a slap in their faces. With a click, as the circuit breaker was engaged, the 5 bulbs blazed brightly for an instant before immediately emitting black smoke. Clearly, the current was too high for the bulbs to withstand. He Liang and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions darkening. In that fleeting moment when the bulbs burned out, they had calculated the current intensity, estimating that each bulb's rated current was approximately 0.5 A. The simultaneous failure of all 5 bulbs indicated that the flow of current in the circuit was at least 2.5 A or more. This level of current could power a television. Their gazes shifted to the inconspicuous super battery, uncertainty etched on their faces. At the very least, they could now ascertain that the performance of the super battery had met the standards for outdoor power supplies available on the market, yet it was significantly smaller in size. Are we still testing, boss? Li Jing asked, slightly flustered, glancing nervously at He Liang. Her casual test had yielded results that no one had wanted to see. Quite intriguing. 10 of them. He Liang's eyes remained fixed on the super battery, his expression grave. Li Jing set her bag on the table and began rummaging through it. While a few younger members stepped forward to assist, 10 light bulbs were placed on the tabletop, and just as Li Jing was about to connect the circuit, He Liang cautioned her, "Wait, use thicker wires this time and be careful when engaging the circuit breaker. Don't let the arc get you." He furrowed his brow, sensing that Yi Xing and the others were not quite the fraudsters he had initially imagined. Li Jing nodded, a wave of trepidation washing over her. The current that could burn out 5 bulbs was sufficient to be lethal. With everyone's help, the circuit was quickly connected. Li Jing cautiously pressed the circuit breaker again. Almost identical to the previous instance, the lights flashed violently before turning black. Hiss! He Liang and the others collectively gasped, their expressions now tinged with fear as they regarded the super battery. The simultaneous destruction of 10 bulbs indicated that its current intensity exceeded 5 amperes. This level of current was capable of powering a rice cooker and most household appliances. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a miniature generator. Yet, its size was merely that of a cigarette pack, truly a performance monster. Yi Xing and Yi Shi crossed their arms, observing the mixture of astonishment and embarrassment on He Liang and the others' faces, finding it immensely amusing. They were well aware of the super battery's specifications, 3000 Wh/kg. With an output power of 5000 W per second, not only could it easily power a rice cooker, but if an electric donkey were plugged in without circuit modifications, it would also burn out. Mr. Yi, may we conduct a more thorough examination of this battery? He Liang swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he gazed at Yi Xing. His interest in the super energy battery was profound, and he felt an urgent desire to measure its performance parameters. As for pride, what significance does it hold in the realm of science? Certainly, if you haven't brought the necessary instruments, I can arrange for you to test it at the Research Institute. Yi Xing responded graciously to He Liang and his companions. Mr. Yi, do you have connections at the Research Institute? He Liang exchanged surprised glances with his colleagues. They had not anticipated that someone as young as Yi Xing could have ties to such an esteemed institution, prompting them to regard him with newfound respect. Indeed, we have friends at both the Electronics Institute and the Aerospace Institute, Yi Xing replied nonchalantly. There is no need to go to the laboratory just yet. We have brought some basic testing equipment that should allow us to quickly obtain data. He Liang thoughtfully declined Yi Xing's invitation. Yi Xing nodded, relieved that He Liang had his own testing devices, sparing him the trouble. He preferred to keep a low profile and avoid the inevitable astonishment that would arise at the Research Institute. He Liang signaled to Li Jing, who immediately led 2 younger team members outside. Seizing the opportunity, He Liang initiated a conversation with Yi Xing and Yi Shi. May I inquire about the research team in our country that developed this battery? He Liang's demeanor softened, shedding the earlier condescension. The performance of the super energy battery had earned him a newfound respect for Yi Xing, especially since the latter claimed to have connections with the Electronics and Aerospace Institutes, suggesting he had some influence. I can assure you, this battery was developed entirely by our group, without reliance on any external technical teams. Yi Xing indicated to Yi Shi, who gently spoke up. Your group? He Liang lifted his gaze, surveying the empty office space with a faint smile, sensing that the other party was not willing to disclose the full truth. Does your company have sufficient funding? As I understand it, the research and production costs for batteries are substantial. I wonder if your group has any investors backing it? He Liang shifted his approach, probing into financial matters. Our company is wholly owned and has not yet publicly disclosed any plans regarding products or funding. We prioritize technological advancement and are actively recruiting global talent. In the coming days, an array of talented individuals will be arriving. Yi Shi tossed her hair back, reclining in her chair, seemingly attuned to He Liang's thoughts. Speaking with a tone befitting a superior, the members of He Liang's team displayed signs of tension, acutely aware of the pressure. Qi Xinyue, Su Qi, and others watched Yi Shi in astonishment, experiencing for the first time her commanding presence. As for graphene batteries, there exists a common misconception that they are merely a gimmick, lacking practical value. In my view, no technology is inherently superior. Rather, it is often constrained by technical conditions that prevent it from realizing its full potential. Throughout the annals of human scientific exploration, numerous inventions and discoveries that were once deemed trivial have ultimately proven to be invaluable. Countless examples abound. And the conversation seamlessly transitioned from the history of human science to the technological quandaries surrounding graphene batteries. The perplexity in He Liang and his colleagues' eyes deepened. Had it not been for Li Jing's recent testing of the super battery, they would have undoubtedly regarded Yi Shi as an eloquent marketing virtuoso. At this moment, however, they found themselves questioning the accuracy of their own insights and technological trajectories. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, and Li Jing, accompanied by two young individuals, entered, carrying a black suitcase. Upon seeing her mentor seated there, attentively listening to the strikingly beautiful Yi Shi's grandiose claims, Li Jing experienced a fleeting sensation that perhaps her vision was failing her. Let us commence the testing. First, we shall assess the energy density, He Liang instructed, nodding toward Yi Shi and Yi Xing before rising to issue the command. Li Jing and her team promptly connected the super battery to the testing apparatus. A circle of PhDs encircled the table, their focus unwavering as they scrutinized the instrument's readings. He Liang nodded, and Li Jing pressed the button. In stark contrast to the earlier rudimentary test involving a light bulb circuit, this testing device featured a dashboard replete with various parameters. As soon as the button was activated, the dashboard's metrics began to fluctuate, and a straight line emerged on the oscilloscope. Incredible! The current intensity reached its zenith. The capacity peaked. The power test attained its maximum. Observing the readings, the doctors gasped in astonishment. He Liang's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with an unusual light as he fixated on the oscilloscope, oblivious to the exclamations of his colleagues. His indifference stemmed not from a lack of concern for the parameters, but rather from the battery's exceptional nature. It was inappropriate to gauge it with conventional battery metrics. Upon witnessing the curve stabilize and the readings materialize, He Liang could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The energy density measured at 3,000 Wh/kg. As for the other readings, he no longer cared. The energy density alone was indicative of numerous insights. Could this truly be real? He Liang raised his gaze to Yi Xing and Yi Shi, disbelief etched across his face. The energy density of a battery is a crucial metric, signifying the amount of energy that can be stored per unit weight. Conventional new energy batteries typically range from 150 Wh/kg to 300 Wh/kg, while the Dragon Country had previously aspired to achieve an energy density of 500 Wh/kg in future batteries. The latest super battery, boasting a mere 10-minute recharge time for a range of 700 kilometers, had an energy density of only 500 Wh/kg. Yet, the super battery before him achieved an astonishing energy density of 3,000 Wh/kg, 6 times that of the most advanced batteries currently available in the country. Indeed, this is genuine. Did I not just mention that this battery can charge in 10 minutes and provide a range of 3,000 kilometers? Your disbelief is unwarranted, Yi Shi chuckled softly. Observing the doctoral candidates, who were left speechless, the room fell into a profound silence, the doctors feeling a shiver run down their spines, deeply shaken. An energy density this high, to be fully charged within 10 minutes, transcended the realm of rapid charging. It was nothing short of miraculous. As for how to accomplish this, they harbored an insatiable curiosity. It was surprising that someone in the country had indeed achieved this. I had thought it was merely theoretical. He Liang gazed at the super battery, somewhat dazed. Scientists in Longhua had long proposed that the energy density of lithium-air batteries could, under ideal conditions, reach 3,000 Wh/kg. Yet due to technological constraints, they had been unable to surpass 200 Wh/kg. Some scholars also suggested that by incorporating polymer graphene into the battery, the energy density could potentially reach its zenith. Perhaps the young individuals before him had employed some peculiar method to attain this theoretical value? Boss, this battery is rather enigmatic. Both the current intensity and capacity have peaked, suggesting its output power is astonishing. Is it possible that several batteries are connected in series? Mused a doctoral candidate, suddenly struck by a thought and whispering into He Liang's ear. He Liang's eyes brightened as he fixated on the super battery. He was well acquainted with the domestic battery industry. For instance, many brands of new energy vehicles utilize single cells with a voltage of merely 32 V, necessitating the series connection of multiple cells to achieve several hundred volts of total voltage, thereby enhancing output power. This also elucidated why the power batteries of new energy vehicles are considerable in size and weight. Mr. Yi, I would like to conduct further testing, He Liang expressed, a look of struggle crossing his face as he cast a somewhat anxious glance at Yi Xing. Chapter 67. A revolutionary invention, is there anything more you require? Yi Xing inquired, curiosity piqued as he looked toward He Liang. having overheard little of the prior conversation between the doctoral candidate and He Liang. If I am not mistaken, you must still harbor doubts regarding the performance of this battery, suspecting it comprises several cells combined, correct? As soon as Yixing finished speaking, Yishi interjected, her eyes glinting with a playful smile directed at He Liang and his companions. Are you a devil? He Liang and the others silently lamented, feeling somewhat embarrassed that this woman had so thoroughly discerned their thoughts, leaving them feeling rather passive. Madam Yi, you are correct. However, our skepticism is not directed towards you and Mr. Yi, but rather stems from a quest for scientific truth. He Liang wiped his brow, forcing himself to articulate a rationale. Wasn't this still a lack of trust? The doctoral candidates silently rolled their eyes at He Liang's explanation. You may measure it freely. As long as the battery is not damaged, Yixing shrugged nonchalantly. To him, the super battery was merely a few dozen kilograms of produce. Even if it were damaged, he possessed the expertise to recreate it. However, for He Liang and his peers, Yixing's words were akin to a royal decree. This was the sole super battery on Blue Star, from which countless technological secrets could be unearthed. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, we possess sufficient means to ensure the battery sustains no harm, He Liang exclaimed, excitement evident as he patted his chest in assurance to Yixing. With a wave of his hand, he instructed Li Jing, go fetch the portable X-ray machine. Li Jing responded promptly and soon entered with a metallic case in hand. Yixing, intrigued, leaned closer. He had only heard of such devices before and had never encountered one. His perception of He Liang and his colleagues had undergone a significant transformation. These scholars, though somewhat arrogant, were indeed imbued with a spirit of practical endeavor. The mere fact that they carried an array of experimental apparatus wherever they went was enough to earn Yixing's admiration. Under He Liang's direction, Li Jing and the others swiftly assembled the X-ray device. Its form resembled that of a pug with an oversized head, resting on the table. Its large square cranium adorned with a display screen. The assembly posed little challenge. Removing it from the box and connecting it to a power source sufficed for operation. Li Jing placed the super battery on the device's platform and gently pressed the button, eliciting a deep, resonant hum. A flurry of static danced across the screen before revealing the internal state of the battery. Yixing, intrigued, leaned closer to the display. Observing that the black and white screen depicted the interior of the battery as a uniform expanse of black, with no signs of disconnection. Impossible. Li Jing, steady your hands. The gathered scholars exclaimed, suspecting Li Jing had misaligned the battery. Otherwise, how could it still be a complete unit? I assure you, I positioned it correctly. Li Jing responded anxiously, insisting on the reliability of the instrument, which he had utilized numerous times without error. No further tests are necessary. This is indeed an intact cell. He Liang cast a fleeting glance at both the battery and the device, then wearily waved his hand, sinking into contemplation. How could this be? Such a battery should not exist on Blue Star. Indeed, with such energy density, battery manufacturers would face ruin. Even in a laboratory, such performance parameters are unattainable. Yet here lies a finished product. If such a battery proves practical, it would revolutionize the current state of electric vehicles, necessitating a complete redesign of all cars to accommodate it. Is practicality the issue? The finished product is right before our eyes. Our task is to unravel its underlying principles. The scholars engaged in a fervent discussion, leaving Yixing and the others momentarily sidelined. Their thoughts were far removed from mundane corporate matters. They were faced with an object that could only be imagined in science fiction novels and films, leaving them awestruck, as if their understanding of reality had been utterly dismantled and required immediate reconstruction. Do you believe that only the automotive industry needs transformation? You are mistaken. Numerous sectors require reinvention. He Liang, who had been deep in thought, suddenly opened his eyes and proclaimed loudly, have you noticed the parameters on the device just now? Both the voltage and current intensity reach their extremes. You can easily calculate its output power. He Liang's forehead creased with intensity, his excitement palpable. The scholars were momentarily taken aback, recalling the astonishing parameters from earlier. From the data, it could be inferred that a household could procure a super battery, and with minor circuit modifications, could eliminate reliance on the national power grid. The super battery could serve as a miniature power source. If miniaturized for use in smartphones, devices might achieve several months of usage without recharging, truly realizing the dream of charging once and using for half a year. The realms of mobile technology and power banks would undergo a significant transformation. Should electric vehicles be equipped with the super battery, their speeds could reach astonishing new heights. As for applications in industry, the scholars dared not contemplate the implications. Too terrifying, too revolutionary. Although humanity has yet to attain complete energy independence, a state of partial freedom is more than sufficient. In an instant, the faces of the assembled scholars displayed a mix of excitement and frenzy. Yixing and Yishi exchanged amused glances, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction at finally impressing this unruly cadre of academics. Had they revealed the true output power of the super energy battery, it would surely have driven them to madness. Lady Yi, I sincerely apologize. Please forgive my ignorance. Suddenly, He Liang approached Yi Shi, bending slightly in a bow. The audience was taken aback, with the doctors and Yi Xing staring in astonishment at He Liang. Dr. He, please rise, Yi Xing urged, quickly moving to assist him. While respect for knowledge is commendable, there is no need for such grand gestures towards a robot. No, Mr. Yi, you do not understand. Until now, I believe that Lady Ye's discussion of graphene technology was merely conceptual. I never imagined she was a scientist of such profound knowledge. To flaunt my own learning before her is akin to a fool attempting to display his skills before an expert. He Liang gently pushed away Yi Xing's hand, his words imbued with earnestness. Yi Xing was somewhat bewildered, as it was not Yi Shi who invented the super energy battery. Dr. He, I accept your apology. May I inquire if you are interested in joining our company to collaboratively research the super energy battery? Yi Shi, beaming with delight, stood and supported He Liang's arm, gesturing toward a stack of papers on the table. This is the design framework of our super energy battery. Within this structure, we can devise products of even greater excellence, propelling the advancement of Blue Star technology. The expressions on He Liang and the other doctors' faces shifted to one of deep yearning as they regarded the stack of papers. They now understood that the super energy battery was merely a prototype, and they could develop even more revolutionary products. In due time, their names would be etched in history, and wealth and fame would be within their grasp. Mr. Yi, can we truly join your company? He Liang gazed at Yi Xing with hopeful eyes, his excitement palpable. Of course, our company seeks to attract talent from around the globe. Upon joining, you will become esteemed members of our organization, enjoying not only the dividends of technological shares, but also being among the first to learn the world's most advanced battery technologies, Yi Xing stated nonchalantly, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the doctors. They now comprehended that Xingchen technology, once silent, had burst forth spectacularly, poised to dominate the global battery market with its super energy battery technology. As for their worth, they could hardly fathom it. Matters of contracts and project initiation would be overseen by Director Yi. Yi Xing gestured toward the smiling Yi Shi. He had procured the bionic personnel from the fleet civilization to alleviate his workload, and Yi Shi's performance had greatly pleased him. After briefly discussing company operations and recruitment matters with Yi Shi, Yi Xing exited the company and made his way to the underground parking lot. From his spatial storage, Yi Xing retrieved several pieces of gold nuggets and placed them into a briefcase. Yesterday, Huang Chun had invited him to meet, and this presented a perfect opportunity to have Huang Chun assist him in converting the gold nuggets into cash. Although Yi Xing could sell a few gold nuggets through live streams or at a gold shop, he possessed over 100 kilograms of them, all in bulk. Their collective emergence would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Thus, Yi Xing pondered for a moment and concluded that acquiring through the state would be the more prudent course of action. This also presented Huang Chun with an opportunity to conclude this matter. Otherwise, Huang Chun would feel reluctant to approach him for assistance again. Just as Yi Xing was about to start his car, he suddenly heard his phone ring. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Song Yinxue. Yi Xing, are you at the office? I'm near the university. What time do you finish? I'll come pick you up. The sweet and melodious voice of Song Yinxue on the other end stirred Yi Xing's heart. He couldn't help but recall the strikingly beautiful yet cold visage of Song Yinxue from their last encounter. Yi Xing realized that since his fortune had increased, his charm with women had escalated exponentially. Yinxue, wait for me at the school gate. I will be there shortly. Yi Xing replied before ending the call and driving his bumblebee towards the university entrance. At the gate of a certain university, Song Yinxue sat in a wine-red Mercedes, transfixed with her phone in hand, her gaze drifting out of the car window. She had come to Tiannan City today specifically to express her gratitude to Yi Xing for his timely assistance. To this end, she had dressed up, and her already exquisite features appeared even more radiant after careful adornment. After scanning for a while without catching sight of Yi Xing, she decided to exit the car and leaned against it, making it easier for him to spot her. The season was autumn, and although a hint of summer's warmth lingered, the air had turned pleasantly cool. It was noon, and students poured out of the campus, heading towards the snack street outside the school. As the elegantly dressed Song Yinxue emerged from her vehicle, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Some male students, disregarding the admonitions of their female companions, stared unabashedly at her. Look at that girl, she is stunning. And her car is equally beautiful. The combination of both is simply perfect. Indeed, our school cannot boast of a girl as beautiful as her. She is like the campus belle, and I doubt anyone here could compare. Her aura clearly suggests she hails from a wealthy family. How can our school belle compete with someone like her? The male students slowed their pace, frequently glancing back at Song Yinxue, while the female students cast envious yet admiring glances her way. At that moment, some senior male students recognized her and gasped in astonishment. You guys don't know anything. That's our previous campus belle, Song Yinxue. I was fortunate enough to study in the same study room with her. Wow, it really is her. I heard she was low-key during her time at school and had no boyfriend. Why is she flaunting a luxury car today? I even wrote her a love letter once, but she completely ignored me. Seeing her like this, she has probably found herself a wealthy man. Do you think she is waiting for someone? Could her boyfriend be from our school? A large crowd gathered, observing Song Yinxue from a distance, engaged in lively discussions. With some male classmates utterly captivated by her beauty, Song Yinshue's fair complexion flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, pretending to check her phone while her eyes discreetly scanned for Yixing. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the other end of the road. Everyone turned to see an ostentatious bumblebee supercar speeding towards them, causing pedestrians to glance back in curiosity. Song Yinxue furrowed her brow slightly as the bumblebee barreled directly in her direction. A crowd of university students gathered, their faces adorned with expressions of anticipation, eagerly awaiting a spectacle of a wealthy young man teasing a beautiful woman. The male students clenched their fists in quiet determination, then sighed heavily, releasing their tension. Suddenly, a shrill screech of brakes pierced the air as a bumblebee sports car came to a halt just 2 meters away from Song Yinxue. Song Yinshue's nose scrunched in irritation as she glared at the supercar. However, in the next moment, her mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Yixing, is that you? As she watched Yixing emerge from the vehicle, Song Yinxue stood frozen in astonishment. She had previously assumed that Yixing was merely a puppet master of some organization. Otherwise, how could such a substantial sum of money be within the reach of an ordinary person? After all, Yixing had purchased from her a contract for 1 ton of nickel at $20,000 per ton, amounting to a staggering $200 million, or 14 billion yuan. Hey, beautiful Song, it's been a while. You're becoming more exquisite by the day, Yixing exclaimed, removing his sunglasses and swaggering over to her side. Yixing, your tongue is becoming increasingly sharp. I never noticed this when we were in school, Song Yinxue playfully chided. Shooting him a teasing glare, she stepped closer and linked her arm with his, casting a defiant glance at the younger female students around them, who were gazing at Yixing with starry eyes. Wow, isn't that Yixing from the previous year? How could he possibly own a sports car? No way, absolutely impossible. How infuriating that my dream man is holding hands with him. He is not even as handsome as I am. It can't be, I must be mistaken. Song Yinxue could never be someone who values wealth over character. Countless male students witnessing this scene were left feeling an overwhelming sense of despair and jealousy. Quick, capture this moment and post it on the campus forum. It will surely create a sensation, one student suddenly suggested. Instantly, a flurry of mobile phones aimed at Yixing and the contented Song Yinxue. Yixing, with an arm around Song Yinxue, waved to the younger students before driving off in the bumblebee, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Chapter 69. Advanced Sensors Inside the Geology and Mining Bureau S Inspection Center. Huang Chun, Song Yinxue, and 2 engineers responsible for testing stared in astonishment as Yixing produced several pieces of gold nuggets. Particularly, Huang Chun had previously discussed this with Yixing, believing he would only possess a single piece. Who would have thought this fellow would unveil more than 10, each weighing approximately 10 kilograms? However, in front of outsiders, he could not simply inquire, "Could you please examine these?" Yixing placed the numerous gold nuggets onto the table, which trembled slightly under their substantial weight. The inspectors exchanged glances with Yixing before carefully examining the nuggets in their hands, their expressions revealing shock. At first glance, the nuggets were still coated in dirt, as if freshly unearthed. One inspector connected a hose to the faucet and directed a stream of water onto the nuggets. Mud splattered as the dirt was washed away, revealing a brilliant glimmer of gold. He carefully placed the nuggets on the testing table and commenced various assessments. Huang Chen observed Yixing intently, his gaze filled with numerous questions. Song Yinxue regarded Yixing with a common expression, hesitating to speak. Soon, the examination concluded, and the inspector placed the gold nugget on the table, presenting Huang Chen with an inspection report. The analysis revealed that the mineral was a naturally occurring type of placer gold, with a purity of 96. Huang Chen's gaze swept across the report, his heart brimming with astonishment. Working in an import-export company, he was no stranger to minerals. However, the occurrence of such gold nuggets was indeed rare on Blue Star. Worldwide, only about 10,000 nuggets exceeding 10 kilograms had been discovered, most of which were found in Australia, with very few located domestically. Due to their scarcity, each discovery of a gold nugget tends to create a sensation, as it often signifies the presence of nearby gold mines. The largest gold nugget discovered in the Dragon Kingdom weighed less than 10 kilograms, yet the dozen or so nuggets on the table each exceeded that weight, with any single one capable of causing a worldwide uproar. Youth, I have spent my entire career testing gold and have never seen nuggets of this magnitude. You need not worry about financial matters for the rest of your life, remarked the inspecting engineer, gazing at Yixing with envy. Huang Chun smiled wryly. Yixing, who was already affluent, was now burdened with how to report such a substantial quantity of gold nuggets to his superiors. Based on market prices, The cost of a gram of gold nuggets ranged from 10,000 to 20,000, meaning an average 10-kilogram nugget would be valued at a staggering 150 million. 10 would amount to 1.5 billion. Yixing carefully returned the gold nuggets to the box and exited the Geological Mining Bureau. Yinxue, wait here for a moment. I need to speak with Huang Chun, he said, settling Song Yinxue in the car. As he prepared to close the door, Song Yinxue suddenly looked at Yixing and asked, "Could you spare me 2 nuggets? My family is in the mining business and can assist you in selling them. Perhaps the price would be to your satisfaction." Yixing paused, then comprehended her implication. Mining companies typically own their own mines, and discovering rare metals during extraction is not uncommon. Generally, the ownership of these precious metals or deposits belongs to the mining companies. They possess significant advantages when it comes to selling rare metals, and some wealthy individuals discreetly commission mining companies to acquire such treasures to flaunt their status. All right, I shall entrust this to you. You will not suffer any loss. Yixing winked at Song Yinxue, closed the car door, and approached Huang Chun. Go on. Which emperor's tomb have you excavated? Huang Chun teased Yixing. Today, he had gained a new perspective, realizing that gold nuggets could be retrieved from a box as easily as one might pull out a cabbage. Is there a possibility that these gold nuggets simply materialized in my pocket without any digging? Yixing quipped. Cut the nonsense. I will take these gold nuggets. But there is one thing I need your assistance with. Huang Chun smirked, clearly skeptical of Yixing's words. Yet he was also aware of the unspoken rule that Yixing's silence was not to be questioned. Huang Chun, I can hardly tolerate your grim demeanor every time you mention a task, as if I were incapable of completing it. Upon observing Huang Chun's furrowed brow and grave expression, Yixing couldn't help but find it amusing. This demeanor had become characteristic of him whenever he accepted a task. Yixing understood that national affairs were no laughing matter. Huang Chun, with utmost seriousness, continued, "Do you recall the last time we brought back a batch of high-precision machine tools from overseas?" Yixing nodded, casting a skeptical glance at Huang Chun. "Isn't it sufficient to make another trip? It shouldn't be overly challenging, right? That won't be necessary." Once this batch of machine tools arrived at various research institutes, relevant agencies immediately commenced their studies, dismantling the machines and uncovering numerous unprecedented technologies. Huang Chun's eyes sparkled as he described the research advancements made by those institutes. However, during the development process, some issues arose. The sensors were exceedingly advanced and limited in quantity. Occasionally, they could test parameters, but understanding the internal structure proved elusive. Experts worried that if they attempted to dissect the sensors for reverse engineering, they might inadvertently damage them, leaving no spare parts. You are well aware that internationally, countries like the Eagle Nation, Sakura Country, and Germany possess the most developed sensors. Although our nation has gradually caught up in recent years, there remains a technological gap, and certain technologies are subject to embargoes. Do you comprehend my meaning? Huang Chun spoke rapidly, his tone tinged with agitation. It was evident that his love for the country fueled his frustration regarding unwarranted technological blockades. You need not elaborate further. I will take care of this matter. Yixing responded, his previously jovial demeanor replaced by solemnity as he made a promise to Huang Chun. He fully understood the anguish stemming from the nation's lack of information on critical technologies and its impediments to progress. In recent years, the country had been focusing on semiconductors to break free from the technological shackles imposed by Western nations. Yet, soon a frown returned to Yixing's face. Huang Chun, there are thousands of types of sensors. It is implausible for me to procure them all. Rest assured, we have a list here. You only need to procure according to the items on it. As for the funds, you need not worry. We are not short on money. Huang Chun's face brightened again as he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Yixing. Yixing unfolded it to find it densely filled with names of various sensors. Try to acquire as many of these as possible. The domestic demand is quite substantial. Is this request too burdensome? Huang Chun gazed at Yixing with hopeful anticipation. Isn't it simpler to bring the technology back directly? Yixing replied with a faint smile. Huang Chun's mouth fell agape, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Yixing. Chapter 70. An all-electric excavator? At a booth in the southeastern corner of the capital Longhua Agricultural Machinery Expo, Yixing lounged languidly in a chair behind the exhibit, surveying the throngs of people passing by. Displayed at the Starry Sky Technology Company's booth was an excavator of peculiar design. Yixing sat beside him, along with 2 company staff members who were organizing technical materials. Over the past month, under Yixing's guidance, Starry Sky Technology Company had completed personnel recruitment, installation of production lines, and the establishment of its production base. Starry Sky Technology had now burgeoned into a substantial enterprise, occupying an area of 2 square kilometers, with the first batch of worker recruitment reaching a staggering 20,000 individuals. Relying on Yixing's golden opportunity, Star Technology successfully outbid Huaxing Group in the land auction, securing a plot in the western outskirts. Under the diligent efforts of He Liang and other scientific talents, the super energy battery has achieved a breakthrough. resulting in a series of finished products. The immediate priority for the company is to present these products to the world. Yeshi, when did you learn mechanics? Yixing turned to glance at Yeshi's graceful figure. Even amidst her business trip, Yeshi seized every moment to absorb knowledge from the internet. Yixing was astonished by the tireless and innovative creations of the fleet civilization. As the boss, he felt somewhat embarrassed. About a week ago, Yeshi replied with a faint smile, returning to her studies. Is it really possible to modify an excavator in just a week? Yixing looked at the oddly shaped excavator in front of their booth, then at the professionally dressed Yeshi, unable to believe that she had personally transformed this machine. Originally, Yixing intended to hold a product launch similar to those of other new energy battery manufacturers. However, Yeshi mentioned that Star Technology was merely an obscure small factory, and no one would attend such an event. To make an impact, they must approach it creatively. Mr. Yi, this is already quite a lengthy period. It would take even less time if ready-made parts were provided, Yeshi remarked with a calm and elegant smile. Yixing sighed and closed his eyes. As the venue began to fill with attendees, many staff members adorned with company badges navigated through the crowd, distributing promotional materials. Yet, in front of Star Technology's booth, there was a conspicuous lack of activity or personnel handing out materials. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhang Jingguo, with his hands clasped behind his back, wandered from booth to booth, inquiring and engaging in discussions whenever he encountered an excavator display. Before long, his bag was filled with a substantial stack of promotional materials. He hailed from a farm in the northwest and had come to the capital to procure several excavators that were powerful, fuel-efficient, and affordable. However, despite collecting numerous brochures, he found little success, as the products offered by various companies were powerful yet not fuel-efficient, let alone cost-effective. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of an oddly shaped excavator parked in the southeast corner. It appeared smaller than the average excavator, yet its bucket was particularly large, giving it a top-heavy appearance. Perhaps this was a specially modified excavator? Zhang Jingguo's eyes brightened, and he hurried towards the Star Technology booth. Comrades, what is the power of this excavator? Zhang Jingguo circled the machine a few times, estimating it to be a small excavator, its power likely limited. Otherwise, its power system would occupy a significant volume. 34, 300 kW. Working weight is 800,000 kg. A staff member glanced at the data and replied to Zhang Jingguo. What? Are you joking? Zhang Jingguo stood momentarily stunned, turning to look at the staff member with a puzzled expression. A 300 kW machine, even within the realm of excavators, is classified as a heavy-duty excavator, and any machine capable of delivering such power would typically exhibit a robust and towering presence, quite unlike the compact model before us. Only the enormous bucket aligns with the operational weight described by the workers. Rest assured, we are not deceiving you, the veteran replied, pointing to the nameplate on the excavator that detailed its specifications. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's complaints, Yishi rose from her seat and approached him. Zhang Lei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile the presence of such a beautiful girl with heavy machinery. Following Yishi's indication, he observed the parameters listed on the nameplate, which indeed confirmed her assertions. How can this be possible? Such a diminutive machine cannot possibly house a diesel engine capable of powering hydraulic systems. Are your specifications exaggerated? Zhang Jingguo, slightly bewildered, stared at Yishi. He was no novice. As an experienced excavator operator, he had operated numerous models and could identify renowned brands at a glance. Zhang Jingguo's voice rose, drawing the attention of nearby spectators, prompting a few curious onlookers to gather around him, eager to discern the commotion. Why does this excavator appear so peculiar? Is it a children's model? While it may seem small, the bucket is indeed sizable, capable of substantial excavation with each scoop. What was that older gentleman arguing about? Something regarding inflated specifications? The crowd whispered amongst themselves, their eyes darting back and forth, scrutinizing the diminutive excavator. You're correct, sir. Our excavator has eliminated the diesel engine, relying solely on power batteries for propulsion, which is why its size is somewhat reduced, Yishi replied courteously, unfazed by Zhang Jingguo's loud exclamations. What? An excavator that doesn't utilize a diesel engine? Surely you jest. The onlookers stared at Yishi in disbelief, as if she were a fool. It is well known that diesel combustion is more efficient than gasoline, with a higher conversion rate of thermal energy into kinetic energy. Consequently, in scenarios requiring low RPMs and high torque, such as excavators and tractors, diesel engines are indispensable. Conversely, gasoline is suitable for applications necessitating high RPMs, such as automobiles. The assertion made by this stunning young woman about employing power batteries seemed utterly ludicrous. Young lady, do you truly believe a battery could power a hydraulic system? Are you suggesting your company is selling toys? Zhang Jingguo shook his head in disappointment, intending to depart, while the surrounding spectators displayed expressions of mockery. Only one individual, a staff member from the Dogger Company, gazed at the compact excavator with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Sir, We are not fabricating tales. Our products undergo rigorous testing before leaving the factory, fully adhering to the stated parameters. If you remain unconvinced, we can conduct a live demonstration, Yixing remarked. Rising from her chair and joining Zhang Jingguo. You dare to conduct an experiment? Are you not afraid of exposing the truth? Zhang Jingguo could scarcely believe his ears. Were con artists becoming this brazen? Without the right tools, one should not undertake delicate tasks. Let us witness the truth with our own eyes, Yixing cheerfully declared, preparing to enter the excavator's cabin.